Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. When our hero, Theo Ragnar, heard disrespect thrown his way, he personally, no mercy, killed the enemy clan's heir right inside his palace. Instantly, dozens of blades aimed for his neck. One more second, and he'd be mincemeat, but instead of fear, Theo calmly spoke a single word. The next moment, an invisible force swept the enemies away, because before them stood not just a swordsman, but the heir of the great Ragnar clan. Yet not long ago, he had survived betrayal, their family palace burned to ash. After his mother's death, Theo was left all alone, though she used to be his only shield from mockery. His endless training barely paid off, and the outcome was always the same. Betrayal crushed everything he had built for years, and soon Theo stood at death's door. In his last moment, he was sure his story was over for good, but when he opened his eyes, fate gave him another shot. He was back 10 years in the past, right on the training ground, on the very day when everything could still be changed. Theo realizes he was supposed to have died and cannot understand what is happening. Recognizing this as the academy training grounds and seeing Rendon alive, he starts to suspect he has been sent back before his death. He bitterly reflects that the world was cruel enough to let him die with his deepest resentment unresolved. A glowing interface suddenly appears before him, snapping his attention to the impossible. The system assigns him a tutorial quest: punch Rendon in the face. Theo is baffled by the absurd command and by the floating screen only he seems able to see. When Rendon shows no awareness of the interface, Theo realizes the message is meant for him alone. He decides to stop hesitating and drops his practice weapon. Convinced this may be a final chance granted before death, he resolves to act on the anger he has been forced to swallow. Theo charges straight at Rendon with all his pent-up fury behind the attack. He commits fully, determined to land the hit even if this is only a dream. The arena watches as disciple and master close the distance in a sudden, reckless clash. Theo's fist reaches Rendon's face, and for an instant it seems he has succeeded. But the weak impact makes Theo doubt both his own strength and the nature of this world. Rendon immediately responds with a far faster and harsher counterattack. Theo is struck hard and sent flying, coughing from the blow. Rendon coldly reminds him that the lesson had already been declared over. Writhing on the ground, Theo is shaken that the pain feels completely real. Rendon interprets the outburst as frustration over Theo's lack of progress before the upcoming blooming ceremony. Theo hears that the ceremony is near and realizes this places him before the event from years ago, confirming the timeline has truly changed. Rendon dismisses the attack as foolishness, saying that if Theo wanted to challenge him as a Ragnar, he should have used a sword instead of his fists. As Rendon walks away and postpones everything to the next lesson, Theo is left trying to make sense of the impossible situation. His old resentment surges back, and he inwardly rages at being blamed for weakness he was born with. Even if he is truly a Ragnar, Theo knows that his natural ability was never enough to meet those expectations. Still reeling, he touches his face and struggles to reconcile his memories with the reality before him. He grounds himself by pressing his hand into the dirt, testing whether this world can really be touched. The sensation convinces him that this cannot be an illusion. The sharp pain in his injured body proves the experience is physically real. Feeling the grit on his hand and the weight of his body, he accepts that this world has true substance. A final realization begins to form. Theo concludes that this is not a false vision at all but genuine reality. He pieces it together. Because the blooming ceremony is still ahead, he has returned to when he was 17. Before he can fully process that revelation, the blue interface appears again. The system announces that he has completed the tutorial quest and that Ragnar's talent will now be activated as a reward. Theo is stunned when the interface asks whether he wants to receive that reward immediately. Realizing the thing he lacked most may finally be within reach, he reaches toward the screen despite his disbelief. He chooses yes. A blinding surge erupts through the boy as the system reward activates inside him. He learns that the reward will rapidly raise all of his stats, leaving him stunned by the sudden power flooding his body. Overwhelmed by the violent transformation, he can barely grasp what is happening to him. Before he can recover, the system immediately pushes him into the next quest. That new objective begins at Rose Palace, shifting the scene to the noble household tied to his fate. Inside the palace, a formal tea meeting continues as the adults discuss him. Theo's swordsmanship master, Rendon Harvey, bluntly judges him as the most talentless student he has ever seen. Even so, Rendon remains eager to stay because he expects the family's true heir to receive the finest instruction and emerge stronger after the coming blooming ceremony. Duchess Cecilia Ragnar places her trust in Rendon and entrusts him with supporting Theo. She backs that trust with a heavy payment, and Rendon readily promises complete devotion to Theo's training. Cecilia reassures him without hesitation, convinced that Theo will justify that investment. Walking away, Rendon privately warns that her faith is misplaced because Theo's lack of talent is far worse than she realizes. He dismisses Theo as a commoner-born failure despite his noble status, yet admits that bloodline must matter somehow. Still, he decides the arrangement suits him, since the reward is enormous and comes with direct authority over the Ragnar heir. Rendon reflects that this appointment secures his future, and could even bring him under the protection of a far more dangerous power. His scheming is interrupted when someone rushes down the corridor toward him at full speed. Theo charges past with only one thought catching in his mind, "Noble?" Rendon watches him go in silence, startled by the sudden outburst. Then irritation replaces surprise as Rendon recognizes the same insolent attitude again. He angrily brands Theo a rude brat while the boy keeps running. Ahead in the hall, Cecilia is speaking with a servant when Theo arrives. He calls out to his mother with desperate urgency, catching her completely off guard. Cecilia turns and recognizes her son standing there. Theo throws himself into her arms, and she instinctively welcomes him with warmth. At first she treats it as an unexpected burst of affection after training. But for Theo, the embrace confirms something far deeper. He has truly returned. Holding her tightly, he realizes he has gone back 10 years into the past. The memory of his previous life crashes over him, including the moment his mother was murdered before his eyes. He remembers her collapsing in blood while he was left powerless beside her. He also recalls the hand that forced his head up and made him witness that horror. Back in the present, he steadies himself behind a faint smile so his mother will not see the turmoil. As Cecilia looks at him in confusion, Theo resolves that this time he will change the future. He recognizes that he is still weak, but if the mysterious message window is real, it gives him a path forward through Ragnar's talent. He vows to become strong enough not only to survive the coming struggle for the throne, but to stand at its center. Still clinging to his mother, he adds another goal to that resolve. His expression hardens as revenge enters his thoughts. He decides he must grow strong enough to take vengeance on Rendon as well. At that moment, the system presents tutorial quest number 02, Train his body to its limit. The challenge moves him to the training grounds under the open sky. Though he wants immediate revenge, Theo forces himself to focus on running. He accepts that in his current frail state, getting stronger has to come before everything else. Drawing on knowledge from his previous life as a member of the Black Snow Information Organization, he begins planning how to exploit what he knows. He remembers one key method for explosive physical growth, the blood sword method. He also recalls a secret manual whose true value will only be understood in the future. Above all, he remembers the brutal training he once used to compensate for his lack of talent. With those memories guiding him, he commits himself to relentless self-forging. He drives his body harder and harder across the training ground without slowing. As he runs, he realizes Ragnar's talent has truly awakened, and the quest progress begins climbing rapidly. His endless laps startle the other trainees, who can hardly believe his stamina. Theo keeps accelerating, convinced that if this pace continues, he can already surpass the limits that once defined him. He drives himself through another brutal round of sword training, convinced that if he keeps pushing past his old limits, his body will finally grow stronger. As the system tracks his progress through the body training quest, he believes this relentless effort is starting to produce real results. A few days pass with him continuing the same punishing routine without rest. By night, his exhaustion has become so extreme that even from afar his training looks desperate rather than disciplined. Evelyn Nerville, the manager of the 4th training ground, watches him and immediately recognizes that he is running himself into the ground. Seeing that he has trained for several sleepless days straight, she dismisses him as another disgrace to the Ragnar name, and cannot understand why he is doing this. Her contempt gives way to uneasy curiosity, as she starts wondering what is driving him so hard. Meanwhile, he can barely stay upright and feels close to collapse, yet the quest still demands that he train his body to the limit. He recalls the previous night, realizing the system only wants him to stop at the true edge of his endurance, not at the first sign of pain. Last night he had already fallen at 90% completion, gasping on the ground with his sword beside him. When his progress even slipped backward after a short break, he understood that resting too soon would fail the trial. Refusing to lose after coming this far, he forced himself back up with sheer determination. At 98%, he kept swinging through the pain, trying to squeeze out the final stretch. Believing success was within reach, he poured everything into one more series of attacks. He told himself that only a little more effort separated him from completion. Even at 99%, he continued beyond reason, driving his body through one last burst. Unable to breathe properly and on the verge of breaking, he still refused to stop before the quest acknowledged him. Watching this, Evelyn is shaken by how far he is willing to go. He races across the arena in a final, reckless push while the completion gauge remains stuck just short of full. With his body failing and his mind fixed only on finishing, he forces himself onward through raw will. At last the quest reaches full completion. The system declares the tutorial body training quest complete, and at that exact moment a violent surge of energy erupts around him. He crashes face first to the ground as the system announces not only a reward but also a bonus tied to how quickly he cleared the quest. Barely conscious, he is prompted to claim the reward immediately. Even while sprawled on the floor and trembling with exhaustion, he reaches out to accept it. He chooses yes without hesitation. The system begins delivering the reward as he slips deeper into unconsciousness. A pillar of blue power descends into him, flooding his collapsed body with overwhelming energy. Evelyn is stunned as the phenomenon unfolds in front of her. When he wakes, he finds himself no longer in the arena but in a quiet room on a bed. Disoriented, he tries to make sense of where he has been taken. Evelyn enters and explains that this is the break room of the 4th training ground, adding that no matter how strong a Ragnar is, pushing too far in training still leads to collapse. He recognizes her, and she introduces herself properly as Evelyn Nerville, the manager of the 4th training ground. She tells him he lost consciousness while training alone early that morning, so she brought him here to recover. He accepts the explanation calmly, though his attention is already turning to what happened before he blacked out. He thanks her, and the tension between them briefly softens. As she offers him a drink, he raises a far more dangerous subject. He asks whether, in the Ragnar family, opening a mana hole before the awakening ceremony is considered forbidden. When she confirms it is, he presses further and asks what happens if that taboo is broken. The question alarms her, especially because it follows whatever she sensed from him just before he collapsed. She reveals that the same kind of magical fluctuation appears when a mana hole is opened. Realizing what that implies, Evelyn confronts him directly and demands to know if he opened a mana hole. He feigns ignorance and asks what a mana hole even is, while inwardly recognizing that if she is right, his survival should have been impossible. Before the exchange can continue, a bright light bursts from his chest. The system reveals the reward he received, Dragon Heart. He remembers the bonus notice stating that, because of his fast clear, he was also granted 10 years worth of his past life's magic power, and the impossible starts to make sense. The realization hits him all at once. He understands that the power inside him is the Dragon Heart itself. The system explains that a dragon can form a mana hole inside its heart. It further reveals that while this structure lets dragons use mana far more efficiently, humans cannot place such a mana hole in the same way, making his new condition something extraordinary. He realizes an ordinary human body cannot safely contain a mana hole, making his current condition inherently dangerous. The explanation continues that only a dragon heart could endure such overwhelming power, while humans are normally destroyed by it. Now that he has been given a dragon heart, he understands he has gained an extraordinary reward with enormous potential. That gift immediately creates a new problem, because someone nearby is qualified to recognize exactly what he has become. He identifies her as Evelyn Nerville, a retired high-rank swordswoman who now manages this training ground. Her past as a famed commanding officer and dragon slayer makes her especially dangerous to him. More importantly, she is known for strict principles and an uncompromising sense of justice. She is the kind of person who judges by strength and status and has no tolerance for deceit or cowardice. Since she once served close to the throne, he concludes that if she discovers his dragon heart's mana hole, he will not survive it. In his mind, discovery leads straight to immediate execution. Even so, he steadies himself instead of panicking. He tests the boundary of the risk by wondering whether he could avoid punishment if he simply never gets caught. He rejects his own fear-driven thinking and forces himself to consider the practical consequences instead. That shift gives him an opening. If consequences can be managed, the situation might be turned to his advantage. He reminds Evelyn that he too is a rightful heir of Ragnar, so exposing him would also stain the family name. She accepts that this political cost is real, but makes clear it does not place him above the rules. He presses further, pointing out that insulting or threatening an heir also carries severe punishment. Evelyn answers without hesitation that the penalty would still be execution. Rather than argue, he decides to verify her suspicion directly. Evelyn senses a mana wave from him and excuses herself only long enough to inspect it personally. She places a hand on his chest and invokes the principle she lives by: rules must be enforced exactly. She insists there can be no exceptions, even for someone of Ragnar blood. As she examines him, both of them wait for the truth to surface. To her shock, she finds no visible mana hole at all. The result rattles her, because it contradicts what she was certain she sensed. He calmly asks whether she found the mana hole, already knowing why she did not. Then he abruptly drops to his knees and begs for death, presenting himself as a sinner ready to accept punishment. But he immediately reframes the issue, explaining that a dragon heart does not behave like an ordinary mana hole. Its mana hole can be adjusted according to the owner's will. In practice, that means he can conceal his mana completely whenever he chooses. He adds that the truth of a human possessing a dragon heart would not become obvious until years later, making the secret easy to preserve for now. He pushes Evelyn to accept that she cannot prove what he is, no matter what she suspects. When she demands to know what sins he is talking about, he takes control of the conversation. He sees that her certainty has finally begun to crack. He accuses her of already helping him hide the truth by not exposing him, whether she admits it or not. He argues that the real reason the family forbids awakening the god mana hole is fear that someone might gain power beyond their control. He claims he could become that impossible exception and says the prospect genuinely excites him. Before leaving, he thanks Evelyn for worrying about him, turning the confrontation into a personal victory. She is left speechless, unable to answer what he has implied. As he walks away, he reflects that the dragon heart also carries up to 10 years of accumulated mana from a past life. With that reserve, he believes he can become overwhelmingly strong in this life. A few days later, his training continues under Rendon, whose harsh instruction quickly becomes unbearable. Although his body is improving, he finds the lessons themselves miserable and exhausting. Watching Rendon closely, he grows convinced the man is intentionally teaching him flawed swordsmanship. Each correction feels less like guidance and more like deliberate sabotage. That pattern strengthens his suspicion that Rendon is connected to the attempt on his life. He recalls the assassin who tried to kill him and fixes on uncovering that person's identity. Finding the mastermind becomes his next clear objective. A sudden realization stops his train of thought. He remembers there is another method he can use to uncover the truth. An instructor calls Rendon out during training and starts berating him in front of the class. Rendon snaps back that he refuses to keep listening to insults from someone he considers worthless. A red-eyed observer notes that Rendon's formal request was to be assigned a proper swordsman as his master. The instructor is stunned, while the request is clarified as an appeal to replace the current master, who has failed to teach him anything. Rendon steps forward without backing down and presses the insult further, making clear he will not soften his contempt. He bluntly declares the man's swordsmanship worthless, and says he only wants him removed from the position of master. The humiliated instructor realizes that if his work is judged a failure, he could lose his post and be sent back to the academy. Elsewhere at Camellia Palace, the consequences of that conflict begin to spread. Axion bursts in with urgent news about what happened to their master's disciple. He reports that in a week Ragnar's god is supposed to duel because of trouble involving their master. One of the men at the bar quietly takes this in, already focused on what it means. Axion explains that the disciple blamed his master for his own lack of talent, and that the upcoming duel could become a chance to disgrace a half-blood tied to Ragnar. Before he can say more, a seated man launches a strike across the room and cuts him down instantly. The blow smashes through Axion's face, silencing him mid-gossip. His body crashes to the floor as the room falls under the control of the two men who were listening. The attacker dismisses Axion as a weak half-blood and identifies himself as Northern 4th Rank Dark Tiger Axion Ragnar. His companion, Northern 4th Rank Silver Lion Wellington Narcio, remains calm and unreadable beside him. Approaching the dying man, the attacker coldly reminds him that a moment of carelessness is enough to end someone. A third figure arrives and broadens the warning, presenting himself as one of the 9 dragons, Ed Troyven, the dragon of the skies. The seated swordsman brushes off the concern, saying only the talented need fear such accidents, and that his uncle worries too much. Ed challenges that arrogance, asking why he is so fixated on Rendon when even Ragnar can be undone by something small. He compares it to a lantern flame that can suddenly flare out of control despite seeming harmless. The swordsman takes that as reassurance rather than caution, convinced the situation is favorable. He concludes that Rendon's so-called master will handle the problem personally. A week later, the matter reaches the 4th training ground. The gathered trainees buzz with anticipation over the coming confrontation. From above, Evelyn watches the arena with interest. Another stern observer joins her, signaling that powerful eyes are on this dispute. Rendon arrives armed and composed, though inwardly he recognizes the danger of what is unfolding. His master admits he originally meant only to humiliate and dismiss Rendon, but the affair has grown beyond that. Facing Rendon in the arena, he accepts that the conflict has become too public and too serious to contain quietly. Rendon steels himself, deciding that since it has come this far, he will see it through. A quest-like resolve crystallizes in him. He will defeat Rendon's enemy and take revenge for the humiliation inflicted on his people. The memory of being told his skills were trash hardens his determination. He also remembers being ordered out of sight and treated as a disgrace by the man meant to teach him. Rendon recalls refusing dismissal because their contract still bound them, while his master insisted that being fired should have ended it. Privately, Rendon had chosen patience over murder, deciding to endure the abuse until he could settle matters properly. His master, meanwhile, panicked at the thought that failing to remove Rendon could ruin his mission. He tries one last time to stop the fight by invoking Academy regulations and calling Rendon back. At that moment, a system message appears before Rendon, setting a clear objective: defeat random in battle. With that confirmation, Rendon accepts the confrontation, and Evelyn immediately backs the idea. She proposes they resolve everything in Ragnar style. The master is startled by Evelyn's intervention, while Rendon is left trying to grasp what her version of Ragnar style means. She defines it simply as survival of the fittest and calls for the dispute to be settled by duel. The master eagerly agrees, preferring a winner-takes-all decision over legal scrutiny. Then Evelyn sets the duel for a week later, leaving Rendon alarmed because he wanted no delay. She asks if that is acceptable with a smile, making clear the decision is already made. The master regains his confidence at once, convinced there is no chance he could lose to Rendon. Another week passes, and the promised duel draws a crowd large enough to fill the arena. Among the spectators, many dismiss Rendon as someone who can barely handle a sword and assume a Ragnar like him cannot possibly win. From the stands, Theo is dismissed as the disgrace of the Ragnar family, and the crowd assumes he has no business facing a real swordsman. Rendon Harvey, an intermediate swordsman, treats the duel as beneath him and implies Theo can still save himself by apologizing. Theo refuses to back down, warning that Rendon is the one risking humiliation and even injury if he underestimates him. Rendon answers with open malice, deciding he will cripple Theo and disguise it as an accident. He reassures himself that the duel's result will be ignored anyway, which only makes attacking Theo more convenient. Confident of total control, Rendon grants Theo the first move as if indulging a student. Theo accepts that opening and attacks seriously, making clear he has no intention of holding back. Rendon meets him without concern, still convinced the gap in skill is absolute. The spectators tense up, expecting Theo to be overwhelmed immediately. Even those watching closely struggle to believe what they are seeing as the exchange begins. When the blades collide, the onlookers are stunned that Theo is not being crushed at once. Theo continues trading blows at close range, forcing everyone to question why the supposed mismatch is not ending. Rendon keeps pressing and tells himself this resistance means nothing because Theo is only an apprentice. He rationalizes Theo's improvement as minor, and still far below anyone truly elite. Yet as their swords grind together, Rendon's certainty starts to crack because Theo is clearly not folding. Elsewhere, Evelyn is confronted for arranging the duel, but she calmly explains that removing Rendon alone would not solve the deeper problem. Theo realizes she knows more than she should, and she confirms there is a larger scheme behind Rendon's behavior. Evelyn reveals she investigated after learning Rendon had been teaching Theo a strange sword technique. That revelation makes Theo pause and listen more carefully. Back at the duel, Rendon keeps instructing and belittling Theo, still pretending this is a lesson he controls. Evelyn watches the fight from a distance, using it as proof of what she has uncovered. Theo reflects that in his previous life Evelyn never involved herself in matters like this, so her interest must connect to something much bigger. As she continues, she traces her investigation beyond Rendon himself. She discovered that every trail surrounding Rendon led toward a hidden, corrupted force. That trail pointed directly to Dongbik Palace, tying Rendon's actions to a dangerous power struggle there. Theo realizes the conflict around him is part of a larger factional battle, and his anger rises at being used. Evelyn is impressed that he pieced that much together on his own. Theo admits that understanding the conspiracy changes nothing immediate, because with his current ability he still cannot beat Rendon, and he asks what she intends to do. Evelyn answers with confidence that Theo can win because he has been underestimating himself. In the arena, Rendon launches a vicious attack while mocking Theo with one last offer to surrender. Theo answers by cleanly intercepting the strike, turning Rendon's aggression aside instead of yielding. For the first time, Rendon feels that something is fundamentally wrong with the version of Theo in front of him. Theo's expression hardens as he takes control of the exchange with precise, unreadable defense. He begins deflecting every attack, proving this is no lucky resistance but a complete shift in momentum. Rendon is shaken into admitting that this is nothing like the weak Theo he thought he knew. As Theo keeps up the pressure, Rendon cannot understand how an apprentice could suddenly possess this level of skill. The crowd starts to realize Theo is not barely surviving but may actually be forcing Rendon back. Watching calmly, Evelyn sees exactly what she expected. Theo is handling the duel with composure rather than desperation. She finally offers him a concrete answer: 1 week. If she trains him personally for that long, she believes he will be able to surpass someone like Rendon with ease. Theo notes that teaching another person's disciple breaks convention, but he also agrees Rendon is unworthy of being called a master. The idea tempts him immediately. He decides the chance is too valuable to refuse, even if accepting it means exposing more of himself than he wanted. Still, he presses Evelyn on her motives, asking why she is helping him so much and whether it is connected to what happened before. Evelyn admits that is part of it, but says the real reason is that anyone who recognizes talent would want to bring it out. Meanwhile, Rendon is driven fully onto the defensive, his confidence replaced by alarm. As their blades clash again, he can only wonder when Theo became this dangerous. Unable to accept the obvious, Rendon starts suspecting Theo may have been hiding his true ability all along. Theo seizes that confusion and abruptly asks who is standing behind Rendon, breaking his focus at the worst possible moment. Rendon instinctively turns, and Theo uses the opening to send him flying, then coldly mocks him for falling for such a simple trick after all his arrogance. The black-haired swordsman coldly asks whether his opponent is from the Dongbik Palace, showing he already suspects the man's identity. The white-haired man is shaken that his background has been seen through so quickly and can barely process how he was exposed. His opponent confirms the guess and addresses him as Rendon, making it clear the recognition was deliberate. Without easing the pressure, the swordsman advances and forces the conversation toward a harsher truth. He asks Rendon if he understands what it means to have an arm cut off, turning the fight into a personal reckoning. Rendon realizes too late that the question is not rhetorical and that an attack is already upon him. In a single brutal stroke, the swordsman severs Rendon's arm and leaves him reeling in blood and shock. Rendon stares in disbelief as the reality of the loss catches up with him. The swordsman finishes the exchange with overwhelming speed, standing over Rendon while the severed arm spins away. He remains composed after the strike, treating the mutilation as proof rather than an emotional outburst. Nearby onlookers are stunned, realizing the fight has turned decisively and far more violently than expected. Rendon's pain finally breaks through as he begins to scream. The cry echoes across the arena while the victor stands still and in control. Collapsed and bleeding, Rendon can only rage at the man who crippled him. The swordsman takes Rendon's reaction as confirmation that his suspicion was correct. He declares that he has grown stronger, while Rendon struggles to accept that this outcome is even possible. He reminds Rendon of an earlier accusation that everything happening is his fault, showing he has not forgotten the blame placed on him. Rendon, confused and weakened, cannot grasp what the swordsman is trying to imply. The swordsman answers by blaming Rendon for his own death, as well, and launches the finishing attack. Rendon freezes as he understands too late that mercy is not coming. The swordsman frames the killing as the natural law of Ragnar, where only the strong survive. He contrasts that creed with his own past, admitting that he once stood at the very bottom. He turns that judgment back on Rendon, condemning him as the weak one now, even as Rendon desperately tries to stop him. The final blow lands, ending the duel in a burst of blood and motion. As Rendon is cut down, a system message appears declaring the tutorial quest complete. The witnesses can only stare, caught between fear of the killer and disbelief at what they just saw. From above, another observer watches with quiet interest, suggesting the fight has drawn important attention. A second system notice announces that he exceeded the objective and will receive extra rewards. The aftermath settles around him as blood and debris fall through the bright air. The system offers to deliver the rewards immediately, and he remains standing over the corpse with calm detachment. He accepts, and the system confirms that the rewards have been granted. The arena is left with Rendon's dismembered body on the ground while the swordsman stands alone as the clear victor. The crowd begins to process the upset, astonished that an apprentice swordsman has defeated an intermediate one. The victor judges Rendon to have been far weaker than expected and wonders if someone so feeble really defeated him in the past. He decides that from this point on his life will unfold differently, while the system reveals that the reward is an observation skill. The system adds a year's worth of mana, and he is still trying to understand the new skill when a new presence enters the scene. A surge of power descends from above, interrupting his thoughts and announcing someone far more dangerous. The newcomer lands hard enough to crack the floor, making his authority felt immediately. Someone identifies him in alarm as Theo Ragnar. Theo turns toward the disturbance, instantly alert to the threat behind it. The arrival is revealed as Julius Ragnar, captain of the White Dragon Squad and one of the famed 9 dragons. Theo is rattled, wondering why Julius is here and how long he has been watching. The surrounding soldiers panic at the captain's presence, recognizing that a major figure has stepped into the aftermath. The observer from above reacts with weary familiarity, noting that Julius has once again caused damage just by arriving. Julius advances through the settling force of his entrance, closing the distance with Theo. Theo, suddenly under scrutiny, protests inwardly that he has done nothing wrong and cannot understand Julius's intent. Julius's gaze locks onto him, and Theo braces in tense silence. Instead of anger, Julius breaks into loud laughter, completely overturning the mood. He praises the fight as thrilling, says Theo impressed him, and openly wonders if this is the rising star everyone has been talking about. Theo is confused by the approval, while Julius casually remarks that from what he heard, Rendon deserved to die. Ignoring objections about Theo Ragnar's background, the White Dragon captain abruptly calls him forward. To everyone's shock, the captain grabs Theo by the face and forces his attention onto him. He offers Theo a place in the White Dragon Squad before the initiation ceremony has even begun. Evelyn watches the scene with quiet interest, already sensing how unusual this moment is. The surrounding trainees are stunned that a Ragnar, of all people, is being personally scouted after defeating the White Dragon Squad's own examiner. A hooded observer cuts through the uproar and demands a more serious question. He asks whether any apprentice swordsman has ever been recruited before even undergoing initiation, and no one can answer. The silence itself confirms how unprecedented Theo's treatment is. The hooded figure explains that without opening mana channels, no one can accurately judge a person's true potential, especially if that person comes from a family known for mediocre mana. Even so, he admits there is still no certainty about Theo, despite his Ragnar name. The captain presses Theo directly, asking whether he intends to reject a chance the magic dragon himself considered worth the risk. Theo answers plainly that he will decline the offer. He remains calm and unreadable, refusing to be swayed by prestige alone. The captain is left genuinely baffled by the refusal. Even the hooded observer is caught off guard by Theo's answer. Evelyn, too, can only stare at him in confusion. The crowd erupts again, unable to believe what they just heard. In the blood-stained arena, Theo stands firm before the captain, making it clear he will not be intimidated into accepting. As gossip spreads, the story of Theo killing his own teacher becomes the new explanation for why he cannot be judged normally. The rumor turns the incident into something even more scandalous, raising doubts about whether such a person should even be allowed here. Others dismiss the dead teacher as weak and imply Theo's rise only exposes how unimpressive his former master was. They also note that the captain scouted Theo after witnessing that killing, yet Theo still refused because he considered himself lacking. That refusal makes him seem even stranger, since humility is rare in a Ragnar. Elsewhere, the matter reaches Dongbeek Palace. Inside the palace, Princess Emil Ragnar admits the situation has become complicated. Her concern is not Rendon's death itself, but the fact that Theo killed him. A subordinate tries to reassure her, reminding her that Rendon was always a disgrace and that she knowingly tolerated him anyway. Emil clarifies that her real worry lies elsewhere. She turns to her brother, Ed Troivan, the Dragon of the Sea, for counsel. He warns that because the magic dragon noticed Theo and Evelyn personally trained him, Theo may no longer be easy to control through a replacement master. When Emil points out that Theo could become difficult to absorb into Rose Palace if he stands out, Ed seizes on that exact danger. Another man dismisses the concern, arguing that the head of the household would never care about someone as insignificant as Theo. Ed counters that this is precisely the problem, because if they want control of Rose Palace they must preserve the current balance of power. The man insists Theo is still weak and mocks the idea that Evelyn and the magic dragon's interest in underdogs means anything has truly changed. Ed cuts him off by naming him Axion, making it clear he has crossed a line. He warns Axion to be more careful with reckless words and actions. Axion backs down and acknowledges that both his mother and uncle are worried about Theo's emergence. He then volunteers to keep Theo occupied until the boy understands his place. Back at the arena, the tension settles into a quieter aftermath. Theo thanks Evelyn for her instruction, openly crediting her guidance for his improvement. Evelyn asks why he refused the White Dragon Squad when joining it would have been a far better opportunity. Theo admits it was once the dream of his previous life, but that dream no longer governs his decisions. He explains that joining now would only put him at a disadvantage. He reasons that entering the squad too early would draw excessive attention and force him into obligations before he is ready. Instead, he says he wants no special privileges and still has much to improve, so Evelyn's training until the initiation ceremony is enough. Evelyn accepts his reasoning, though she notes the captain will likely be disappointed. Theo activates an ability called Observation and turns it on Evelyn. The skill reveals her identity and profile as Evelyn Nereville, a 24-year-old vice-captain of the White Dragon Squad and a highly accomplished sword master with a history of training elite disciples. Seeing the information appear, Theo realizes Observation will be extremely useful in the future. But as he continues examining Evelyn, something unexpected catches his attention and breaks his confidence. Theo notices a final tutorial objective tied to shedding the humiliating Ragnar label that has followed him. Before he can dwell on it, a trainee steps forward and formally asks for Theo's attention. The boy introduces himself as Civil Dre from the Southern Checkpoint, and says he has something important to discuss. Theo is caught off guard when the system identifies the stranger, and he immediately wonders what this severe-looking boy wants from him. The profile reveals Civil is a strong swordsman whose current obsession is sparring with Theo out of admiration. That only makes the request feel more absurd to Theo, especially given how intense and unsettling Civil looks. At the same time, the system advances Theo's final tutorial quest, confirming that escaping his old title is now the central task before him. Civil makes his intention plain by declaring that he wants to follow Theo. He admits he once mocked Theo as the perfect fit for the insulting Ragnar nickname. Theo can hardly believe this sudden reversal and reacts with open disbelief. Civil explains that watching Theo train harder than anyone else changed his opinion completely. He recalls seeing Theo endure brutal training while others struggled to keep up. What convinced him most was witnessing Theo's dramatic growth firsthand in actual combat. That memory includes Theo standing his ground against a far more imposing opponent, proving his strength was real. Civil now openly idolizes Theo, remembering how Theo answered the Southern Gate's call when no one expected anything from him. He bows and earnestly asks to be allowed to spar with Theo. Theo's first instinct is suspicion, because this kind of devotion would normally hide some ulterior motive. But the system's reading confirms Civil is sincere and genuinely wants to test himself against Theo out of admiration. That sincerity surprises Theo enough to make him reconsider the situation. He realizes he had assumed his recent rise would only attract bitter challengers trying to drag him down. Instead, people are beginning to gather around him as someone worth following, not just provoking. Theo recognizes what that means. If he truly intends to claim leadership of the Ragnar clan, he will need loyal people of his own. That thought brings him back to the quest, and he understands this encounter may be tied to the final tutorial itself. He decides that escaping the old insult means breaking free from the identity imposed on him in his previous life. Theo turns to Evelyn and asks for a moment, and she gives him room while encouraging him to show what he can do. He promises her it will be soon, while her title and status remind him how far he still has to climb. Evelyn watches with quiet interest, clearly curious about what Theo intends to make of this chance. Civil introduces himself properly as an apprentice swordsman of the Southern Gate, and asks for a good match. The duel begins with Civil charging in aggressively, eager to prove himself. He opens with a forceful attack, throwing his full commitment into the first exchange. Theo meets him head-on, and their blades collide in a rapid burst of sparks. Civil is startled by Theo's speed, because speed had always been the one advantage he trusted in himself. As the exchange continues, he realizes Theo's swordsmanship is on an entirely different level. Theo blocks with calm precision, and Civil understands that the weak fool he once imagined could never have done this. Theo then shifts the rhythm of the fight, turning Civil's confidence against him. With one clean move, Theo disarms him so completely that the outcome becomes obvious at once. A follow-up strike sends Civil reeling before he can recover. The finishing blow drops him decisively, ending the match in Theo's favor. Even in defeat, Civil is thrilled rather than bitter, praising Theo and accepting the loss with gratitude. Theo acknowledges the match respectfully, saying he also gained something from it. As the moment settles, Theo's attention catches on a new possibility involving his sword and the system. He wonders whether observation can be turned inward and decides to test it on himself. The attempt succeeds, and the system displays Theo's own profile, including his title, talents, and hidden values. A new feature unlocks, informing him that his abilities can now be measured numerically. Theo quickly grasps that the talents he has earned through quests are now listed separately, and that more such rewards may be obtainable. Pleased, he realizes he can finally inspect his own growth directly instead of guessing at it. The numbers reveal extraordinary magic, which he attributes to the dragon heart and the power carried over from his previous life, but they also reveal catastrophically low luck. That bizarre negative value makes him suspect some kind of curse is attached to him. He begins to wonder whether the relentless misfortune of his previous life was caused by this very stat. Facing the future with that revelation in mind, Theo resolves to find a way to raise his luck. Theo senses a shift around him and realizes something has changed in the arena. When he turns, he finds the gathered trainees staring at him with new attention. A pink-haired observer notes that even though Rendon was weak by elite standards, defeating him still proved Theo had real skill. Because Theo beat Rendon and even earned the captain's approval, his standing among Ragnar's proud members rises sharply. For people obsessed with rank, that kind of rise invites only two responses: envy or respect. The observer quickly judges that this crowd is leaning toward respect. The trainees surge forward, excited that the rumors about Theo's talent were true. Several immediately start measuring themselves against him, and wonder how they would fare in a duel. One of them, Edie Naren, openly asks for a fight, driven by ambition to prove himself. Theo accepts the challenge with calm confidence. He calls Edie by name, startling him by showing he already knows exactly who stepped out. Theo invites him forward and proposes a spar on the spot. Edie formally introduces himself as a son of the Naren Viscount family, and declares it an honor to cross swords with Theo Ragnar. Theo wastes no time and launches the first attack. Yodi meets him head-on, eager and fearless. Their blades clash, and Theo feels his basic swordsmanship improving through the exchange. Yodi presses with another committed strike, trying to seize momentum. Theo circles through the attack and keeps the duel under his control. Seeing an opening, Theo sharpens his focus and commits to a decisive counter. His blade slips in at the critical moment and breaks through Yodi's defense. Theo wins the exchange cleanly, and his advanced swordsmanship improves as well. Yodi freezes in shock as he realizes Theo's sword has already reached him. Forced to admit defeat, Yodi's loss becomes Theo's first gained recognition from a fellow trainee. Theo notices that earning recognition raises his luck and begins to understand that reputation itself is part of the system empowering him. When he also gains experience, he concludes the fastest way forward is to keep fighting. He immediately throws himself into the next duel, treating every clash as progress. Another opponent falls, and Theo gains Benyat Mariro's recognition. He defeats yet another trainee, earning Eric Mora's recognition and another increase in luck. Theo continues cutting through challengers and adds Manfred Norbert's recognition to the list. His streak continues as Manuel Neuer is also beaten and acknowledges him. Even more trainees, including Bro Frank, are defeated as Theo's luck keeps climbing. By the time Daniel Lehman recognizes him too, Theo has turned the arena into a chain of victories. Breathing hard, Theo finally feels the strain of fighting so many opponents in succession. Even exhausted, he calls for the next challenger, leaving the others stunned by his persistence. As he catches his breath, Theo realizes he has fought a huge number of people already. But the quest's progress barely moves, making him understand that these wins are not enough to erase the title hanging over him. He reasons that ordinary trainees may already respect him, so he will need stronger opponents, or a more dramatic display to change wider opinion. When someone points out how worn down he looks, Theo decides not to stop and resolves to provoke a bigger reaction instead. His determination draws a new response from the crowd. A fully armored knight steps forward and declares himself Theo's next challenger, Silver Lion Wellington Narcio. Theo is visibly shaken by the name alone. The spectators immediately recognize Wellington as one of the famed Northern Four, confirming that a true elite has entered. The Northern Four are identified as Hulkus Ranka, Ray Ragnar, Wellington Narcio, and Axion Ragnar. These four are regarded as the most outstanding young talents of the current generation under the Ragnar clan. Wellington Narcio, future Lord of Narcio and a leading figure of the coming blooming ceremony, formally presents himself as Theo's opponent. He adds that he came because his father asked him to and introduces himself with the confidence of a celebrated prodigy. Theo answers with his own full lineage, identifying himself as Theo Ragnar and a participant in the same ceremony. Privately, Theo admits he never expected to face the swordsmanship genius he had long admired, but he chooses to see the encounter as a chance rather than a setback. He recognizes this duel as a rare opportunity to test himself honestly against one of the strongest young swordsmen in the North. Wellington welcomes the match with equal enthusiasm, and both sides prepare for a battle worthy of their names. Theo steels himself and wonders whether he can truly overcome the opponent in front of him. Beat Wellington, one of the Northern Four, surges forward and opens the duel with overwhelming force. Their blades meet in a blur as Theo tries to keep up with the speed of the exchange. Beat's strike crashes through Theo's defense, and drives him back with a decisive clash. As Theo questions whether he can win at all, his quest's progress inches upward from surviving the encounter. The collision peaks in a violent burst that settles the outcome of the match. Theo realizes something has gone wrong at the exact moment the dust clears. Beat remains composed, already understanding that he has taken control of the result. Theo's sword is revealed to have snapped, making the defeat undeniable. A nearby observer quietly takes in the broken weapon and what it means for Theo. The watching students are stunned that the fight ended so abruptly and completely. The broken blade drops to the ground, confirming the match is over. Theo is left facing Beat at sword point, forced to accept the loss. The crowd can hardly believe that Theo has just been beaten so cleanly. Even those who expected Theo to lose are shaken by how wide the gap proved to be. Beat's standing as one of the Northern Four is reaffirmed by the ease of his victory. One onlooker tries to salvage Theo's dignity by praising the resolve he showed despite the defeat. Beat bluntly ends the debate by stating that Theo lost, leaving the others speechless. He approaches Theo without hostility and thanks him sincerely for giving him a worthwhile match. Beat explains that Theo's sword was already worn down and that Theo was exhausted, so he is willing to treat the result as partly circumstantial. Theo refuses that kindness and admits the battle was decided the instant his sword broke, because real combat would not excuse him. Beat is pleased by Theo's honesty and composure in defeat. The two seal the exchange with a handshake instead of resentment. Beat expresses the hope that they can fight again properly, and Theo agrees without bitterness. The spectators are amazed that Theo earned recognition from one of the Northern Four, and his quest advances again as his reputation rises. A woman watching from the side smiles, clearly interested in how the match has changed the atmosphere around Theo. Theo privately admits just how strong Beat is and how far he still has to go. Beat's confident expression leaves no doubt that Theo has just measured himself against a much higher level. Theo reflects that despite all his recent growth and hidden techniques, he understood the gap between them the moment their swords crossed. Rather than despair, he turns the loss into motivation and resolves to keep improving. He concludes that even in defeat he gained something valuable, including a noticeable rise in how others now see him. Although the quest reward is smaller than he hoped, Theo decides he will find another chance to prove himself on a bigger stage. Beat stops him before he leaves and reveals that the duel was not the only reason he came. He formally offers Theo an invitation to another arena entirely. Theo is caught off guard, sensing that this matters far more than a simple courtesy. Beat invites him to the Jairong Society, an elite gathering with serious influence. The nearby students are shocked that Theo is being offered entry to a group reserved for the chosen few. Their disbelief deepens when they realize Beat Wellington himself is extending the invitation. Theo repeats the name in surprise, recognizing its importance immediately. He hesitates, unsure whether someone like him is even allowed to attend such a famous meeting. Beat dismisses the doubt and insists Theo is more than qualified, treating the invitation as obvious. He downplays the event as a pre-ceremony gathering for people their age, though his own neglected invitation undercuts the casual tone. Theo suspects Beat's sudden interest has a reason, but he also realizes the society revolves around Axion, making it strategically important. He imagines a room full of nobles who would look down on him, yet sees that very hostility as a chance to push his quest forward. The invitation also promises a closer look at both Camellia Palace and Axion, giving him every reason to accept. After weighing the opportunity, Theo reaches out and takes the invitation. He agrees to attend, and his quest progress rises again as a new path opens before him. Beat approves of the decision and offers to answer any questions Theo has about the gathering. As the meeting is set for 2 weeks later, the woman watching smokes in silence and considers what this development may lead to. She remains quiet, her expression suggesting she understands the significance of Theo's stepping into that world. Sometime later, the story shifts to the Rose Palace. Theo's mother bursts in with overwhelming excitement at seeing her son. Theo greets her calmly, caught off guard by the intensity of her entrance. Before he can share his own news, he realizes she has arrived with attendants and a full plan already in motion. She reveals she already knows he has been invited to the Joryang Society, and treats it as proof that he now stands beside elite heirs like Axion and Wellington. She adds that even the Senate is watching him now, raising the stakes around every detail of his appearance. Because of that attention, she insists that even his clothes and manners must be carefully controlled to avoid giving others anything to attack. Her attendants immediately begin measuring him as she takes charge of his presentation. She explains that while his manners may be forgiven, his attire and refinement will be judged far more harshly. Confident in her own experience, she promises to shape that image for him herself. Her warmth unsettles Theo because it touches an old wound he has never fully escaped. He remembers how being born to a concubine left his mother branded and diminished in the clan's eyes. He reflects that although she was never at fault, the Ragnar family's cruelty must have made her suffer for having an unwanted son. When she softly calls him her son again, the guilt and tenderness hit him directly. For once, he lets her lean on him instead of keeping his distance. She tells him she has always believed he would succeed. That faith draws a rare, genuine smile from him. He returns her embrace, accepting her support. In that moment, he silently assures her that she no longer needs to worry about him. He hardens that promise into ambition, deciding he will not merely attend the Joryang gathering but dominate the society behind it. 2 weeks pass, and the day of the Joryang banquet finally arrives. Wellington waits outside with a carriage, ready to escort Theo. When he sees Theo approach, he is visibly startled by the transformation. Theo closes the distance with quiet confidence. He arrives dressed with polished authority, drawing attention from everyone nearby. The new image is deliberate, and Theo wears it with easy self-possession. Wellington blurts out that Theo looks like a completely different person, and Theo dryly wonders if he is being mocked. Wellington laughs off the idea and ushers him into the carriage. As Theo boards, he notes how much he has physically grown and credits it to relentless training. He recalls that Wellington visited him every day over the past 2 weeks, and the two became unexpectedly close through constant sparring. Those sessions even drew in other trainees, turning Theo into someone others wanted to follow. Wellington, exhausted by how much his role around Theo has expanded, can only wonder how he got dragged this far in. The memory of those lively training days lingers as they head toward the banquet together. Back in the carriage, Theo reflects that the last 2 weeks have been unusually eventful. Wellington confirms this is Theo's first time attending a banquet of this kind. He reassures Theo that he will do well and offers one important warning. Theo listens closely, sensing the advice matters. Wellington warns him not to trust the invitation at face value, because Axion can be dangerously playful and likely wants to test him. He reveals that Axion, not Wellington, was the one who invited Theo and even arranged this banquet around him. That revelation pleases Theo, who sees the situation unfolding exactly as he hoped. As the carriage rolls on, he looks forward to the confrontation ahead and expects the gathering to be full of insults he can use. Elsewhere, someone idly swirls a drink while waiting for the spectacle to begin. That man is introduced as Axion Ragnar, one of the Northern Four, already amused at the thought of humiliating a Ragnar he considers beneath him. The scene shifts to the banquet venue under a clear sky. The carriage comes to a stop, and Wellington announces their arrival. Theo steps down, entering the place where this next contest will begin. Wellington follows him out as escort and witness. Theo's expression turns cold and focused the instant he takes in the surroundings. He recognizes the destination as Camellia Palace. Seeing it, he remembers it as the place that once blocked his growth and the place he intends to swallow along with the Rose Palace in time. A retainer leads Theo into Camellia Palace, and Theo agrees to enter. On the way in, Theo is told that Axion himself is waiting at the entrance to receive them. Theo immediately understands the invitation as a deliberate slight tied to his title being passed around, and he expects Axion to try to humble him. Rather than feel cornered, Theo decides he came prepared and intends to turn the encounter into Axion's defeat. He sharpens his focus, sensing that the first move is already coming. A strange glow from above catches attention, hinting that a guest is targeting the palace entrance. Theo realizes someone at Camellia Palace is acting against him just as Wellington urgently calls out a warning. A sack bursts overhead and drops onto Theo in an explosive cloud. Wellington panics as Theo disappears into the spreading white dust. Theo steadies himself inside the mess and immediately signals that he is unharmed. Seeing the powder settle, Theo identifies it as flour and recognizes the attack as a prank rather than an assassination attempt. He notes that in his previous life he would not have avoided it so cleanly, confirming his instincts and reflexes have improved. Theo reads Wellington's confusion and realizes his escort was not in on the setup after all. Looking up at the palace, Theo concludes this was meant as a mocking welcome. The culprits reveal themselves from a window, making it clear the prank came from inside the host family. One of them dismisses the incident as nothing more than a brotherly greeting. Wellington angrily rejects that excuse, refusing to accept humiliation as family tradition. Axion appears with a predatory grin, pretending Theo should not be upset over such a small insult. The introduction makes his nature plain. Axion Ragnar is a gifted but overbearing swordsman who is already treating Theo like a new toy. Theo answers the provocation with silence while measuring Axion instead of reacting emotionally. Then he chooses a response that will throw Axion off balance. To Axion's surprise, Theo thanks him, instantly disrupting the expected power dynamic. Theo doubles down with polite gratitude and says he is now even more eager for the evening banquet. Axion falters for a moment, unable to read whether Theo is sincere or mocking him back. That uncertainty quickly turns into fascination as Axion realizes Theo is far more interesting than he expected. The scene shifts to the banquet, where the formal gathering begins under a polished noble atmosphere. Guests notice the arrival and start quietly reacting to the tension surrounding Axion's guest. Across the hall, the gathering fills with murmurs as attention settles on Theo and the host family. Some nobles openly question what Axion is trying to accomplish by bringing Theo here. As Theo and Wellington walk in, Theo reflects on the strange hostility between people who should both stand within the direct family line. He concludes that Axion invited him precisely because the family sees him as someone safe to toy with and look down on. Wellington apologizes for the family's behavior, but Theo calmly says he actually appreciates what it reveals. Privately, Theo tells Wellington to keep talking, because every insult only strengthens his resolve to crush Axion later. Theo notices a blue glow coming from above the hall and suspects another guest is involved, though he cannot identify them yet. He keeps observing while maintaining his composure in the middle of the banquet. Axion approaches again, casually asking whether Theo is enjoying himself. Theo reminds himself to stay calm and stick to his plan instead of reacting to the bait. He answers with formal courtesy, thanks Axion for the invitation, and accepts the earlier prank as an overdone joke. Axion abruptly closes the distance and asks Theo to accept his apology, turning the exchange into something intimate and unsettling. Wellington immediately objects, shocked that Axion is suddenly apologizing at all. He stares in disbelief, unable to make sense of Axion's change in behavior. Theo quietly reveals to Axion that he understood the prank from the start and treated it as a greeting on purpose. Axion is caught off guard that Theo saw through him so completely. Instead of backing off, Axion becomes delighted and praises Theo for no longer being the dull person he expected. As they move together through the hall, Axion's interest in Theo only deepens. Watching from the side, other nobles mock Theo as an illegitimate child who should never compare himself to true heirs, and they treat Axion's humiliation of him as entertainment. Their gossip turns uglier, reducing Theo to a nameless outsider beneath the family's bloodline. Theo hears it all but keeps smiling, refusing to give them the reaction they want. The gossipers begin wondering why Wellington is defending Theo so fiercely. One of them crudely points out that Wellington is also illegitimate, and Wellington instantly snaps back in anger. A white-haired young man realizes he has stumbled into a forbidden situation and falls silent under the tension. Ahead of him, a dark-haired noble leaves another guest behind and carries himself with cold, deliberate control. The noble decides he has waited long enough and prepares to act instead of holding back. He calls out to Axion, drawing attention as he approaches with casual familiarity. With a drink in hand, he frames his approach as a friendly greeting to a new acquaintance. As he walks across the hall, the white-haired observer and others sense something off about his intent. The seeming greeting turns into a setup as he tightens his grip on the bottle. He offers the bottle toward a blonde young lord, pretending innocence even as the target hesitates. Without warning, he swings the bottle like a weapon. The bottle smashes into the blonde noble's face, exploding the gathering into violence. A brown-haired witness is stunned by how abruptly the attack begins. The white-haired young man is equally shocked, unable to believe the noble struck first in public. The attacker follows through immediately, dropping his victim and leaving him bleeding on the floor. The injured young lord lashes out in outrage, more humiliated than coherent. The dark-haired noble answers with another brutal kick, silencing the protest through force. He turns back with contempt, treating the insult as beneath him. As the wounded noble coughs on the floor, the attacker dismisses the whole thing as nothing more than a simple hello. At the same time, a quest-like notice appears marking progress toward making Ragnar's troublemaker escape the title, while nearby guards struggle to understand the chaos. The white-haired observer realizes this behavior is abnormal even for Theo, and wonders if the rampage is somehow connected to him. Theo decides the welcome is over and signals that the real escalation is about to begin. A boot comes down hard, pinning the fallen noble and asserting total dominance. Bathed in murderous intent, Theo announces that he may as well say goodbye properly. The blonde youth panics and desperately begs for a chance to stop what is coming. His body suddenly reacts with a burst of power, as if some hidden mechanism or skill has been triggered. Onlookers turn in alarm, realizing the situation has become far more dangerous than a drunken assault. The brown-haired witness and the white-haired observer watch as the quest's progress jumps sharply, confirming that Theo's violence is driving events forward. The injured noble trembles in fear and pain, barely able to endure the pressure bearing down on him. He reaches out helplessly, but no rescue comes before Theo presses the advantage. Standing over the bodies, Theo openly invites anyone else to come forward if they want the same treatment. His provocation works, and armed men rush in from multiple directions to surround him. Steel is drawn in a flash as the first attackers commit to killing him. One swordsman closes in with disciplined resolve, treating Theo as a criminal who must be put down. Blades stop at Theo's throat from both sides as his enemies declare they will execute him for harming the young lord. Theo remains calm and almost amused, pleased that they have finally chosen to act openly. The wounded blonde noble is identified as Ian Hanabi, third young lord of the Hanabi family, one of the powerful pillars supporting Ragnar. That revelation clarifies why this gathering is full of enemies and why Theo expected retaliation from a major house. The armed men justify their intervention by saying they could not stand by while a fool from Ragnar ran wild, but Theo dismisses their outrage. One of the attackers suddenly falters, sensing something unsettling in Theo's presence. Even as he tries to frame the matter as simple punishment from the Hanabi cavalry, the confidence behind the threat starts to crack. Theo's killing intent surges, and he makes clear that insulting him has consequences he will not forgive. The nearest soldiers tense under the pressure, their attack stalling as fear overtakes discipline. More of them feel the same oppressive force, and realize they may have cornered someone far more dangerous than expected. Theo himself recognizes the overwhelming aura rising from within him, like a familiar power returning. One shaken opponent begins to understand exactly why threatening Theo's life was a catastrophic mistake. He remembers that Theo is not just any noble but a direct royal descendant, king of the north, and ruler over the 6 pillars. The realization lands with crushing weight, like a piece striking the board and ending the illusion that this is an ordinary feud. A guard concludes that threatening death against someone of Theo's bloodline is a crime severe enough to destroy an entire family. Knowing that law now applies to them, he sees no path left except desperate violence. Though he thinks he should apologize, panic wins out and someone orders Theo killed before the consequences can fall on them. A blade finally swings, turning the standoff into an outright attempt on Theo's life. A dark-haired swordsman cuts through the hall in a sudden burst of violence, dropping opponents before anyone can react. He advances with complete confidence, already in control of the room. His grip on the sword stays steady, showing he came prepared to finish this quickly. He steps deeper into the bloodied hall, turning the massacre into a deliberate entrance. When he stops beneath the grand staircase, it becomes clear he has seized the center of the gathering by force. The nobles and guards finally register what happened, and panic spreads through the onlookers. At the same time, a system notice reveals that Rayonaire's hidden ambition to seize a title is nearing completion. A brown-haired observer is stunned by the implication of that revelation. Evelyn, who had secretly followed him, realizes he noticed her all along. Rayonnaire casually confirms it, treating her attempt at secrecy as something obvious. He explains that her presence actually helps him, because with her watching he can stir up chaos without concern. The hall settles into a tense standoff as bodies lie around him and the survivors hesitate to intervene. Elsewhere, a bottle is opened as another conversation begins in calm contrast to the bloodshed. A retired master greets a former disciple and asks about the talented new swordsman she has been watching. She answers with familiar sarcasm, reminding him that retirement never stopped him from meddling. He presses for her honest judgment, making clear he sought her out for that answer. Even while drinking, he refuses to let the question go. She hesitates, knowing praise from her carries weight. The old master states that by talent alone, the young man may be among the finest students ever produced. She goes further and says that in pure potential, he may even surpass young Lord Axion. That answer is exactly what the old master wanted, and he hints he is drawing a larger conclusion from it. He asks whether the swordsman has truly been this capable all along, doubting that someone changes so suddenly. She admits the timing is suspicious, as if he deliberately chose only now to reveal his real ability. Watching him train, she feels he is rushing forward like someone being driven by an unseen pressure. That is why she fears what may happen when he enters the Joryang society. The old master guesses her concern centers on Axion and suggests she personally keep watch if she is that worried. He warns that even if her fear is slightly misplaced, conflict is inevitable. In his view, once too many proud heirs gather in one place, they will naturally fight to establish dominance. He leaves her documents and tells her to join the White Dragon Squad while she is at it. That proposal catches her off guard. As he departs, he makes clear he wants both her and the young swordsman brought back into his orbit. He reminds her that retirement did not free her from responsibility and expects her to personally introduce the man she vouched for. Left behind, she can only answer his teasing with silence. She looks at the expensive wine and papers he left, realizing the request was never casual. The story returns to the noble estate where the confrontation began. Evelyn stands amid the bodies, now understanding that Rayonnaire has been controlling the situation from the start. She concludes he knew she was tailing him and likely planned this entire visit to the Joryang society with that in mind. Thinking back to the carriage, she realizes he sensed her long before she expected, proving he is far from ordinary. Rayonnaire confirms it himself, explaining that those with the dragon heart awaken an extra sense that let him detect her before they even arrived. He identifies that heightened perception as key sense, making his awareness sound like a natural advantage. With that explanation out of the way, he turns to Evelyn and draws her directly into what comes next. He points out that most people present are direct heirs and asks what punishment family law allows for them. The nearby heirs are baffled that he is discussing their fates so calmly. Evelyn answers according to the rules rather than emotion. She states that direct heirs can be executed on the spot, and the declaration turns the room deadly serious. Rayonnaire smiles, having received exactly the authority he needed. He decides not to kill them outright and instead orders that one arm be taken from each heir involved in the bloodline dispute, and Evelyn accepts the command. The heirs finally break from shock and beg for time, realizing too late that this is no bluff. Evelyn strikes first, severing the arm of the second son of the Byron family as the system quest advances. She continues through the remaining heirs one by one, maiming the fourth daughter of the Mercer group, the third son of the Clark family, and the first daughter of the Howard family until Rayonnaire's title-seizing objective is fully completed. A terrified young man throws himself at Eschaun and begs for help as if his life depends on it. He clings to Eschaun's leg, but Eschaun remains still and unmoved by the plea. Instead of offering mercy, Eschaun coldly treats the attack as nothing more than a casual greeting. The victim realizes too late that something is terribly wrong and can barely process what is happening. A sudden strike tears through him before he can react. As the man collapses screaming, a pink-haired heir identifies him as the Ference family's firstborn, confirming this was a targeted killing. Eschaun and the pink-haired heir exchange a look that shows they both understand the message behind the massacre. Surveying the bloodshed, the heir concludes that only those tied to her bloodline were singled out, while a system notice marks Ragnar's humiliation quest as complete. Ragnar realizes the killer deliberately spared everyone else and prevented him, another heir, from intervening. He also notes that the 14 named victims have all been removed in one stroke. Their allies calmly discuss the aftermath, even treating the mutilation of Wellington and Evelyn's workers as useful leverage. While checking on Theo's condition, Ragnar identifies the mastermind as Theo Ragnar and recognizes that the fool from Rose Palace has changed into someone far more dangerous. That realization excites his hatred, and he admits Theo's transformation only makes him want to destroy him more. Without lingering, Ragnar orders Evelyn and Wellington to leave with him. They obey at once, and Wellington nervously hurries to follow as the group withdraws together. Theo watches them go in silence, his expression hard and unreadable. Axion meets Theo's gaze, and the two share a quiet understanding before parting. As Axion turns away, Theo remains standing amid the aftermath, still measuring the result of what he set in motion. At the last moment, Theo catches Axion by the sleeve to stop him. Axion answers with a knowing smile, already aware Theo has one more thing to say. He leaves anyway after cheerfully thanking Axion for the fun, while a new quest records Ragnar's escape from the title Theo forced onto him. Axion tosses back a casual farewell, and Theo is left startled as the system announces he has formed a party with Evelyn Neverville and completed the quest. Outside, someone cries out Theo Ragnar's name, signaling that his actions are already echoing beyond the hall. The system declares every tutorial quest finished and confirms that Ragnar's degrading nickname is gone for good. As Ragnar walks off with his companions, Theo understands that the real struggle has only just begun. For clearing the tutorial, Theo receives an experience elixir that can raise his level by 5. Later, the scene shifts to a quiet room in the palace, where the tension from the banquet gives way to private fallout. A woman reviewing documents is interrupted by troubling news and immediately senses something is wrong. A servant stands before her and reports the situation with visible unease. Shocked, she demands the report be repeated, and another stern figure arrives to hear it as well. The news concerns Axion's Joryang society, linking the earlier chaos to a wider political problem. Elsewhere, Theo's rougher circle erupts into celebration, toasting his dramatic debut into high society. They seal the moment with a loud communal cheer. The gathering turns rowdy, and Theo is surrounded by allies reveling in the success of his entrance. One of them bluntly mocks Ragnar for being beaten by the very man he had dismissed. Back at the palace, a door slams open as anger finally breaks loose. The woman furiously condemns Ragnar for letting Theo escape with excuses and for allowing his men to be maimed. Ragnar accepts the rebuke without resistance, answering only with a subdued acknowledgement. Her anger escalates as she accuses him of underestimating Theo and, by tolerating him, making him even bolder. She reveals her real fear. Theo's sudden rise could make seizing Rose Palace much harder than before. When Ragnar tries to calm her, she cuts him off and orders him away to reflect on his failure. Even as she shames him for letting shallow curiosity ruin everything, Ragnar quietly accepts the criticism and withdraws. Left alone, she tries to compose herself, but the room no longer feels secure. A hidden voice answers her complaint about Ragnar's impulsiveness by suggesting Theo may simply resemble her younger self. She instantly recognizes the implication and demands to know whether the speaker is serious. A composed man steps from the shadows and claims the setback may actually work in their favor. He explains that Rose Palace has always been difficult to control because the patriarch protected Theo despite the estate's corruption and decay. From his view, what they lacked was a justification strong enough to act openly. He clenches his fist and concludes that they needed a reason. Now that Theo has publicly tied himself to the Joryang society, they can use that incident as the perfect pretext to move against him and Rose Palace. A strategist proposes handling Theo through lawful means, forcing his listener to reconsider a direct move. He reasons that attacking Theo now would only draw attention and strengthen Rose Palace, but defeating him later in a more public way would let them seize Camellia Palace instead. In his view, once Theo is crushed, Rose Palace will submit to Tronian and be absorbed without resistance. With the plan settled, the woman snaps her fan shut and moves to act on it. She asks how long the preparations will take, expecting a delay before their scheme can begin. Her brother calmly reveals that everything is already in place. He promises that by the next morning she will wake to news that favors them. Confident in his control of the situation, he urges her to relax and enjoy his pampering while he presents a rare gift from afar. She embraces him, pleased that her brother is proving as dependable and devoted as she expected. Their alliance is sealed with mutual affection and the assurance that her trust in him is complete. Elsewhere, Wellington admits he is surprised that Theo thought so highly of him. Theo's companion presses him to explain, teasing him even as the tavern around them celebrates Theo's recent feat. Wellington recalls how Theo endured insults in silence, but when those same people turned on Wellington, Theo finally stepped in, leaving Wellington ashamed that he could do nothing for himself. Theo's companion realizes that this only makes Theo seem more impressive in Wellington's eyes. He sums Theo up as a man who survived ridicule, kept growing stronger, and rose above accusations of ignorance and lack of talent. More than that, Theo defeated an opponent no one expected him to beat and even forced Camellia Palace to back down, all without hesitation. Wellington is overwhelmed by the thought that Theo did all of this for his sake. Theo's companion notices Wellington has mistaken the situation and prepares to correct him. He reveals that while the family wanted to befriend the promising Axion, he personally has another goal in mind. Wellington abruptly declares that from now on he will stand with Theo. The tavern erupts in approval, taking Wellington's declaration as proof that Theo's strength has won over yet another ally. Theo's companion starts to object, but the mood has already carried the misunderstanding too far. A quiet warning tells him to leave it alone, making him realize someone is deliberately letting this message spread. He looks around the cheering crowd, trying to identify who is steering the moment. A pink-haired observer suggests that this misunderstanding may actually be useful. Wellington himself begins to understand there is more being arranged around him than simple admiration. The crowd's easy camaraderie reinforces how naturally people are gathering around Theo. The hidden message becomes clear: everyone wants to be close to Theo now. Theo accepts that this sudden popularity is not really about him alone. He realizes the change is largely driven by the mysterious status window that has been guiding him. Reviewing it again, he sees proof of his growth, his unusual talents, and the impossible sense that he has somehow returned to the past with knowledge and power he should not possess. He questions what the phenomenon truly is, because it feels too detailed and coherent to be mere fragments of regret. Even so, the familiarity and usefulness of it convince him to stop worrying and use it to his advantage. He notes that his level rose after the Joryang Society incident, and that he now has points available to distribute. From that, he concludes he can shape his abilities however he wants, giving him real control over his future growth. The freedom is exciting enough to frighten him a little. He briefly indulges in the thought of a dazzling future worthy of someone as powerful as himself, leaving the onlooker puzzled by his sudden self-satisfaction. Then he refocuses on the immediate problem. Camellia Palace will retaliate soon, so he asks Wellington for help. Still deeply moved, Wellington eagerly agrees to do anything Theo asks. Theo immediately gets sidetracked by Wellington addressing him more casually, taking obvious delight in the small sign of closeness. He produces a token, signaling that his request is about to become something formal and serious. Theo explains that the struggle between himself and Axion for the throne will soon intensify, and he needs Wellington's support when it does. Wellington is stunned by how directly Theo is drawing him into the coming succession battle. Theo states his long-term vision plainly. Wellington will one day become head of the Narcio family. He intends to use that future to build Narcio into a force strong enough to rival Ragnar itself, while binding Wellington firmly to his side. To seal that ambition, Theo offers Wellington the token. Wellington hesitates, shocked by the scale of the trust and expectation being placed on him. At last he reaches out and accepts the token, making his choice. He formally commits himself to Theo and promises to help him however he can. Theo thanks him, pleased that the alliance is secured and still amused by Wellington's newfound familiarity. A shout for Theo Ragnar cuts through the tavern, abruptly turning the room toward a new threat. Armored enforcers stride in with the authority of the law, making it clear they have come for someone specific. Theo's companions realize at once that the soldiers are here for him, and the mood shifts from ordinary tension to alarm. The leader identifies himself as a law swordsman and presents an official order naming Theo Ragnar. The warrant accuses Theo of extortion, intimidation, violence, and even inciting rebellion, leaving his allies stunned and angry. Theo immediately takes control of the situation, calming his companions before they can make things worse. Rather than resist, he steps forward and asks to inspect the warrant himself. A quick look tells him the order is genuine and was issued in haste, which means powerful people moved fast to seize him. Accepting that open defiance would be pointless for now, Theo agrees to go with them. The soldiers lock him in shackles, formally reducing him from suspect heir to prisoner. As he is led out, someone calls after him in panic, underscoring how suddenly he has been taken away. Theo glances back with a faint, unreadable smile, suggesting he is not as cornered as he appears. His companions catch that look and realize he may already be thinking several moves ahead. One of them notices something Theo has left behind, a small clue that he intended them to understand his arrest differently. The scene shifts to Rose Palace, where news of Theo's seizure reaches the heart of the family. A woman of the palace is horrified to hear that Theo is being taken to the court of law. The confirmation hits her so hard that she nearly collapses, because she understands how serious that destination is. Once she steadies herself, she demands the reason and learns the charges stem from the destruction of the Joryang Society. Hearing that he is being treated as someone who incited rebellion leaves her in disbelief. She is told the case will inevitably go to trial, and that crushing the Joryang Society has made this impossible to settle quietly. Even so, she convinces herself Theo will endure it, trusting his strength despite the danger closing around him. Left with no way to intervene directly, she can only pray for his safe return. Meanwhile, Theo sits in custody with his eyes closed, composed enough to think rather than panic. He is transported under guard in a carriage, already treating the arrest as part of a larger contest. Looking out in silence, he studies the route and the moment, as if measuring what his enemies intend. When the court of law comes into view, he reflects that it has been a long time since he last came here. He concludes that this is not merely punishment for wrecking the Joryang Society. His enemies want a public trial. That realization tells him the real target is not just his crime, but his legitimacy as Ragnar's successor. At the courthouse, the guards order him out, bringing him to the stage his opponents prepared. Theo understands they intend to settle the matter decisively, and leave no room for ambiguity. Instead of fearing that, he quietly welcomes it, because a formal trial gives him the chance he wanted. Escorted between soldiers, he walks in willingly, no longer a captive in spirit but a player entering the board. The guards announce the arrival of prisoner Theo Ragnar to those waiting inside. From within, permission is given to bring him before the court. Theo bows as he enters, inwardly pleased that events have reached a level grand enough for the statement he plans to make. He steps into a vast chamber where the people judging him are arranged like powers of the realm rather than neutral arbiters. Seeing who has gathered, Theo recognizes that this hearing has drawn the most formidable figures in Ragnar's orbit. Among them is Julius Ragnar, captain of the armored dragons and one of the family's 9 dragons. Another is Ed Ragnar, head of the Central Bureau, representing the family's reach through administration and control. Osa Ragnar of the Blue Bloom Palace is present as well, a sign that even the palace faction has been pulled into this pressure. Presiding over them is Wolfgang Ragnar, chairman of the Senate, whose presence gives the proceeding its political weight. Wolfgang opens by addressing Theo directly, making clear who intends to dominate the exchange. Theo answers with formal respect but pointed familiarity, signaling that he will not be cowed by rank alone. Privately, he reads Wolfgang's contempt as the disgust of a man who prizes bloodline and despises Theo's mixed birth. Wolfgang dispenses with pleasantries and states that Theo has been summoned to answer for the crimes he committed. He adds that Theo's actions have shaken major powers, with merchants and mercenaries alike threatening to abandon the capital over the turmoil. Wolfgang erupts, accusing Theo of disgracing the Ragnar name and demanding that he bear full responsibility for the damage. Theo listens without flinching, letting the outburst reveal more about his accuser's anger than about his own guilt. Then he calmly agrees, disarming the attack by accepting the premise instead of resisting it. He admits he was too careless, turning the accusation into the opening move of whatever argument he has prepared next. Theo coldly regrets showing restraint and thinks the offenders deserve death, not maiming. His brutality shocks the nobles watching him. Theo defends himself by invoking feudal law, arguing that vassals owe their lord not just service but their lives. He frames their threat against him as a direct violation of knightly order. From there he pushes for severe punishment, insisting their insult to their lord must be answered immediately. He escalates further by treating the attack as an affront to Ragnar's 1,000-year legacy, jolting the chamber. One observer notes that Theo is as sharp as ever and assumes this logic will let the council settle for a lighter sentence. A powerful woman cuts through that reasoning, rejecting the excuse and declaring Theo fundamentally wrong. The old lord recognizes her as the sword dragon and realizes she is intervening. She warns that Ragnar's strength means little if it destroys the loyalty of its own vassals and knights from within. Theo outwardly accepts the lesson that raw force alone cannot sustain rule. Privately, he is relieved that the family head known as the Sword Dragon does not seem openly hostile to him. Even so, he cannot tell whether she would still protect him after learning everything tied to the disaster. He asks the council to state his punishment plainly, making clear he understands the sentence has already been decided. The answer is unexpectedly mild: 3 months of probation. Theo immediately points out that this would bar him from the blooming ceremony in 2 months. The Sword Dragon confirms that is exactly the point, saying he will not be allowed to participate next year. The old lord adds that the 15 children Theo injured will also return next year, underscoring the humiliation. Elsewhere, conspirators review the outcome and note that outside interference made Theo's punishment lighter than expected, though still damaging enough to disgrace Ragnar at the ceremony. They decide that public disgrace at the Rose Palace will help them swallow up the Rose Palace itself once their larger plan begins. While they assume Theo is too sensible to appeal, he abruptly declares that he will challenge the ruling. His decision stuns both the judges and the hidden plotters listening in. One conspirator laughs at Theo's arrogance, convinced the appeal will only make their work easier. Even an ally questions whether Theo understands what an appeal actually entails. Theo answers calmly that he does. He reveals that probation was never the real issue, because in Ragnar accepting such a public slap is the same as admitting weakness. For him, the appeal is not about leniency but about forcing the dispute onto the field that truly matters: war. He embraces the brutal logic of the world, where truth belongs to the victor, and declares he intends to turn this into an opportunity rather than a punishment. At that moment, a system message announces that the main scenario has begun. The system explains that this scenario will uncover hidden secrets of the closed world and identifies the quest as the path of the successor. The scene shifts to the series' merchant group's northern secret branch, already engulfed in flames. Amid the destruction, a cloaked fighter cuts down an opponent as the inferno rages around him. Another enemy is struck and thrown aside in the chaos. When the clash ends, the lone figure stands before a sea of fire and fallen blades. A hooded young man confirms that the devastation unfolded exactly as Lord Theo predicted. A knight in armor arrives and remarks that he never expected the merchants to be hiding something this significant. As he surveys the burning site, his companion follows, both recognizing the scale of what has been exposed. Elsewhere, A long-haired schemer smiles and declares that Tromben's Gamelin Palace is finished. Back in the tribunal, Theo stands alone before the seated nobles, waiting for their response to his appeal. The old lord warns that Theo is trying to turn a temporary probation into a full-scale war. Another noble calls that arrogance and asks whether Theo truly believes he can face the combined power of the 15 great families. Theo dismisses that concern as the council's problem, not his. He then points out that when the power gap is too large, the appeals court does not require the principals themselves to fight. A judge confirms that appeals are normally settled through war, but overwhelming imbalance changes the procedure. In such cases, the outcome is decided by a one-on-one gladiator-style proxy battle between representatives of each side. That explanation expands into the formal concept of a proxy battle fought by chosen champions. Under those rules, Theo would stand as the defendant, while Axion would represent the plaintiffs. The chosen opponent appears to be a vicious, eager fighter whose confidence borders on bloodlust. The nobles conclude that Theo should almost certainly lose under those conditions, unless he has some hidden card. They consider whether he expects Evelyn or another ally to fight for him, but are convinced he will be disappointed. Theo proposes settling the dispute by the rules, with each side appointing a representative for a proxy battle in a week. The offer is immediately recognized as a transparent attempt to avoid direct confrontation. His allies reason that neither of the family's strongest enforcers would obey Theo anyway, so Theo himself will have to fight. Axion volunteers to take the role, eager to step in for him. But Theo coldly decides Axion should die first if necessary, intending to force him to learn his place. That ruthless declaration shocks the room and makes clear how dangerous Theo has become. Before the matter can go further, the chamber doors open. Theo turns toward the interruption and realizes someone far more threatening has arrived. His father greets him with contempt, noting that Theo has grown bold while he was away. Ragnar, head of the family, enters in person and instantly takes control of the room. The retainers rush to receive him with full ceremony, treating his presence as an overwhelming honor. Theo kneels and formally greets him, but his mind is already elsewhere. A system message appears, assigning Theo a new scenario: seize control of Dongbeek Palace and uncover its secrets. He links that objective to the palace's hidden secret and the strange blue light he noticed earlier. Though tempted to pursue that clue, he forces himself to focus on the immediate danger instead. He steadies himself, knowing his father's sudden appearance could ruin everything. As Kale approaches, Theo decides he must keep the conversation centered on the family matter at hand. Kale orders his son to rise and face him directly. He says he came after hearing about Theo's situation and confirms that Theo intends to challenge the appeal through a proxy battle. Theo answers carefully and confirms that this is indeed his plan. Kale points out the obvious weakness in that strategy. If Theo must fight personally, the proxy battle loses its purpose. He presses further and demands to know whom Theo meant to send in his place. Theo realizes this is not a casual question but a deliberate test. Axion also understands the implication and grows tense as the trap becomes clear. Theo admits there is no suitable representative, and declares that he intends to fight in the appeal himself. Kale immediately predicts that such a choice will end in Theo's defeat. Theo refuses to concede, insisting that the outcome cannot be known until he tries. He goes further and declares that even if he is broken, he will never kneel of his own will. That answer pleases Kale rather than angering him. Kale bursts into laughter and proudly announces that everyone should hear the spirit in his son's words. Axion seizes on that declaration, repeating that Theo would rather be broken than submit. The retainers echo their approval, treating Theo's defiance as exactly what befits a Ragnar. Kale openly praises Theo's attitude, while Theo outwardly responds with respect. Privately, Theo thinks this is convenient, because the proxy battle was only bait and he never intended to rely on it. He plans instead to win by exposing the rebellion at Dongbeek Palace using evidence gathered by Evelyn and Wellington. Confident in that hidden advantage, he believes he can secure victory without even fighting. Kale abruptly overturns that expectation by deciding to test Theo personally. He declares that, as Lord of Ragnar, he will strike Theo once himself. Kale promises that if Theo survives that single blow, all charges against him will be cleared. He orders everyone outside at once, making the test immediate and unavoidable. The severity of that decision alarms the retainers, who protest that it goes too far. Axion in particular is shaken, while another retainer watches with grim concern. They understand that a personal strike from Kale is not just punishment but an acknowledgement of Theo as a true contender. At the same time, they believe Theo has no chance of surviving a blow from a man feared like a dragon. Even so, some realize that if Theo somehow endures it, everything in the family will change. One retainer desperately tries to stop the test, arguing that the matter should remain a formal appeal rather than become a display of father-son favoritism. Kale cuts him off by name before he can continue. He silences all dissent with a threat to dispose of any servant who speaks further nonsense. Forced into submission, the retainer withdraws and obeys. Kale remains unmoved, having made clear that his judgment will not be challenged. A lord notices his subordinate's unusual good mood and presses him to explain it. The man deflects by pretending he is only pleased to see his lord in high spirits, but the excuse is dismissed immediately. The lord cuts through the pretense and returns to the real issue, asking his son whether he will carry out the task before him. His son admits the situation has changed because the Lord's direct intervention has upset his original plan. Rather than retreat, he decides this new complication can be turned to his advantage. He argues that facing the Lord himself is far more dangerous than dealing with ordinary retainers, so the price of the gamble has risen beyond the original terms. The Lord tests whether this means a refusal. The son denies refusing and instead insists that greater risk now demands greater compensation. He pushes the point further, saying the reward should increase in proportion to the danger. The Lord asks what kind of reward he wants. The son pauses, then turns as if choosing his words carefully before making his demand. The surrounding elders and observers sense something unusual and tense as they watch the exchange. He names Camellia Palace as the reward he wants. The demand lands like a provocation, shocking those who understand exactly how far he has overreached. The elders erupt in outrage, condemning him for daring to bargain directly for a possession tied to the family head. Their anger hardens into contempt as they remind everyone that someone of mixed blood is not supposed to negotiate as an equal. Ignoring their outrage, the Lord abruptly accepts the terms, stunning the hall into silence. He declares that anyone seeking the position of successor should at least have the courage to stake his life on it. He pointedly asks Hangryong whether there are any objections. Hangryong swallows his protest and submits, acknowledging that the family heads will override his own, and the Lord orders the arena prepared at once. As the Lord strides forward to begin the trial, he announces that they will now test Theo Ragnar. Theo steadies himself, outwardly calm but fully aware that the situation has become far more dangerous than he expected. The confrontation moves into a formal arena, with the two men facing each other under the eyes of the household. The watching knights and retainers gather with grim attention, understanding that this is no mere ceremony. One observer realizes the trap meant to disgrace Theo has instead elevated him into a public challenge with real stakes. Another reassures himself that Theo's rise in strength changes nothing against the family head. That confidence rests on the belief that no matter how talented Theo has become, he still cannot withstand the family head's sword. The thought hardens into certainty that Theo must die here. Theo senses that murderous expectation and rejects it internally, convinced the outcome will not go as they hope. He reveals the reason for his confidence. He gains something valuable from clearing the tutorial. The Lord wonders if Theo secretly used some rare elixir, but dismisses the idea as irrelevant to the final result. Theo quietly confirms the Lord's insight and notes that the other dragons have not realized his bloodline still runs in him. The Lord draws his sword and asks whether Theo has finally let go of his hesitation. Theo answers that he has and raises his own blade to meet him. The Lord deliberately handicaps himself by using a plain rusty sword instead of his true weapon, and no one dares challenge the insult. With the terms settled, the Lord releases a blazing aura and signals the start of the duel. His power floods the arena in an instant, turning the opening move into a crushing display of dominance. He launches the first attack with overwhelming force, intent on ending the matter immediately. Theo is shaken by the pressure but forces himself to stay composed instead of breaking. Even before the strike lands, he realizes the Lord's mere presence is almost enough to crush him. The Lord bears down with cold confidence, certain Theo cannot endure what is coming. Theo answers that confidence with his own, knowing his strength has already multiplied far beyond what anyone here expects. He recalls the tutorial reward he consumed, an experience elixir that granted a massive jump in levels. That reward pushed him up 5 levels at once and poured all of his accumulated stat gains into raw strength. For the first time, Theo feels he has stepped into a realm of power where resisting the family head might actually be possible. He commits to that possibility and meets the descending blade head-on, determined to block it. At the moment of impact, Theo's focus narrows completely onto the clash. The two swords collide in a blinding burst that splits the arena's attention. The shock of the exchange ripples outward, and even the onlookers are caught off guard by what Theo has managed to do. As the light clears, astonishment spreads through the spectators, because Theo has survived the opening blow and may have done far more than anyone believed possible. Theo braces himself and draws a sword with desperate resolve as a violent clash begins. He recognizes the weapon in his hands and realizes it is his father's sword. That realization sharpens his focus just as the blade's power erupts. The impact tears through the ground, turning the duel into a decisive shockwave. The force blasts outward and overwhelms the battlefield in a single sweeping strike. His opponent, a hardened man in furs, is left stunned into silence by what just happened. Theo holds his ground through the dust and destruction, his attack having broken the deadlock. The older man greets him with grim familiarity, making it clear this confrontation has deep history behind it. The father's sword cracks under the strain of the exchange. Even as the blade gives way, Theo's action is treated as proof that he has become worthy. The onlookers declare that Theo Ragnar has demonstrated his innocence through his own will. With that judgment, the trial is abruptly ended and Theo collapses from exhaustion. A system reward appears, granting him inventory access and an item called the Blue Key. He later wakes in a luxurious room, no longer on the battlefield. Still weak and disoriented, he tries to understand where he is. His mother rushes to him in relief, explaining that he fainted where he stood. She pours out her fear and gratitude, but Theo calms her and insists he is fine. Once she settles, His first concern is not his condition but his location. A visitor arrives with news delivered under the authority of the family head. He announces that the former Lord of Camellia Palace, Action, and the Chief of Ginwu have both been expelled. Theo immediately understands the implication and seeks confirmation. The messenger confirms it with satisfaction. Theo realizes he is now in Camellia Palace, while the system updates a scenario tied to uncovering its secrets. Outside, the calm grounds contrast with the political upheaval that has just reshaped the palace. Elsewhere, someone arrives in agitation, unable to accept the sudden loss of power. The expelled former palace lord rages that there was no reason to strip her of Camellia Palace. Servants and guards try to restrain the outburst as she is forced away. Nearby, Action answers his uncle with obedient calm. The uncle gives him a direct order to kill Theo Ragnar. He specifies that the killing must happen during the welcoming ceremony and not by a mere wound. The command becomes explicit. Theo must be beheaded. Action accepts the murderous instruction without visible resistance. From Theo's perspective, events have diverged sharply from the original course of things. Yet he judges the outcome even better than expected, since he kept his life and still reached Camellia Palace. Now equipped with both observation and inventory, he begins testing what his new authority can do. He reaches into the inventory interface as if it were a real container. To his surprise, he successfully pulls out an apple. The result pleases him immediately. Though he does not understand the mechanism, he recognizes the inventory will be extremely useful. He continues experimenting with the system. This time he retrieves the blue key and learns it is meant to open a dungeon gate. He quickly concludes that the key must be connected to this palace. Following that hunch, he approaches a set of doors while the key reacts to the location. A hidden keyhole reveals itself in response. Theo inserts the blue key and unlocks the concealed mechanism. The doors part to reveal a secret passage beyond. Inside, he discovers a cavernous dungeon hidden within Camellia Palace, triggering a first discovery reward. The system doubles the experience he can gain there, and Theo realizes the secret dungeon is likely part of a quest. Seeing only opportunity, he decides to clear it rather than let the bonus go to waste. But just as he is about to proceed into the tunnel, he suddenly halts, sensing something important. Preparing to leave, the young swordsman decides he should take whatever equipment might be useful. He selects a sword from his available weapons, choosing one blade with clear intent. Armed with sword and shield, he heads out at once, ready to test himself. He moves through a narrow cavern, pressing deeper into the unknown. The tunnel opens into a broad, frozen chamber where he advances cautiously. Something catches his attention, and he pauses as he senses a threat. A massive wolf-like monster emerges, confirming he has found more than an ordinary animal. Judging its size and presence, he realizes it is closer to a beast than a normal wolf. The creature attacks first, closing the distance with explosive speed. He barely gets his shield up in time to stop its charge from crushing him outright. The impact tells him immediately that the beast is far stronger than he expected. Instead of yielding, he answers force with force and commits to meeting it head-on. He tries to create an opening with quick sword work, but the wolf keeps pressing him. The beast roars and bears down on him with savage aggression. He steels himself and prepares a stronger counterattack. Even repeated strikes fail to break the wolf's momentum or hide. As he defends, he concludes that the monster is fast, heavily protected, and resistant to ordinary attacks. That leads him to suspect it is a demon beast from beyond the northern wall, which would explain why it is so hard to handle. The wolf retaliates with another vicious swipe before he can settle the fight. He evades the blow, but the exchange forces him to think instead of trading attacks blindly. In that moment, he remembers the strange streak of light he once saw when blocking his father's sword and wonders if he can reproduce it. He focuses on that memory, trying to grasp the feeling behind it. What returns to him is the image of a flawless white trajectory, a single perfect line of motion. He attempts to invoke that same principle while the wolf closes in again. His first imitation misses the mark, the strike flashing past without landing decisively. He clicks his tongue and admits that the technique cannot be copied by desire alone. He recalls the essence of sword strike, a sword swing condensed into one fatal blow. Reasoning through it, he decides the key must be to pour everything into a single strike. To commit fully, he lets go of his shield and abandons defense. With only the sword left, he strips away everything except the motion that matters. He narrows his training down to the fundamentals Evelyn taught him and the focused principles of secret swordsmanship. The wolf senses the shift and braces as killing intent gathers around him. His blade finally finds the exact line he was seeking and pierces the beast cleanly. The wolf screams as the concentrated strike tears through it. Blood runs along the sword, proving the technique truly connected. The wounded beast staggers, leaving blood on the frozen ground. Though injured and enraged, it is no longer untouchable. Seeing the result, he realizes with exhilaration that he actually succeeded. As the wolf lunges again, his confidence hardens into certainty that he can handle this fight. 2 months later, the story shifts to the 4th martial arts arena. The arena staff notice the crowd has grown so large that the venue may need to be changed. The reason becomes clear. Rumors are spreading that the young master has received sword instruction from the family head, and people keep coming to challenge him. But before anyone can discuss the young master himself, a group of lackeys loudly interrupts. Their spokesman, Henry of the Morris and Plum Blossom Palace factions, mocks the absent young master for hiding and not showing his face for months. He pushes the insult further, suggesting the rumors are false and that the young master ran away out of fear. Even while admitting the young master did pass the trial, the hecklers dismiss the stories about him as exaggerated because no one has seen him. Before the taunts can continue, someone suddenly strikes Henry in the face mid-speech. The blow sends Henry flying and shocks everyone nearby into silence. One of Henry's companions erupts in outrage and accuses Sybil of crossing the line by dropping out and attacking them. Sybil stands before the crowd with sword in hand and a hostile aura behind him, making it clear he has come to answer the provocation himself. A hot-headed disciple lashes out at Theo for disgracing their master, while Theo coolly reminds him he is in no position to judge anyone. Nearby nobles decide the disturbance can no longer be ignored, especially now that Theo is being openly insulted. Theo's opponents take that as the signal to arm themselves and turn the confrontation into open hostility. The nobles answer in kind, outraged that common thugs would dare challenge the order of the arena. Before the clash can begin, a freezing presence sweeps in and changes the entire mood. The fighters recoil as ice suddenly manifests among them, realizing a far greater power has entered the scene. The source reveals itself through a weapon of living frost, catching everyone off guard. A woman steps into the center and surrounds the arena with ice, effortlessly halting both sides at once. The onlookers are stunned that such a figure appeared without anyone noticing until it was too late. She is recognized as Ragnar, the Northern Lord of Ice and Snow, and her presence alone silences the field. Before anyone can recover, another powerful figure arrives laughing, amused that such a spectacle began without him. The newcomer is identified as Black Bear Halkus Ranka, another of the 4 Northern Lords. The crowd realizes in shock that 2 Northern Lords have gathered here at the same time. Ranka barely acknowledges the chaos and immediately asks whether only these people are present. He makes it clear he came for one person alone by demanding to know where Flash Tiger is. Growing impatient, Ranka roars for the arena's owner to show himself at once. Ray remains silent, holding her ground as if waiting to see what this confrontation will become. Ranka finally states his true purpose. He came here to fight Theo Ragnar. Elsewhere, Theo struggles for breath in a dark dungeon, far removed from the political chaos above. Exhausted and wounded, he forces himself to keep going despite being pushed to his limit. As he grips his dagger, the system announces that his level has increased. The cave stays silent except for his ragged breathing, showing how isolated his battle has become. A cascade of level-up notices follows, confirming he has been relentlessly hunting through the dungeon. Theo stands over another slain beast as the system tracks his progress toward clearing the floor. The battlefield around him is littered with monster corpses, proving how much he has grown through sheer survival. His status window shows that at only 17, his magic has risen to an overwhelming level compared with his other attributes. Knowing he is still barely holding together, Theo uncorks a healing potion. He drinks it immediately, using every resource he has to stay alive. The potion restores him, and he reflects that it has saved him repeatedly during this ordeal. Looking over the dead beasts, he notes that the dungeon became manageable only after long, brutal adaptation, and that 2 months have already passed. With just one monster left on the floor, Theo realizes the final encounter should be the boss. He studies the stairway ahead and prepares himself for the next stage. The system confirms he is entering the 5th floor as he climbs upward. At the threshold, Theo decides his battered dagger will no longer be enough for what comes next. He opens his inventory and discards the old weapon, choosing to rely on something better. Theo draws the practice sword his mother once gave him as a birthday present, surprised that this neglected blade is all he has left. He remembers rejecting that gift in his previous life because it symbolized the bloodline he resented before his awakening. Now, staring at the sword again, he falls into a brief, uneasy silence. That silence pulls him into a memory of the day his mother brought him the gift. In the past, she had approached him warmly with servants carrying presents, hoping to celebrate his birthday before his awakening ceremony. Instead of accepting her kindness, Theo had answered with anger and rejection. He told his family he had no interest in birthday gifts with the awakening ceremony so close, already shutting them out. He went further, insisting that no equipment could change the weakness of their bloodline, revealing the bitterness that ruled him then. His mother could only stand there in hurt silence as he coldly sent them away. Back in the present, Theo resolves not to repeat that same mistake, just as the system warns that a powerful boss is approaching. He immediately tenses, sensing the danger before he even sees it. A massive clawed creature steps into view, announcing itself through sheer presence. Its armored, reptilian body emerges from the shadows, far more imposing than the beasts he has fought so far. Theo's first thought is that he may be facing a dragon. He quickly corrects himself and identifies it as a lower-ranked lesser drake. But the scale of the coming fight is no less serious. Facing the dragon-type boss, Ragnar wonders whether its nature is connected to his own draconic bloodline. He admits he cannot know for sure, but tightens his grip on his sword and commits to finding out through battle. Certain only that he must clear this scenario quest, he squares off against the dragon in the submerged palace. Even as he doubts whether he can defeat a true dragon, he braces himself to try. He decides to open with one flash, trusting his fastest strike. Because he has honed that technique against dire wolves, he believes it may still work here. The dragon bears down on him with lethal force, leaving no room for hesitation. Ragnar drives him with his practiced sword art, aiming for a decisive opening hit. At the last instant he revises his target, realizing the head may let him land a meaningful wound. His blade connects cleanly. The dragon roars in pain, confirming the strike actually hurt it. But the beast's massive body keeps moving, and Ragnar is left dangerously close after the hit. A violent counterattack blasts him away before he can capitalize. As he tumbles back, he realizes his attempt to pierce the brain failed. The wound was too shallow, yet the dragon's exposed reaction shows him there is still a way to win. He immediately shifts his grip and prepares a new approach. Using Jester's footwork, he begins circling and peppering the dragon with rapid slashes to create an opening. He keeps up the pressure with ordinary attacks, forcing the monster to track him. Ragnar's plan is to distract it with repeated strikes until he can reach the true weak point. The dragon answers with a fear aura that floods the battlefield and tries to break his momentum. A system warning confirms the fear effect has slowed his movement. Ragnar pushes forward anyway, but the debuff immediately drags at his body. The dragon exploits that hesitation and slams him away with a crushing blow. He tries to guard, but the impact still detonates around him. The collision tears through the ground in a burst of force. Dust and shattered stone engulf the arena as the attack finishes. Bruised and bloodied in the rubble, Ragnar reminds himself that a boss only grows more dangerous the longer the fight drags on. When the dragon lunges again, he resolves to end it quickly by striking its weak spot. Despite his injuries, his focus hardens instead of breaking. He recalls the basic truth that every dragon has a vulnerable point. He identifies it as the reverse scale hidden beneath its neck. Betting everything on that knowledge, he launches himself straight into the dragon's maw and under its throat. His sword drives into the reverse scale with explosive force. The dragon's eye widens as the critical weakness is pierced. Ragnar follows through, forcing the blade deeper with all his strength. The dragon convulses and screams, its body finally failing under the strike. Realizing the blade has gone in, Ragnar allows himself a grim, relieved smile. But the dying dragon still gathers itself for one last movement. Ragnar senses the danger too late and turns in alarm. Elsewhere, onlookers are confused by someone suddenly invoking Ragnar's name. A red-haired warrior insists that Theo Ragnar must face him first, with the loser yielding the right to challenge Theo. When reminded their last match was 3 years ago, he argues that years are more than enough to overturn old results. The blue-haired swordswoman dismisses him with a single cutting judgment. Loser. Her contempt instantly breaks his bravado and leaves him flustered. He recovers by loudly proposing another duel, declaring the winner will earn the chance to fight Theo Ragnar. Before he can press further, the blue-haired woman effortlessly intercepts his attack without even changing expression. The spectators can only stare, unsettled by how overwhelming and frightening her strength feels. A new presence steps into the scene. A white-haired fighter wedges himself between them and catches both weapons at once, stopping the clash outright. He coolly warns that if they want to fight, they should do it elsewhere, because this is Theo's territory and no one is allowed to make noise here without permission. A red-haired warrior seizes the chance to challenge Theo Ragnar directly, frustrated that Theo has ignored him until now. The sudden hostility catches Theo off guard as the man's killing intent bears down on him at point-blank range. The pressure of that murderous aura spreads across the training ground and immediately alarms everyone nearby. Even seasoned observers are shaken, recognizing that this is not ordinary aggression but genuine intent to kill. Theo braces himself as the red storm of bloodlust surges harder, forcing him to confront the attacker head-on. He realizes this pressure is far beyond what he expected and suspects the man's secret training has produced something abnormal. Theo steadies himself instead of retreating, choosing to meet the threat with focus. The red-haired fighter grins, pleased that Theo has finally appeared before him. A system notice identifies the aura as Lesser Drake Fear, a skill that floods the battlefield with fear. The source of that power is revealed to be a Lesser Drake, looming as the memory shifts to Theo's earlier battle. The wounded Drake falters, already near collapse under Theo's assault. The monster crashes down, its defeat becoming unavoidable. Theo finishes the hunt by standing over the fallen Lesser Drake, and the system confirms the kill. Catching his breath, he reflects that he nearly died when the beast went berserk after he struck its reverse scale. He concludes that he survived only because the reverse scale was also the creature's weak point, and it lost strength after the blow. As he lies there recovering, the system grants him the Drake's tooth and claw as rewards. Reading the item details, Theo realizes both drops are crafting materials suited for strengthening equipment. He decides they may be useful for repairing the sword his mother gave him, which was badly worn down in the fight. Before he can move on, the system announces that he has also acquired a new skill. Theo is stunned to learn the skill is Lesser Drake Fear, a draconic aura that crushes weaker enemies with terror. He remembers hearing that only the chosen can wield such a power, and can hardly believe he has obtained it himself. His excitement is tempered when he notices his old gear beginning to break apart from the battle's strain. He doubts how useful the fear skill will really be in a place filled with monsters like Ragnar. Leaving the cavern, He clears the Camellia Palace dungeon but remains uncertain whether the new ability will matter much. Still, he resolves to make use of what he gained and returns to the palace. Back inside, the system marks scenario quest number 1 complete, confirming that he has taken control of Camellia Palace and uncovered its secrets. A new reward appears for clearing the scenario quest, drawing Theo's attention. The reward turns out to be a nest compass, an item that guides its holder toward a nest. Theo studies it and wonders if it is connected to whatever quest comes next. Not understanding it yet, he decides to keep the compass for later. Exhausted from everything that happened, he heads for his room intending to rest. A maid intercepts him in the corridor and urgently calls him back before he can disappear. When Theo asks what is wrong, she explains that something serious has happened. He learns there is a fight underway at the 4th training ground, leaving him baffled. A short time later, the confrontation resumes where the red-haired warrior's murderous aura is still pressing down on the arena. Lesser Drake fear now dominates the battlefield so completely that the atmosphere itself feels lethal. Theo silently pushes the aura outward with a single wish to drive his opponent away. The bystanders are overwhelmed first, collapsing in terror and nausea under the force of the fear. The red-haired warrior notices the others dropping and realizes Theo's killing intent is affecting the whole field. Instead of backing off, he becomes excited, recognizing the intensity of Theo's presence. Thrilled by the challenge, he charges straight at Theo and declares that he will test Theo's true strength himself. He swings with a violent, crescent-shaped strike meant to crush Theo in one blow. Theo meets the attack cleanly with his sword, stopping the charge and throwing the clash back at him. The onlookers, including the white-haired knight and his blue-haired companion, are stunned by what they just saw. The attacker is left hanging in disbelief, unable to accept that Theo deflected his strike so easily. Theo himself remains composed, though the result surprises even him. For a moment he questions whether he truly turned aside that attack by his own skill. The red-haired warrior skids back across the arena, forced to reset after being repelled. Refusing to accept the outcome, he unleashes his name technique, Black Bear Hulkus Renka. As he hurls himself forward with another massive sword strike, it becomes clear that his style is crude and unbalanced, relying on raw northern power rather than control. Theo Ragnar enters the duel knowing his rank's raw strength far exceeds his own, even if his Hulkus sword is famed for durability. He meets the heavier attack head-on and forces the clash into a controlled block instead of being overwhelmed. The impact turns into an opening as his counter-strike drives through the exchange. Using Flash Step, Theo slips past his opponent's guard and lands a decisive blow. He realizes in the moment that his recent training finally let him defend and counter at the same time. As his status confirms the gains from leveling, his opponent collapses before Theo can even process the result. The higher-ranked fighter crashes to the ground, effectively defeated by Theo's single exchange. The fallen man can only stare blankly, unable to respond to what just happened. Theo is shaken by how much force he used and understands that only the Hulkus rank's toughness kept the strike from becoming fatal. His opponent tries to speak, but the shock has already overtaken him. The crowd erupts, treating Theo's victory over a northern noble in one strike as a stunning upset. Theo tries to stop the celebration by pointing out that Renka is still alive, but no one cares about the distinction. In the confusion, Theo notices that his own sword has cracked. The cheering falters as everyone sees the broken blade in his hand. Theo panics because the sword was a gift from his mother, while the crowd only praises him more for breaking even his own weapon with that attack. Watching from a distance, Ray and another knight are baffled that the arena is celebrating so wildly. They focus on Theo as the scale of his upset win becomes impossible to ignore. Ray studies him in silence, clearly seeing more in Theo than the crowd does. That look leads Ray into a memory of first meeting a strange child in the snow. In that memory, a young Ray gently questions why the barefoot child is wandering in the cold without protection. Seeing the child freezing, Ray offers his own scarf. Even after that, Ray decides the child still needs proper shelter. He invites the child to come with him until the storm passes. The child hesitates, but Ray promises to take him home once the weather clears. Back in the present, Ray watches Theo with a softened expression. A faint smile forms, revealing quiet recognition and approval. As Theo leaves the arena, Ray turns away as well, keeping his reaction private. The knight beside him is left stunned by the rare sight of Ray Ragnar smiling. Later that evening, the story shifts to Camellia Palace. Theo sits at a celebration dinner, awkwardly enduring the attention. The household formally congratulates him on earning the title Island Tiger. The servants encourage him warmly, hoping this victory carries him into the coming ceremony. The mood breaks when his mother suddenly rushes in to fuss over him. She overwhelms him with food and praise, proudly treating his triumph as proof of his worth. Theo can barely keep up as her affection becomes physically inescapable. She keeps feeding him with cheerful determination, ignoring his protests. For a moment Theo is pulled into a darker memory, reminded of harsher treatment from the past. He steadies himself and chooses to accept the warmth in front of him instead of retreating into that memory. To reassure her, he forces out that the meal is good. His mother is moved speechless by that small sign of acceptance. Then she notices the broken sword on the table, and her joy instantly turns to alarm. Theo explains that it snapped during training, trying to downplay the loss. When he adds that it was her birthday gift, she takes the damage as a personal offense against her son. Theo is caught off guard by how fiercely she reacts. She insists the sword should have been unbreakable because she had it reinforced with ebony wood. Theo immediately recognizes the claim and asks if she means ebony wood from the southern Gaia rainforest. He explains that ebony wood is an exceptionally rare material that combines the flexibility of wood with the strength of steel and only absorbs iron. Realizing the sword was far more valuable than he knew, Theo demands to know where she got it. His mother wants to confront whoever supplied it and force them to provide a blade worthy of him, but Theo tries to calm her by saying another sword will do. She refuses outright, insisting that now that people are finally recognizing Theo's greatness, this is exactly when they must make an even stronger impression. With the coming-of-age ceremony less than a week away, Cecilia refuses to let Ragnar participate with an ordinary sword and decides to take him somewhere better. She abruptly heads out at once, dragging him along before he can do more than ask where they are going. Her destination is Winter's finest workshop, the famed Vask Forge. They arrive at the massive forge, where the heat, labor, and scale make clear they have entered a place of real importance. The forge is introduced as one of Winter's greatest weapon workshops, large enough to rival a factory. What truly defines it, however, is its master smith, Bask Forge. Bask is no ordinary craftsperson but a classified special figure and one of the few in Ragnar to hold the title Master Artisan. Hearing that, Cecilia and Ragnar realize they are standing before someone far more extraordinary than expected. The Master Artisan is also infamous as the Elf of Capitalism, a figure whose reputation is as sharp as her business sense. She is identified as Kursen, the Magic Artisan, leaving Ragnar stunned that such a famous person is real and standing in front of him. As Ragnar struggles to process meeting a legendary artisan, Cecilia cuts through his daze and presses the complaint that brought them here. Then Kursen calls Cecilia her daughter, and Ragnar is jolted by the revelation. Cecilia coolly explains that Kursen is her mother, though only by adoption rather than blood. Ragnar's first response is not dignity but delighted vanity at the thought that this might make him part elf. Cecilia gets back to business and demands that Kursen take back a defective sword. Kursen immediately rejects the accusation, insisting that anything made by her cannot be defective. But as she examines the weapon more closely, her confidence falters. The sword's condition forces Kursen to take the claim seriously. Cecilia presses the point, demanding an explanation if the sword is supposedly not flawed. Kursen asks who used the sword and quickly learns it was her own son. Cecilia points to Ragnar, while still insisting on his status and importance. Ragnar formally introduces himself as Ragnar of Camellia Palace and shows proper respect to the renowned smith. Kursen recognizes his name, then asks whether the sword truly ended up like this through his use alone. When they confirm it did, Cecilia treats that as proof she was right to call it defective. Kursen falls silent, realizing the matter is more complicated than a simple complaint. She decides the discussion will take time and invites them deeper inside. As they follow her, Ragnar asks Cecilia what kind of relationship she really has with the famous artisan. Cecilia admits the truth is exactly what he heard, though she had avoided telling him because it was an old story. She explains that Kursen took her in as an adopted daughter for a brief period years ago. Ragnar finally understands that Kursen is not Cecilia's birth mother but her foster mother. Kursen adds that Cecilia was taken in simply because she liked beautiful things, whether objects, music, or people. She downplays the sentiment as an old, pointless story, but still confirms that she chose Cecilia for that reason. Cecilia refuses to let her dismiss it so easily, sensing there was more feeling in that past than Kursen wants to admit. Ragnar asks the obvious question of why Cecilia left her. Kursen answers bluntly that Cecilia left on her own after declaring she would marry the Lord of Ragnar. She frames it as Cecilia's choice and says the result is the life Cecilia is living now. Cecilia shamelessly romanticizes the decision, saying the Lord was too handsome and devoted to resist. Kursen complains that after leaving, Cecilia still had the nerve to return years later asking for a sword for her son. When Cecilia protests that this is embarrassing in front of Ragnar, Kursen makes clear she is only telling the truth. Ragnar watches the two bicker and realizes he is seeing a side of Cecilia he never knew existed. That realization turns inward, and he is struck by guilt over how little he has understood about his mother's life. He grows more serious as the weight of that neglect settles on him. He also begins to wonder why Kursen never sought Cecilia out again if she truly cared for her. Kursen leads them to her office, and Ragnar asks why they had to come all the way there just to discuss the sword. Instead of answering, Kursen orders Cecilia to wait outside and makes it clear the next part concerns Ragnar alone. Before Cecilia can object, the office door shuts her out. Inside, Ragnar is left alone with Kursen while Cecilia pounds on the door from outside in alarm. Kursen ignores the interruption and turns to Ragnar with a direct question. She asks whether he possesses an ancient dragon relic, revealing that this private meeting is about far more than a damaged sword. Ragnar can only stare back in confusion, caught off guard by the sudden and dangerous-sounding revelation. The black-haired man asks whether the so-called ancient dragon refers to the guardian dragon that protected the family, and recalls a legend that the dragon scattered treasures across the continent. The elf woman explodes in anger at him for pretending ignorance, and swings her weapon, insisting that anyone without the relic has no right to dismiss it as a mere legend. He braces himself, startled by the sudden hostility, and trying to understand what she is really talking about. When her sword is damaged in the outburst, she panics and demands an explanation, lamenting that she ruined a weapon she painstakingly made from a relic. He awkwardly asks what the sword cost, while privately realizing he only thought he had bought a worn-out Drake Fong and had no idea it was considered a relic. Deciding explanation will take too long, she drops the argument and leads him deeper inside to show him the truth directly. She places her hand on a coffin-like box wrapped in heavy chains, presenting the sealed object she has been guarding. As she opens the way to it, she asks him to judge for himself what it is. The man immediately recognizes the blue glow around the chain box and realizes it matches the light he saw at the Camellia Palace dungeon door. From across the room, he connects the sealed container to the same kind of dungeon mechanism he encountered before. The elf notices his reaction and confirms he can perceive something she herself cannot see or feel. She reveals that inside the box lies the one thing she sought all her life but could never obtain. With the lid opened, she exposes the contents and waits for his response. She identifies the object as an ancient dragon relic, a sword forged from a fang torn from a dragon in the mythical age. The relic is named Woolbeak, a cursed sword tied to the black dragon. She explains that if he can break the seal on both the box and the sword, Woolbeak will become his. That offer shocks him, especially when he realizes the price of failure may be far worse than she first implied. She calmly adds that a failed attempt could kill him, then presses him to decide whether he will still try. He pauses only briefly, weighing the danger against the opportunity. Then he accepts without hesitation, convinced that the sword belongs to him, and that he has been chosen for it. A system message confirms his intuition by declaring a hidden quest. He has been selected by the ancient dragon relic Woolbeak, one of the 9 dragons and the black dragon's sword. The accompanying lore warns that almost everyone who truly knew of Woolbeak either died or vanished, deepening the sense that he is stepping into something forbidden. As the relic's history unfolds, the elf recalls a past encounter in a ruined battlefield beneath a dragon's shadow. In that memory, she realizes the black dragon had spared her because she could not perceive what she had accidentally witnessed. She remembers seeing the true form of the Woolbeak sword and being left shaken by what that meant. Back in the present, she concludes that the sword she saw then and the relic now before them are the same, and that it was cut from the black dragon's own body. Even so, she asks once more whether he intends to go through with it. He answers with complete resolve. No matter the risk, he decides he must claim the sword and repeats that it is his now. Studying the seal, he recognizes the same blue mechanism used by the Camellia Palace and realizes the box is locked like a dungeon gate. He takes out the blue key he obtained earlier and understands that it should open this kind of seal. The elf is stunned to discover that he possesses the exact key needed to interact with the relic's prison. He inserts the key into the lock set into the chain box. As he turns it, blue energy responds and the seal begins to activate. The box erupts with force, and a surge of power bursts upward around him before either of them can react. The elf can only stare as the situation instantly escapes her control. Dark energy engulfs the man and drags his consciousness into the opened relic. Caught inside the vortex, he struggles to understand what the sword is doing to him. His awareness drops into a red-black void, and he realizes he has been transported somewhere else entirely. He recognizes the place as Rose Palace and wonders why he has been brought back to that catastrophic scene. The memory sharpens around a wounded version of himself standing amid fire and ruin. He remembers the truth of that moment. He had been desperately weak, too weak to protect what mattered. That helplessness is what drove him to crave greater power. He recalls wanting strength great enough to defeat Rendon, destroy Camellia Palace, and even bend others' minds to his will. The vision tries to pull him fully into that old obsession and make him relive it as his true desire. But instead of surrendering, he focuses and sees through the temptation with cold clarity. He violently seizes the force controlling the illusion, interrupting the sword's attempt to dominate him. Holding fast, he rejects the vision's promises and recognizes Woolbeak for what it is, a cursed sword that preys on desire and manipulates the mind. The presence within the relic is thrown into disbelief that he resisted its influence at all. He reveals that he already saw this same despair-filled future long ago through Overcome long ago, so the sword's trap cannot deceive him now. Theo confronts the griffin and realizes how much it has changed since being sealed, shrinking from a towering beast to something closer to his own size. He guesses the long seal weakened it, and immediately decides to use that advantage. Claiming the creature and the Woolbeak sword as his prize, he moves to force the bond into existence. The griffin panics and tries to stall for time, suddenly abandoning its earlier hostility. At that same moment, Theo's mother finds him collapsed on the forge floor and fears he is dying. She demands an explanation for what was done to her son and turns her anger on the smith responsible. The elf smith is accused of creating a disaster instead of a sword, and she has no defense ready. Examining Theo's condition, the smith realizes cursed energy has fused directly with his blood, something she has never encountered before. She admits she assumed the relic would be safe in his hands simply because he already possessed it. But now she is no longer certain. Theo's mother makes clear that if her son suffers for this mistake, there will be no forgiveness. The threat lands, leaving the smith shaken by the weight of responsibility. Before the blame can go further, Theo's hand tightens around the sword. A surge of blue energy erupts around him, interrupting the confrontation. The power coils through the room as the relic and Theo resonate with each other. A vortex forms at his chest, showing the cursed force being drawn inward rather than consuming him. His mother notices the change first, and calls to him in disbelief. Theo begins to stir, proving he is still alive. He rises into his mother's arms and weakly recognizes her. Overcome with relief, she breaks down as the fear of losing him finally releases. Theo reassures her that he is unharmed, even as a system message confirms he has cleared the griffin hunt and earned the sword. The elf smith watches in stunned silence, trying to process what just happened. Another reward notice appears, formally granting Theo ownership of the Woolbeak sword while he remains held by his mother. Theo downplays the feat, explaining that he only succeeded because the griffin had just awakened from its seal and was still weakened. He adds that the creature's attempts to manipulate him failed, while the sword's cursed power has instead increased his mana. A further notice quantifies the gain, and Theo quietly absorbs how much stronger he has become. His mana passes a major threshold and begins taking on spiritual properties. Theo realizes his mana has evolved into a new special ability tied to spiritual recovery, confirming that the relic has fundamentally changed him. As his status updates, he decides to postpone any deeper analysis until after the upcoming blooming ceremony. Once the danger has passed, the elf smith congratulates him and reminds him she intends to honor her promise. When the sword suddenly trembles in his hand, Theo notices it is reacting on its own. He first wonders if the weapon still refuses to acknowledge him as master, but the smith quickly dismisses that idea. She concludes the sword is simply venting after being trapped for centuries and having only just emerged. To release that pent-up force safely, she tells Theo to swing it toward a distant test block. He hesitates over whether that is truly safe, but she insists the forge can withstand anything a novice can do with one swing. She confidently claims even a powerful relic in the hands of someone before the blooming ceremony cannot damage the vast forge. Annoyed by her certainty, Theo decides this is a good chance to test the sword since he still cannot access the dragon heart's power. He steps into position before the target. Wondering whether to channel mana into the strike, he settles himself and prepares to swing. The moment he moves, the Woolbeak sword floods with blue power and releases far more force than expected. As the relic's nature is identified as an ancient cursed sword carrying the griffin's spirit, Theo senses its true danger unfolding in his hands. A torrent of energy tears forward toward the target, immediately alarming the onlookers. The elf smith's confidence falters as she realizes this is no ordinary discharge. She tries to stop him, but the attack is already beyond recall. The released power carves straight through the forge with a single overwhelming slash. Theo is left bracing beneath the colossal beam as the strike keeps expanding past anything he intended. The blast detonates through the structure, ripping open the building in a violent eruption. The two women can only stare at the devastation, shocked into silence. With the forge split apart, the elf smith finally panics over the ruin of her livelihood. Theo realizes the sword consumed all the magic he fed it, and concludes that wielding it carelessly could be extremely dangerous. Before the aftermath can settle, a ring-covered hand reaches into the lingering blue energy, signaling a new interruption. Theo suddenly intercepts the elf woman's attack so quickly that even she is caught off guard. She immediately realizes his defense should have been impossible for someone with no magic training. As she studies the aftermath, she suspects he somehow acted through the sword's own energy. That possibility makes her reassess him on the spot. Theo's talent becomes clear enough that she recognizes him as a rare genius. With delighted certainty, she decides this prodigy is her grandson. She claims him outright and formally asks his name. When he identifies himself as Theo Ragnar, she abruptly promises to back his future. Her support comes with a shameless motive. She wants him to become living proof of the Vyask Forge's greatness. Theo is left speechless by how aggressively she adopts him. His mother watches in stunned disbelief as the old smith sparkles with excitement. Theo quickly understands that her enthusiasm is driven as much by profit as affection. That night, the encounter gives way to a quiet pause under the winter sky. Outside, Theo, his mother, and the smith part ways beside their carriage. The smith watches them leave, lingering in thought after the meeting. Alone in the snow, she gathers the materials she has acquired and steadies herself. Theo has already arranged payment through Drake's loot, covering the wall repair costs and proving unexpectedly responsible. Pleased, she admits her daughter has raised an exceptional son. Her mood shifts when an unseen presence addresses her as the Demon King after a long absence. The title hardens her expression, showing this is no casual greeting. She demands to know why the messenger has come now. A black bird with glowing eyes reveals itself as the source of the summons. 5 days later, at the day of the blooming ceremony, Theo is already in the middle of a serious spar. He and Evelyn clash head-on at full speed, either yielding ground. Theo presses forward aggressively, forcing her to keep adjusting to his pace. Their exchange intensifies as both blades meet in rapid succession. Evelyn acknowledges that Theo's swordsmanship has grown markedly stronger and faster. Theo takes pride in earning praise from even her. The spectators are visibly shaken by how far he has advanced. Evelyn reflects that in only half a year he has changed enough to push her back, and she fears what he could become if his magic awakens today. The duel turns on a sudden decisive swing. Evelyn's strike breaks through his guard and ends the exchange before his potential can go any further. She accepts the result with quiet confidence rather than triumph. Afterward, she sincerely praises Theo's hard work and frames this ceremony as his chance to claim a top position. She openly wishes for his success. Theo, cheerful and grateful, says he owes much of his progress to her and jokes that he will credit her if he wins first place. That earnest promise catches Evelyn completely off guard. Others immediately pile on, asking Theo to mention them too, revealing how much goodwill he has earned. Theo basks in the attention, while Evelyn can only stare at the absurdity of it. As the crowd disperses, Theo heads off, promising to return soon. The scene shifts to the central building where the ceremony's main proceedings will be held. Theo arrives at the guarded entrance in formal attire, ready to be recognized publicly. He presents himself as Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. Looking over the gathered crowd, he is reminded that the blooming ceremony is Ragnar's most important annual event. The audience waits in tense anticipation for the proceedings to begin. When the great doors open, the ceremony begins with full formality. Theo steps forward into the hall, crossing from preparation into judgment. The occasion is explained as the moment when a young warrior can first be officially acknowledged as a swordsman of Ragnar, making success here deeply coveted. Theo steels himself despite the pressure, determined to face what comes. The stakes are made explicit. All of Ragnar's leading figures, including family head Kael Ragnar, will be watching his performance. The ceremony opens under the authority of the 9 dragons, with the former Ragnar family head Hilda Ragnar presiding over the event. Hilda's youthful appearance despite her great age quietly reinforces the overwhelming stature of the family overseeing the trial. Axion notices that Hilda has come in person again, taking it as a sign that this ceremony matters more than usual. A drumbeat formally calls the gathering to order and begins the first test. Judge Yeoman, a swordsman of the Vanna Ragnar line, announces the opening stage of the blooming ceremony. The candidates are told they must strike an iron wall below the platform and prove themselves by leaving a mark on it. The crowd learns the wall is reinforced with sealbeak, or, making the challenge far harsher than it first appears. Yeoman makes clear that an ordinary steel blade cannot even scratch it. He adds that the test changes completely if magic is infused into the attack, and the candidates will therefore be given Soma. The pill is explained as a catalyst that grants more than a year's worth of magical power and helps unlock the mana hole. The true point of the test is revealed to be how much damage each candidate can inflict after awakening human mana through Soma. Yeoman calls the candidates whose names were chosen to take Soma and step onto the platform. The first candidate is Thur Ragnar, and Axion steps forward to begin. As he walks out, Axion recalls that in his previous life he lost the top position to another contender. He receives the Soma from an attendant, already intent on changing that outcome. Before starting, he takes up a sword from the field of blades prepared for the ceremony. Axion heads toward the wall determined that this time the result will be different, while a quest-like objective fixes his goal on taking first place. From the seats above, Hilda notices him and asks whether this is the boy Kael had mentioned. Kael confirms it and sees that Axion has clearly drawn her attention. Because Kael has been quietly watching the boy, Hilda admits she wants to see for herself what makes him special. She decides to judge his talent directly and watch how capable this descendant really is. Axion steadies himself, trying to stay composed before the test begins. Facing the wall, he admits inwardly that he is nervous despite his confidence. At the judge's instruction, he prepares to swallow the Soma. He remembers that in his past life he failed to control the mana after taking Soma and badly damaged his core. Even so, he commits and swallows the pill. This time, he immediately senses the surge of power and trusts that he will not repeat his old failure. Mana erupts violently from him, flooding the area with unstable force. Yeoman realizes too late that Axion's mana is far too intense and dangerously uncontrolled. The principles of the test become painfully relevant. Soma must be managed carefully so the mana hole settles safely into the core. Because greater talent means greater mana, the risk of crippling oneself is even higher for someone like Axion. Watching the outburst, Yeoman fears the boy may be destroying himself. The pressure tears at Axion's body and clothes as the mana continues to rage around him. Then the chaos compresses instead of exploding, gathering tightly around him. Yeoman is stunned to realize that Axion has actually stabilized the power. Axion clenches his fist, feeling the new strength settle under his control. He recognizes that he has finally obtained both a dragon heart and a functioning mana hole. The success feels almost disappointingly easy compared with the disaster of his previous life. Now that he can use mana freely, he turns his focus to putting that immense power to use. He launches himself at the wall, drawing his sword into a decisive strike. With mana coursing through him, he commits fully to the blow. The sword descends in a single overwhelming slash. The attack bursts outward as a massive wave of power, far beyond what the ceremony normally expects. Other descendants watching the test are left visibly shaken by what they are seeing. The unleashed force takes the shape of a dragon-like surge as it bears down on the wall. Axion's flash strike crashes into the target with devastating impact. One observer can only stare in silence, unable to immediately process the result. When the dust settles, a deep cut is visible where the blow landed. The iron wall stands split by a long, unmistakable slash, proving Axion did far more than leave a simple mark. Yeoman is left speechless, realizing the boy has shattered every expectation of the test. Theo Ragnar clears the trial and immediately draws the arena's attention. The spectators are stunned that someone from House Thorkel has produced a sword mark on the monument, and they wonder if Theo has unlocked his mana. As Theo checks his result, the system notes that his long run of misfortune is ending and that his name will now begin spreading. He realizes this is the foothold he needed to finally stand on equal ground with everyone else, while new interest gathers around his achievement. That interest quickly turns political, with one powerful figure wanting Theo as a disciple while Julius Ragnar resents the attention Theo is receiving. Other major members of the Ragnar family, including Robert and Hilda, are also revealed to be watching him closely. Among the observers, a noblewoman studies the situation with amused interest. Theo judges that the Black Dragon and Sword Dragon bloodlines are impressive enough, but not yet his real target. He decides Hilda's notice matters most, because she carries the heart of Garuda and could give him what he truly wants. He resolves that if he can obtain that power, his position will change completely. The ceremony continues as another candidate, Sybil Dre, strikes the monument with everything he has. Sybil also passes the test. Relieved and excited, Sybil celebrates that he has made it through alongside Theo. Then the Northern Elite begin their turns, starting with Ray Ragnar, whose attack leaves a far more fearsome mark. Halkus Ranka and Wellington Narcio follow with equally overwhelming displays, proving the gap between ordinary candidates and the top contenders. Their blows carve and shatter the monument so violently that the arena is left staring at the damage. Even among the North's top four, the results are described as monstrous. Still, Sybil insists that none of them surpass the mark Theo made. With the field narrowing, attention turns to the final major challenger. Axion Ragnar steps forward with quiet confidence. His name is called, and the arena braces for the duel everyone expected. The onlookers frame it as a clash between the tiger and the shadow, though some doubt even Axion can match what Theo just did. Axion answers that doubt by hardening his resolve and preparing to force a result. He approaches the monument while Theo watches from the side. Ignoring restraint, Axion is urged to consume the soma and pushes himself beyond normal limits. He unleashes a violent surge of red power through his sword in a desperate all-out strike. The examiner tries to stop him, realizing too late that Axion has gone too far. The released power erupts upward in the shape of a massive crimson beast. Its form resolves into a dragon-like manifestation, showing just how dangerous Axion's bloodline power has become. The attack crashes into the monument with explosive force and tears through the arena floor. Even the examiner is caught off guard, admitting the day keeps exceeding expectations. The monument fractures under the impact, its surface splitting apart. Axion passes as well, his strike leaving a mark nearly equal to Theo's. The crowd is shaken when they realize the two results are almost identical and cannot tell who actually won. The officials announce that only a detailed assessment can separate them, leaving Axion in tense silence. He turns away, forced to wait for a judgment he cannot control. The first blooming ceremony comes to an end with the whole arena still buzzing over the outcome. The examiner praises the candidates and declares the first stage concluded successfully. He explains that those who pass must return in 3 days for the second blooming ceremony. Before dismissing them, he prepares to reveal the ranking everyone has been waiting for. The final suspense narrows to Theo and Axion, the two candidates at the top. Theo Ragnar is announced as the winner of the first blooming. He receives a perfect score of 10 out of 10 because his technique, magic control, and speed were flawless, with nothing wasted. The result shocks the crowd, who had assumed Axion would take first place. The deciding factor is revealed to be the depth of Theo's sword mark, which was judged similar to that of Lord Thorkel himself. That comparison elevates Theo even further, linking him to one of the strongest candidates expected in the next succession test. Axion is named second, and the announcement notes that he also earned a perfect 10. But because his mark was slightly shorter than Theo's, he is officially placed below him, a verdict he receives in bitter silence. The rest of the rankings are read out as the crowd erupts, celebrating the standout performers and the unexpected upset at the top. At last Sybil is placed 87th, and the examiner closes by commending everyone for their effort. The second blooming ceremony is set for 3 days later in the Winter Mountains, and the candidates are ordered to prepare thoroughly. With the announcement concluded, the gathered trainees are dismissed to make ready for what is coming. That night, the story shifts to a quiet house under falling snow as the eve of the ceremony settles in. Inside, the first and second rank winners are celebrated for proving the worth of the training ground. The gathering turns lively as everyone offers congratulations and treats the rankings as a shared victory. Theo thanks them for the support but reminds them that their real goal is still ahead at the second blooming ceremony. As the toast continues, Theo draws his close companion in with a reassuring gesture. He declares that they will claim the final first and second ranks there as well, turning the celebration into a vow. Others back them without hesitation, reinforcing the belief that the two of them can succeed together. The silver-haired trainee congratulates Theo for taking first place and admits he is relieved to see Theo's efforts rewarded. At the same time, He confesses that falling so far behind leaves him ashamed. Theo dismisses the gap as luck rather than superiority, trying to ease the burden his friend is carrying. He goes further and reminds him that rivalry matters less than friendship, reframing the moment as mutual support instead of comparison. That kindness clears the young man's troubled feelings, and he sincerely thanks Theo for it. They seal their renewed resolve with a toast to do their best in the second blooming ceremony. Soon after, the scene moves to the frozen mountain range where the ceremony will unfold. Theo arrives alone in the snow, heading into the trial with a calm but focused determination. As he advances, he reflects on the meaning of reaching the top rank in the blooming ceremony. For someone who once lived a different life, standing here already feels like an achievement beyond anything he could have imagined. Even so, he knows defeating Axion before was not a true battle, and he still struggles to believe that victory himself. That memory leaves him sober rather than satisfied as he weighs how much farther he still has to go. He tightens his resolve and decides that this success is only the beginning. Killing a mere pawn like Rendon is nowhere near enough for the revenge he intends to take. His true targets remain Axion and the Dragon of the Skies, and he swears to repay them many times over with everything he has. That oath hardens into a cold, personal promise of vengeance. He reins in his emotions and turns back to the practical objective in front of him. Remembering the nest compass, he brings out the artifact that reveals the direction of the nest. When it points toward the Winter Mountains, he realizes he can use it to locate the nest during the second blooming ceremony. Before he can act on that advantage, he senses another presence nearby. Theo immediately goes silent and sharpens his attention, recognizing that something is wrong. A hooded figure appears in the snow, seemingly searching for someone or something. Theo closes in so suddenly that the stranger finds a blade at his neck before he can react. Demanding an explanation, Theo forces the intruder to justify his presence at sword point. The man identifies himself as Gitsby Jotun from the Gale Sword Unit, and claims he was sent after witnessing the blooming ceremony. Theo instantly understands that a scout has reached him sooner than expected. The scout explains the purpose directly. Theo has been granted the chance to take the entrance qualification test. When Theo questions why a sword unit would recruit him this way, the scout insists that only the brave of the Gale Sword Unit receive such an opportunity. Theo is unimpressed and privately judges the Gale Sword Unit to be full of fools. Before that exchange can settle, another faction arrives and calls out to Theo by name, interrupting the Gale Unit's approach. Ian Sosori, vice commander of the Black Iron Unit, personally offers to recommend Theo as a member of her division instead. Her identity shocks the others, and she uses that recognition to push them aside and seize the initiative. The interruption triggers a rush as multiple people converge on Theo at once, each trying to claim him first. Officials and representatives from different groups crowd him with competing promises, all trying to secure his allegiance through rank, guarantees, and influence. The pressure becomes so absurd that Theo can only stare in stunned disbelief as the recruiters close in. The chaos devolves into open bickering, with the recruiters arguing over turns and acting as if Theo were already theirs to take. Amused but exasperated, Theo decides the situation has become ridiculous and starts thinking about leaving before it gets worse. Then a new voice cuts through the frenzy, admitting that what is about to happen could be called greed. That speaker makes clear she is willing to be greedy if it means winning over a talent like Theo. Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace Sword Dragon, Prunus, appears in person, stunning everyone with the sheer status of her arrival. As the crowd struggles to understand why someone of her standing would come here herself, Prunus answers with calm confidence that there is only one obvious reason. A high-ranking woman arrives with a casual excuse, but her real purpose is to see Theo Ragnar. Before anything can settle, a man is caught in a sudden red slash and cries out in terror. Theo lunges into the fight, driving forward with his sword as the attack erupts around him. The red force tears through the battlefield, flinging bodies aside and turning the clash into chaos. Theo pushes through with murderous focus, his power flaring as he commits fully to the assault. In the middle of it, he recalls a familiar, confident smile. The memory expands into the image of a composed nobleman moving through a crowd with effortless authority. That recollection shifts to overwhelming sword power, as if Theo is measuring himself against a far greater standard. The image narrows to a blade marked by red energy, tying the memory directly to the technique before him. Someone desperately calls Theo Ragnar's name, trying to reach him as the violence peaks. Theo answers by smashing an enemy down with brutal force, breaking the ground beneath him. As one beaten foe lies helpless, Theo's hand hangs over him, ready to finish what he started. The aftermath shows Theo standing amid a field of fallen opponents, having overwhelmed everyone around him. He steps forward through the wreckage, still intent on pressing the attack. Then he senses something and abruptly realizes a new presence has entered the scene. He whips around and slashes at once, trying to strike before the newcomer can act. The attack races across the ruined ground, but the distance between them only sharpens the tension. A hand catches the blade with absurd ease, stopping Theo's momentum outright. The newcomer dismisses Theo's outburst as pathetic and questions whether his rage can change anything. Recognizing the man, Theo is shaken enough to call him uncle. His uncle tells him to calm down, think clearly, and come with him instead of losing control. Theo refuses, declaring that the second blooming ceremony will become Ragnar's grave. He vows to master the power needed to bring down the house of Ragnar itself. At that moment, the elegant woman steps in, her arrival carrying far more weight than her calm manner suggests. She is revealed as Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, a dragon of high standing, and she asks whether they have enjoyed enough humiliation. When questioned about why someone of her status came personally, she makes clear she came for Theo, just as she would for anyone she chose. She repeats that she came simply to see that child, confirming Theo is the true reason for her visit. She states that, for the Plum Blossom Palace mistress to come in person, Theo must be worth that much, even if it makes the others look weak. Her followers are alarmed and beg her to reconsider, unable to believe she would intervene so directly. Ignoring them, she releases a blooming pink power that spreads across the area. The onlookers realize she has created a disconnected space, sealing the field away from outside interference. They understand with shock that she intends to teach Theo herself. Her power coils and gathers, turning the sealed space into the start of a lesson rather than a battle. Inside the isolated world, Theo and the palace mistress face each other alone on a reflective, petal-strewn expanse. Theo recognizes that the Plum Blossom Palace signature art can perfectly shut out the outside world, something he had only heard rumors about until now. She notes that the Dragon Lord may be angered, but no one can stop her from giving someone a gift. Theo repeats the word gift, realizing she means to offer him something far more serious than help. She explains that the Dragon Lord's sword is overwhelming, like dragon's breath falling from the sky. That power, she says, is the kind that burns everything to ash. But unlike him, she has refined her sword into endless variations rather than pure destruction. Theo listens in stunned attention as she defines the path she herself pursues. Her answer is a sword that contains every possible variation within it. She begins to demonstrate, moving through successive forms with impossible fluidity. Each motion branches into another, showing a style that adapts and transforms without limit. She settles into a poised guard, gathering all those possibilities into one calm center. Theo can only stare, overwhelmed as he starts to grasp the scale of what she is showing him. She reveals the principle behind it all. Every variation can be released in a single breath. With complete control, she prepares to name the technique born from that idea. She calls it the Plum Blossom Full-Bloom First Sword Technique, Heaven's Flower Rain. Theo remains frozen in awe, understanding that he is witnessing a level of swordsmanship far beyond anything he has known. Theo is left stunned after witnessing swordsmanship so refined that more than 100 steps seem to fit into a single breath, making him question whether he has just seen the true peak of the White Dragon Lord's style. He realizes that if he tried to pour everything he had learned into one slash, the result would be so overwhelming that he is not sure he could even endure it. The woman cuts off the lesson there, deciding that what she has shown him is already enough. A surge of power erupts around her, leaving the onlookers shaken by the display. She makes it clear that if Theo wants to see more, the opportunity is not closed to him. She invites him to seek her out after the blooming ceremony, surprising the others who hear it. As she departs in a swirl of petals, she expresses her hope that Theo will become a fresh force in this place. Left alone with the offer, Theo admits to himself that the favor is too great to simply accept and too meaningful to ignore. He decides he cannot take on both the role of Blossom Mistress's disciple and a White Armor Dragon Corps member at once, so he will postpone any answer until after the second blooming ceremony. 3 days pass, and winter closes in over the mountains. At the northern Great Wall and the Winter Mountain Range, the second blooming ceremony begins. The candidates are reminded that this immense frozen region stretches from their stronghold all the way to the Demon Sea. The Ragnars have long defended humanity across that deadly frontier. Their duty has been to hold back the monsters pouring from the Demon Sea beyond the Great Wall. Senior swordsman Jackie Ragnar tells the apprentices that they are expected to inherit that burden one day, which is why this place was chosen for the ceremony. He explains that the test area reaches the edge of the Demon Sea, though the apprentices will only be allowed to operate within a limited section and must not cross the boundary. Jackie states that the rules of the test are simple. For the next 15 days, they must hunt beasts in the Winter Mountains and collect the bells hanging from their necks. He adds that bell colors indicate danger and value, with stronger beasts carrying higher-ranked bells and the violet bell standing at the top. Even so, he warns that any beast carrying a violet bell would be far beyond what any of them could defeat. That impossible prey is presented as a massive reward source, tempting the candidates with the promise of extraordinary points. Jackie removes any moral restraint by declaring that they may use any method they want, so long as they return with bells by the end of the test. Theo immediately understands the implication. The ceremony permits stealing from other candidates, and openly encourages conflict among them. He recognizes the logic behind it as the ruthless survival of the fittest creed of Ragnar. Jackie further explains that supply tomes have been hidden in safe zones to help keep monsters out, and the candidates will need to use those resources carefully. With the briefing complete, Jackie formally starts the test. At his command, the candidates scatter into the mountains. One white-haired participant immediately pushes his ally to follow their plan, secure supplies first, and make sure Theo is protected. Elsewhere, 2 more competitors charge in eagerly, thrilled by the chaos the test promises. Theo moves out on his own at full speed, focused and silent. Behind the scenes, A long-haired conspirator orders Axion to stay with the plan and predicts that the chosen location will become Theo's grave. Theo senses the weight of that threat even as he keeps moving without comment. A pale-haired knight races through the forest after him, clearly intent on catching up. He closes the distance with steady determination. The storm howls over the mountains as the pursuit continues. Theo slows, assuming he should finally continue on his way, only to realize someone has come specifically to stop him. The newcomer addresses him directly and asks for his attention. The knight reminds Theo that they once called each other friends and presses him to answer whether that still means anything. He confesses that over the last 3 days he came to see Theo not only as a friend but also as a rival, and that realization made him selfish. Theo is caught off guard when the knight openly declares his desire to surpass him fairly. Instead of taking offense, Theo begins to smile in recognition of the honesty behind those words. He admits that he understands that feeling because he has wrestled with the same kind of rivalry himself. Remembering their clashes, he acknowledges the knight as someone he values deeply. That memory confirms for him that competition does not erase friendship. Theo answers plainly that he also sees the knight as both a friend and a rival, which relieves the other young man. The knight then declares that because of that bond, he cannot afford to yield in the second blooming ceremony, and came only to make that resolve clear. Theo accepts the challenge with a calm wish for his success. With nothing more to say, Theo turns away and resumes the test alone. The story shifts across the vast frozen range, emphasizing how isolated and dangerous the battlefield truly is. At the edge of a sheer cliff, a hidden blue glow hints that something important or unnatural is waiting in the mountains ahead. In a blizzard near a cliffside, a blue light marks the beginning of his search. He reflects that Wellington has personally targeted him, and instead of fearing it, he finds the danger exhilarating. The prospect of being pushed into greater strength only sharpens his excitement. He deliberately reins in that thrill and turns his attention back to the mission. Using a dragon's nest compass, he decides to track down the dragon's nest pigs first. The compass needle aligns and points him toward the hidden objective. It leads him to the outskirts of the Winter Mountain range. Following the signal through the snow, he narrows the search area and assumes the target must be nearby. When the compass indicates the spot is buried under deep snow, he realizes the nest is concealed beneath the surface. He weighs the unpleasant possibility that he may have to dig through the entire frozen field. Lacking proper tools, he briefly considers the absurdity of using his moon-white sword as a shovel. A sudden thought interrupts him, and he senses something else in the area. Deciding hidden enemies deserve no mercy, he grips his weapon and prepares to force them out. He reacts instantly to movement from behind, confirming the ambush. Rather than wait, he strikes first and tears open the snowy ground with a sweeping attack. The blow rips apart the ice and exposes a concealed space beneath the surface. With the hiding place revealed, he orders the watchers to show themselves. One of the hidden men emerges with a grin and asks when they were discovered. He recognizes them at once and identifies them as the same group that had been tailing him. The 3 roughnecks of Book Mountain step forward, openly admitting they came to settle things where no one would interfere. He remembers them as the brutal underlings who once worked under Huxiel during the Academy incident. He also recalls their role in the Book Mountain Village massacre, a crime that left a lasting impression on him. That memory brings back the image of the blood-soaked aftermath he once had to deal with himself. What horrified him most was not only the scale of the slaughter, but the fact that many of the dead could not even be identified. The reason was simple and monstrous: every victim's head had been crushed. Seeing the same men now, he concludes they must be acting on Axion's behalf and asks if they are after Axion's fortune. The thugs mock the idea that mere classmates could have manipulated them into this. They imply a far more powerful backer and hint that he cannot even imagine who is truly behind them. From that alone, he deduces the Senate sent them. His guess rattles them immediately, and they realize their secret has already been exposed. He explains that their own words gave them away and notes that even the examiner seems to be cooperating with their side. Though one of them worries they have said too much, the leader decides it no longer matters if their target dies here. Confident in his advantage, the leader lunges in, eager to cut down someone as polished as him. He remains calm and unreadable, holding his sword as if the outcome is already decided. He prepares a contingency by shaping the heavens flower rain snow into massive claw-like forms around the battlefield. The attacker only understands something is wrong when the technique is already closing in on him. The summoned blades crash down and tear through the 3 men in a single overwhelming strike. As he finishes them, he makes clear that he refuses to become anything like the monsters they were. Their bodies are left shattered across the snow, their lives ended before they could resist. He lands amid the aftermath, having erased the threat almost effortlessly. Looking over the corpses, he dismisses them as young men who chose to die for a filthy cause. He reflects that after days spent dismantling and reassembling the heavens flower rain snow, he can finally use the technique 3 times in succession. He notes that by changing the circles, lines, and arcs he can vary its applications, though he still cannot yet unleash it as many times as he wants. After cleaning up the remains, he finishes the grim task without hesitation. Back on the cliff, he turns his thoughts to the real objective, finding a way into the underground nest. A strange noise interrupts him, and he immediately searches for its source. Looking down, he discovers an invisible staircase hidden in the ice below, triggering a hidden quest to explore the Blue Caves. A guiding voice or signal confirms that the true entrance lies in that direction. Elsewhere, attention shifts to the rankings, where Axion Ragnar is announced as the current first-place candidate after capturing 15 demons with the 21-person team. The announcement continues with Ragnar holding second place. At a council meeting, someone raises the unresolved question of Theo Ragnar's whereabouts. A senior official reports that Theo currently has no demonic backing and no allies, but admits this is only an inference based on Theo staying hidden. A woman immediately exposes the weakness in that claim, forcing him to concede that his assessment is not confirmed. Another member argues that Theo's earlier success does not guarantee confidence in real combat, suggesting he may simply be avoiding stronger opponents. The mood turns mocking as Theo is dismissed as an illegitimate child who was probably beaten down by hired thugs. One silver-haired man silently suspects the Senate may be behind Theo's disappearance. The older official privately confirms that he acted without warning him, but brushes it off because the operation seemed to succeed. The silver-haired man realizes an old fool has interfered on his own authority, and immediately grows alarmed. He seethes over the unauthorized move, understanding that someone has disrupted his plans without permission. The old man explains that after Camellia Palace was seized, he searched Rose Palace but failed to locate the ancient dragon's artifact. That missing relic makes the silver-haired man conclude the key to Rose Palace's artifact is still elsewhere. He decides Theo must be carrying the clue and resolves to kill him once he has taken it. He urgently orders Axon to move faster, no longer willing to wait. Meanwhile, the woman concludes that the Senate and the Secretary are plotting something and urges the group to prepare a safeguard. She is flatly overruled before any protective measure can be set in motion. The chairman insists Theo is tougher than he looks and reminds them that Theo deliberately hid his strength during the examination. He refuses to interfere behind Theo's back, while the woman dryly notes that Theo's feelings hardly matter in a political crisis. Elsewhere, Theo enters a sinister cavern filled with skull-like formations and lingering deathly energy. He advances to a place saturated with the remains and presence of the dead, pausing to assess the danger. Recognizing powerful mental traps that would break ordinary minds, he notes that surviving the Moonwhite Sword's trial has made this much easier for him. When his compass reacts, he realizes it has been guiding him to this hidden location all along. He expands his senses and confirms through spirit-based detection that the path ahead is the correct one. With the route identified, he heads deeper toward the source. He recognizes the place as the hatchling's nest from 3 years in the future, confirming he has reached a critical site ahead of time. He remembers that this is where Huxiel is supposed to obtain the legendary item. Feeling guilty about taking what should have been Huxiel's chance, he still resolves to claim it first. At the sealed chamber, he identifies the prize he seeks as Amon's grimoire. But the moment he senses something watching him, his confidence falters. Seeing a vast hoard of treasure instead of what he expected, he realizes something is terribly wrong. He understands at once that this is not the hatchling's nest at all. The truth hits him. He has stumbled into the lair of an ancient dragon. The dragon stirs awake atop its mountain of gold, turning the mistake into an immediate life-threatening crisis. Theo realizes that if he reaches for Amon's relic now, the awakened dragon will kill him before he can escape. He frantically wonders whether Huxiel gave him false information or whether arriving 3 years early changed what should have been here. Abandoning the relic for now, he decides survival comes first and prepares to retreat. He accepts that he will have to return another time, before Huxiel's destined visit, if he wants another chance. Before he can leave, a sudden movement behind him tells him the dragon has already noticed. The ancient dragon rises fully before him, cutting off any easy escape. Instead of attacking, the dragon addresses him as a selector who has arrived after a long wait, and reveals itself as the ancient dragon Roadbroke. Roadbroke formally introduces himself, making clear that Theo has entered the presence of a being tied to the Ragnar line. Theo is stunned to hear that this is the guardian dragon claimed by the Ragnar family, and the master of Winter Mountain. Then an enormous shadow appears behind Theo and greets Roadbroke as an ancestor, shocking him even further. Roadbroke is visibly confused by that claim, forcing Theo to confront how strange his own companion's words sound. Theo identifies the speaker as Sigurd, the giant dragon tied to his contractor, and adds that she is also the mother of Friedrich. Roadbroke immediately dismisses that lineage story as nonsense spread by Friedrich. He explains that Sigurd and he were merely companions, and that while she once had a human contractor, there was never any romantic bond between them. Theo presses further, asking whether the belief that his family carries dragon blood through a human-dragon union is just propaganda. Roadbroke answers that the blood connection is real, but it comes from the contract between Theo and Sigurd, which allows their essence to be shared. With that mystery partly clarified, Theo turns his attention back to Ragnar and cuts the exchange short. Roadbroke declares that he will soon present himself to the selectors as their guardian dragon, signaling a major shift in the balance around Theo and the Ragnar succession. The dragon grants Theo 3 questions and warns that the answers may be hard to accept, but Theo steps forward anyway. He steadies himself by reminding himself that this is a rare chance to learn the truth about Ragnar, the peak he aims to reach. Before the questioning can begin, he cuts down a charging beast with overwhelming ease. The monster collapses in the snow at his feet, confirming the gap between him and ordinary fighters. As the corpse settles, a green token drops out from the remains. Theo picks it up and notes that it is already his 57th, treating the kill as part of a larger tally. Nearby, Axion's men discuss Ragnar's whereabouts while standing over the dead monster, still unable to find where he is hiding. One of them mocks Ragnar as a coward who may have finally been frightened by real monsters. Theo immediately sees through the insult, judging that Ragnar is far too capable to fear creatures of this level, and deciding he must stay aligned with Axion for now. Axion's thug keeps belittling Ragnar, only to be abruptly struck mid-sneer. The blow leaves him stunned and terrified before he can understand what he did wrong. Theo makes it clear that Ragnar's long weakness never meant cowardice, because true power leaves no room for fear. When Theo presses him for his real motive, the thug breaks instantly and can only stammer an apology. Their exchange is interrupted by a subordinate delivering a message from the Central Intelligence Bureau's director. The message urges Theo to move quickly and carry out the plan. Theo dismisses the order with cold contempt and tells them to stop bothering him. Instead, he orders Axion's gang to keep searching for Ragnar and report back the moment he appears. Once alone again, Theo turns inward and prepares to use his first question carefully. He resolves to begin the interrogation in earnest. The dragon, impatient from waiting, pushes him to finally ask what he came for. Theo starts with the most direct mystery: why the dragon is here. The dragon recognizes that Theo is trying to uncover hidden truths through these questions and accepts that this is the right place to begin. It starts to reveal the reason for its presence. What Theo hears shocks him into silence. The dragon reveals that beyond the seas exists a monster feared even in the gods' world, known as the Nameless Monarch. For 1,000 years, the dragon has remained in this place because it was assigned to protect the world from that being. Theo realizes Winter Mountain is not the true center of this mystery, but only an outpost, confirming his suspicions. The dragon's gaze alone carries enough weight to make the revelation feel undeniably real. Theo recognizes that the fear he sensed from Rodbruk's eyes came from this same hidden threat. The truth lands with enough force to leave him shaken. He now understands that an existence capable of frightening an ancient dragon that has ruled for over a millennium is waiting somewhere beyond this place. Even so, he restrains himself from asking more about the monarch yet, sensing there are more urgent pieces he must uncover first. He uses his second question to ask about the ancient dragon's relic. The dragon explains that there are 3 relics, though it knows little about them, and Theo realizes he has stumbled onto something unexpectedly important. He identifies 2 of them at once: the Dungeon of Camellia Palace and the White Moonlight Monastery, and presses for the last one. The dragon names it Sapphire and begins to explain its nature. Sapphire is the crystallized result of the ancient dragon's soul being divided into 6 pieces. One of those pieces has already been given to Theo, to help him eventually stop the Nameless Monarch. The dragon adds that the 4th relic's form is not fixed. It may appear as an object, an experience, or even a strange phenomenon. That answer triggers a sudden realization in Theo. He connects the clue to the one impossible thing he already possesses: the regression that returned him to an earlier point in his life. The more he thinks about that impossible reversal of time, the more convinced he becomes that it is tied to the relic. Theo concludes that the relic he carries must be his regression itself. But that creates a contradiction, because every dragon relic should leave a dragon projection behind, and no such presence exists within the regression. That inconsistency pushes him toward an even deeper question. He decides to spend his final question on the matter that has haunted him most. Looking up at the dragon, Theo asks why he was chosen at all. He frames it as the doubt at the center of his life. Why someone as untalented as him would be selected to fight the Nameless Monarch. The dragon refuses to answer directly and instead turns the question back on him, forcing Theo to confront the reason himself. A dragon's challenge shatters the man's assumptions by implying he was never the only chosen one. The revelation hits him hard, leaving him visibly shaken as he tries to process it. He realizes others were also selected by the relics, and that possibility horrifies him. He connects that thought to Kirsch and Black Dragon, concluding they may have gathered relics for the same reason he did. Worse, he suspects they received the same guidance, and may have fallen backward instead of advancing. The guardian dragon reminds him that he came here to claim a treasure, and that his own growth has already surpassed what he first sought. That snaps his focus back, and he remembers he originally came for Amon's relic. But after reconsidering, he decides a mere item is no longer enough and sets his sights on something greater. The hidden quest's reward is revealed as access to the ancient dragon's hoard, a trove said to contain the world's rarest treasures. The wealth before him includes every kind of priceless reward, from gems and relics to elixirs, books, and weapons. The promise is simple: whatever he chooses from this hoard will be beyond imagination. The guardian dragon personally offers him anything he wants from the nest. Instead of being overwhelmed, he smiles as if he has already made up his mind. When the dragon asks what he wants, he prepares to name his prize. He boldly declares that he wants Rodbrok itself. The request catches the dragon completely off guard. The guardian bursts into laughter, treating the demand as an absurd joke before asking again what he really wants. He stays silent for a moment, refusing to back down. When the dragon insists he has already been told to choose properly, the man holds his ground. The Guardian realizes with disbelief that the outrageous demand was sincere. He confirms it without hesitation. That answer enrages the Guardian, and the dragon's killing intent crashes down on him. The dragon unleashes dragon fear, openly condemning his insolence. Crushed by the aura, he recognizes it as a guardian dragon's power and forces himself to endure. Even bloodied and shaking, he refuses to submit. The pressure escalates further, as the dragon invokes Red Drake fear and drives him closer to collapse. The Guardian mocks his arrogance, saying only a fool would think he could withstand such power. Still screaming through the pain, he argues that if Roadblock is truly a treasure, then claiming it is no different from claiming anything else in this nest. He admits the attempt is a gamble with his own life, but insists it is worth taking. He stakes that conviction on history, arguing that Roadblock, the guardian dragon, and their ancestor Sigurd are bound together, and that her bond with Sigurd proves her value. For him, obtaining her is the only way to stop old tragedies from repeating themselves. Driven by that belief, he begs Lodbrok to lend him her power because he cannot afford to miss this chance. He goes further and pleads for her to fight at his side. That plea makes the dragon pause. A presence tied to Sigurd appears behind him, and he realizes his desperate words have reached someone else. The Guardian falls silent, no longer attacking. At last the dragon relents. The Guardian's form begins to break apart and transform. The massive dragon body collapses away, revealing a humanoid figure emerging from within. A horned woman draped in flowing ribbons descends where the dragon stood. Amused by his nerve, she tells him he interests her and decides to give him a chance. She approaches as he stares up from the treasure-strewn ground, stunned by the change. Now in human form, the Guardian presents herself directly before him. He can only look on in speechless disbelief. She teases him for being captivated, explaining that this body is ancient despite its youthful appearance. Trying to regain composure, he addresses her as the Guardian Dragon. His attention catches on the strange core embedded in her chest, and she notices immediately. She explains that her original heart was lost long ago, so she has survived for nearly 5 centuries with an artificial one. She then reveals her limitation. She cannot even leave this nest, which means she cannot directly help him. Even so, she extends a hand and asks him once more what he truly wants. A wounded young man is forced to confront a final question about whether he would still choose Lodbrok. He steadies himself and refuses to waver. He answers that his choice has not changed and claims Lodbrok as his reward. The selection is confirmed. Lodbrok mocks his judgment, and new titles are created to bind him to the Guardian Dragon and the founder's bloodline. He vows to grow stronger, gather more ancient dragon relics, and deepens his spiritual link with Lodbrok. As the bond rewards him with experience, he promises to find a way to restore Lodbrok's lost heart. He realizes an ancient dragon relic may exist that can replace a heart, and his growth advances again. Lodbrok teases him about proving worthy of being her companion while accepting him under her care. She warns that she cannot leave the nest and plans to remain dormant until he finds the means to heal her. Before that, she gives him a grimoire and tells him there is something he must do first. She explains that their current bond is incomplete and must be made real through a special process. To truly connect with her, he must study the book and open a mind gate in the nest, a task she says should take about a month if done carefully. The system grants him the relic Aman as an extra reward, shocking him. He learns that Aman is a book called Hidden Existence, a grimoire containing condensed magical truth, though the time required still troubles him. When he questions the month-long delay, Lodbrok asks whether he has urgent business outside. He admits the second blooming ceremony is still underway and asks if he can finish the exam in 2 weeks before returning. Lodbrok pauses and considers his request. She concedes that nothing is impossible, but her tone turns severe. She makes clear that she will not simply let him leave. Amused by his desperation, she orders him to open the mind gate before the second blooming ceremony ends. She flatly declares that he will remain trapped there until he succeeds. Outside, the ceremony's remaining time drops to 13 days as other competitors continue hunting monsters and climbing the rankings. 3 days before the ceremony ends, attention shifts to the Central Intelligence Bureau. A silver-haired man explains that a totem creates a monster-free zone because it contains a monster summoning orb. He adds that the orb amplifies the sealed monster's energy and keeps other monsters away. He demonstrates the danger by destroying the orb. The protective effect collapses around him at once. A huge monster manifests, and he reveals that the orb can also be used to summon whatever monster one wants. Dark residue spreads as the summoned creature fully takes shape. The monster towers over him, proving the orb can turn a safe zone into a trap. Its monstrous face emerges in full, confirming the threat he intends to weaponize. He explains that because the ceremony rewards killing monsters, Theo will inevitably move toward any promising target. His subordinate understands the real plan: use the orb to lure Theo in. The older schemer says killing Theo is not enough because they still need information about the Rose Palace relics. The subordinate suggests torturing Theo first to force the truth out of him. The older man reminds him that he already knows why that would be risky. He points out that the gap between the subordinate and Theo is not large enough to guarantee an easy capture. Instead, he proposes exploiting Theo's sentimentality by targeting the followers gathered at the 4th training ground. He orders them taken hostage so Theo can be pressured for the relic information, and the subordinate accepts the plan. 12 hours before the ceremony ends, Axion Ragnar sits in first place after Theo has still failed to appear until the very end. Axion concludes that placing supervisors under his uncle's control seems to have accomplished little. An examiner wonders whether Theo may already have been killed by the 3 thugs the elder dragon warned about. Felix Ragnar argues that it makes no sense for Theo to stay hidden this long if he were still alive. Theo remains silent, listening to the judgment being passed on him. Another voice mocks Felix's poor ranking and implies the Plum Blossom Palace's master favors Theo for good reason. Felix is rattled by the insult. He realizes the taunt is aimed at the resentment that drove him to help hunt Theo in the first place. Though furious, he tries to dismiss the provocation as expected. Axion begins addressing Theo directly, as if speaking to an absent rival. He vows to force Theo out no matter what. He mobilizes the Dragon Society as part of the hunt. He also draws in forces from the Plum Blossom Palace. Declaring the hunt begun, Axion promises to kill Theo's companions at the 4th training ground one by one until Theo appears. A distant blast interrupts the tense wait. Ragnar, currently 3rd in the ceremony, is revealed nearby and watching. Elsewhere, a frost lizard demon is cut down. Theo's companions celebrate catching a yellow rank demon together. Their modest scores are shown, but they are thrilled simply to have something to boast about to Theo later. With only 12 hours left, they wonder where Theo is and note they have saved supplies for him. They reassure themselves that Theo must be pursuing something more important than ranking points. Even so, they regret that they may not get to see him take first place as promised. Their light-hearted talk is cut short when one of them is suddenly impaled from behind. Orion Gardner and other Dragon Society members step out, annoyed by the noise and clearly hostile. Theo's friends demand to know why the Dragon Society is attacking them. The attackers answer that the victims are merely bait to summon Theo, and they expect no forgiveness for it. Meanwhile, back in Lodbrok's nest, time has passed. Lodbrok is impressed by Theo's progress. She praises him for opening the mind gate in less than half a month, and the system confirms he has partially understood Amon and created a new skill. Theo reflects that the method he remembered from his past life was correct. Understanding Amon depends on the amount and quality of magical power. Because he possesses both a mana hole and a dragon heart, he concludes that his progress is naturally far faster than normal, though his low rank still limits the quality of skills he can obtain. His first major gain is hatchling synchronization, which grants telekinesis and the ability to read others' thoughts. Lodbrok says that only now can he truly be called her companion and urges him to keep training beyond the basics. She adds that once he advances further, he will even be able to hear her voice directly. She also reveals that he should eventually be able to borrow Lodbrok's own power, astonishing him. Theo promises to restore her before her remaining 3 years run out. Lodbrok answers with quiet satisfaction. Theo immediately tests his new power on a nearby object. As Lodbrok releases him from their original agreement, the nest begins to expel him. She parts from him warmly, saying she looks forward to meeting her new companion again after 1,000 years. Theo lands back in the snowy trial grounds. He quickly realizes that although the contract with Lodbrok was a success, the ceremony itself has effectively reset against him. With only 12 hours left, he bitterly compares his situation to being forced into hard mode. He concludes that ordinary monster hunting cannot carry him to the top in time, leaving only one option. He decides to steal other contestants' spells, reasoning that if he defeats Axion, first place will become his. In his mind, Axion becomes the key obstacle standing between him and the top rank. Yet before he can act, he senses someone nearby. He turns toward the hidden presence. A familiar voice calls out to him from the shadows. Theo is stunned to recognize the speaker. It is Ragnar, badly wounded, and he rushes to ask what happened and whether monsters did this to her. Seeing the severity of her injuries, he realizes monsters alone should not have been able to leave wounds like that. The truth begins to dawn on him. He identifies the injuries as sword wounds and understands she was attacked by a person. When he demands answers, Ray tells him to save questions for later and first head west. Before she can explain, her strength gives out. Theo catches her before she collapses. His hand closes around her sword. Using hatchling synchronization, he activates the blade to read the thoughts hidden within it. The skill begins extracting the memories of the sword's owner, Ragnar. Through the sword, he hears concern about Theo's absence. The memory reveals that Theo still had not appeared, though the trap had already been prepared for him. Axion's side had deliberately left traces of Theo's companions and nearby monsters to guide him toward a hostage site. The memory even weighs whether some captives should be killed to sharpen the bait. When a subordinate brings too many prisoners, Axion dismisses most of them as unnecessary and casually suggests killing some. Ray intervenes and stops the execution. Axion coldly asks why Ragnar is interfering. Ray declares that the scheme has gone too far. Theo's memory reading shows him trying to avoid conflict with Ray and urging her to leave because the matter does not concern her. He even orders the hostages released, acknowledging that they are Theo's comrades. Axion immediately understands that Ray has chosen Theo's side. The memory shifts into battle as Ray attacks Axion. Their clash erupts violently in the snow. Ray is blasted back, showing how fierce the confrontation became. Theo's reading is incomplete because of his low status, but he still catches the crucial thought that Axion had held 4 of his comrades captive. Shaken, Theo grabs Ray and demands to know what happened. Ray begins to explain that Axion was desperate to catch Theo from the moment the plan started. Because Theo could not be found, Axion seized Theo's friends as hostages to lure him out. Ray insists she did not come merely to report that, but to warn him about something worse. Theo's rage explodes as he demands to know where Axion is waiting for him. A shout from afar announces that Theo has finally appeared. A scout reports that Theo has shown up at the northern cliff. The report adds that Theo is currently with Ragnar and will likely come to them soon. Axion is delighted, convinced that he can finally prove his superiority over Theo. But a hidden advisor warns Axion not to confront Theo directly. The advisor tells him to use the hostages for information about the relics instead of risking a direct fight. He promises that Theo Ragnar will be dealt with by others. Axion is instructed to use the summoning orb to distract the supervisors while Theo is eliminated. The reassurance calms Axion's hesitation. Back in the present, Ray urgently forbids Theo from going to Axion. She reveals that even the Intelligence Bureau supervisors are aligned with Axion. Theo is stunned by how deep the conspiracy runs. Ray warns that this is no longer an exam but a slaughter designed specifically to kill him, and begs him not to go alone. Theo thanks her for helping him, but says there is no time. He knows that every moment they delay puts his captured friends in greater danger. Driven by panic, he demands their location immediately. Ray snaps at him for thinking so recklessly. She argues that charging in will only get him killed and make every sacrifice meaningless. Theo rejects that logic outright, insisting he cannot lose his people again. A memory of happier days with his companions resurfaces, reminding him that their goal was to survive the ceremony together. Ray counters that Ragnar's world always demands sacrifices, no matter how cruel that truth is. Another memory of Theo and his friends promising to gather again strengthens his resolve. He accuses Ray of interfering with what he has already decided. Ray is shaken by the force of his conviction. Theo tells her she cannot simply stand by and watch while his friends are abandoned. A grim memory flashes of the Rose Palace burning and servants dying, exposing the trauma that still haunts him. That nightmare reminds him of the contempt once directed at him as Ragnar's weakest heir. He remembers being told that his suffering was inevitable because he was the weakest among the powerful Ragnars. In the present, he admits he is tired of always suffering helplessly. He grips Ray with desperate resolve, refusing to remain powerless again. Ray sees that his decision is absolute as he declares that he cannot repeat the mistakes of his past. Theo confronts a sinister presence and demands to know where Axion is. The answer lies in a wrecked snowy campsite, where scattered food, gear, and blood suggest a violent interruption. Theo notices one of the supply boxes and begins piecing together what happened. He recognizes the provisions as the ones Sybil had gathered for the group. A dropped bell and blood trails confirm that the camp did not fall into disorder by accident. Holding the blood-stained box, Theo concludes that something went terribly wrong here. As Halkus and Erica arrive behind him, Theo treats the scene as proof of an attack rather than a mystery. Halkus, one of the top-ranked participants, joins the search with clear concern. Erica, ranked just above him, also arrives, adding weight to the seriousness of the situation. Theo apologizes for leaving them to clean up the aftermath, making it clear he is moving on immediately to pursue Axion. Before he can go far, a massive white beast lunges in to stop him. Theo evades the creature's crushing strike and keeps his footing instead of getting pinned down. He breaks into motion at once, refusing to let the ambush delay him. Drawing his blade, Theo decides he has no time for a prolonged fight. He unleashes a swift counterattack before the monster can press its advantage. The beast is cut down in a single decisive exchange, clearing Theo's path. As he runs, Theo reasons that if Axion and the supervisors are together, the other hostages may still be alive, and that Ed should be the one handling Axion while he avoids creating more chaos. More beasts race through the snow after him, turning his pursuit into a chase. Theo takes the supervisor's presence with Axion as proof that they can restrain Axion's instability. Trusting that assumption, he uses Dragon's third claw to cut through the terrain and force his way forward. He convinces himself that the supervisors will keep Axion under control despite the sudden violence. Even while admitting the situation is dangerous, Theo keeps betting on Axion being manageable because of that oversight. He continues advancing at full speed, refusing to slow down. Another giant beast blocks his way, but Theo sees it as just one more obstacle to break through. He commits to a direct strike, aiming to end the fight instantly. The monster charges to meet him head-on. Theo kills it in one clean blow and tells himself that if he keeps moving like this, he can still catch Axion. That determination gives way to a memory of someone gently telling him he has always been this way. In the memory, a younger Theo is urged to stop and go home first instead of charging ahead. A wounded woman recalls that this time will be different, as if making a painful decision. The memory lingers on blood in the snow, tying Theo's present urgency to an older failure. She resolves to help him, leaving behind a promise that still weighs on him. Elsewhere, bound captives struggle and panic under rough handling. One of them is struck hard across the face to silence the noise. Axion stands over them with cold contempt, dismissing their cries as an annoyance. He threatens to kill anyone who keeps making noise, showing how little restraint he has left. Yet a reminder about the Bureau's director and the consequences of acting unchecked forces Axion to rein himself in for the moment. Reluctantly, he lowers his weapon instead of carrying out the threat. He remains seated among the prisoners, visibly containing his anger while armed men watch the scene. Even so, Axion's fury keeps building beneath the surface. He realizes that if even a senior high-ranking prosecutor was sent to kill that punk, then his own maternal uncle would never let him oppose that man openly. That thought makes him curse Theo as a fool, blaming him for forcing this impossible situation. The guards suddenly notice someone approaching through the snow. The bound prisoners react at once, recognizing that an interruption has arrived. Axion senses it too and turns grimly silent. The newcomer's presence confirms what Axion had been expecting. As the footsteps draw closer, the confrontation becomes unavoidable. Theo Ragnar emerges from the snow, bloody but unbroken, and walks straight toward Axion. With a hard stare, Theo makes it clear he has come for Axion at last. The bound hostages look on in battered desperation as Theo's arrival threatens to upend the entire standoff. A bloodied long-haired man stands in the snow with cold confidence, facing the people who have been waiting for him. A group of uniformed men confronts him warily, making it clear he has walked into an organized trap. He meets their hostility without flinching, his silence carrying more threat than fear. Their leader, seated among his subordinates, makes it clear he has been expecting this meeting for a long time. The long-haired man narrows his gaze, recognizing the real target of this encounter. A dead or dying hostage on the ground confirms that the enemy has already crossed the line and is using lives as leverage. The seated leader rises, signaling that the standoff is about to become personal. He reaches for his twin swords and turns fully toward the intruder, ready to force a decision. Someone addresses him as young Master Axion, revealing his status and making the confrontation more politically charged. Axion answers only with a measured breath, refusing to show weakness. He cuts through the posturing and demands they get to the point, showing he already understands this is a hostage bargain. The enemy begins to frame the terms around saving Axion's friends, but Axion immediately twists the exchange by asking whether they were afraid. His opponent is caught off guard, unable to follow why Axion would say that. Axion smirks and suggests the entire setup happened because they feared losing him. That taunt lands hard enough to shake the other man's composure, even as he tries to dismiss it as nonsense. Axion presses the point, arguing that gathering so many people and forcing a hostage crisis proves fear, not confidence. He even points to the hostage situation itself as evidence that they did not trust themselves to face him directly. With a mocking smile, Axion states the truth plainly: they are scared of losing to him. The insult enrages his opponent, who lashes out and calls Axion's famed strength a fraud. Trying to reclaim control, the enemy proposes a straightforward sword duel instead of this indirect pressure. Axion instantly sees through it, and notes that a duel is the only way his opponent can preserve any pride. Rather than backing down, the young master grins with manic confidence and accepts the challenge on his own terms. He raises the stakes by offering everything, even his life, if he loses, while demanding the hostages be freed if he wins. He laughs at the idea that this request came from Ragnar, treating the challenge as arrogance from someone beneath him. Facing the gathered witnesses, Axion openly declares that Ragnar's arrogance has become absurd. He doubles down, asking whether anyone truly believes he is afraid of Ragnar. His allies try to stop him, warning that this is provocation and that he should stick to the original plan. Axion rejects their caution outright, too proud to let anyone tell him to ignore the challenge. He interprets their warnings as doubt in him, and their silence only confirms how reckless his choice is. Axion steps forward and formally accepts, calling out Theo Ragnar and declaring the duel will happen now. Theo answers with a satisfied smile, pleased that Axion has been drawn in. Elsewhere, hidden observers note that the situation is getting messy but still remains within their broader expectations. The rules are set. The duel proceeds as planned, no one interferes until it ends, and the hostages remain untouched for now. The fight begins with a sudden burst of lethal speed as attacks tear across the snow. Axion reacts instantly, realizing Theo's opening is far more dangerous than a simple test swing. Theo crashes into him with overwhelming force, driving Axion back at the very start. Axion is visibly shaken when the clash sends power surging through his blade and body. Theo thanks him for accepting and makes clear he intends to stop wasting time and end this seriously. He follows with another fierce strike, pressing the attack before Axion can recover control. Their swords collide in a violent exchange that turns the duel into a direct contest of strength and technique. As Axion strains to keep up, Theo mocks his tricks as the level of a sheltered child. Theo's relentless assault drives Axion across the snowy ground, forcing him fully onto the defensive. Refusing to be humiliated, Axion roars that he will show Theo what real power looks like. He unleashes a devastating dragon-themed technique, summoning a massive red force meant to swallow Theo whole. The attack bears down on Theo like a monstrous maw, threatening to end the duel in one blow. Theo answers immediately by channeling blue power through his sword and cutting into the attack instead of retreating. With calm precision, he releases a counterstroke that slices through the red force head-on. His technique, Dragon's Third Claw, tears upward and shreds Axion's dragon attack apart. Axion stares in shock as his signature power is broken by the very style he thought would overwhelm Theo. Theo stands amid the fading energy with his blade in hand, composed and clearly in command of the duel. Axion coldly challenges his opponent to prove he is truly capable of killing him. Joryang's society executive Orion Hanabi is shaken, realizing the fight is not unfolding the way he expected. As the clash continues in the snowy forest, Orion recognizes that the one pressuring Theo is not Theo at all but the supposedly weaker Axion. He briefly considers betraying Axion and seizing Theo's side, but hesitates because he knows Axion could retaliate, and because the Intelligence Bureau's supervisors are involved. That thought stalls when he silently reassesses the danger of the situation. Instead of making a move himself, Orion decides to leave Axion to the supervisors and focus on the other targets. He orders the Joryang Society members to scatter at once. The group withdraws separately, framing the retreat as an accidental entanglement, and abandoning Axion to his duel. That leaves Axion alone with a memory of the burden forced onto him as a child. In that memory, his uncle and mother pressed him to inherit Ragnar power and take control of everything. They dismissed the Ragnar name as an empty shell and insisted his true identity lay elsewhere. Axion was told outright that he was a Troivan and expected to accept that role. Back in the present, Theo acknowledges Axion's skill with a grim smile. The fight resumes violently as Theo surges forward across the snow. Calling Theo by name, Axion meets the charge head-on with his sword. Theo unleashes a sweeping red attack, trying to overwhelm Axion with force and reach. Axion intercepts the strike at close range, their blades grinding together in a shower of sparks. Even under pressure, Axion holds firm and refuses to be pushed back. Theo reveals that he baited Axion's movement on purpose and believes he has read him correctly. Elsewhere, a council chamber receives word that Theo Ragnar has appeared and is now fighting with Axion Ragnar. One listener is thrilled, taking Theo's arrival as proof that he survived the earlier attempt on his life. Another is confused, since Theo was supposed to have already been dealt with by hired thugs. A silver-haired schemer hides his relief that Theo is alive and decides to keep events moving according to plan. His plan is to let Axion uncover the clue to the relics first, then have the prosecutors eliminate him. When guards report the latest news that Theo and Axion are currently fighting, he listens closely. The report catches him off guard, because the conflict is not proceeding as he expected. For a moment, he is left in stunned silence as the implication sinks in. Back in the forest, Theo's enhanced vision tracks Axion's movements, and he tries to exploit that advantage. He presses the attack with rapid strikes, convinced his perception will let him stay ahead. Axion answers with a precise counter, cutting through the opening in Theo's offense. Theo realizes Axion is both powerful and improving at an alarming rate. Even so, he tells himself there is still a limit to Axion's speed. Reading the attack through his eye technique, Theo concludes Axion is still not fast enough to escape prediction. Axion tightens his grip, preparing to overturn that assumption. He commits fully to a new burst of motion. With his own vision sword, Axion sees through the entire exchange and moves as if the battlefield has already been decided. Theo senses too late that Axion has changed the rhythm of the fight. When Axion suddenly throws his sword, Theo is caught completely off guard. The blade tears through the air toward its target before Theo can properly react. One of the nearby supervisors can only stare in shock as the attack unfolds. The others are just as stunned, realizing Axion has outplayed everyone watching. Axion follows the throw with a brutal finishing strike, crashing into Theo before he can recover. He explains that a weakling's vision sword can still predict where an opponent will be next. The point lands on Theo as a humiliation. Axion used the same kind of foresight against him more effectively than he did. Blood runs down the blade, confirming the hit was decisive. Drops stain the snow as the outcome becomes undeniable. Axion raises the bloodied sword and asks if this was all Theo had to offer. The scene shifts to a burning battlefield where a hooded figure stands over the aftermath, and judges someone as having pushed too far. A bloodied man lies on the ground before that figure, barely conscious and at his mercy. The hooded figure remains composed amid the flames, suggesting a new and even more dangerous turn in the story. A hooded young man vows to bring someone's story to its end as he fixes on a buried grudge. He identifies the target as the same man connected to the day his life was ruined. His thoughts return to the day he died, when the Rose Palace was consumed by fire. He remembers that he was fated to die there without ever learning who set the palace ablaze. At the time, his helplessness left him with nothing but rage. But Rendon briefly exposed his face, and later investigation tied him closely to the destruction of the Camellia Palace. From that evidence, the narrator reaches a grim conclusion. He decides it is reasonable to believe the man who killed him was a Troivan. His focus settles on the hooded figure before him as the suspicion hardens into certainty. Among the Troivans, only one man is known for relying on the technique called sword throw. That points directly to Axion Ragnar. He recalls that even Axion was warned not to use that move casually because it risked losing his weapon. He once doubted the truth of it, but seeing it himself now removes all uncertainty. The same method from back then is being used again in the present fight. That recognition snaps his memory and the current battle together. His opponent crushes a blade barehanded and coldly asks why they keep trying to kill him and his people. The young man is shaken that the enemy can destroy a sword with raw strength alone. He realizes this man is nothing like the version he knew in his previous life. Even wounded, the enemy seizes control of the weapon instead of yielding ground. With fierce resolve, he thinks of himself and his comrades. He swears that this time they will survive. Acting on that resolve, he launches a direct attack. A massive strike comes down toward the young man from above. He dismisses it as a clumsy imitation and questions what his opponent is really aiming for. The enemy's intent suddenly shifts, and the young man realizes too late that he misread the attack. A violent red pressure erupts overhead, turning the exchange into something far more dangerous. He understands that this is not ordinary killing intent but a deeper, overwhelming force. The sheer pressure pouring from the man leaves him stunned by how monstrous he has become. He wonders if this opponent had hidden his true ability during the first blooming ceremony. The battlefield explodes apart under the force of their clash. As the young man presses in, he can only wonder how his enemy became this strong. A sudden realization hits him in the middle of the assault. The fight tears through the snowy forest with enough force to shake the trees. The enemy meets him head-on, and their weapons crash together in midair. They trade another fierce exchange, either side giving way. Then the dark-haired fighter gathers blue energy into his hand, preparing a new technique at close range. The blast catches the young man and drives into him before he can fully evade. His opponent taunts him for still refusing to reveal Ragnar's true power. The young man's anger spikes as he realizes he is being provoked and tested. He reacts instantly, grabbing hold to stop the enemy from controlling the pace. Using that grip, he tries to throw his opponent off balance and break the opening. But in the middle of the struggle, he notices a blade suddenly poised at a lethal angle. The enemy drives the attack through, forcing a pained cry from him. The impact hurls them apart across the snow. They rush back into each other immediately, blades colliding again before either can recover. The enemy is knocked away and skids back, but the retreat is controlled rather than desperate. The young man pauses, sword ready, watching for the next move as the distance opens between them. A strange surge in the snow and air warns him that the attack is not over. His opponent suddenly reappears through the swirling energy, closing the gap in an instant. The battle erupts into another explosive clash, with both fighters launching into the air as the duel escalates. A hostile voice singles out Axion as the focus of what is about to happen. Someone bursts forward across the snow, closing in with lethal intent. The attacker raises a blade and frames the assault as a lesson in what it means to be hunted down. With murderous fury, he threatens Axion by imagining the knife driven straight into his stomach. The strike comes down in a violent plunge meant to kill. Elsewhere, the aftermath is read correctly. The blood in the snow looks less like a monster attack and more like captives being taken. Wellington concludes that only Axion would dare do this, while Orion bitterly notes that Axion is somehow gaining even more bells from the chaos. They infer that Axion sees Theo's subordinates as hostages to lure Theo out and eliminate him during the second blooming ceremony. Orion condemns Axion for abandoning a fair fight, but Erica dismisses the outrage. She reminds him that this is Ragnar's blooming ceremony, where brutal situations like this are considered normal. Wellington falls silent, weighing that answer. He admits that this cruelty is exactly why he despises Ragnar, because even a contest of strength should not excuse this kind of conduct. Erica warns that speaking so openly against Ragnar is dangerous, and is stunned that he means it. Wellington decides he has to save Theo's people, convinced Theo would do the same for him. He urges the others to come help, and Orion immediately commits himself. Erica refuses without hesitation. She explains that she only came hoping to meet Theo Ragnar, but since Theo is absent and the captives are weak men, she has no desire to save them. Orion is appalled by her callousness, and she snaps back at the insult. Wellington stops the argument by addressing Erica directly, and revealing that he understands why she wants to meet Theo. That claim catches Erica off guard at once. Wellington promises that helping him now will bring her closer to the goal she came for. A sudden disturbance in the snow interrupts any further discussion. The three of them sprint toward the source, with Wellington leading. As they rush in, Wellington calls for everyone to wait. A sword drops into their path and a command halts them cold. An armed man steps forward and blocks the way, declaring that they will go no farther. Behind him stands a group of bound captives, confirming they have found the hostage site. Wellington recognizes the force in front of him as the Joryong Society. Their leader greets Wellington like an old acquaintance and mocks the company he keeps. He also taunts Orion, reducing him and his allies to dumb muscle. The man coolly denies saying quite that much, keeping the exchange casual and insulting. Wellington asks Orion to step aside because he does not want to fight an old friend. The old friend refuses outright. Wellington pauses, realizing words will not move him. He reaches for his weapon and makes his choice. The standoff breaks as Wellington and his companions charge, and the enemy answers by deciding to remove Wellington first. One of Theo's bound subordinates lies in the snow, terrified and helpless as the clash begins nearby. A bloodied blade is positioned against the captive's bindings, turning him into the center of a deadly calculation. The hostage remains trussed on the ground, moments away from being maimed or killed. A dark-haired fighter suddenly bursts in with overwhelming speed and strikes. He passes through the scene in a blur, too fast for the others to follow. The bloodied sword is knocked free and sent flying away from the hostage. The blade slams into the snow beside the captive instead of cutting into him, leaving the man shocked but alive. Realizing this is the opening Theo created, the captive steels himself to sever his own restraints before the chance disappears. He drags the blade across the rope and cuts himself free. Across the snowy road, fallen bodies and scattered survivors show how violently the rescue has erupted. The battle surges deeper into the forest as fighters converge at high speed. Steel meets steel in a fierce clash, sparks and force exploding from the impact. A black-haired swordsman intercepts a powerful attack head-on, finally engaging the enemy directly. Watching the clash, he realizes with alarm that the opponent he has been waiting for is at last stepping forward. A hooded swordsman apologizes to young Master Axion as he moves to stop him. He declares that he will accept punishment after the blooming ceremony, revealing he is acting against orders for what he sees as a necessary intervention. Theo meets the attack head-on, and their clash immediately proves that Axion's side has not brought an easy execution force. Seeing the resistance, the senior prosecutor orders the others to pull Axion away while he holds the line. One of the escorts rushes in to carry out that command. The prosecutors decide Theo has fought enough and try to remove him from the fight by force. They return Theo's dropped sword to Axion, expecting him to withdraw under their protection. Axion silently takes the weapon, showing he has no intention of stepping back. His expression hardens as he commits to staying in the battle. Before the retreat can happen, the senior prosecutor launches another lethal strike. Theo reacts in time and surges back into the exchange instead of yielding the field. Their blades crash again, and Theo forces the attack off its line. He presses in aggressively, turning defense into a counteroffensive. The senior prosecutor blocks, but Theo's momentum keeps driving the duel forward. The prosecutor realizes through the clash that Theo is stronger than expected. Theo bears down with enough force to overwhelm not only Axion but even the elite men brought to control him. The senior prosecutor admits Theo cannot be pushed back by Axion or by the new prosecutors accompanying him. That realization sharpens into a harsher judgment. He concludes that Theo is operating on a different level and that ordinary restraint will fail. So he abandons any pretense of training or discipline and decides to kill Theo outright. As he moves to finish him, he bids Theo farewell as if the outcome is already decided. Theo's eye changes, signaling a sudden awakening of something dangerous. That power condenses into a predatory red gaze. In the next instant, the senior prosecutor is slashed across the face before he can comprehend what happened. He spits blood in shock, his certainty shattered. The surrounding prosecutors panic as they realize Axion has intervened and the situation has slipped beyond their control. Axion, now transformed by a violent aura, coldly reminds them that he warned them not to interfere. He stands over the wounded senior prosecutor beside Theo, making it clear he has chosen his side. Theo stares at him in disbelief, shaken by how far Axion has gone. The injured prosecutor can only look on in terror as Axion's killing intent turns toward him. Axion cuts him down completely, ending the man who tried to control him. The remaining prosecutors recoil and demand to know why their own master is attacking his family's people. Axion answers that losing to Theo would have humiliated him, and by extension, the family head, so he refuses to accept defeat. Theo realizes with horror that Axion is willing to butcher his own kin over pride and succession. Axion openly acknowledges Theo's strength, treating him not as prey but as a worthy rival. He reveals the creed he has embraced: the weak are worthless, and only innate talent deserves to rule. From that belief, he concludes that he must crush others and stand above them if he is to claim the throne of Ragnar. He frames the coming bloodshed as the only logical outcome of that ambition. Facing Theo across the snow, Axion declares that he will be the one to stand on the throne, leaving no place for someone like Theo. He raises his sword and makes clear that anyone obstructing him will be eliminated. Axion unleashes a murderous strike empowered by his awakened red force, vowing to kill all who stand in his way. Theo narrows his eyes and prepares to meet that power directly. The attack detonates outward in a massive red wave meant to crush him. For a moment Theo is caught by the sheer force of it, and realizes how dangerous Axion has become. But he breaks through the blast instead of being consumed by it. Theo drives upward through the shattered force and takes the fight into the air, reversing the pressure. He follows with another decisive strike, refusing to let Axion's awakening decide the battle. The surviving prosecutors rush to their fallen senior, alarmed by how badly the confrontation has turned against them. Even while injured, the senior prosecutor condemns their hesitation and orders them to stop standing idle. He tells them to forget him, aid Master Axion, and kill Theo Ragnar at any cost. A wounded subordinate desperately begs for another option, unable to understand why the order is being pressed so relentlessly. His superior snaps that Theo must be killed immediately, insisting that if Master Axios dies, all of them are finished. Before the command can settle, the panicked man is cut off by a sudden, violent strike. Ragnar's attack crashes through the battlefield with overwhelming force, tearing through the resistance in a single sweep. Axios can only stare in disbelief as the impossible outcome unfolds in front of him. Ragnar is framed as the kind of man who always turns the unthinkable into reality. Even something as harmless as a lantern before the wind is said to become a blaze in his hands. Faced with that truth, Axios realizes too late that his assumptions were fatally wrong. He remembers being warned that his obsession with Theo was misplaced, because Theo had never been worth this much concern. Axios had only meant to toy with Theo long enough to humiliate him and force him to accept his inferiority. He had believed the difference between Theo's skill and his own was small enough to control. Now that confidence collapses as the fight turns decisively against him. Even while breaking apart, Axios clings to contempt, insisting that someone like Theo should have been easy to destroy. He doubles down on his ambition, declaring that he will seize Ragnar's throne and make himself the new Ragnar. That delusion erupts into monstrous killing intent as he tries to force his will onto the battlefield. Theo rejects the obsession outright, condemning the ambition that has already cost so many lives. He resolves that if Axios refuses to let go of that desire, he will shatter it himself no matter the cost. Drawing on the power entrusted to him, Theo commits fully to the finishing blow. Blue dragon-shaped force surges around him as his attack takes form. Theo unleashes 3 claws of the dragon with everything he has. Axios finally understands the danger, but only at the instant it is already upon him. Theo's resolve hardens into a vow to grow stronger and cut down every enemy before him. The surviving cloaked men can only watch, stunned by the sudden reversal. Even those closest to the fight are left speechless as they realize Axios is losing. The other onlookers share the same shock, seeing the battle's outcome turn beyond expectation. Axios screams as Theo's strike tears through him. Under the moonlit sky, Theo's final exchange with the cloaked enemy plays out in a single decisive clash. The impact detonates across the snowy ground, blasting apart the terrain around Axios. The force of the technique rips onward in multiple slashing waves, leaving no room to escape. Snow and debris swallow the scene in the aftermath of the strike. When the haze clears, blood on the eye signals that the blow was fatal. A body drops to its knees, already unable to hold itself together. Axios' severed remains hit the frozen ground in a spreading pool of blood. His head is thrown free from the ruined body. It lands apart from the corpse, completing the execution. Blood trails across the snow as the last of his life drains away. The severed head comes to rest, still leaking into the ice. Theo stands over the remains, bloodied but composed, his sword lowered now that the fight is over. He shows no triumph, only cold certainty after carrying out what had to be done. One of the cloaked followers stares in horror, barely able to process Axios' death. Seeing the corpse, someone calls out to Master Axios in disbelief. Blood drips from Theo's blade, confirming the kill with brutal finality. The falling blood marks the severed head below, making the scene impossible to deny. The remaining subordinates recoil as the reality of their leader's defeat settles over them. One of them tries to speak, still clinging to the old hierarchy even as it collapses. Another addresses the corpse as young Master Axion, revealing the dead man's full identity. Shock gives way to a single desperate command. The survivors erupt into rage and order Theo killed in revenge for Axion's death. They rush him together, trying to overwhelm the lone swordsman despite what they just witnessed. Theo remains perfectly calm as they charge, already prepared to cut down the next wave. Theo realizes he is in serious trouble. As enemies close in from all sides, he judges that escaping would be difficult even at full strength, and nearly impossible in his current condition. Still, he tightens his grip on his weapon and prepares to force a way out. He knows his stamina is nearly spent and the mana he used earlier has left him close to empty. He understands he can only hold on a little longer. With no better option, he commits to one last desperate charge. While he fights through the snow, he waits for a hoped-for ally to appear before he collapses. At that critical moment, reinforcements rush into the battlefield. Their sudden arrival breaks the encirclement around Theo and throws the attackers into confusion. Theo freezes in disbelief as he recognizes who came for him. The newcomers clash with his enemies and reveal themselves as people he never expected to see here. Stunned, Theo demands to know how they found him. One of them answers lightly that saving a promising young comrade should be reason enough. Relief softens Theo as he realizes he has truly been rescued. Their banter makes clear that Theo has already impressed them, even if they only just met in person. Another supervisor, sibling Dre of the Talent Loyalty, joins in and insists they could not abandon Theo after dragging him into danger. Together they hold the line, meeting the enemy head-on. One of Theo's rescuers reminds the others that supervisors are forbidden from directly interfering with a candidate's trial. Even so, their resolve shows they have already chosen to break the rules for him. Theo bitterly points out that such direct involvement is a grave offense. Elsewhere, the hooded conspirators panic as the situation spirals beyond control and ask their superior whether they should eliminate all witnesses. They press their leader for a decision, desperate for a way out. The leader sees disaster closing in and realizes they are cornered. Their failure is total. They learn nothing about Rose Palace's artifacts and could not get rid of Theo. As Theo looks on, the scale of the hidden plot begins to come into focus. The conspirators admit the damage is even worse because Sir Axion has also died. Meanwhile, Theo's allies continue fighting, already doing exactly what the enemy failed to prevent. The hooded leader concludes there is no believable excuse left to save them. One subordinate calls out to Sir Liam in alarm. Liam cuts off further hesitation and decides that only one option remains. He orders everyone present to be killed. The command shocks even his own side. To carry it out, Liam prepares to unleash monsters and turn the massacre into something that can be blamed on a beast attack. He reaches for the means to set that plan in motion and declares it the best solution. Liam reasons that if the slaughter looks accidental, Tronin involvement will disappear with the dead. He releases dark magical spheres, intending to trigger the cover-up immediately. A subordinate watches in tense silence, waiting for the order to be completed. Then something interrupts the moment and leaves him stunned. He can only submit as the situation suddenly slips from their control. Liam orders everything to proceed for the sake of Tronia, but he is struck before he can finish. The attack lands violently and sends him reeling. A new arrival addresses him by name, making clear this was no accident. Liam coughs blood and realizes his plans have been ruined once again. More supervisors appear, including Selford Gardner of White Dragon Clan and Trin Bacchus, and immediately demand an explanation. They are joined by Natasha Koppel of Plum Blossom Palace and Sally Gardner of Daffodil Palace, sealing off the conspirators' escape. Liam is horrified that so many high-ranking figures have reached the scene already. Wounded and collapsing, he hears his followers panic as their leader falls. The newly arrived supervisors order Theo's group to stop resisting and come with them if they want to live. They make the offer plain: anyone who wants the same chance Liam had should surrender to their side now. As the snowstorm rages around the shattered battlefield, Theo and the others find themselves surrounded by both enemies and powerful would-be saviors, with the next choice likely deciding who survives. Theo arrives before the supervisors and feels immediate relief that he made it in time. The strain catches up to him, and his relief nearly gives way as he stumbles from exhaustion. Axiom catches him before he falls and confirms that Theo reached them just in time. Still shaken, Axiom thanks him but also rebukes Theo for taking such a reckless risk. Theo can barely answer, too drained to do more than breathe through the pain. The danger they escaped becomes clear as cloaked figures withdraw through the snowy forest, leaving Theo collapsed behind them. Another ally rushes in, alarmed that Theo endangered himself instead of calling for help sooner. The red-haired pair barrel in next, loudly reminding Theo that they helped and demanding he survive long enough to face them again. The rest of the rescued candidates erupt in gratitude, making it clear they owe their lives to Theo and would accept any cost for what he did. As Axiom supports him, Theo finally lets himself lean on someone else. Overwhelmed by the response, Theo begins to realize that this is the kind of strength he had truly wanted. Axiom senses the shift in him and waits as Theo quietly takes it in. Looking over the people he saved, Theo understands that the power he sought was never just about winning, but about protecting others. Axiom calls his name softly, and Theo answers with a small, genuine smile. That moment brings back Theo's earlier vow to seize first place by taking the bell for himself. Now he smiles at how much his priorities have changed. The memory fades, leaving a brief silence before the story returns to the present. That night, the scene shifts back to the academy where the results of the trial are about to be delivered. In a council chamber, the report shocks one of the leaders enough that he demands to hear it again. The supervisors gather around the round table as the implications of the report settle over the room. A masked messenger identifies the source of the report as Axiom. An older official absorbs the news with grave attention. Another listener shows unease, sensing the report carries serious consequences. Even the hardened veterans are visibly unsettled by what they are hearing. When the report confirms a death, the silver-haired leader reacts with outright disbelief and fury. By morning, the second round of the blooming ceremony is formally called to a close in the snowy field. The surviving candidates gather in tense conversation, still processing what happened during the trial. A supervisor steps forward, drawing the crowd's attention to the official announcement. From atop a rock, the examiner addresses the group and acknowledges the effort everyone put into surviving the round. He reveals himself as the Ascendant Dragon Pharrell Ragnar, and declares the second round ended. The candidates are stunned that someone of Pharrell Ragnar's stature appeared in person for this announcement. Pharrell reports that 45 of the 37 candidates passed, calling the survival rate impressive enough to suggest an unusually gifted generation. He adds that the top score is even more remarkable, hinting that one result stands far above the rest. Theo looks up sharply, realizing the announcement is about to name him. Pharrell explains that everyone who passed will advance from apprentice to entry-level status. He tells them they have earned the right to be proud, because they are now qualified to work as Ragnar inspectors. The crowd absorbs the promotion with a mix of pride, relief, and disbelief. Pharrell then moves on to the ranking itself and begins announcing the scores. Theo is named first with 1,121 points, and the crowd immediately recognizes that he has done something unprecedented. Axiom notices Theo's stunned silence, and points out that he has already heard the result. Pharrell continues with Wellington Narcio in second and Erika Ranka in third. He proceeds down the rankings, listing the remaining top candidates. The announcement ends with Isla Remna in 45th, closing the full list of those who passed. But Pharrell makes clear the blooming ceremony is not over yet, because a third round remains for those who earn the right to enter it. The crowd reacts with confusion and disappointment, as some realize they failed to gather enough bells to continue. One white-haired candidate immediately raises his hand to show he qualified for the next stage. The red-haired pair do the same, revealing that they also met the requirement. Axiom raises his hand as well, calm and certain of his place. At last, a black-gloved hand rises into view, signaling one more qualifier. Theo lifts his hand with quiet confidence, confirming that he too will advance to the third round. The hidden stage of the second round is revealed to be a breathing method that requires reading the words inscribed on special discs. This method is called Hidden Piece because its script is nearly impossible to decipher, and only those who mastered all 4 magical attributes in the first round can even qualify for it. Theo recalls that in his previous life he could not understand those words at all, but this time something has changed. Through hatchling synchronization, he can now read the thoughts of objects and grasp the meaning written into them. Armed with that advantage, he unleashes his power with far greater confidence than before. He realizes the third round is beginning and that he has already gained a decisive edge over the others. Because he can instantly understand the discs, Theo finishes in a fraction of the time anyone expected. The spectators are stunned that not just 1 but 4 people have reached this point. Theo reflects that in his past life Ray and Wellington alone reached this method, and he wonders whether his own interference has altered the future. The supervisor orders each successful candidate to demonstrate what they have learned, starting with Theo. As Theo steps forward, he notes that with Axion gone, many events are already diverging from the life he once knew. Even so, he feels no fear. He believes the future ahead will be better than the one he left behind. Determined to prove the value of what he has gained, he begins activating the method. Blue force gathers around him and starts transforming under his control. Theo names the power Thunder and demonstrates the first principle of the method, granting an attribute and shaping it through express, control, expand, and solidify. He pushes past merely forming the power and moves to fully expressing it. Lightning erupts around him in a violent surge, showing that he can manifest the attribute at a far higher level than expected. The crowd is shocked that Theo has already reached the expression stage. Theo calmly implies that most people would stop there, but he has no intention of stopping. Watching him, another candidate recognizes that Theo is operating on an entirely different level. Theo draws the power inward and compresses it further instead of letting the display end. He condenses the lightning into a concentrated form at his fingertip, preparing a true attack. Even the other successful candidates are caught off guard by how far he has taken it. One spectator is instantly won over, while another can only marvel at how impressive Theo looks. The supervisor admits his surprise that Theo can already control the power so well, given what he had heard. That remark makes Theo realize the old man may know more about him than expected. Ignoring the distraction, Theo continues refining the lightning through his body. The energy swells until it saturates his entire form. He expands the thunder outward, turning the area around him into a field of crackling force. With killing focus, Theo prepares an aimed strike. He seizes his weapon and channels the lightning into a decisive slash. The attack surges forward as a sweeping arc of thunder. The lightning takes the shape of a dragon and rushes straight at the supervisor. The onlookers panic as they realize Theo is attacking the examiner himself. What looked like a demonstration becomes a direct test of strength against the man overseeing the round. Rather than taking offense, the supervisor is delighted and notes that Theo has already reached the expand level. He casually raises a hand to answer the challenge. Using water current and pressure, he crushes Theo's lightning attack with effortless precision. The supervisor acknowledges that Theo has earned the right to be tested seriously. Theo meets that response with a satisfied grin, pleased that his provocation worked. The spectators can only stare, overwhelmed by the level of power both men just displayed. The supervisor rewards Theo with an extra 1,000 points for his performance, and Theo accepts with composed gratitude. The updated rankings place Theo far in first with 2,121 points, leaving the others far behind and shocking everyone present. Some observers even begin comparing Theo's pace to that of Lord Thorkel himself. The supervisor then turns to the other 3 qualifiers and demands that they demonstrate their abilities as well. Wellington goes first and earns 500 points with a strong water-based performance. Ray and Erica follow, each receiving 300 points for their own demonstrations. The final candidate rounds out the group with a fire-based display, confirming that all 4 possess real talent. Impressed, the supervisor concludes that this batch is exceptional, since candidates usually surpass 1,000 points only near the very end. The second round ends with the rankings decided, placing Theo first, Rebecca second, Ragnar third, and Rosa fourth. As snow sweeps over the mountain, the organizers acknowledge the candidates' effort and bring the round to a close. Everyone except the third round candidates is dismissed, and the remaining contenders are told to prepare for a nomination ceremony in 1 week. The 4 finalists are summoned before an elder in the frozen forest to receive the next stage of the trial. The elder begins to explain what comes next. Before he can finish, a terrifying red force erupts from the mountain and floods the area with oppressive power. The candidates are staggered by the pressure and immediately realize this is no ordinary test. The elder calmly reveals that the third round is beginning now. Theo senses something impossible in that power and starts to understand what it means. He realizes the mountain is releasing Lord Brock's overwhelming energy. The rules are laid out. The third round is a blooming ceremony in which the candidates must face the family head, and everything depends on that encounter. That meeting will also decide the family head battle, since all 5 top candidates are participating in it. Whoever is chosen in that battle will be recognized as the strongest candidate among them. Theo concludes that the family head must be waiting at the summit. But as he studies the mountain, he notices the pressure feels specifically like Lord Brock's energy rather than the family head's. That contradiction leads him to a shocking suspicion. He wonders if the family head has somehow taken Lord Brock's heart. The elder orders them to break through the dragon fear and meet their lord. The 4 brace themselves, but the crushing aura keeps them pinned in place. Ragnar curses their condition, realizing they cannot climb while being suppressed this badly. Theo understands brute force will not work, and says they have to match the wavelength of their mana to the pressure around them. Ragnar is baffled by the idea, unable to follow Theo's explanation. Rebecca backs Theo up, explaining that they must release mana with the opposite wavelength so it interferes with and cancels the burden pressing on them. Theo adds that if they cannot control their mana at that level, they have no right to stand before the family head. Rosa is just as lost as Ragnar and complains that the 2 of them are speaking incomprehensibly. Rebecca stays composed, treating the problem as straightforward despite the pressure. She explains more clearly that magic is vibration, and the Lord's spirit pressure can be neutralized by producing an opposing wave. Rosa reduces the theory to a practical point. They just need to release matching counter pressure. Ragnar mocks the explanation but accepts the basic idea and prepares to try it anyway. While Ragnar is still complaining, Theo quietly puts the theory into practice and begins releasing blue mana around himself. His mana spreads outward in a controlled wave that pushes back against the red oppression. The others stop in surprise as they see the pressure around Theo begin to break. Theo declares that if he wants to become the family head, mastering at least this much is the minimum requirement. With his resolve sharpened, he fully steadies himself under the mountain's power. Rebecca is startled to realize Theo has already adapted. Even the elder watches in silence, taking note of Theo's progress. Rosa also sees that Theo has moved ahead of the rest. Theo immediately launches toward the summit, taking the lead before anyone else can react. The elder warns the others to hurry, since the scoring now depends on who reaches the goal first. The remaining candidates are left stunned as Theo gains an early advantage. Watching him disappear into the storm, the elder finds the situation unexpectedly amusing. He admits that Theo's performance suddenly makes him want to take on a disciple. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to Camellia Palace, where a frantic voice searches for Raihaha's youngest daughter. A wild, eccentric elf tears through the palace halls calling for her precious girl and causing another disturbance. The staff recognize the troublemaker at once and note that the young master's mother has once again thrown the palace into chaos. The woman she is searching for is calmly occupied with attendants when the commotion reaches her. The elf mother bursts in and joyfully announces that she has finally found her daughter. The daughter tries to preserve some dignity and begs her mother not to make a scene in the palace. But the mother ignores that and boasts that her daughter is finally going to become rich. The daughter dryly reminds her that she has never exactly been poor. Her mother eagerly corrects her. This is not about being rich, but about becoming super wealthy, revealing herself as a shamelessly money-obsessed elf. With Theo's fame drawing a flood of customers, the workshop's old problem of having too few buyers is suddenly gone. His mother falls quiet, taking in how quickly his success has changed their situation. Even while recognizing Theo's talent, she cannot simply feel at ease. Her thoughts turn to the dangerous burden he carries and the fear that his growing fame could expose him to enemies before he is ready. Unable to act on that fear directly, she forces down her frustration and looks for whatever help she can still offer. She settles on supporting him in the only practical way available to her for now. Meanwhile, the workshop owner is ecstatic and declares that they will no longer limit themselves to armor alone. He pushes for expansion into accessories, seeing Theo's rise as a chance to broaden the business. Convinced the profits could multiply many times over, he keeps celebrating until Theo's mother interrupts with a more personal idea. She asks whether they have ever made a prosthetic arm, revealing the kind of help she wants to provide. Elsewhere, K.O. Ragnar's father laughs at the thought of his son's relentless ambition and openly approves of it. He admits he understands a parent's worries, but he refuses to smother a child's dream for that reason. To him, an unstoppable hunger for greatness is natural, because his own generation lived by the same drive. The sword grave around him stands as proof that the Ragnar family's path has always been forged through battle and death. A watching crow breaks the silence as his laughter carries through the graveyard. He insists there is no reason for concern because what he truly wants is a new golden age for Ragnar. If any of his children can seize that future, he is willing to let them fight for it, and until then he will simply watch. The crow remains silent, as if witnessing a judgment already in motion. The family head's thoughts harden around one son in particular. A violent presence suddenly tears into the graveyard, announcing that son's arrival before he is even seen. Kale bursts forward under crushing pressure, having forced his way into the place through sheer determination. His father immediately brands him a regressor, naming the truth of what Kale has become. Then he welcomes him not as a child returning home, but as the son who has come before the Ragnar family head. He studies Kale with cold recognition, already measuring him. Breathing hard, Kale steadies himself and faces the man he came to confront. Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the graveyard and his father's presence, he still forces out the word father. He realizes just how monstrous the pressure is, far beyond what he expected even after all his effort to get here. His father stretches out the challenge by asking whether Kale understands what this place really represents. Kale identifies it as a half-sword grave, a burial ground for the warriors personally defeated by the family head. His father explains that this is what it means to lead the family, to stand alone against endless threats with no one to rely on. That position, he says, belongs only to someone strong enough to uphold it entirely by personal power. With that standard laid bare, he asks whether Kale truly believes he is worthy of it. Kale answers without hesitation that he is. His father rebukes that certainty and reminds him that countless people died hating the one who held this seat, asking if Kale can still accept it. The resentment of the dead seems to rise around them, as if the graveyard itself curses the family head without end. That hatred swells into a demand for destruction, showing the price of ruling through bloodshed. Even surrounded by that malice, Kale does not waver and keeps his resolve intact. His father presses him for the reason he would still seek such a place. Kale answers that he wants the power of the family head to avenge his past life, and he is willing to endure any hardship for that goal. But even as he says it, the moment suggests that revenge alone is not the answer his father wants from him. So Kale draws his sword and declares that he will prove himself through combat instead of words. His father's expression twists into satisfaction as Kale finally chooses the language he respects. He accepts the challenge, strips away their bond as father and son, and announces that he will now judge Kale as a true contender while invoking the woman who trained him. That unexpected mention shocks Kale, because he had not realized his father knew about her. The distraction lasts only an instant before Kale moves, trying to strike first while his thoughts are still racing. His father catches the opening immediately. In a blur, the older man's counterattack overwhelms Kale before he can understand what happened. As his body is thrown away, Kale can only wonder if he has already been killed. The world washes out in white as the force of the blow overtakes his senses. For a moment, all that remains is the stunned emptiness after being decisively outmatched. A man invokes Psychic Sword as the duel reaches its decisive moment. Watching a crow descend through the storm, the older man assumes his opponent has finally died. The crow answers him, making it clear this is no ordinary bird but a witness with understanding. The bird confirms the judgment, and explains that only those with enough strength and resolve can break through the psychic sword. It identifies the young swordsman ahead as someone who only just completed the blooming ceremony, and should not have been able to reach this point. Still, it dismisses him as hollow-hearted and unworthy, deciding there is no need to regret his death. In the darkness beyond consciousness, the fallen youth drifts, as if already dead. He accepts that dying by his father's sword would be a natural end. He tells himself he has no regrets because he did everything he could. He counts the enemies he already brought down, including Rendon and Axion, as proof that he accomplished enough. Even so, he reduces all of it to luck, as if his life never truly belonged to him. He tries to comfort himself by thinking this life was still better than the one he had before. With that, he starts to let go and prepares to leave everything behind. He resigns himself to resting there in peace. A voice cuts into that surrender and calls him back. The crow berates him for giving up so easily and insists he wake up. That rebuke stirs the remains of his fading consciousness. He responds with gratitude, as if the interruption has reminded him of something important. His dissolving body begins pulling itself back together. Realizing he cannot accept such an ending, he forces himself to rise. He remembers the vow he made to himself and refuses to abandon it. Resolve returns to his eyes as his will overtakes death. He anchors himself in the conviction that this life will be lived on his own terms. With that decision, he seizes his weapon again. He commits to fighting forward even if the effort destroys him. Power gathers around the blade as he pours everything into one last strike. He declares that he will never yield to anyone. His body and weapon become a single line of attack in the void. That resolve condenses into a blinding point of force. The clash erupts in a burst of overwhelming light. The psychic sword shatters under the impact. Back in the storm, the young swordsman opens his eyes and realizes what happened. Crackling energy falls away from him as he steadies himself with the broken-through blade. He faces the older man again, now standing as his equal rather than a defeated son. The older man smiles, satisfied by the outcome. He announces that the young swordsman has passed. A week later, the story shifts to the central officer building where the nomination ceremony is being held. Among the gathered candidates, a burly red-haired man grows nervous at the size of the crowd while his female companion mocks his cowardice. He reminds her that all the heroes are gathered there and boasts about their family's standing, only for her to dismiss him as pathetic. She coolly tells him nobody will care about him unless he masters the breathing method, which hits his pride hard. Stung by that truth, he clenches his fist in frustration. Trying to recover, he asks what she learned from the family head in the third round. She refuses to tell him and enjoys watching him squirm. When she refers to Theo possessively, he immediately fixates on that wording. Grinning, he explains that Ranka swordsmen survive by choosing a Ragnar to stake their lives on. To him, that means backing the strongest, most popular, and most ambitious contender. He reveals that the person he has chosen is Theo. She says that is why she calls him her Theo, because she intends to bet her life on him. prompting the obvious question of whether she has even spoken to him. He is baffled that such a conversation would even be necessary if joining Theo's unit is all that matters. He admits he does not really understand the process, and only knows the family head ordered him to bring Theo to the family head battle. Theo's rise draws immediate attention, and some in the crowd realize they may now be able to approach or follow him through his success. A ceremonial signal cuts through the arena and brings the gathering to order. The official opening declares that the nomination ceremony is beginning. As the top candidate, Theo Ragnar is summoned to stand before everyone. The audience erupts in celebration as Theo steps into the spotlight. He walks alone into the center of the vast arena, carrying the weight of every eye on him. Theo accepts the moment calmly, showing quiet confidence rather than nerves. Among the spectators, people focus on which master or faction Theo will choose to join. One admirer hopes he will enter the White Dragon squad, but already feels that wish may be selfish. Standing by himself, Theo is formally recognized as the first-place finisher. The official praises Theo's performance across every field and prepares to move on to the appointment that follows first place. Before the ceremony can proceed smoothly, a new presence interrupts the moment. The presiding official is visibly startled by the unexpected intrusion. The newcomer reveals himself as Ed Troyven, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, arriving with enough authority to halt the room. The crowd immediately fears this appearance is tied to Axion's death and possible revenge against Theo. Older and more experienced observers stay guarded, sensing this is something more calculated than a simple outburst. Powerful figures watch in silence, measuring what the bureau director intends to do. The ceremony host tries to contain the disruption and asks the intelligence director to stand down and respect the process. Instead of yielding, Ed makes clear that the Central Intelligence Bureau has come with a formal purpose. Theo quickly judges that Ed is too composed for a revenge attack and suspects he is here to make a political move despite Axion's death. Ed publicly offers Theo Ragnar the post of Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The offer catches Theo off guard, because it is far beyond what anyone expected. The significance of Theo's first-place finish is framed as something larger than a simple victory. His rise matters because the one once dismissed as Ragnar's weakest has broken past that image. The old shell around Theo's reputation is shown as shattered, exposing a far more dangerous truth beneath it. He is no longer seen as something grounded and limited, but as a being already taking flight. Rumors spread that Theo has become strong enough to overwhelm Axion, making his sudden ascent impossible to ignore. His climb from the bottom to the top has stirred the emotions of countless apprentices. That same rise has also bred resentment, and many who once looked down on him now can no longer dismiss him so easily. Theo stands transformed in the public eye, no longer Ragnar's fool but the winner of the blooming ceremony. As if to confirm his achievement, a system notice announces his victory and grants him an ether core as a reward. Theo remembers he had accepted a quest and wonders what kind of item an ether core actually is. Ed repeats the name of the Central Intelligence Bureau, pressing the weight of his offer. Theo's attention sharpens as he begins to read the move behind Ed's words. Ed calmly restates the proposal, inviting Theo to become deputy director under him. Rather than answer immediately, Theo chooses to observe first. He narrows his focus and studies Ed with deliberate care. Using his ability, Theo identifies Ed as a scheming and ambitious sky dragon who has secretly pursued ancient dragon relics. Theo realizes Ed wants the relic Theo possesses, and silently concludes that the bureau director's plan will not succeed. That realization hardens into a private vow to destroy the Troyvens himself. A military leader openly challenges Ed, accusing the Intelligence Bureau of interfering with the nomination process for improper reasons. He voices the suspicion everyone shares, that Ed is using this recruitment as cover to get close enough to avenge Axion. Ed dismisses that accusation, admitting he may have personal anger but insisting he is acting in his official capacity to secure exceptional talent. Even those who distrust him recognize that Ed is ruthless enough to put his objective above grief. The ceremony host intervenes again, demanding that the process not be derailed any further. He turns the matter back to Theo and asks whether Theo has made his choice. Theo answers that he has not decided yet because he intends to hear every offer before choosing. With a faint, controlled smile, he makes clear that he will handle this on his own terms. He looks upward toward the waiting powers around the arena, inviting the next move. Theo raises his hand, signaling that he is ready to continue and hear what comes next. Hilda Ragnar Prunis publicly offers Theo Ragnar a disciple position and the right to become crown prince if he joins the Plum Blossom Palace. The crowd is stunned because the palace has no children of its own, so this offer can only mean she intends to adopt him. Her calm satisfaction confirms that Theo is being elevated far beyond a simple recruitment. The offer is recognized as a bid to make Theo the heir to the Sword Dragon's line. One of the 9 dragons notes that 2 major powers have already stepped forward for Theo, just as expected of him. Others are impressed, and it becomes clear that no lesser commander or organization can compete in this contest anymore. Before the matter settles, another voice declares an intention to join the bidding. That declaration arrives with explosive force, violently interrupting the ceremony. A figure wrapped in crackling power emerges from the blast. The newcomer reveals himself as Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon and head of the Black Pillar. His appearance shocks everyone, and he explains that Theo has caught his attention throughout the ceremony. Facing Theo directly, Robert admits Kale had judged him correctly and calls him unusually interesting. He invites Theo to the Black Pillar and promises him the position of Hidden Pillar. That title is explained as the Black Pillar's secret intelligence branch, one of the highest honors in the organization. Theo realizes how extraordinary the offer is, since even in the past only a handful ever held that rank. As he starts to dwell on what this means, the ceremony is interrupted again. Pharrell Ragnar, the Ascendant Dragon and owner of the Ascendant Dragon Institute, formally opens his institute to Theo as well. The spectators are overwhelmed that 4 of the 9 dragons have now stepped forward, and they realize only one major figure remains. That final figure is Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and captain of the White Dragon Squad. Julius refuses to tempt Theo with privilege and states that his squad will offer no special treatment. Even his own people recognize this as his stubborn way of doing things. Julius makes clear that he respects only strength proven personally, yet he still wants Theo and will not insult him with favoritism. What he offers instead is wholehearted backing and the honor of standing as a true warrior. Left alone at the center of the arena, Theo weighs the impossible choice before him. He steadies himself and signals that he has reached a decision. Theo begins to announce his choice, but in the instant before he finishes, he senses something hidden beneath the surface. He abruptly identifies someone present as a regressor. The realization hits him with enough force to stop him cold. Blue energy surges around Theo as his attention locks onto the source. His focus shifts away from the ceremony and toward the family head's seat. Hilda is startled that Theo has suddenly addressed her in that way. Theo tries to mask his reaction, but he is clearly shaken by what he has discovered. Hilda sees through the act, hints that she knows he has lived through another timeline, and praises how well he is pretending otherwise. Theo immediately probes for answers, realizing that repeated rounds may mean repeated regressions. He asks for time to think, and the ceremony grants him a brief pause because the choice before him is too important to rush. In private, Hilda confirms she is also a regressor, though she says all the rounds given to her have already been used up. Theo pieces together that her mention of rounds means she has returned multiple times. He decides it is faster to question her directly, especially since the regressor before him is the family head herself. When he asks whether a person can regress several times, Hilda is surprised that Kale told him so little. She explains that Kale despises regressors, which is why he kept Theo ignorant and barely tolerated him. Theo finally understands that Kale's harshness toward him came from that hatred. Hilda refuses to explain everything now, saying she wants to know more about Theo first and postponing the rest for another meeting. Left with only fragments of the truth, Theo falls silent and begins thinking through the implications. He recalls that in the 3rd round of the blooming ceremony, the family head never gave him a direct answer. Instead, she only granted him the psychic sword, leaving her true intentions hidden. Theo connects that secrecy to the family head's hostility toward regressors and to the strange energy of Lodbrok he sensed from her. That leads him to a darker suspicion. The family head may possess the stolen heart of Lodbrok. He wonders if that theft happened because Lodbrok accepts regressors in a way ordinary power structures do not. From all of this, Theo reaches one disturbing conclusion. Something is deeply wrong, because an ordinary human should not be able to defeat a dragon. Theo considers that only someone treated as a demigod among the family heads might know the truth behind his regression. The thought centers on the intimidating authority of Ragnar's ruling patriarch. Realizing he has no better path, Theo resolves to approach the family's hidden secrets through the choice now before him. When asked to decide his future, he concludes that choosing Hilda's path is necessary. He publicly announces that he has made his decision. The declaration shocks those listening. Theo chooses the Ascendant Dragon Institute, aligning himself with Wellington. That choice places Wellington under the Ascendant Dragon's tutelage. Theo notes the pairing makes sense because he and that dragon share the water attribute. He recalls that in his previous life Wellington returned to the family stronger, and eventually rebelled against Ragnar. Back then, Wellington became a fearsome force backed by draconic power. This time, Theo recognizes that Wellington never left Ragnar, proving the timeline has already changed because of his actions. Before parting, Theo and Wellington agree they will be separated for a while. They promise to grow in their own places and meet again once both are stronger. Wellington accepts the separation with confidence rather than regret. Theo answers with the same quiet resolve. Theo then turns his thoughts to Daffodil, where Hilda and the Ice Dragon are based. He sees that place as the best fit, though some of his current companions would gladly follow him there. Even so, those friends lack the grades to join him, making the split from them unavoidable. He reminds himself that the nomination ceremony exists so everyone can commit to the unit where they can perform best. With that settled, Theo stands by his decision. A familiar voice calls out to him before he can move on. 2 rough-edged recruits reveal they ended up in the same unit as Theo. Their easy laughter makes clear they already treat him like one of their own. Theo realizes he has unexpectedly picked up new allies. He greets Halkus and Erica warmly, and thanks them for how much they helped him in the 2nd round. Erica, flustered but pleased, insists he had better remember that debt. Halkus is far less restrained and bluntly declares his affection for Theo. Theo is left bewildered that these troublemakers have suddenly taken such a liking to him. Their banter is cut off when word spreads that the captain is arriving and everyone must pay attention. Theo keeps his course unchanged despite the interruption. He has chosen Ragnar's most prestigious unit because it offers the best chance to take his first step toward confronting the family head. The captain arrives and formally welcomes the rookies to the White Dragon squad. Theo decides he can look for Hilda later, since his immediate path now lies here. The new recruits gather before the captain as the squad's hierarchy takes shape around them. The captain invites the rookies to declare what they hope to become. One recruit eagerly says he wants to become an admirable knight. Another dreams of making his name famous. Erica vows to rise into the best leader she can be. Others aim simply to earn the captain's recognition. As the declarations continue, the group waits to hear what Theo will say. Even the more composed recruits turn their attention toward him. Theo steps forward, fully aware that this is the moment to define himself. He begins to speak, drawing the room into tense silence. In his mind, the future threat is clear. A devastating war is coming within 5 years. So Theo boldly declares that within those 5 years he will become captain of the White Dragon squad. The sheer audacity of saying that in front of the current captain leaves the others stunned, even as some can't help admiring his nerve. Instead of taking offense, the captain roars with approval and tells Theo that such ambition belongs here. With that, the captain shifts from amusement to command. He tells the rookies that if they want to survive in the White Dragon squad, they need to remember one essential principle. A commander opens the induction by telling the recruits that every drop of sweat and blood they shed will become part of Ragnar's legacy. He urges them to endure hardship with pride and never let either their defense or resolve fail. The speech broadens into a code of loyalty, reminding them that comrades protect one another and must be trusted in return. He concludes that all of that sacrifice ultimately leads to one thing: honor. As the word settles over the crowd, the promise of that honor hangs over the ceremony. The captain formally welcomes the new recruits into the White Dragon squad family. To prove what that means, he unleashes his power and summons a massive dragon behind him. The recruits immediately realize they are witnessing the captain's bonded dragon. He introduces the beast as Gula and makes clear that a true dragon knight is defined by such a partnership. More dragons descend overhead, turning the ceremony into a display of the order's true strength. One of the dragons lands hard enough to shake the ground. Another follows, crowding the training ground with living proof of the knight's status. A third impact drives home that the recruits are being judged by the creatures they hope to join. The captain announces that the dragons before them are the seniors they must now face. With that declaration, the entrance ceremony becomes the beginning of their selection trial. Mounted on his dragon, the captain explains the real task. Each recruit must find a partner. He orders everyone to gather at the nest, and the candidates rush to obey. Theo is struck by the reality of the moment, while the others around him are swept up by the chance to earn dragons of their own. Before he can settle himself, a mounted woman approaches him directly and calls him young master. Theo is stunned by the familiar address. He recognizes the rider as Evelyn and is shocked that she has returned to the White Dragon squad. Evelyn confirms it without hesitation. Theo's surprise deepens as he tries to understand why she is here now. His attention catches on her hand, which is no longer natural. Evelyn meets his concern with a calm, reassuring smile. The metal prosthetic makes plain that she has paid a serious price since they last met. Later, another woman named Kirsten approaches and explains that she came to offer her thanks. Evelyn recognizes her as the lady of the Camellia Palace, and is caught off guard by the visit. Kirsten explains that Theo's talent would have grown regardless, but says support still matters. She tells Evelyn that knowing someone trustworthy stands behind Theo gives him vital strength. Kirsten reveals she has heard Evelyn is exactly that kind of person to him. Embarrassed, Evelyn tries to downplay herself as nothing more than a retired one-armed inspector. Kirsten refuses to let her diminish her worth, comparing her to a light that guides others through darkness. Evelyn accepts those words as a duty, vowing to help Theo's light spread farther into the world. She thanks him inwardly, reaffirming her devotion to him as her young master. Back in the present, Evelyn tells Theo she heard he personally cared for her, and says that is why she could return to the White Dragon squad. Theo regrets not helping her sooner, then realizes their mother must have quietly credited him for what she did. He understands that this hidden kindness is exactly like her, and silently thanks her. Evelyn then formally pledges herself to Theo again, declaring that his sword is now hers. Her renewed loyalty leaves him with a quiet sense of trust rather than resistance. He answers with gratitude and promises to become the support she can rely on in return. They arrive at the White Dragon's Nest, a harsh mountain sanctuary where wyverns and dragons gather. Evelyn explains that because the White Dragon squad conducts operations with wyverns, the partner selection ceremony is held here. Theo confirms the stakes. If he fails to find a partner, he cannot join, and Evelyn admits that while rare, such failures do happen. He wonders whether the pairings are based on rank or aptitude, but the answer is that the creatures choose for themselves. Evelyn tells him to observe first, adding that a person can usually sense immediately whether a wyvern will accept them. That lesson begins at once when a heavy creature lands nearby. The first example is introduced as Optrix, a demon species tyrant pterodactyl built for brute force and intimidation. Another is identified as Avali, a poisonous species whose tail and venom make it deadly at range. A third, Sigia, is presented as a blade dragon that burrows underground and ambushes anything it detects as a threat. A flock of small dragons sweeps through the sky as the lesson turns to the dragon species under White Dragon Squad control. The agile velociraptor type is identified as a group hunter intelligent enough to attack with fire. As the explanation shifts to the 4 managed dragon types, the black-haired woman asks Theo whether he feels any special connection to one of them. Theo hesitates, trying to define the instinct he has been sensing while they fly through the mountains. He admits his eyes are drawn to one particular creature even though he still cannot locate it, and that feeling pulls him into a memory from 6 years after the Great War. He recalls the disaster at the White Dragon Nest, where an infiltrator slaughtered many wyverns raised by the squad. That attacker was the demonic Shadow Dragon, a hidden predator whose rampage left villages in ashes and countless dead. Ragnar Glassfire, the Sword Emperor and commander of the White Dragon Squad, ultimately intervened to stop the massacre. The beast's title came from its habit of moving through shadows, and its appearance left a lasting mark on Theo. Back in the present, the woman thinks that a dragon with such potential would make an exceptional partner. She realizes the traits Theo sensed matched the shadow dragon he once saw. Following that intuition, she suddenly pinpoints the dragon Theo has been unconsciously tracking. Their search leads toward a lonely cliff hidden among the jagged peaks. At the top of that isolated ledge, someone is already waiting beside a dragon. They find Ragnar calmly seated near a large wyvern on a plateau covered in blue flowers. The woman approaches, and Ragnar's contented mood is obvious enough for her to remark on it. Ragnar answers that his happiness is natural because a dragon he unexpectedly took in has now grown under his care. Encouraged by that, the woman says she came specifically to discuss that dragon. She directly tests Ragnar by suggesting that, as captain of the White Dragon Squad, he intends to make Theo the center of its future. Ragnar does not answer immediately, revealing caution rather than denial. She notes that his silence confirms how carefully he chooses his words, and he treats words themselves as dangerous. Reading his restraint, she concludes that he is thinking far beyond the immediate situation. Ragnar refuses to state his intentions openly, keeping his position unreadable. The woman presses on anyway, saying she has come to make an offer concerning Theo. Ragnar instantly understands the implication. Theo has already aligned himself with White Dragon Squad, so any new offer would mean taking him away from that path. She makes the proposal bluntly by suggesting they share Theo instead of letting one side claim him alone. With a confident smile, she asks Ragnar to consider the arrangement. The suggestion catches him off guard for the first time. Before the discussion can settle, several dragons begin clashing nearby, reigniting the problem Theo had sensed. Theo and the woman rush toward the disturbance, and she asks whether he knows the identity of the isolated wyvern at the center of it. Theo explains that the creature has long been treated as an outcast, and that he wants to help because the White Dragon Nest is rejecting it. When she questions whether it is even a true wyvern, Theo reveals it was born from a female wyvern and a male biffer. That answer shocks her because the lineage changes everything she thought she understood. She points out that a biffer is a top-grade monster from the deep sea, making such a birth seem impossible. Theo agrees that this impossibility is exactly the mystery surrounding the creature. She falls silent as the implications begin to connect in her mind. Theo recalls that a biffer is no ordinary beast but a first-grade monster capable of catastrophic destruction if it crosses the barrier. He also remembers that biffers are ghost-like predators tied to the forest's shadows. From that, the woman realizes the dragon's shadow-like abilities likely came from its biffer father. Theo explains that when the hybrid was born in White Dragon Squad, they first allowed it to remain in the nest despite its abnormal origin. But the other wyverns never accepted it, and he argues that isolating it only deepened the problem instead of solving it. The woman understands that the creature is being cast out simply for being different. When she asks its name, Theo tells her it is called Umbra, a word meaning shadow in an ancient tongue. That name only strengthens her resolve, and she decides she has even more reason to choose Theo now. Ignoring the protests beside her, she declares that Theo is her partner and acts on that claim immediately. As others try to stop her, she commits before anyone can question what she intends. She leaps from the dragon first, diving straight toward the isolated hybrid. Theo is left shouting after her in alarm as he realizes how reckless the move is. While falling, she vows that Umbra will not repeat her own painful fate and will be given a different life. She descends toward the lonely cliff where Umbra waits, determined to reach the rejected dragon before anyone else can define its future. A dark-haired young man drops into the canyon with sudden force, committing himself to the fight below. His landing detonates against the rock, announcing his arrival with a shock that halts the moment. Without hesitation, he opens a glowing system window and selects a new ability in midair. As blades fall around him, he launches himself upward into the sky to meet the threat head-on. The system confirms that his hatchling synchronization now lets him use telekinesis to move a target. He immediately applies that power to a sword, suspending and steering it through the air. Using the floating blade as a foothold, he turns telekinesis into a way to maneuver in open space. He chains that trick into rapid aerial movement, stepping from weapon to weapon as if the sky itself were solid. Watching from below, the pink-haired woman realizes he has somehow learned telekinesis and is already using it creatively. She is shaken by how absurdly fast his growth has become. Around the wounded white dragon, other dragons circle warily, drawn by the disturbance but not yet intervening. The white dragon bares its fangs, still dangerous despite its injuries. The young man drives forward with cold focus, refusing to be intimidated. A memory surfaces of others dismissing him as a fool. They had mocked his bloodline and treated his existence as proof of weakness and shame. That humiliation hardens into resolve in his eyes. He sends another blade cutting through the air, tightening his control over the battlefield. Now surrounded by telekinetically controlled swords and crackling power, he fully takes command of the space above the dragon. He unleashes lightning strike, channeling electricity through his suspended weapons. Positioning himself over the target, he prepares a coordinated descent of force and steel. The charged blades plunge downward like spears of lightning. Dragon strike follows, and the impact slams into the ground around the white dragon in a violent burst. The swords pin themselves into the earth, leaving the area caged in crackling energy. When the dust clears, the white dragon is left grounded and isolated while the others scatter back. The young man steps into the trap space, making it clear the attack was meant to stop pursuit rather than kill. He admits he only lashed out because the dragon frightened him, then notes that cowards often act bold when tormenting someone weaker. Seeing the dragon collapse before him, he drops the hostility and asks if it is all right. The white dragon answers with a low, distrustful growl, too hurt to relax. When it suddenly tries to flee, he calls out for it to wait. A companion advises against chasing it directly, warning that its guard is still too high for any approach to work. He rejects that caution, insisting that the dragon's isolation is exactly why someone should stay by its side. He understands the creature is lonely, and that the pain in its heart may be worse than its physical wounds. The pink-haired woman, moved by that insight, asks to follow the dragon too because its injuries mean it cannot get far. The white dragon disappears deeper into the jagged canyon, putting distance between itself and everyone else. They find it again curled up alone in a secluded corner, exhausted and withdrawn. Its breathing is labored, and the wounds across its body show how badly it has been suffering. Even so, it lifts its head and warns them away, still expecting harm. A blue dragon explains that many people have tried to tame this one before, but none succeeded. The reason is obvious. In its current state, the white dragon trusts no one and keeps itself constantly braced for attack. The young man asks for food to be brought later and decides that, until then, he will do what he can himself because this is his entrance ceremony. To test the dragon's reaction, the blue dragon and the pink-haired woman unleash opposing breaths nearby, forcing the white dragon to respond. The white dragon roars back, its instincts flaring under the pressure. The young man watches closely, reading the dragon's condition rather than its aggression. The dragon's cry starts to break, revealing strain instead of true fighting spirit. He notices the weakness immediately and understands the creature is in pain, not defiance. As the dragon falters, its resistance loses force. He moves in beside it and produces a healing potion, choosing care over domination. He pours the potion directly onto its wounds, letting restorative magic seep into the injured flesh. The dragon jerks in alarm at first, but he calmly explains that the pain should be easing now. For the first time, the white dragon looks at him not with rage, but with startled uncertainty. As he touches the wyvern, he wonders whether the dragon heart is letting him feel what the creature carries inside. He realizes he can sense Umbra's emotions directly. What reaches him first is Umbra's resentment toward the herd that cast him out. He also feels the wyvern's grief over the deaths of his parents, his longing to be with them, and the crushing loneliness of being left alone for so long. Recognizing the same pain in himself, he understands the creature through shared isolation. He sees that Umbra distrusts his sudden kindness, yet still hopes he will not leave, and the contradiction only makes the bond clearer. With that understanding, he gently reassures the wary wyvern. He promises he will not betray or abandon him. Then he decides to offer something more concrete than words. He produces a shining jewel, guessing the wyvern will be drawn to it. The gem catches the light like bait meant to win trust. Umbra is instantly captivated. When he offers it outright, the wyvern's restraint breaks in excitement. For a moment Umbra struggles to contain himself. Then desire wins out completely. Umbra accepts the gift and proudly wears it. The man turns the gesture into a bargain, saying more treasures will follow if Umbra stays with him. He presses the offer with confident ease, inviting the wyvern to choose him. Umbra's answer is immediate and enthusiastic. Already imagining reins, saddles, and jeweled decorations, Umbra all but commits himself on the spot, while an onlooker realizes this partnership may become expensive. Watching the exchange, the goggle-wearing woman gets a bad feeling about what this new bond will cost. When someone asks if she is alright, she admits she feels like she is about to lose money. Umbra suddenly rises and moves with new purpose beside his chosen master. A system message confirms that he has been acknowledged as the master of the Bifur wyvern. Another notice follows, granting him a new skill. The skill is wyvern taming, a power that deepens trust with tamed dragons and strengthens him while riding them. With the bond established, Umbra takes to the air through the jagged valley. The man lands back on the ground as the moment settles. Nearby, Evelyn stands among the remains of a kill with another beast at her side, noticing the change. She is stunned by what she is seeing. When Umbra returns to him openly affectionate, Evelyn can hardly believe he has won over a creature that never accepted anyone. He greets her casually while embracing the wyvern as if this trust were already natural. Seeing Umbra happily feeding, he thanks Evelyn for providing meat and remarks that it is good to see him eating well. When Evelyn demands to know how he managed this, he explains that he only healed the wound in Umbra's heart. He frames it as a gift that can reach a creature only when its heart has been shaken enough for someone to slip through the opening. Evelyn is left silent, unsure whether to accept that answer or what it says about him. He jokes about whether she expects him to eat the meat too, brushing past the weight of the moment. Umbra, focused on his meal, seems to encourage him to eat as well. Evelyn decides she cannot keep treating him like an ordinary junior now that he has gained public attention and even won a wyvern's favor. That shift in attitude catches her off guard even as she feels it happening. She formally congratulates him, explaining that a wyvern exposing the back of its neck is a sign of trust and recognition as a partner. But before the respect can settle, she snaps at him for trying to act immediately after the wyvern finishes eating. He answers that Umbra told him to get on, taking the invitation as enough reason to ride. Evelyn protests that flying without reins or a saddle is reckless, no matter how accepted he has become. He only grins and says he has another way. Activating wyvern taming to compensate for his lack of riding skill, he launches with Umbra despite her alarm. Evelyn can do nothing but watch him go, worried and exasperated. As he disappears into the sky, she is left catching her breath. High above, Umbra chatters excitedly about wanting to fly together, and he indulges the wyvern's eagerness. Riding bareback through the air, he settles into the bond with quiet confidence as their partnership truly begins. A white dragon races through the winter sky as the man riding it turns over a troubling thought. He cannot reconcile how someone once so harmless could have become the demonic shadow dragon, Umbra. While searching the frozen mountain range, he recalls that this was where the shadow dragon was first seen. The dragon descends toward a hidden basin beyond a roaring icy waterfall. As they drop into the secluded area, something unusual immediately draws his attention. They cut through the spray and land inside a crystal-filled hollow concealed behind the falls. The rider guides the dragon down into a strangely calm clearing surrounded by ice and flowers. Stepping onto the ground, he realizes that despite knowing these mountains well from his time in the Black Pillar, he never knew this place existed. The hidden sanctuary is filled with crystal formations and a dragon-safe pool, making it obvious this was a secret refuge for Umbra. Then he notices a patch of unfamiliar flowers and senses that they are the key to the mystery. By recognizing the plant, he finally understands how an ordinary being could have changed into the demonic shadow dragon Umbra had been feeding here. He identifies the plant as Ghost Flower, a rare bloom that stores dead demonic energy and is prized by monsters and demons. Because dragons and demons are fundamentally incompatible, he cannot understand how Umbra absorbed that energy, and he decides the flowers should be destroyed. He reassures Umbra that he will avoid damaging the crystals the dragon treasures as they move deeper in. Before he can continue, a sudden presence makes him stop. Ahead, in the middle of the hidden grove, he spots a chained figure slumped against the rock wall. The figure stirs, revealing a skeletal body that should not still be moving. Its awakening confirms that this is no ordinary corpse. He first mistakes it for a person, then realizes it is a body that has been dead for at least a decade. Yet the remains are barely decayed, proving the extreme cold preserved them and making the situation even more unnatural. He judges the scene deeply suspicious and resolves to investigate the corpse later. As he starts deciding where to begin, the corpse suddenly raises its head and fixes him with a glowing eye. It erupts into a furious scream, no longer pretending to be lifeless. The man is jolted when the creature cries out a name he recognizes, Kale. The undead thing lunges, but Umbra instantly intercepts it and knocks it away before it can reach his master. Seeing the attack turn real, the man calls Umbra into action without hesitation. Umbra answers with a savage roar and throws itself fully between the attacker and its rider. The corpse snarls back, consumed by hatred and fixated on Kale. Its rage sharpens into a direct accusation, as if it believes Kale is standing before it again. The man realizes the creature is dangerously unstable and that this is more than a simple undead remnant. He strikes first, smashing the corpse in the face to stop its advance. Even while taking the blow, the creature raves that it will never forgive Kale Robert. That surname means nothing to him, but hearing it tied to the Black Dragon family tells him this corpse is connected to an old bloodline and a buried grudge. Before he can press the matter, reinforcements arrive with White Dragon Squad common vision. Evelyn descends in a blur of sword techniques and drives the attacker back with multiple blades. She reaches the fallen man at once, alarmed to find him wounded while Umbra and the corpse remain poised to clash again. Lying on the ground, he apologizes to Evelyn, blaming himself for what happened. Pain and dizziness overtake him, showing that the injury is far worse than it first looked. He realizes the corpse's attack carried dense demonic poison, and without an antidote his strength will soon be gone. Evelyn decides to carry him back to headquarters immediately, even if moving him hurts, because proper treatment cannot wait. Umbra blocks her path and refuses to let her take him, convinced she is harming rather than helping. As Evelyn struggles to restrain the dragon, she warns that Umbra could kill him if it keeps interfering. Weakly, he stops her and asks for a moment instead of forcing the issue. He turns to Umbra and asks whether the dragon has some way to save him. Choosing trust over certainty, he entrusts his life to Umbra. Evelyn protests that returning now is their only safe option because demonic poison is lethal. He knows the odds are terrible even with treatment, so he decides it is worth gambling on Umbra's method instead. He reasons that Umbra became a second-grade monster by consuming ghost flowers here, and that the chained corpse must have been altered in the same place while learning to endure demonic poison. Believing Umbra may have discovered a way to survive what should be fatal, he asks Evelyn to trust the dragon and follow its lead. Though still distressed, Evelyn yields as Umbra prepares to guide them, and the desperate search for a cure begins. A dragon crushes the ghost flower and its crystal growths to prepare the antidote they desperately need. The mixture is broken down further until the crystal and flower fragments are reduced enough to use. The shattered ingredients scatter across the cave floor, ready for the final step. Evelyn hesitates when the dragon tells her to mix the crushed antidote and feed it to the unconscious young master. Unsure whether this will save him or kill him, she freezes under the weight of the decision. The broken crystal and flower pieces around Theo become the last hope left to try. Theo lies motionless, still poisoned and close to death. Evelyn steels herself and decides she cannot afford to hesitate any longer. Admitting she no longer knows the right answer, she reaches for the antidote anyway. She mixes the crushed materials with magic until they dissolve into a glowing purple liquid. Then she pours the strange antidote into Theo's mouth and forces him to take it. For a moment, nothing changes except the dark fluid trailing from his lips. Evelyn and the dragon watch tensely, bracing for the result. Theo still appears lifeless, making the silence even more frightening. Suddenly, energy surges through his body and his chest begins to respond. The impossible recovery startles both of them at once. Blue power erupts around Theo, confirming that the antidote is actually pulling him back. The recovery escalates as violent golden lightning bursts outward from his body. Inside that storm, something deeper than simple healing begins to transform. Evelyn realizes in shock that even his attribute magic is changing, turning black in a way she has never heard of. As Theo convulses under the surge, Evelyn fears the process may still destroy him. Instead, a system message appears, declaring that his body has begun an inner cleanse and that he has received the trait of a demon symbiote dragon. Elsewhere, in the White Dragon Squad captain's office, the consequences of Theo's condition are being discussed. The captain is told that the Black Pillar's findings have also been confirmed. With the investigation complete and judged mostly reliable, the grim report leaves little room for doubt. The captain explodes in anger and smashes the room apart when he hears it. He cannot accept that the worst possible outcome followed what should have been a good turn of events. Even so, he forces himself to face the truth. He breaks down over the fact that he never imagined this tragedy would happen. The narration reveals what that tragedy was. All 15 members of the White Dragon Squad's 5th team, except their leader and trainer Isfin, were killed. Back in Theo's case, the inner cleanse is explained as a process that purges bodily waste and can alter the body's constitution. It is normally a difficult technique requiring powerful mages and time, and it works best when the body is under severe strain. Theo's sudden cleanse is traced to an extraordinary overlap of conditions rather than any ordinary treatment. First, his body had already been driven into extreme poisoning. Second, part of the enormous magical power within that poison had already been integrated into him. Third, demonic energy accumulated for decades in the ghost flower had also become involved. And finally, Umbra found the antidote that made all those forces interact instead of simply killing him. That unnatural balance left Theo either able to expel the poison nor consumed by it. Instead, the essence of the poison's stored power was absorbed into him. Theo jolts awake as the transformation finishes. Evelyn rushes to him and anxiously asks if he is all right. Weak but conscious, he recognizes Evelyn first. He reassures her with an exhausted apology, showing that his mind is still intact. The relief hits Evelyn and the dragon at once, leaving both of them nearly collapsing with it. System windows appear and list Theo's new status, including the demon symbiote dragon trait and a candidate path tied to the dragon constellation. Reading it, Theo realizes he has gained access to the power of the dragon constellation itself. His updated abilities confirm a massive jump in strength, far beyond what should have been possible. Looking around the cave, he understands that the crystals there are made of pure energy. He concludes that this energy diluted the ghost flower's poison and turned it into something closer to medicine for him. Umbra confirms that trusting Theo Ragnar was the right decision. Theo explains that the flower's complete body carries both the power of a Ragnarian and traces of a dragon, making it far more valuable than expected. Realizing how much that power could grow in the future, he is thrilled by the potential in his hands. Before moving on, Theo brings up another matter that may be even more important. He points everyone towards strange writing carved across the cavern walls and shifts the group's attention to identifying who left it. They approach the inscriptions to examine them more closely. Evelyn notices the markings first, and Theo immediately understands that they may contain a hidden record. As they study the wall, they conclude it reads like a journal, written with remarkable precision by someone highly skilled. The message reveals that its author hid in this place after being defeated by Yale and Robert, intending to recover and prepare revenge before his body failed. A memory from the writer's downfall surfaces, showing Robert as one of the enemies who crushed him. Theo is jolted by the implication of the name and the identity behind the record. The journal continues, saying the writer's body is rapidly decaying because Robert injured his mana heart, and even the ghost flower he consumed may be hastening his ruin. As his mind turns demonic and his revenge slips further away, he admits he is running out of time and hope. Accepting death, he says he left behind everything he had, including his sword and the Wind Lord's vision, and asks that someone eventually find this place. His final wish is that a descendant will surpass his enemies, inherit his karma, and complete the revenge he could not. The revelation leaves both Evelyn and Theo stunned. Evelyn pieces it together, and realizes the writer must have been the rain sword and lightning god himself. Theo recalls the legend of a hero who nearly controlled the wind and recognizes that this dead figure matches that forgotten rival of the Wind Lord. He identifies the corpse as Hector Ragnar, the Wind Lord's uncle, who was believed dead elsewhere but actually ended his life here. Evelyn is shaken by how enormous the secret truly is. Then she drops to one knee, already deciding what duty this discovery demands of her. Theo asks what she is doing, though he can already sense her resolve. Evelyn insists that if the Wind Lord's line defeated Hector, then allowing a Ragnar vassal to touch Hector's remains would be a grave insult. To her, that would be a dishonor severe enough to deserve immediate punishment. Theo dismisses her rigid objection as empty formalism. He reminds her that Hector was not killed by Ragnar but by a man, and argues that the dead man himself would care more about being avenged than about preserving etiquette. Theo makes clear that everything in this cavern must remain secret, overturning the official story Evelyn wants to protect. He tells her that if she truly worries about propriety, she should focus on the Wind Lord's vision instead. Theo points out that the Wind Lord's vision is comparable to the power of the 9 dragons, making it too important to leave ownerless. He orders Evelyn to become the Wind Lord's successor and grow stronger by taking that inheritance. He goes further and tells her to inherit Hector's unfinished will as well, shocking her. Theo argues that if she becomes Hector's disciple, the old hero can finally rest, and she will no longer have to bear guilt over violating his remains. He presses her with her own earlier words, reminding her that she once vowed to become his sword. That challenge breaks through Evelyn's hesitation and forces her to choose where her loyalty truly belongs. She kneels fully and swears allegiance to Theo Ragnar, offering to become his vassal. Evelyn formally begs him, as her monarch, to accept her oath. Theo answers with amused approval, recognizing how stubbornly faithful she is to her principles even while yielding. He begins his acceptance by naming himself, and drawing his blade to seal the vow properly. The sword comes down to complete the ritual. Before Umbra and the remains of Hector, Theo accepts Evelyn Neville's oath and names her his first sword. Theo wears a satisfied smile, pleased by the bond he has just forged. Evelyn smiles back, relieved to have found a path that preserves both duty and purpose. Umbra quietly observes the new alliance taking shape. Soon after, the scene shifts away from the hidden cavern to the outside world. At the White Dragon Squad headquarters, people gather under a tense sky while Theo remains conspicuously absent. A red-haired man mocks Theo's delay and wonders if the White Dragon Squad was overrated after all. That taunting stops when someone arrives at the grounds with the dragon in tow. The onlookers freeze in disbelief as they recognize what they are seeing. Theo appears riding in with Umbra, turning his late arrival into a far greater shock than anyone expected. The squad erupts in confusion, stunned that the supposedly disobedient Umbra has ended up under Theo Ragnar's control. As the aptitude ceremony continues, the recruits are being measured against legendary standards and even compared to the famed Millennium talents. The examiner announces that Senior Inspector Evelyn Nereville and Junior Theo Ragnar have passed the test and are to receive their assignment, but the proceedings abruptly stall. Attention shifts when someone realizes the captain, who should be presiding over the ceremony, is missing. A superior explains that the captain was called away by an urgent message and had to return to the office immediately. The mention of an urgent summons unsettles Theo, who senses that something far more serious is unfolding. As the tension spikes, Theo's mind races and he braces himself for the possibility that the crisis he remembers is beginning early. His thoughts spiral toward disaster, as if the future he knew is suddenly rushing in ahead of schedule. While others are still processing the interruption, Theo realizes events are veering toward a major incident. A commander cuts through the confusion, apologizes for ending the ceremony, and orders everyone to prepare for immediate deployment. He reveals the destination, Fort Blangui, making clear this is no drill but a real military operation. Theo is shaken because an actual deployment at this stage should be impossible for unseasoned recruits. He concludes that the crisis has arrived, and that it is the same chain of events tied to the series hostage incident in his past. His memory jumps to the dragon's sword, strand of fate, the stolen relic at the center of that future catastrophe. He recalls that Ed Troiven's crime and the turmoil surrounding the sword were supposed to happen later, not now. The commander repeats the deployment order to everyone present, confirming that the emergency is already upon them. Among the recruits, anxiety spreads as they realize they are being thrown into a mission far beyond routine training. One recruit voices the obvious concern: if the mission is urgent enough to mobilize untrained newcomers, the situation must be dire. The commander begins explaining the cause of the emergency, forcing everyone to listen. Theo hears that team leader and trainer Isvan has gone missing along with 14 squad members, and the news hits him hard. The missing man is identified as trainer Isvan, a veteran so respected that even senior officials seek his judgment. Because Isvan is far too capable to be easily overpowered, Theo realizes the enemy behind this must be exceptionally dangerous. That thought horrifies him, and he starts to suspect his own interference with the timeline may have triggered this change. The commander adds that, based on the report from Black Skull bandits, the missing soldiers are probably still alive and can continue the mission if rescued. He appoints Evelyn Nereville as temporary leader of the 5th team, and notes, there are only 3 days left in the mission, leaving little time to prepare the rookies. Even so, he insists he does not believe the missing team is dead. His confidence hardens into resolve as he declares that, whatever the truth, they must answer the attack and take revenge. With that, the newly assigned force launches out toward Fort Blangui. Theo reflects on the original version of the series incident. The Black Skull hostages had seemed manageable because the White Dragon squad was expected to intervene. But he now understands that the true objective behind that incident was never just the hostages. The real target was the theft and transport of the Dragon's sword, Strand of Fate. In the history Theo remembers, Ed Troyven used that stolen sword to ignite a rebellion. Now Theo realizes the development has diverged from the past, meaning the danger ahead may no longer follow the path he knows. The possibility that his own actions caused this altered future weighs heavily on him. He decides he must confirm the truth himself, and his resolve crystallizes around a new goal: acquire the Dragon's sword, Strand of Fate. 3 days later, the mission reaches the Frozen Mountains, where the recruits struggle through brutal weather on the approach to the fort. During the night watch, one guard notices something strange about the moon and senses that something is wrong overhead. The answer appears immediately as members of the White Dragon squad descend from the sky, turning the unease into alarm. Before a proper warning can spread, enemy forces seize the high ground around the fort. A sentry tries to raise the alarm from the tower, but the attack is already underway. The tower is blasted apart in an instant, proving the assault was planned to cripple the fort before it could organize a defense. From above, the attackers order a bombardment, treating the defenders as targets to be crushed rather than opponents to be fought fairly. They release a rain of destructive projectiles from the air. The fort is hammered by repeated impacts, and the defenders are driven into chaos under the barrage. A terrified soldier realizes they will all die if they stay exposed and urges everyone to retreat into the castle for cover. As panic spreads, the defenders scramble to move while the attack continues to tear through the stronghold. The first close-range clashes draw blood, showing the assault has already become a massacre. The White Dragon squad presses the advantage and orders total suppression, aiming to wipe out all resistance immediately. One of their leaders openly frames the slaughter as an example, intending to show what happens to anyone who interferes with the White Dragon squad. From a distance, the fort burns beneath the snowfall, the attack swelling into a towering column of destruction. Elsewhere in the snow, a white-haired fighter notices the White Dragon squad has moved sooner than expected and realizes the operation has accelerated ahead of schedule. A courier finishes his part of the operation by bringing a long-awaited weapon to his hidden allies. Before he can relax, a cloaked figure closes in, making it clear the handoff is being watched. The encounter shifts into a tense standoff in the snowy forest as the newcomer approaches with lethal speed. The hooded man silently presents himself as the receiver, calm and fully in control. When asked for the item, the courier confidently hands it over without resistance. The recipient confirms that the delivered weapon is exactly what their plan required. He immediately reports the success to a larger force of masked subordinates, and orders them to prepare for the next phase. Their attention turns toward a distant fortress, now the obvious target of the operation. Seeing the enemy stronghold ahead, the hooded commander reduces the coming assault to simple extermination. Elsewhere, Theo suddenly reacts as if a buried clue has snapped into place. At the fortress, his unit has just finished suppressing resistance and believes the mission is nearly over. While the others enjoy how easily everything has gone, Theo grows uneasy instead of relieved. The ease of the victory makes no sense to him, especially after another team was supposedly wiped out. He activates a memory reading ability to review what they have actually learned from the captives. The memories only deepen his suspicion, because the prisoners know about a stolen weapon but have never even seen their own leader. Theo realizes the entire situation is wrong and concludes they have overlooked something critical. When his teammate asks what is bothering him, he brushes it off while still piecing the danger together. His companions joke about his nerves and urge him to stop overthinking now that the hostages are secured. They decide to head back to headquarters, still convinced the mission is finished. A passing remark about the strong smell of gunpowder finally confirms Theo's fear. He bolts at once, abandoning the conversation to act before the trap is sprung. The others are left confused by his sudden panic and cannot yet understand what he has realized. Their confusion lingers for a beat, making Theo's urgency seem almost irrational. Theo draws his weapon and commits fully to stopping whatever has been planted nearby. He slices through the area with a powerful strike, exposing hidden explosives before they can be used against them. Seeing the concealed stockpile confirms his suspicion that the enemy intended a self-destruction trap. His teammates finally understand that Theo has uncovered a catastrophe moments before it happens. The explosives and gunpowder reveal that the enemy planned to erase the site and everyone in it. Theo orders an immediate evacuation, dropping all pretense of a completed mission and focusing only on survival. A dark signal is released, showing the enemy has already triggered the next stage. Theo senses the attack coming from above and turns toward the new threat with alarm. He shouts a warning, but the strike arrives too fast for anyone to fully escape. The fortress erupts in a chain of explosions, turning the trap into a massacre. Outside, the hidden army calmly receives the order to reload, treating the destruction as only the opening volley. Their commander gives the signal for another bombardment without hesitation. More explosions tear through the stronghold, ensuring the survivors are driven into chaos. The attackers make their intent explicit: no one inside is to be left alive. They justify the slaughter as necessary for the sake of a particular person tied to the larger conflict. Far away in a grand residence, a woman waits in eerie calm as events unfold elsewhere. Cradling Axion, she speaks with twisted tenderness, framing his suffering as something she will answer for him. Her grief curdles into vengeance as she resolves to bring her son the people responsible. Back at the fortress, the courtyard is left shattered and littered with bodies after the bombardment. Even so, some defenders launch a desperate counterattack rather than surrender. The surviving soldiers rally and charge, determined to prevent the assassins from escaping the scene. One fighter stares at the devastation in disbelief, unable to accept that an entire trained force was annihilated so completely. As the scale of the defeat sinks in, shock gives way to the realization that the enemy is still not finished. That realization hardens into dread when a new danger enters the battlefield. Their team leader is suddenly struck down in a violent blast, proving the attackers are still picking them off. Another survivor throws herself into motion, trying to evade the continuing assault and salvage the situation. Watching the disaster spiral beyond control, she can only curse the trap they failed to stop. An ambush begins with explosives raining down, and the team leader orders everyone to take cover. The bombardment immediately tears through the group, and one of their companions is caught in the blasts as panic spreads. Theo throws himself aside as another explosion erupts almost on top of him. The attack intensifies into a sustained barrage that makes staying exposed impossible. Amid the chaos, Theo notices a bright exit deeper inside the fortress. The rest of the squad rushes toward him, relying on their leader to get them out alive. Once everyone regroups, Theo realizes they have to move immediately before the bombardment wipes them out. He decides their only chance is to run toward the fortress interior, away from the direction of the ambush, and activates Thunder Gate. The ability lifts his mental limits and sharpens his senses, giving him the clarity to process the battlefield. The sudden surge of perception overwhelms him for an instant as his awareness expands. His mind shifts into a schematic view of the fortress, turning the environment into something he can analyze in real time. Theo regains focus and locks fully into this heightened state. A teammate snaps at him for freezing, desperate for him to stop hesitating and lead them out. Instead of retreating, Theo grabs her and forces the group to keep moving with him. She protests because every second matters and his choice looks insane. Theo insists that escaping outside is exactly what the enemy wants, so they must go deeper into the fortress. His certainty shocks her into silence. The team charges through the halls as debris crashes around them. Some of the others blame Theo for dragging them back into a place they had nearly escaped, furious that all their lives now depend on his judgment. Theo argues that fleeing outside would only leave them exposed to either direct bombardment or another ambush, proving this is a trap. His hatchling synchronization expands further, letting him read the intentions embedded in the structure itself. He studies the damaged floor and traces how the fortress has been rigged. Theo realizes the attackers expect them to die if they remain inside the castle. He pushes his analysis deeper through the surrounding walls and corridors. Convinced this ability can keep them alive, he maps the fortress like a machine. He identifies buried gunpowder on the left side of their route. He also locates cannonballs stockpiled on the right. From that layout, he determines the only survivable path is the stairs straight ahead. The squad follows his call and sprints up the staircase while the fortress burns behind them. Theo drives the group onward, keeping them moving before the trap can fully close. At the top, they find not an exit but a dead end, and the team is thrown into confusion. With no room to turn back, the others demand to know why Theo led them into what looks like certain death. Before he can answer, the structure starts giving way around them. Falling stone and the shaking walls make the squad realize the entire section is collapsing. Even the calmer members lose composure as the ceiling begins to come down. The panic spreads through the whole team as the collapse becomes unavoidable. Theo stays focused and commits to the plan he formed moments earlier. The floor and walls finally break apart beneath them. Outside, the fortress erupts in a massive explosion, confirming how thoroughly the enemy prepared the kill zone. Watching from the forest, the hooded attackers note that they have already expended all their cannonballs. One of them calmly readies another weapon for what comes next. Their leader makes clear that this operation is revenge for young Master Axion and that he only wants Theo brought back dead. Inside the ruins, Theo lies buried under rubble, apparently crushed by the collapse. The debris shifts, hinting that the destruction did not finish them. The squad emerges alive from beneath the wreckage, stunned but relieved, and they realize Theo deliberately used the collapsing floor as their escape route. Their survival shocks nearby enemies, who cannot understand how the team escaped the trap and appeared there. Theo quickly identifies the attackers as Black Skull and explains he chose this route because the ground layer here was hard enough to protect them. He suddenly senses a new threat and snaps to attention. He spots figures waiting behind a barred enclosure, revealing there is another hidden element to this battlefield. The prisoners include the 5th team leader, chained and battered, exposing that the enemy has been holding captives inside the fortress. The scene opens on a prison-like enclosure where a trap has already been sprung. The surviving White Dragon members find their captured comrades buried and bound, and the shock of the betrayal hits immediately. A pink-haired knight realizes this was far beyond a simple surprise attack and concludes Ragnar's intelligence bureau must have orchestrated it. As restraints are broken loose, the survivors begin shifting from shock to response. The battered group regathers around the buried men, accepting that the attack was too precise to be accidental. One of them reasons that such a perfect ambush could only have happened with help from someone on the inside, making the betrayal feel even deeper. Outrage erupts as some call it open treason and want immediate retaliation. An older veteran stops them, warning that charging in blindly would only play into the enemy's hands because this trap was prepared from the beginning. Someone proposes escaping first and reporting everything to the Black Pillar, hoping for outside support. Their leader shuts that down, realizing the Black Pillar never sent reinforcements because they too were lured into the same trap. Even so, he insists the situation is not hopeless, and that they still have a path to victory. He points out that the enemy even buried bodies to hide the truth, meaning they intend to erase the incident completely. From that, he predicts the enemy will return to confirm the White Dragon squad is dead once they believe the battle is over. That expectation becomes the core of his counterplan: hide among the ruins and strike the enemy when they come to inspect the aftermath. He commits to that gamble with complete confidence that they can turn the trap around and win. The older veteran studies him and recognizes a resolve far beyond his years. He realizes the young commander has already reached the level of power and judgment associated with opening the Thunder Gate. Ashamed that he himself had nearly given up, the veteran admits age has dulled his fighting spirit. Instead, he places his faith in the younger generation and accepts that the new recruits were chosen well. He drives his weapon into the ground like a signal, turning belief into action. With his spirit restored, he declares that the White Dragon squad cannot be allowed to fall here. He rallies the unit, orders everyone to follow the plan exactly, and calls the White Dragon squad back into formation. The squad answers with grim focus, ready to stake everything on the counter-ambush. Elsewhere, the enemy moves through the battlefield, still believing they control the situation and pressing their forces to finish the fight. The ruined battlefield stretches out under smoke and fire, littered with bodies and scattered patrols searching through the aftermath. One of the enemy soldiers steps through the wreckage, closing in on the hidden survivors without realizing it. A wounded man on the ground begs desperately to be saved, sounding like just another dying casualty. His plea continues weakly, baiting the enemy into lowering their guard for one fatal moment. A hooded enemy swordsman hears the cry and turns toward it, sensing something off. He questions his men about whether they have found what they were searching for, while reports come in that the sweep is still incomplete. When he also hears that the ambush team has gone silent, suspicion begins to replace confidence. As he walks among the corpses, he starts to wonder whether the White Dragon squad may still be alive. He halts the search and demands to know if anyone has seen the White Dragon squad, finally recognizing the danger too late. At that instant, hidden White Dragon fighters burst from concealment and cut into his men from behind. The enemy commander reacts on instinct, drawing to defend himself as the ambush collapses around him. The pink-haired knight launches straight at him, forcing him into a sudden duel before he can regain control. Their blades meet in a violent clash, confirming that the counterattack has fully begun. She presses him hard through the debris, driving him backward with speed and commitment. A sharp kick breaks his footing and disrupts his defense, giving her the momentum. She follows through in midair, chaining movement and swordplay into a relentless assault. Using the opening, she spins past him with disciplined precision instead of overcommitting. She lands and turns fluidly to continue the attack while the wider battle erupts behind her. The enemy commander finally shouts the truth to his men. This is an ambush, and the White Dragon squad is still fighting. Both sides crash together across the ruins as the hidden survivors and enemy search parties descend into open battle. The battlefield becomes a chaotic melee, with blades crossing everywhere as the White Dragon squad seizes the initiative they planned for. Facing the pink-haired knight directly, the enemy commander admits he had hoped their attackers were not the intelligence bureau, revealing he understands this betrayal reaches high authority. She answers by invoking Ragnar's law, framing the conflict not as rebellion but as lawful punishment. She declares that traitors are to be executed immediately, making clear she has judged the enemy already. With that verdict, she attacks again from above, forcing him to defend under a storm of sparks and steel. Their duel explodes into a furious exchange of slashes, the White Dragon squad's counter-ambush now transformed into a full fight for survival and justice. The battle resonates at close range as the white-haired swordswoman meets the cloaked enemy head-on in a violent clash. Her opponent is shaken that she and her allies survived the earlier explosions at all. He cannot understand how his trap failed so completely. She presses in without hesitation, forcing him onto the defensive before he can recover. Her blade slips past his guard and drives into his torso at point-blank range. The strike blasts him backward across the ground, leaving him reeling from the sudden reversal. She follows through with ruthless intent, trying to finish him before he can respond. Elsewhere, another wounded fighter senses the danger and focuses on the battlefield with alarm. A dark-clad enemy launches himself forward at extreme speed, preparing a desperate counterattack. He lands hard amid the ruined ground, gathering force for something more dangerous. The swordswoman declares that resisting the Intelligence Bureau is meaningless now that their ambush has succeeded. A female officer reinforces the offer, telling the trapped opponents they still have one chance if they surrender. A red-haired enforcer adds that compliance will spare their lives, turning the battlefield into a demand for submission. Instead of yielding, the dark-haired enemy orders everyone to use a secret art. His comrades tense at the command, readying themselves despite the obvious risk. The officer called Theo is unsettled, realizing the enemy is about to use an unknown technique. A burst of power erupts from the ground as the forbidden method is activated. The enemy forces his energy into his weapon with manic intensity, driving it past safe limits. Theo immediately recognizes that something abnormal and dangerous is happening. The technique is identified as a backflow explosion, a forbidden art that burns through the user's own energy. The unstable power detonates outward and tears up the battlefield. One of the empowered fighters hurls himself through the blast and charges straight at Theo. Theo's expression hardens as he decides to answer force with force. At the same time, multiple enemy fighters descend together, turning the clash into a coordinated suicide assault. Their bodies erupt with blade-like projections, showing how far they are willing to mutilate themselves for one strike. One mortally wounded fighter still advances, impaled by his own transformed weapons as he closes on Theo. Even while dying, he warns the rookie to run, revealing that protecting Theo matters more to him than survival. Theo is stunned by the sacrifice and the loyalty behind it. The dying man forces out a grim smile, accepting his end if it buys Theo a chance. Theo's shock turns into fury, and he swears to make the attackers pay. He unleashes Dragon's third claw, sending a towering surge of power across the battlefield. As the technique peaks, Thundergate opens within him, amplifying his strength even further. The empowered strike tears through the charging enemies before they can reach him. Theo drives the technique onward, committing fully to the counterattack. The assault expands into a wide-area barrage that blankets the battlefield. Blue arcs of destructive force carve through the ground and sweep across every attacker in range. The red-haired enforcer is caught off guard as the attack overwhelms the enemy formation. Even the white-haired swordswoman is forced to shield herself as Theo's power tears through the area. The enemy fighters are ripped apart and thrown aside by the relentless blast. The battlefield disappears into smoke, debris, and the aftershock of Theo's outburst. When the dust begins to clear, the ground is left shattered into multiple craters around Theo's position. The surviving enemy leader is stunned that Theo dispersed the backflow explosion so easily. Realizing how dangerous Theo has become, he decides the boy must die immediately. He launches himself from above, diving through the broken terrain for a direct kill. Nearby observers can only laugh nervously in disbelief at what they just witnessed. They conclude that if Theo could do that, they will have to take him far more seriously from now on. Theo admits to himself that he forced Thundergate open to raise his power beyond its limits. But the strain is already crushing him, and he realizes he still cannot handle that power for long. Before he can recover, someone shouts his full name in warning as the enemy descends from above. The surviving foe charges straight at the exhausted Theo, vowing to drag him to hell even if it costs everything. A watcher realizes Theo's mana core has been distorted beyond control and fears the battle is about to end in self-destruction. The danger becomes clear as Theo's unstable power surges toward a catastrophic collapse. Before the explosion can happen, Theo senses someone intervening at the last instant. A wind-based divine technique tears into the berserk enemy and interrupts the chain reaction with a violent blast. The attacker drives straight through the storm of unstable mana to seize control of the situation. A woman using the Wind Thunder God technique closes in with calm precision, aiming not to kill but to contain. She focuses the technique through her hand, shaping the wild energy instead of meeting it head-on. Her vortex wraps around the enemy's body and mana flow, binding the runaway power in place. Theo realizes what she has done. She has halted the mana hole detonation itself. The unstable core is fully restrained, turning certain disaster into a controlled seal. The contained energy is redirected harmlessly away, blasting into the ground instead of consuming everyone nearby. With the crisis ended, the enemy is left broken and dying in the rubble. Theo collapses from exhaustion, barely able to breathe after surviving the ordeal. As he looks up, he is met not with judgment but with quiet praise for enduring the battle. His comrades gather around him, joking, thanking him, and openly acknowledging that they survived because of him. Theo is left speechless by the sudden warmth and recognition. The tension finally breaks, and he lets himself smile. Someone reaches out to him, turning victory into a shared moment rather than a solitary one. As the wounded are carried in, Theo learns even the captain survived, and his companions press him about the unexpected skills he revealed. The squad crowds around him in relief and celebration, treating him as one of their own. Even the hardened captain watches this with a quiet, thoughtful look. Morning arrives over the ruined battlefield, marking the end of the long night and the survival of those left standing. Among the wreckage, a planted spear stands like a grave marker for what the battle cost. The story then shifts to Rose Palace, where the consequences of the night are already spreading. A grieving woman breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by rage and loss. A white-haired man turns that grief into hatred, cursing the woman he blames for ruining everything. He violently confronts the mourner, furious that she acted without understanding the larger scheme. He produces a document and accuses her of stealing away his subordinate and sabotaging his authority. Reading the order aloud, he exposes the crime at the heart of the plot, an attempt to murder Ragnar and the White Dragon squad. The woman, still on the floor, is condemned for destroying Troyvin's carefully prepared plan. Her grief twists into a scream as she demands vengeance for Axion. She begs for the killer's head, insisting that only blood can answer Axion's death. Consumed by obsession, she declares that everything leads back to the same enemy and that only slaughter will quiet her heart. The name Axion catches the white-haired man off guard, hinting at a deeper connection than simple politics. He immediately reasserts dominance, reminding her she is only meant to play a role, not act on her own will. At Axion's name, his composure cracks for a moment, revealing genuine shock beneath the cruelty. He coldly informs her that with the dragon sword lost, she is no longer useful as Troyvin's daughter. When she desperately calls for her father, the answer comes not as comfort but as looming authority. She realizes too late that the man she trusted will not save her. Her father dismisses her as a disposable thing and orders her removed along with any evidence that could expose the conspiracy. The white-haired subordinate begs for his own life, offering total obedience if he is spared. His pleas echo through a staircase already littered with bodies, showing how completely the failed plot has been purged. Left alone with his rage, he blames Theo Ragnar for ruining every plan he had built and swears personal revenge. Elsewhere, Theo studies the recovered dragon sword in private, trying to understand what he has taken from the battlefield. The weapon identifies itself as the divine relic strand of fate, but its true conditions and powers remain sealed and unknown. Theo can only stare at the sword, knowing it is important but still beyond his grasp. The moment he grips it, the relic reacts with a strange energy of its own. The sword slips from his control and strikes the floor, resisting him rather than accepting him. Theo concludes that the title Dragon Sword is no exaggeration, because the weapon clearly possesses a will and nature unlike ordinary arms. Its reaction also tells him something unsettling. Whatever the sword seeks, it is the opposite of Ragnar's usual style. He realizes he cannot truly wield it until he finds a way to release its divine seal. Remembering what he knows of divine relics, he recalls that once unsealed they grant power on the level of heroes from the mythological age. That makes the dragon sword not just treasure, but a legendary key to overwhelming power. Theo remembers that in another life, Ed Troyvin had managed to unseal this very relic. Thinking back on that fact, Theo starts searching for what made Ed different. One small detail stands out in his memory, and refuses to leave his mind. Until the seal is broken, he reminds himself, the sword is nothing more than an ornament with hidden promise. A disturbance at the door interrupts his thoughts. Evelyn arrives late at night and asks Theo for a private moment. She brings him to the captain, who says he is glad Theo returned alive. But the captain's serious expression makes it clear he has more than congratulations to offer. Theo bluntly asks whether the captain is planning to retire after the battle. The captain admits the thought is reasonable, since he lost both his dragon companion and a leg in the last fight. He says his body can no longer bear the same burden, and he intends to spend the rest of his life honoring the comrades who died before him. Even so, he accepts the decision without bitterness and thanks the captain for everything. In return, the captain offers something more valuable than rank or reward: insight about Theo himself. He reveals that the new recruit had already opened his Thunder Gate at an age when that should have been impossible. The captain wonders whether Theo can break through the wall that separates ordinary humans from true superhumans. He admits even he was shocked when he first saw the sign of it. To him, it did not look natural at all, but like a sealed gate that Theo had forced open through sheer will. He compares Theo's potential to a bowl that has suddenly widened far beyond what it once could hold. Such growth should be impossible, yet Theo's capacity has undeniably expanded. The captain's conclusion is simple: if Theo's vessel has grown, it now must be filled. That is the last lesson he offers as a senior who has reached the end of his own road. From there, the conversation moves from advice to direct instruction. The captain tells Theo that the rest cannot be taught outright and must be learned through his own experience. Theo listens carefully, aware that he is being led towards something deeper than technique. The two face each other in an open training ground, turning the lesson into a test. The captain praises Theo's performance in the operation, but Theo deflects the credit to his comrades. Amused, the captain stops indulging him and asks how far Theo's martial skill has truly advanced. Theo first assumes he means combat ability and starts to answer in those terms. The captain cuts him off and makes clear that raw fighting skill is not what he is asking about. What matters to him is Theo's sword itself. He asks Theo what realm his swordsmanship has entered now, forcing Theo to confront a question he has never properly named. Theo admits he does not know how to answer. All he can say is that he fought by trying to imitate the head family's sword technique as best he could. The captain dismisses that answer and attacks without warning to force a truer response. Theo is thrown into a sudden clash so fast he can barely register the movement. The strike shatters the ordinary space around them and drags Theo into a different battlefield. They enter the demon dragon glass domain, a realm shaped by the captain's sword and intent. Theo immediately senses that this domain is not the same as the one shown by the sword dragon before the ceremony. He begins to understand that a domain reflects the owner's own martial art rather than a fixed universal form. That realization unsettles him because it means swordsmanship can manifest as a world. Within that world, Theo recognizes the captain's path as a demon sword built on destruction. He braces himself as the meaning of that revelation sinks in. The captain demonstrates the style through overwhelming force rather than explanation. His movements show a sword that exists to break through anything in front of it. Each attack follows the same merciless principle, direct and crushing. There is no hesitation or ornament in the way he advances. Even his grip and posture express domination through power. Theo watches in stunned concentration, trying to read the logic behind the violence. The domain itself responds, splitting and roaring as if the sword's will is carving reality open. Theo is left standing in a storm of destructive trajectories with nowhere safe to look. The entire realm closes around him like a killing technique made into a world. Every current in that world carries the same message of annihilation. The captain finally asks Theo what he thinks of the martial art he has just witnessed. More specifically, he asks how Theo judges the sword of the dragon who embodies this path. Theo answers honestly that it feels overwhelmingly strong and ruinous. The captain agrees and explains that such brutality is the natural essence of demon-aligned swordsmanship. He defines it as a straight path that smashes through all resistance in the end. Its core is violence, destruction, strength, and death itself. Then he asks Theo to compare it with the sword of the Lord of Plum Blossom Palace. Theo says that sword felt completely different, graceful and beautiful rather than savage. The captain explains that this is because the Plum Blossom sword embodies life, so beauty is inseparable from its nature. He describes that path as life's own process, from seed to bud to full bloom. It is slow, smooth, and indomitable, able to endure damage and detours without losing itself. No matter what happens, it continues growing. Theo finally understands that this deeper principle is what the captain meant by martial arts, and that the same 9 dragons can express utterly different truths through the sword. The captain is pleased to see Theo beginning to grasp it. He presses further, asking whether Theo truly believed life and death, or life and violence, had to be opposing interpretations. Before Theo can answer, the domain shifts again. The captain refuses to hand him the conclusion directly, insisting that discovering it himself is part of the lesson. Instead, he tosses Theo a book as the key to continue that search on his own. He reveals that the book records a debate on swordsmanship between himself, the master of Plum Blossom Palace, and the demon dragon. Theo is stunned, realizing what kind of knowledge he has just been entrusted with. The captain warns that this makes Theo an exceptional case among Ragnar's heirs. He goes so far as to name Theo a joint successor to 2 of Ragnar's greatest dragons. In that moment, the legacies of destruction and life stand behind Theo together. Theo repeats the names to himself, trying to comprehend the scale of what has been placed in his hands. The memory shifts to another exchange, where the same captain and the master of Plum Blossom Palace once stood together in discussion. The captain had been given the same book and treated it with unusual seriousness. Even he had paused under the weight of what such a record meant. The Plum Blossom master teased him for acting possessive, while a dragon behind them made the rivalry feel almost childish. But beneath the teasing, he argued that sharing the knowledge would benefit Theo. He insisted Theo was a rising star among Ragnar's successors and could not be judged like an ordinary child. Still, he warned that talent alone would soon carry Theo to a wall he could not cross by effort alone. When that wall came, this book could become the tool that helped him break through. He believed the record would guide Theo at the exact moment his growth stalled. Yet he also raised a darker possibility. If Theo ever became Ragnar's enemy, then the very help they gave him would return as a threat to the family. The Plum Blossom Master did not dismiss the concern. He admitted that prodigies who grow too quickly often meet bad ends. If Theo followed that path, their support could indeed become harm to Ragnar, and the risk was real. But after hearing the captain's judgment, he became certain of one thing. He decided the book should remain with Julius until the right time came. Only if Theo matured without greed and learned to value each moment should he receive it. Julius accepted that burden and kept the book in trust. He was asked to pass it on to Theo when he believed Theo was ready. Now, in the present, Theo holds that same book at last. He is left in awe at the revelation that Ragnar's first and second swords, the demon dragon and the sword dragon, have both chosen to guide him together. Theo hesitates to accept the gift he has been offered, still unsure he deserves it. The captain dismisses his modesty and makes clear that Theo has earned the right to receive it. That reassurance leaves Theo quietly moved. Reflecting on his rise, Theo realizes he only made it this far because of the captain's support. He feels guilty that he has given nothing back while others have only continued helping him. So Theo vows to repay that debt, especially since Rendon's death left the captain as his main source of support. Before the sentiment can settle, the captain abruptly launches into action. He turns Theo's gratitude aside and insists that if Theo likes the gift, he should prove it through use. What Theo thought was a reward is immediately redefined as training, with the captain gleefully claiming him as a disciple. The captain attacks at once, declaring that as captain he cannot afford to stay idle. Theo is caught off guard by how suddenly the lesson begins. The captain's brutal pace sends Theo flying, and the force of the training becomes painfully clear. Elsewhere, someone hastily unlocks a secure door in response to the commotion. A servant begs Evelyn for help as the young master is being overwhelmed. The chaos gives way to a calmer moment overhead. Chains are removed, suggesting a prisoner is being released or transferred. A pink-haired subordinate pushes through the doors in a hurry. She freezes in confusion at what she finds outside. She discovers Theo battered and seated on the steps after enduring the captain's lesson. Seeing his condition, she anxiously checks whether he is still alright. Theo dryly understates the ordeal by saying the captain was only a little harsh. He then confirms that, as ordered, the captured man has been locked in the underground prison. The question shifts to whether leaving that prisoner alone is really safe. The captive remains uncooperative, but Theo decides waiting any longer is pointless and says he has another plan. He leans in to quietly set that plan in motion with his subordinate. Whatever Theo whispers shocks her immediately. The scene moves to Plum Blossom Palace. Inside its arena-like grounds, a lone figure waits in the vast training space. The destination is revealed as the palace owner's training hall. Theo arrives when summoned and offers formal respect to the Lady of Plum Blossom. She tells him she has been expecting him and acknowledges receiving both the demon and the spearhead he delivered. Theo answers with gratitude, recognizing that both she and the captain have helped him greatly. In response, she begins a demonstration, drawing out a flowing sword aura around herself. That power condenses into multiple blades, turning her technique into a visible lesson. The display expands across the hall, filling the air with petals and suspended swords. She explains that the gift he received resembles this art. She names the style she is about to teach him as a sword body and technique usually hidden from others. The lesson builds toward a final point beyond merely wielding the blade. She reveals her true purpose is to teach him how to create life from a sword. Before proceeding, she asks him once more for a direct answer. Calling him by name, she formally asks Theo Ragnar to become her disciple. Theo does not answer immediately, and instead asks permission to raise one question first. He carefully probes her identity with a dangerous suspicion. Theo asks whether she is the owner of the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Rather than deny it, she is amused that he knows a secret so few people do. The sword planted before them underscores that Theo has guessed correctly. She confirms the implication herself, recognizing him as the Academy's successor tied to that sword and to the Heavenly Dragon style. She realizes he asked not out of hostility but to understand her intentions, and she apologizes for nearly taking offense. She assures him she has no ulterior motive and only wants to pass on everything she knows. Her promise leaves Theo tense as he realizes she intends to entrust him with both Plum Blossom and the Heavenly Dragon Sword. At night beneath the palace blossoms, Theo walks alone through the grounds. Someone calls out and stops him before he can pass unnoticed. A group confronts him and identifies him as Theo Ragnar, the new White Dragon Sword rookie. Theo answers with open indifference, making it clear he has no intention of being intimidated. Their spokesman bristles at his attitude and demands the respect owed to a superior. He claims authority as a member of Plum Blossom Palace and the lady's successor, insisting Theo mind his place. Theo immediately sees the confrontation for what it is, petty posturing dressed up as rank. When they try to force a hierarchy on him, he coolly points out that he does not even serve under them, throwing the group off balance. The spokesman angrily argues that Theo should still count as their junior because he was chosen as the palace's successor. Theo corrects him and reveals the crucial fact they missed. The lady did offer him that position. He finishes the blow by saying he turned her down. The entire group is stunned by the idea that anyone would refuse such an honor. That revelation leads into the memory of the offer itself, as the lady tempts Theo with the chance to inherit everything she has built. Theo admits he cannot understand why she values him so highly when he feels he has done nothing to deserve it. She dismisses the need for a formal reason and tells him the answer is simply that he reminds her of Kale. By bringing him close, she makes the resemblance impossible to ignore and links him to the family she lost. She explains that it is not just his face but his spirit that recalls Kale's younger self and the ideals he once chased. She wonders whether those same ideals might still live on through Theo. In her mind, Kale was someone who kept fighting through every hardship instead of surrendering to despair. Even when pain defined his days, he continued forward. What she loved most was that his convictions never broke. Seeing that same image in Theo is what moved her to reach out to him. Once she has explained herself, she asks Theo to finally give his answer. Theo respectfully declines, despite admitting the offer is deeply appealing. He explains that he already has many teachers shaping him. He includes the Plum Blossom Palace lady among them, acknowledging what he has already learned from her. He continues by naming powerful mentors like Julius of the White Dragon Squad among those who guide him. He adds his seniors and comrades from White Dragon, making clear that his growth comes from many bonds rather than one master. He even counts companions from training camp, including people who were once rivals and enemies. The lady is surprised that Theo would call even hostile figures his teachers. Theo answers that every hardship they caused helped forge the person he is now. That perspective catches her off guard. Theo says his sword was shaped by love, pain, and everything he learned from others, so he cannot uphold a tradition that passes power through a single unchanging blade. She accepts the refusal with bittersweet understanding, recognizing that his answer itself proves how much he has grown. Even so, she is not ready to let him go completely. Theo offers a different bond instead. If he cannot be her disciple, he can become her son. The proposal leaves her momentarily speechless. Later, the mood softens as the women around her reflect on Theo beside a quiet garden stream. The lady drinks and savors the thought with visible warmth. Her attendant notes that she truly became attached to the boy, and the lady does not deny it. She confesses that fate never allowed her a child, so the chance to gain someone who resembles the man she loved fills her with joy. The attendant is glad to see her happy. The lady decides she should repay Theo for giving her that happiness, and asks what gift would suit him. The attendant wonders if this is meant to be part of Theo's promotion test. She explains that Theo has only just become an officer, so any reward tied to him must be handled carefully. If someone so young draws too much attention too quickly, the recognition could become a threat instead of a blessing. That is why she urges caution rather than a grand public gesture. The lady agrees that a flashy reward would only invite trouble, and decides Theo needs something practical that will strengthen him quietly before everything changes. The story then cuts away from the palace to a dark prison cell where a chained figure sits alone. The prisoner is revealed as a battered man bound by heavy restraints, waiting in grim confinement. A battered young man with red eyes faces death with grim resolve, already expecting the confrontation to turn lethal. From above, he is greeted by a hooded figure who has been waiting for his arrival, confirming this meeting was anticipated. The masked assassin makes it clear he is only carrying out orders and has no intention of hearing complaints or showing mercy. The wounded man is seized by the throat and told plainly that the only outcome being offered to him is death. A sudden barrage of blades drops from above, interrupting the execution before the assassin can finish him. The victim narrowly survives as the incoming attack tears through the space around him and forces the assassin to break focus. The masked killer is caught off guard for the first time, realizing an unseen third party has entered the fight. A pink-haired fighter crashes down from the ceiling, turning the ambush back on the assassin. She reveals she had been lying in wait for this moment, and the assassin immediately recognizes Evelyn Nereville. Realizing he has walked into a trap, the assassin understands the target was never alone. Evelyn presses the attack without pause, driving the assassin back with a rapid close-range assault. Even while defending, the assassin is shaken by how overwhelming her skill is compared with what he expected. As they clash at high speed, he starts doubting whether he can win against an opponent this strong. He decides that pursuing Sidra is no longer worth it, and that getting captured here would only make matters worse. Trying to retreat, he unleashes a wind-based movement technique to break away from the fight. Evelyn cuts off that escape immediately, refusing to let him leave and countering with her own superior wind technique. Her attack traps him inside a violent vortex, turning his attempted withdrawal into a direct disadvantage. The assassin is struck hard enough to cough blood, and his confidence collapses under the force of her counter. Knowing he cannot escape cleanly, he shifts priorities and prepares to destroy any evidence before capture. Evelyn closes in before he can complete that plan, staying inside his reach and denying him time. She drives a blow into him and coldly points out that people like him only think about running once they are cornered. With the assassin subdued in the corridor, Evelyn makes it clear that his usual methods will not save him anymore. The scene shifts to a fortress at night, where the aftermath of the capture is being processed at a higher level. Deep in the surrounding forest, attention narrows to a secluded cabin being used for a confidential meeting. Inside the cabin, a hidden room lined with books serves as the setting for a private strategic briefing. The report begins with the key fact that at 1:15 a.m., Evelyn Nereville captured an assassin who had been hiding in Karjar. The assassin is identified as a member of Season of the Snake, a subordinate organization under the underworld house known as Trojan, and the case appears tied to the Red Dragon, Ed Troyan. The leadership concludes that such a breach almost certainly means there is a spy inside their own ranks. Because of that risk, they explain why the operation meeting is being held in secret at this remote location to prevent further leaks. According to their intelligence, Snake Season uses the castle in Karhelm as its base, but if 3 hours pass, they will assume the mission failed and erase the evidence before fleeing. That makes speed essential, because obtaining information from the hideout is the true purpose of the joint operation. One officer delivers the conclusion of the report, and notes that this is all because of a warrior named Kelv, an agent whose title is unfamiliar even to him. The commander then adds a separate message, signaling that the briefing carries a personal assignment, as well as a military one. He announces that this mission will also serve as Theo's promotion test, immediately raising the stakes for the young heir. Theo reacts with startled excitement at being considered ready, only to be warned not to celebrate too soon. He is told that because this is a promotion test, the difficulty has been raised far beyond a normal field assignment. The commander explains that the higher the rank being tested, the more brutal the trial becomes, and that Theo will now face a deadly live combat evaluation meant for advancement to intermediate swordsman. A blonde officer reminds Theo that he was the one who instructed Evelyn to ambush the assassin, so he must now take responsibility for the consequences to the very end. Theo apologizes for acting ahead of orders, aware that his initiative crossed a line even if it produced results. Rather than punishing him, the commander grabs him roughly and demands that if he chose to involve himself, he must now see the matter through flawlessly. He drives the lesson home with force, ordering Theo to earn his authority by reorganizing the operation and proving himself in the field. Theo accepts the command, though inwardly he is rattled by how much attention and pressure have suddenly centered on him. At that moment, a blue system window appears before Theo, presenting scenario quest number 4, Vow of a Previous Life, and framing the mission as a chance to settle an old grudge. The quest stirs him deeply, making him wonder what kind of fate from his previous life has become entangled with him again. When asked if he has any questions, Theo suppresses his uncertainty and gives a firm refusal. He declares that he will carry out this mission without fail, committing himself completely to the task. With Theo's resolve set, the commander formally closes the briefing and moves the group into action. The snake eradication operation is officially launched, with each key participant taking their place in the coming assault. The story shifts to the enemy's castle hidden in the forest, establishing the target of the operation. Under the night sky, 3 figures advance through the snowy woods toward the objective, beginning the mission in earnest. To avoid leaks, the leader limits the operation to herself and 2 subordinates. She warns them that although they outrank their targets as inspectors, they are badly outnumbered against a group of assassins. Her final order is to stay alert at all times, and Theo accepts the warning. Inside the target building, masked operatives calmly sort documents, unaware they are being watched. They believe their work is nearly done and expect to leave once their missing companion returns. Before that can happen, an infiltrator drops in from above and launches an attack. A bomb or heavy projectile crashes down into the room and detonates the ambush. The operatives realize too late that they have been trapped. The blast and smoke throw the room into chaos before anyone can organize a defense. Through the dust, the attackers strike from multiple directions and cut down the scattered guards. One masked operative is slashed before he can react. Wounded and panicking, he tries to retreat behind cover. The female leader remains composed, tracking the battlefield through the smoke. She kicks the table aside to clear the room and expose anyone still hiding. The impact finishes the brief clash, leaving the enemy force broken almost instantly. Declaring the upper floor secured, she assigns Evelyn to hold the area while Theo heads for the basement. Her team recognizes that the 3 enemies were eliminated in moments, and immediately moves to the next phase. Theo dives down toward the lower level without hesitation. Recalling the briefing, he follows the expected route to the basement stairs. Mid-descent, he senses a hidden threat closing in on him. His sharpened perception catches the attack at the last possible instant. He spots a fast projectile aimed directly at him, and realizes the basement approach is trapped. Forced to react on instinct, he twists away from the incoming strike. More attacks converge, confirming that the stairwell has been turned into a kill zone. Theo drops low and keeps moving to avoid being pinned down. Using hatchling synchronization, he scans the area and confirms both traps and hidden ambushers ahead. He answers with a burst of lightning power. Channeling Lightning Dragon, he turns his body and blade into a storm of charged strikes. Dragon Streak tears through the corridor in a sweeping barrage. The hidden attackers are cut down across the floor before they can spring the rest of their trap. A surviving cultist can only stare in disbelief at how completely the ambush failed. Theo continues down the stairs, leaving the ruined ambushers behind. The heavy defenses convince him that something important is being hidden in the basement. As he presses on, he senses a far more dangerous presence waiting below. He enters a chamber fouled by blood and ritual corruption. The atmosphere makes clear that a blasphemous ceremony has been underway. A priest-like man in red greets him as an intruder who could not wait for the sacred rite to finish. Theo immediately understands that he has uncovered a demonic cult. He identifies it specifically as the demonic cult. He recalls that it is a movement of commoners bound to an apocalyptic creed. Its followers believe the world will soon end and that a savior will descend from heaven. Theo recognizes the prophecy as the same one tied to the Great War that destroyed the Empire. The priest realizes Theo knows exactly what he is dealing with and acknowledges him with interest. Theo stays silent, and uses his skill to read the mana flow around the room. What he senses horrifies him. Despite a damaged Thunder Gate, the priest has been granted a blessing through some unknown principle. The priest confirms the suspicion and mocks Theo for finally understanding what the church calls a blessing. Unbothered by Theo's distrust, he calmly prepares to act. He declares that Theo will be offered up as a sacrifice to his god and unleashes a surge of red power. The priest lunges with overwhelming force while piously wishing Theo divine favor. Theo blocks at close range but is shaken by the monstrous strength behind the blow, realizing his opponent may no longer be fully human. The priest launches a sudden assault, dropping in with demonic force before the swordsman can reset the fight. A crushing kick drives toward the young swordsman's head, forcing him to react at the last instant. He twists into a vortex of sword force to deflect the blow, turning defense into a countering motion. The priest's corrupted hand reaches through the chaos as the swordsman closes in instead of retreating. Their weapons and power collide head-on, and the impact proves the priest can match him with overwhelming mana. The swordsman notices the priest can even seize and endure the force of his blade despite his decayed body. Shaken, he realizes this is no ordinary cultist but a priest of the demonic cult operating at a terrifying level. The priest drives the battle across the chamber, keeping pressure on him and denying him space to think. Bloodied and cornered, the swordsman understands the enemy's rank and power are far beyond what he expected. He quickly rejects his deadliest claw technique because using it here would collapse the area and kill them both, yet simple mana attacks are useless. With the priest advancing, he is forced to confront the immediate problem of how to win at all. His hand tightens on his sword as he searches for something this weapon can accomplish right now. He recalls one lesson that defines swordsmanship as violence, destruction, power, and ultimately death. He then remembers another teaching that treated the sword as a path of chi, technique, and the power to bring forth life. A mentor's question returns to him. Life and death may look opposed, but perhaps they are not contradictions within the sword. That idea crystallizes for him as a single principle rather than two opposing paths. Before he can act, the priest raises his power like a ritual offering and casts the swordsman as a sacrifice to his god. The priest commits fully to the rite, calling for the young fighter's death as an offering. A violent burst of demonic power erupts from the floor, threatening to swallow the battlefield. The swordsman slips around the blast and rushes back in, refusing to let the priest control the pace. His focus sharpens as he commits to the insight he has just reached. The priest acknowledges his persistence, but still treats him as prey that should have broken by now. As he moves, the swordsman accepts that the two teachings were never opposed and that life and death flow along the same path. He realizes death always waits at the end of life, while life can also emerge through death, making both expressions of one true force. From that understanding, he attempts to fuse the two powers into a single concentrated beam of sword light. He descends with the new technique, pouring both principles through one strike. The priest mocks him as a fool and insists the sword still cannot harm him. Even so, the swordsman carries the slash through, betting everything on the new synthesis. He unleashes Dragon Flash at point-blank range. The attack detonates across the chamber with enough force to shatter the surroundings. At first the priest dismisses it as flashy but meaningless, convinced his immunity still holds. Then the strike suddenly cuts into him, and his confidence breaks in shock. He realizes too late that the attack itself carries a living force that bypasses what had protected him. The priest is blasted backward and pinned high against the wall by the impact. Blood pours down, confirming the swordsman has finally wounded him. Still standing, the priest bitterly concludes the swordsman must be some demonic anomaly before he can further disrupt the world his lord is shaping. The swordsman closes the distance and grabs the priest's face, choosing interrogation over a finishing blow. Using his hatchling synchronization skill, he forces a mental connection to read the priest's thoughts. His goal is clear: uncover the source of the strange power the demonic cult has been using. The connection deepens as he pushes past the priest's surface thoughts. Instead of ordinary mind reading, his consciousness is dragged into a far deeper and stranger space. The world around both of them warps as the mental link becomes something closer to forced entry into another realm. He finds himself suspended in a void-like expanse, stunned by the abrupt transition. He realizes this is completely unlike reading thoughts and feels as though he has been transported somewhere else entirely. Before he can understand it, garbled system-like text appears, suggesting contact with something beyond the priest's mind. A red warning overrides everything, announcing that a high-level entity far beyond the current stage has emerged and ordering immediate escape. A woman-like figure appears within the red-lit void, confused by her own sudden manifestation. As she becomes aware of him, alarm and recognition begin to replace her confusion. An unseen presence directly challenges him, demanding to know who he is. The encounter leaves him facing a dangerous unknown existence hidden behind the cult's power. Theo's awareness is drawn into a vast, unnatural presence centered on a single watching eye. That presence announces itself as something to be feared, as if daring him to recognize what stands before him. More eyes emerge from the darkness, making it clear he is confronting a many-eyed entity rather than a single vision. Theo realizes this may be the godlike being the demonic cult had worshipped all along. When he demands an answer, the being's silent gaze pushes him to the terrifying conclusion that it may truly be a god. Theo struggles to accept that the cult's talk of a blessing might have been real after all. The entity abruptly identifies him, proving this encounter is not random. Hearing his full name, Theo is shaken that this thing knows exactly who he is. It reveals that it has been searching for him, turning Theo from observer into target. The creature's true mass unfolds around him, and it declares itself the final remnant of the old world. Before Theo can process that revelation, the space around him distorts with sudden danger. A dark, writhing force closes in, as if the monster is about to consume or crush him. The attack tightens into a suffocating vortex around Theo. A burst of golden power tears through the darkness and interrupts the creature's assault. That power descends like divine judgment, forcing the monster back. A golden dragon appears beside Theo, and he recognizes his rescuer as Lodbrok. Theo can barely comprehend how Lodbrok has arrived in time to save him. Lodbrok warns him that even now the thing before them is beyond what he can handle. She makes it clear that even if he rose to Sigurd's level, victory against this being would still not be assured. Theo is stunned by how overwhelming the threat truly is. Lodbrok orders him to leave the fight to her and forcibly sends him away. As Theo is cast out, he can only call after Lodbrok while she remains behind to face the monster alone. He crashes back into reality, landing hard in the hidden chamber. Disoriented, Theo realizes he has returned to his own body. As the memory of the encounter settles, he understands Lodbrok is still confronting that horror by herself. He refuses to accept that she may be facing it alone, and another realization begins to form. Nearby, a surviving priest breaks down in despair, unable to accept that a non-believer could reach the god he never could despite sacrificing everything. The priest's faith collapses into rage at the insult Theo's existence represents to his beliefs. His outburst ends abruptly as Theo strikes first. Theo kills him, rejecting the idea that any god behind this cult deserves reverence. With the priest dead, Theo starts connecting the cult's hidden god to the unnamed monarch Lodbrok once mentioned. He recalls the image of a colossal ancient being, suggesting the cult's secret deity, and that old enemy may be one and the same. Lodbrok's earlier words return to him. For 1,000 years she had remained in this place to protect the world from that being. He also remembers the cost of that duty. Without her dragon heart, Lodbrok has only a few years left to live. The long history of disasters, the dragon heart's theft, and the demonic cult's rise now seem like parts of one connected design. Theo finally grasps that these events were never separate incidents but one continuous conspiracy. A pink-haired ally arrives to support him and acknowledges that he has done enough for now. Another masked comrade appears as the group regathers in the chamber after the fight. The masked woman explains she came because she learned priests were hiding there. Seeing the aftermath, she quickly understands Theo has already dealt with one of them. The corpse on the floor confirms that the immediate threat in the room is over. His ally praises Theo directly, recognizing how much he accomplished alone. The masked woman adds that he no longer has to carry the burden by himself. The group turns from survival to investigation, gathering the documents hidden in the chamber's library. Most of the papers prove useless, containing only reports with no hard evidence. Then Theo produces a box he found in the basement, hoping it contains something more important. The pink-haired woman immediately recognizes the box and reacts with alarm. She identifies it as the secret ledger of Ceres and Troyvin, a record created before the bloody ceremony under the young master's orders. Its existence makes her wonder whether he foresaw this entire crisis and deliberately left the ledger behind. The masked woman opens the book and begins confirming whether it is truly the merchant group's ledger, signaling that the hidden truth may finally be within reach. They uncover a transaction record linking the Troyvin family to suspicious dealings, complete with an official seal. Theo Ragnar is told this proof can be used to expose the Troyvin's treason and their ties to a demonic cult. He judges the evidence sufficient and prepares to move against them. After a brief report, the matter is escalated to immediate action. The group heads out to confront the Ceres merchant group, believing the conspiracy reaches into it. As they advance, Theo coldly warns Troyvin that this time he will be crushed. The scene shifts to the Ceres side, where a formal gathering is underway beneath their crest. One man erupts in panic, convinced Ed Troyvin has already betrayed him. His outburst is dismissed as premature, since Troyvin is still only under suspicion despite the troubling signs. A masked man points out that the Black Dragon's involvement alone makes the suspicion serious, and tells him to stop grasping at denial. The panicked man realizes his reaction may already have exposed how much he knows. When Theo Ragnar's name is invoked, the room's fear spikes immediately. The man remembers hearing that Theo captured a priest alone, and starts to understand how dangerous the situation really is. Another conspirator treats Theo as a useful target and asks to have him handed over, provoking irritated disbelief. The masked strategist praises that ruthless instinct, noting it matches the Black Pillar's methods and hinting Theo has long been on their radar. The frightened man tries to bargain for Theo's value, but the strategist reminds him there are others like him, including Hyung and Osa. The name Hyung stirs old memories, and the strategist lingers on the past with unsettling familiarity. He recalls a time when Kale, Osa, Julius, and he stood together like siblings. Though he mocks sentiment, he makes clear he will not let Theo be taken from him. Back in the present, he tells the others they still fail to grasp what is really happening. He reduces their greed to a simple truth: older siblings steal from the younger, and he has just done the same. Leaving with stolen bottles in hand, he advises them to prepare something more expensive next time. Only after he is gone does the room explode in furious disbelief. He reflects that the White Dragon Squad is absent, making this one of the few places not already under Sky Dragon control. Deciding the larger scheme should be left to Julius, he begins to vanish. As his body dissolves into light, he notes that the others should be arriving in Arn soon. He relishes the chaos ahead, pleased that events are finally becoming interesting. Elsewhere, the story moves to the Ceres Merchant Group's main ceremony hall. A formal audience is assembled there as a lone man approaches the stage. He introduces himself as Navan Bacchus, second son of the Bacchus family. Quadrak Ceres, head of the Ceres Merchant Group, responds by formally proposing a marriage alliance with the Bacchus family. He presents his fourth daughter, Lily Ceres, as the bride. The union is declared a blood bond that will permanently tie the Ceres and Bacchus families together. Quadrak inwardly exults, convinced he has finally secured the answer he wanted. Naven accepts the moment with a calm smile, hiding his true thoughts. Quadrak imagines this marriage as the beginning of noble prestige and eventual revenge against the Ragnars who look down on them. His ambition swells into a near-maniacal certainty that their revenge is close. The formal introduction continues as Naven maintains his composed front. Quadrak repeats the proposal publicly, pressing the alliance as a triumph. Lily is presented again as the key to sealing the arrangement. The ceremony proceeds toward binding the two houses together. Watching from below, Naven sees that a mere merchant dares invoke the Bacchus name as if they were equals. He forces down his disgust, deciding to endure it because this marriage can still rescue his family from ruin. Another observer sees through that calculation and notes that Naven is willing to sacrifice even an illegitimate child if it serves survival. Naven, meanwhile, reads the merchants just as easily and smiles at their transparent greed. He judges them to be cold calculators rather than true allies. In his eyes, the Ceres patriarch and his people are not trying to help the Bacchus family at all. He concludes they are simply using the Bacchus name as collateral for their own stores and assets. Since those merchants are doomed anyway, he sees no reason to value them. Kneeling before Lily with polite courtesy, Naven privately looks forward to seeing how far this cursed family will fall. The woman offers a bargain. If he accepts this marriage, she will treat him as Ceres' son-in-law and her husband. Instead of being moved, the man immediately demands proof that she can actually deliver on that promise. His faint smile shows he has already sensed that her proposal hides a deeper motive. He openly calls out the transaction, noting that her ruined family leaves her with little leverage except whatever authority she still claims. An elder from Ceres objects, but the offer of restoring the Bacchus family seal reveals why this marriage matters despite the bride's illegitimate status. Pressed on her intentions, the woman hesitates, knowing she is about to ask for more than marriage. She finally blurts out her true demand. She wants Theo Ragnar's head, the man responsible for mutilating her arms. The groom accepts the seriousness of her request at once, recognizing that anyone bold enough to seek a Ragnar assassination in public is far from ordinary. Around them, onlookers tense as the reckless demand spreads fear through the hall. Her father hurriedly tries to quiet her and salvage appearances, but the damage is already done. Before he can contain the situation, she turns with sudden confidence, as if she has found someone willing to act on her behalf. The man indulges her, declaring that if his bride wants Theo Ragnar's head, he will bring it to her. That vow is interrupted by a violent disturbance from above. People look up and realize wyverns are flying overhead. Panic spikes when they see figures dropping from the wyverns into the estate. An armed squad lands in formation, immediately taking control of the courtyard. Witnesses recognize the insignia and understand that this is no ordinary raid. The banner confirms the intruders are Ragnar forces. Under Ragnar's name, the squad announces that it is assuming authority on the scene. They declare that the one who attacked Ragnar is tied to the Ceres merchant group and that they will search the estate for evidence of treason. They escalate the threat further, warning that anyone who obstructs the investigation will be executed immediately as a traitor. The ultimatum leaves the hall stunned. Innocence can now be proven only by submitting to Ragnar's search. Ceres' patriarch realizes too late that Ragnar has moved first and publicly cornered his family. Though shaken, he forces himself to act composed and pretends not to understand the accusation. One Ragnar operative directly calls out Quadrak Ceres, stripping away any room for denial. The patriarch is ordered to present himself at once, and his household scrambles for a response. He tries to laugh it off as fabrication, insisting a mere document proves nothing and accusing Ragnar of staging the charge. From inside the estate, his side doubles down, claiming they are being framed no matter how dirty Ragnar's methods are. Ceres' retainers proclaim their loyalty to Ragnar and insist they will prove their innocence. But the patriarch's true feelings break through as he rages that those who look down on Ragnar should be wiped out. An elder urgently warns him that defiance now will only be treated as refusal to cooperate with the investigation. The patriarch rejects the marriage outright, trying to sever the alliance before it can trap him further. The elder rebukes him for backing out too late, reminding him that they are already implicated. He presses harder, telling the patriarch that as one of the 6 pillars he should understand exactly what a treason charge means. He points to the sky and argues that if Ragnar had solid proof, they would have sent an army rather than this limited force. His conclusion is clear: Ragnar is bluffing, so if they crush the squad now, they can still survive. A new voice cuts through the argument, mocking the elder as a feeble old man unfit to lead anyone. The groom appears beside him and humiliates him further, forcing him to face the insult. With a smug calm, he suggests that this arrangement suits everyone better than the elder's desperate scheme. He then slips away through the doorway, joking that he is simply hurrying to fetch a wedding gift for his bride. The elder is left stunned, only now realizing how completely the young man has slipped beyond his control. In the next instant, the groom is already racing across the rooftops to leave the estate behind. The elder understands the disaster immediately. Once the young man drew his sword and moved, they became accomplices in open rebellion. He orders the household fighters to join the men holding the Ceres family and commit fully to the confrontation. Weapons are leveled, and the standoff hardens into imminent battle. Ragnar's 3 operatives stand their ground even as enemy soldiers spread out to surround them. Their leader gives one final warning: surrender now, or everyone involved will die for treason. The soldiers hesitate, shaken by the certainty in her threat and the consequences of choosing the wrong side. Above the courtyard, movement on the rooftops signals that the escaped groom is still in play. Below, the Ragnar squad holds formation inside the tightening encirclement, waiting to see whether the next move brings surrender or bloodshed. A dangerous man from Ragnar makes his cruelty clear by remarking that Ragnar's people are fond of executions. That reputation shocks Theo and his companion, who immediately realize they are facing someone far more infamous than expected. As the tension settles, Theo fixes on the stranger and recognizes that this encounter could become decisive. The confrontation erupts across the street as blades and bodies launch into motion without warning. The newcomer greets Ragnar's group with mocking politeness, making it clear he came prepared to target them. When he singles out Theo by name, Theo is stunned to find himself face to face with a figure he knows by reputation. Theo recalls the legend of Ghost Sword Nyan, the Chaos Bringer from the Great War who shook Ragnar alongside the series' merchant group and Sword's Word, Nyan. Nyan confirms the legend's menace by openly declaring that he intends to take Theo's head. He strikes with overwhelming force, shattering the ground and proving that his threat is no bluff. Theo is caught off guard by the sheer speed and pressure of the attack. Nyan drives in close and forces Theo fully onto the defensive as the clash tears through the street. While pressing the attack, Nyan realizes that if he can use knowledge from his previous life, this meeting could become a chance to gain enormous power. That thought hardens his resolve, and he decides to handle Theo personally. Theo's ally protests, alarmed by how dangerous Nyan is, but the masked companion chooses to trust Theo, deciding they cannot wait, while the others likely destroy evidence elsewhere. The two allies split their efforts, leaving Theo to face Nyan while the other moves to finish the larger mission quickly. Nyan is pleased they are staying out of his way and confidently asks whether Theo can still manage in his condition. Theo answers with the same confidence, refusing to show weakness despite the strain on him. Before continuing the fight, Nyan asks permission to raise one matter first. He probes Theo's motives, suggesting that drawing a sword on Ragnar's heir looks like treason and wondering whether Theo is really driven by revenge tied to his mother and the Bacchus family. Theo's reaction shows the question hit an old wound Nyan deliberately chose to reopen. Nyan reveals that this history gives him an even stronger reason to kill Theo, framing the beheading as personal as well as practical. Then he abruptly changes tack and urges Theo to hear him out before deciding anything. Nyan offers not just sympathy but assistance, promising to help Theo take revenge. He extends that promise into a concrete alliance, proposing that Theo join him in bringing down the Bacchus family. He identifies Theo as Nyan Bacchus, tying him directly to the family he wants destroyed. The revelation reframes Theo as the Bacchus family's unofficial strongest sword. Nyan explains that Theo's standing never came from legitimate birth, but from talent so extraordinary it rivaled the family's greatest fighters. That same talent, however, made him a threat inside the family and marked him for suffering. Because of it, Theo's mother was forced out of the world, leaving him with the trauma the family created. Nyan presses the point, believing that exposing this truth and offering revenge could pull Theo to his side. Theo admits Nyan somehow knows about his mother, but says that only confirms one thing for him. Instead of accepting the offer, he moves first with sudden lethal intent. Nyan is briefly startled by how instantly Theo turns the conversation back into combat. Theo unleashes a fierce blue strike meant to cut through both Nyan's words and his body. Nyan meets the attack head-on, and their powers collide in a violent burst. The shockwave rips across the street, showing that neither man can dismiss the other. Through the clash, Theo rejects the alliance outright. He says he does not need Nyan's help because the Bacchus family is already doomed. Theo goes further, declaring that the family will vanish even if Nyan does nothing. And he makes clear that Nyan will disappear with them. Nyan dismisses the threat, claiming he has no attachment to the family, and no fear of dying alongside them. Theo reveals why that indifference rings false. He names the real issue: Nyan is suffering from ether fever. Theo explains the disease as a condition caused by a body unable to endure its own talent, curable early but deadly once neglected. He states that the Bacchus family failed to treat Nyan in time, leaving his life brutally shortened. The number is only 5 years, exposing the cost of the family's neglect after Theo's investigation. Nyan answers by embracing that fate, vowing that the Bacchus family will fall today and that he will die as Nyan rather than as one of them. Their blades crash together again as the argument turns back into a struggle for dominance. Still smiling in the middle of the clash, Theo introduces a new possibility that could change everything by asking what happens if he can cure Nyan's disease. Cornered in battle, the long-haired man rejects the claim that ether fever is incurable and forces his opponent to listen. As they clash at high speed, he declares that the disease can in fact be cured. He reveals that in his previous life the cure had already been discovered. More specifically, it was found only days after a certain man died, making that knowledge unavailable to everyone else here. That leaves him as the only person who currently knows how to save the victims. He presses the point calmly, insisting the illness can be completely treated. To remove any doubt, he promises a perfect cure. The other man is shaken, realizing this offer may be real. The long-haired man reminds him that his family is doomed whether he cooperates or not, so resistance gains him nothing. He offers alliance instead of ruin and literally asks him to take his hand. He tempts him with a future where, even if his house falls, he can still survive as the hero who helped save it. The wavering man stares back in shock as he is urged to trust this impossible promise just once. Before he can answer, nearby soldiers prepare their weapons and move to intervene. They unleash a volley of projectiles toward the pair. The attack tears through the street, forcing the confrontation into open combat. Watching from nearby, masked operatives grow impatient that the standoff is still unresolved. They realize the two men are still talking, and that conversation itself may change the outcome. One operative raises a hand to act, deciding brute force would be simpler. She considers killing everyone present to end the uncertainty at once. Her superior immediately shuts that idea down. He reminds her that their real objective is to assess the long-haired man's potential and recruit him if he proves worthy. When she questions whether that means merely observing, he confirms it, since she did not witness the cathedral incident herself. He explains that their organization exists to identify the people who will shape Ragnar's future, so they must verify this man carefully. She accepts the order to keep evaluating him, though she warns there is a limit to her patience. Her superior sweetens compliance by granting her temporary authority over the bishop tied to the demonic cult investigation. Back in the street, the masked woman restrains herself, judging that interfering too early would only provoke the target and ruin the timing she is waiting for. At the same time, she is frustrated because any delay also threatens her own larger plans. A fresh projectile suddenly cuts across the battlefield before she can move. Her companion notices the change first and realizes something unexpected is happening. A young swordsman from the back aside intercepts the attack, stepping in decisively. The pink-haired woman is stunned that the supposedly superior young master was beaten to the move. The long-haired man instantly surges after the opening, refusing to let the moment slip away. He flashes past the pink-haired woman so quickly that she barely registers him. In one motion he cuts down the incoming weapons and clears a path through the assault. The barrage is shredded apart as he advances straight through it. Without breaking stride, he mockingly apologizes to the women he just bypassed. The masked operative answers with cold sarcasm, calling back to his earlier rudeness. He turns the exchange into a declaration of allegiance, and a system notice confirms that Ghost Sword Navian has been recruited as his ally. With his new ally secured, a violent impact erupts in the street as the fight widens. Enemy forces panic and order everyone to stop the pair at any cost. Seeing Navian airborne, they command the soldiers to shoot him down before he can land. One crossbowman tracks him from below, trying to line up the shot. Navian drops onto the siege position before the men can react. He tears through the ballista and its supports in a single devastating strike. The machine's ropes and frames snap apart under the blow. The operator realizes too late that the weapon has been completely neutralized. The shattered siege engine explodes into debris and throws the surrounding soldiers into chaos. The scene shifts to a blood-soaked aftermath, where Navian lies wounded amid the silhouettes of those he has cut down. Surviving family retainers denounce him as a traitor for turning his sword against the house that raised him. Hearing them invoke family, an older man reacts with shock and fury, as if that word has struck a far deeper nerve than the accusation itself. A swordsman closes in on a vulnerable target and mockingly frames the attack around the shame of that child's family. He makes his contempt explicit, treating the child's illegitimate birth as justification for cruelty. Before he can finish the strike, a sudden counter cuts through his assault. The ambush leaves the attackers disarmed, and the defenders realize their weapons have been destroyed. A young woman is stunned that their master persuaded a notorious noble to help, and learns he simply offered the man exactly what he wanted. Rather than waste time questioning it, the group decides to move and follow their master. Their leader surges ahead and orders them to seize quadratic series at once. Inside the estate, the pressure of the battle outside reaches the family's stronghold. A subordinate reports that the family's forces are being driven back, but the family head is already panicking. Seeing collapse approaching, the family head decides there is no time left and resolves to destroy any documents that could expose them. He specifically orders the burning of all records connected to Troyvin, but when someone moves to obey, he abruptly forbids anyone from touching those papers. His subordinate, confused by the contradiction, tries to appeal to reason and reduce needless losses. The family head answers by grabbing him violently and asserting control through fear. He reveals the real reason for protecting the records. Burning them would also erase the money he poured into them, and he refuses to lose his investment for Troyvin's sake. A new voice condemns him as a greedy fool too blinded by profit to see what is coming. The family head freezes as he recognizes that someone dangerous has arrived. A sinister bishop appears, and the family head immediately treats his arrival as a rescue. That hope is shattered when the bishop's attendant casually kills the subordinate. Elsewhere, the young commander drives forward through resistance, focused on reaching the building's entrance. He cuts down anyone in his path and pushes the assault harder as unrest spreads inside. The entrance opens, signaling that the conflict within the estate is escalating. The commander senses the opening and rushes in with renewed urgency. Inside, the bishop addresses the faithful as if this bloodshed were a sacred moment. Outside, A mass of zealots is being mobilized, turning doctrine into organized violence. The bishop continues denouncing worldly greed, making clear he sees the family head as spiritually and politically expendable. The family head realizes too late that the help he begged for has come at a terrible price. The bishop's enforcer stands ready, silent proof that mercy was never the point. The bishop's presence carries the authority of a larger religious conspiracy. Desperate, the family head argues that if the demonic cult is involved, they should be allies against a common threat. The bishop rejects that logic outright, insisting the family and Troyven are separate liabilities. Reduced to begging, the family head pleads for his life. The bishop agrees to help only in principle, hinting at judgment later while first demanding something useful. What he wants is the location of the Troyven documents, exposing that evidence matters more to him than the man's survival. The family head tries to bargain with money, offering payment if the bishop will handle the problem for him. That attempt only confirms the bishop's contempt for him. The bishop frames the man's greed as blasphemy against his lord's design and condemns him as an unbeliever. He orders his enforcer to kill the family head, confident that other backers are already prepared to fund their cause. The family head is seized by the throat and finally understands he is moments from death. As the grip tightens, panic overwhelms him and all bargaining power disappears. He breaks instantly, screaming an apology in a last attempt to survive. Still hanging in the enforcer's grasp, he frantically argues that killing him now would only make Troyven more suspicious and damage their interests. The bishop pauses, weighing the usefulness of that argument. With a small gesture, he signals a change in judgment. The enforcer releases the family head, dropping him hard to the floor instead of finishing him. The bishop immediately turns practical and orders all documents related to Troyven burned without delay. He warns the family head not to think of fleeing, insisting their god sees everything. Then he gives the man one final command: move quickly if he wants to stay alive. Terrified into obedience, the family head scrambles away in panic. At the same time, the attackers outside commit to smashing through the entrance before the enemy can erase the evidence. A fortified church opens as a disturbance breaks the tense calm. A black-haired knight realizes something major is happening and snaps to attention. Inside, a bishop addresses the faithful as if a long-awaited moment has arrived. The cult is ordered to begin its holy war, turning the gathering into a mass mobilization. The knight understands that the enemy leader has finally shown himself. The bishop steps forward openly, presenting himself as the cult's authority. He declares himself the bishop of the demonic cult and promises divinity through bloodshed. His followers accept that doctrine and prepare to offer themselves in worship. The bishop whips the crowd into fanatic devotion. The cult surges forward as a murderous horde answering his call. The knights face the oncoming wave, bracing for impact. Blood and violence erupt as the clash begins. The black-haired knight notes that he expected the demonic cult, but not that they would commit their bishop as well. He focuses, recognizing the seriousness of the threat. The first cultists rush in at close range. He cuts through the initial attackers before they can overwhelm him. His blade keeps moving, carving open the press around him. He continues the counterattack, dropping more cultists in rapid succession. Bodies are flung back as his strike clears space. Nearby, a red-haired ally curses the cultists' suicidal assault while fighting them off. Another knight worries that the endless stream of enemies may outlast them. A masked woman arrives on the battlefield, drawing immediate attention. She silently assesses the situation instead of rushing in blindly. Seeing the bishop emerge, she realizes the operation may yield more than expected. She readies her weapon, deciding to act. With both blades in hand, she steps forward to take control of the fight. The black-haired knight resolves to confront the enemy directly since they are still holding the line. He and his companions square off with the masked woman as a new front opens. A violent burst of power tears through the battlefield around them. The masked woman lands amid the chaos, asserting herself over the melee. She announces that she will lead from here and begins cutting through the cultists with purple energy. She decides they cannot keep letting the cult act unchecked in Ragnar's name, and moves to destroy the site. The black-haired knight stops her, reminding her that their true objective is to recover the documents before they are lost. She coolly admits she may have judged Theo too harshly. Even so, she argues that the cult's open appearance already proves enough. She keeps slaughtering cultists while insisting they no longer need additional evidence. Theo rejects that conclusion and insists the opposite is true. He reasons that if the enemy is interfering this heavily, there must be something here they cannot allow others to obtain. The masked woman accepts his logic and asks what he plans to do. Theo concludes that if they simply break through the front, the evidence hidden behind the battle may be destroyed. He prepares to act on a different plan. Theo declares that he has another way to find what they need. Using his link with the lightning gate and hatchling synchronization, he expands his senses to scan the area. His perception sweeps across the city, searching beyond the obvious battlefield. He finds no clear proof yet, and decides they should observe a little longer because their only lead came from the Black Dragon. Before that plan can settle, a robed enemy tries to strike the masked woman from above for lowering her guard. A web of purple lines traps or intercepts the attacker mid-assault. The masked woman concedes Theo was right, tells him to secure the evidence, and takes responsibility for handling the battle. She immediately resumes cutting down cultists to hold the line. Theo leaps into the mass of enemies, taking the mission onto himself while the others cover him. A dark-haired fighter commits himself to a sudden, decisive charge. He plunges into a mass of enemies, drawing their attention as he forces a path through overwhelming numbers. The assault hits with blinding speed, turning the chaos in his favor. At the same time, another swordsman moves in with controlled precision to support the breakthrough. Together, the two of them carve open the enemy formation and create an opening for their true objective. One of the escorts confirms the route is clear and urges his lord to move immediately. That declaration shocks the listener, who realizes this subordinate now openly serves the young master as his chosen lord. A surge of blue lightning power is unleashed to hold the corridor open. With the enemy line pinned down, the young lord accepts the sacrifice and pushes ahead while thanking the two men covering him. Using the lightning dragon rapid protection technique, he tears through the crowd and heads straight for the dragon gate. He reasons that the records proving the conspiracy would never be kept in the obvious top-floor office and concludes Commander Quadrak's series must be hiding them elsewhere. A concealed magical structure reveals itself beside the building, exposing the hidden route he was searching for. An older official immediately recognizes that the intruder has found the secret location. The young lord identifies Quadrak's series as the key target and prepares to confront him directly. Before he can advance further, a red-haired swordsman drops in to block the way. The newcomer introduces himself as Naven Bacchus, the lord's first sword, making clear he stands here as his master's chosen champion. Quadrak dismisses the title as arrogance and refuses to acknowledge Naven's claim. Naven answers that if this is truly the level of the so-called first sword, then there is nothing for him to fear. He goes further, saying that if the other man is first, he will gladly take second and prove the ranking false by force. Quadrak cuts to the real insult and demands to know whether Naven is claiming superiority. Naven confirms it without hesitation and attacks. Their blades collide in a rapid exchange that immediately turns lethal. Quadrak is forced to recognize that Naven's speed and pressure are real. Naven reveals he has been waiting for this chance ever since hearing of the man who called himself the First Sword, and he treats this duel as a personal test rather than a distraction. He needles Quadrak further, suggesting the older swordsman is already afraid of losing. That taunt creates the opening Naven wanted, and he drives in with a sudden strike that catches his opponent off guard. Quadrak's composure cracks as he realizes he is being manipulated. He responds by raising his weapon and summoning a barrage of glowing attacks to overwhelm Naven. Naven reads the move instantly and slips through the attack pattern. He charges straight through the surrounding enemies toward Quadrak, vowing to demonstrate what a true first sword looks like. With a savage grin, he commits fully to the duel. The clash erupts outward, scattering nearby foes as Naven revels in the fight he wanted. Elsewhere, the young lord slips into a quiet building through an open door, leaving the battlefield behind. He searches the deserted interior for the hidden archive. His attention settles on a concealed stairway beneath the establishment. An older man reaches the underground passage first, intent on destroying what lies below. He unlocks the hidden room and brings a torch, preparing to erase the evidence. Inside the secret chamber, he finds the cache of records stored in a locked chest. The chest contains the documents that prove money was being collected from Tronin. Knowing those papers could condemn them for treason, he decides they must be burned even if it means sacrificing everything. But when the moment comes, he hesitates in front of the flame. He panics at the scale of what would be lost, realizing the financial damage would be enormous and difficult to recover from. His fear deepens as he remembers the additional business tied to Sky Dragon and understands the ruin would spread even further. Greed overcomes caution, and he resolves to reclaim it all no matter the risk. That decision hardens into desperate determination. He convinces himself that burning the evidence is still preferable to dying and reaches toward the chest with the torch. Before he can do it, space itself fractures with a violent intrusion. The young lord bursts into the room through the shattered barrier, arriving just in time to stop the destruction. The older man is stunned to see Theo Ragnar appear inside the archive and realizes his plan has failed. Theo answers with cold confidence, revealing that his fourth daughter's arms made this impossible entry possible. A beaten old man collapses in terror, already broken and bleeding. He begs for mercy and offers absolute submission if his life is spared. His plea is answered by a lethal strike that cuts through the room without hesitation. The executioner coldly declares that one of the rebels against Cunit must die. With the target eliminated and the scenario concluded, the room falls silent among the bodies and scattered furniture. A long-haired officer begins reviewing the aftermath and questions whether mobilizing the demonic cult was truly worth it. He concludes that the secret ledger handed to Clef is enough to expose Troyven, even if the mastermind himself may still escape. He compares Troyven to a severable tail, deciding that losing the man is acceptable if the larger organization can still be caught. The documents in the archive promise exactly that, since they can bind the whole of Troyven once secured. Facing shelves full of records, he weighs which pieces of evidence matter most, and what he should take first. His attention catches on a single volume that seems more important than the rest. He pulls out a report labeled as an investigation into the Rose Palace. The title alone shocks him, hinting at something he did not expect to find here. As he reads, he discovers a warning about the Black Dragon's surveillance during relic retrieval and realizes the text is in Ed Troyven's own hand. The report states that 2 relics have already been obtained and that the remaining ones are connected to the Rose Palace. He struggles to understand why relics would be hidden there, then starts connecting that fact to past discrimination, false accusations, and the destruction of his family. The next revelation confirms his worst suspicion: Cecilia and Theo Ragnar were to be removed as part of the plan. Fury surges through him as he recognizes Ed Troyven as the architect behind it. He nearly crushes the report in his grip, overwhelmed by rage and vindication. But he forces himself to stop before emotion destroys the evidence. Regaining control, he accepts that reading further will not change what he must do now. He sets revenge as his immediate priority, and resolves to act before anything else. His eyes shift to the 2 relics already stored on the shelf. He claims both ancient dragon relics for himself, determined to strip his enemies of what they worked to obtain. Elsewhere, a battlefield lies buried in corpses as 2 surviving fighters stand before a massive hostile force. One of them recognizes the enemy commander as Naven Bacchus while both sides struggle to catch their breath. The cult's front line braces as the confrontation resumes. The dark-haired fighter throws himself back into the melee, refusing to let the enemy's numbers or the chaos slow him down. He decides there is no room to worry about anything except cutting through the horde in front of him. Pushing his swordsmanship to its limit, he aims to become the first blade that breaks the deadlock. His opponent answers with a sudden surge of green energy. A wind technique tears across the battlefield, blasting through the cultists in a sweeping storm. The attack carves a path and evens the field between the 2 sides. The pink-haired fighter judges that the exchange has finally become a tie. The dark-haired fighter agrees, relieved but still exhausted. Before they can capitalize, a new enemy descends from above with overwhelming force gathering in his hands. The dark-haired fighter realizes too late that a far greater threat has entered the fight. The newcomer crashes down like a meteor, detonating the ground and blowing the combatants apart. As the dust rises, the intruder challenges the idea that people like them could interfere with the god's design. He declares that weaklings cannot hope to disrupt the great god's plan and readies his weapon to prove it. The pink-haired fighter immediately decides this new man must be finished first. The dark-haired fighter agrees, and they settle their rivalry for later so they can determine the winner by defeating this common enemy. The pink-haired fighter launches first, driving forward with wind-charged speed. The dark-haired fighter follows at the same instant, matching the charge from the other side. Their target braces himself and meets both attackers head-on. The clash erupts violently, but the enemy's counterattack overwhelms them and sends them flying. One of them is hurled through the smoke and rubble, losing all control. He slams hard into the ground, battered and stunned by the impact. At that critical moment, a cheerful blonde newcomer suddenly appears and boasts that his timing could not have been better. The pink-haired fighter, thrown off by the interruption, can only ask why as the newcomer approaches through the settling dust. 2 furious women immediately turn on a bewildered man, demanding to know whether he touched someone he should not have. Before that confusion can be resolved, a sudden aerial assault sweeps in over the city. Explosions and descending attackers tear into the streets around a large church, throwing the area into chaos. A squad leader reacts at once, ordering her White Dragon Unit's 5th team to evacuate civilians from the Merchant District and the demonic cult zone. The battle spreads across the city as drakes, magic, and armed fighters clash in the open streets. The fighting turns brutal immediately, with monsters and soldiers being cut down in close combat. Inside the damaged church, the destruction reaches the sanctuary itself. Flames and rubble consume the interior, leaving the holy site broken open. A dying bishop offers a final prayer, hoping the dead will rise in the sky and asking the end to come with meaning. Nearby, a wounded woman answers that prayer with cold resignation, wishing the fallen peace. She sits battered and exhausted, carrying the weight of what has just happened. Even so, she mocks the idea of measuring time after everything they have done, as if ordinary standards no longer matter. Facing the impaled bishop, she admits the carnage has left her sickened enough to lose her appetite. In the aftermath, the city shifts from battle to administration as long lines form to process the damage. At a claims desk, survivors are told they can leave once they submit merchant certificates and requests for compensation. One overwhelmed subordinate desperately hopes the captain will waive the paperwork. Instead, the captain briskly demands the reports, making clear the bureaucracy will be handled no matter how exhausted everyone is. Her refusal leaves no room for argument. When someone jokes that their drake even ate a horse, the absurdity briefly breaks the tension. The nearby civilians and subordinates laugh along, relieved to have a moment of levity after the disaster. That relief vanishes as another subordinate anxiously asks whether this miserable assignment at least comes with extra pay. The captain is instantly buried under pleas, complaints, and demands from every direction. Something in her snaps as the noise keeps piling on. She explodes in anger, hurling the work back at them and telling them to handle the administrative mess themselves. Amid the confusion, people also realize a key figure called the Black Pillar has disappeared and abandoned them. Elsewhere, in a tent filled with records, an investigator reveals that this hidden archive was exactly what the merchant leader had tried to destroy. The documents prove that traces of Ragnar's relics and even the detailed treason plan were being leaked, and all of it was recorded. The investigator's superior praises the success of the operation. Theo Ragnar is formally commended for the job, catching him off guard. The superior thanks him and says his talent rivals anyone in the Black Pillar, even teasing him with the idea of joining the Black Dragon. Theo flusters at the suggestion, and the superior lightly dismisses it as a joke, while privately noting he is too serious to tell. Then the superior adds that there is still more good news. The operation to capture the Sky Dragon is already underway, and the recovered ledger should be enough to prove the Sky Dragon's rebellion. Theo realizes this could finally settle the matter in their favor. The superior confirms that Black Pillar's elite arrest team has already moved and should be heading for the capital. That confidence is shattered when a messenger rushes in, panicked, with news of a major problem. Theo and his superior immediately sense the situation has gone wrong. The messenger reports that Ed Troyven has been concealing his true power. On a snowy battlefield, Ed proves it by cutting down a masked opponent in a single overwhelming strike. Standing over the fallen, Ed admits it was foolish to reveal everything too early, but the slaughter shows he had no need to hold back. Laughing among the corpses, he mockingly congratulates Theo Ragnar. He calmly walks forward through the blood-stained snow, completely in control. As he advances, he lists the pieces of Theo's plan he has ruined, from Camellia Palace to Axion, the Dragon's Sword, and Ceres. Ed openly revels in having destroyed everything Theo prepared. After venting his triumph, he regains his composure and keeps moving. He warns Theo to enjoy the apparent victory while it lasts. Ed insists the Troyven plan is still alive, arguing that even though they lost the Dragon's Sword, securing this place is enough. With the time nearly come, he decides to summon a final hidden asset and addresses a father figure, as if the next phase has arrived. The scene shifts to Camellia Palace, where a grand gathering is underway. Inside the palace, nobles and attendants mingle at an elegant event, unaware that the larger conspiracy and coming strike are closing in on them. After a long separation, the elf craftswoman is finally visited by her mother. Her mother quickly turns to business, confirming the fabric shipment arrived correctly, and noting how busy the workshop has become. The daughter recognizes her at once, while the mother notices the garment cutters and asks what new venture she is preparing. Proudly, the daughter explains she is opening a luxury brand built around fine fabrics and jewels. The elf is briefly left speechless by how bright and confident her daughter has become. That silence softens into a smile as she takes in the change. She admits it has been so long that she can barely measure the time since she last saw that radiant expression. In her eyes, her daughter's joy outshines any treasure. The daughter receives that affection with shy happiness. Trying to reassure her, she insists the recent damage does not matter compared with this reunion. The elf cuts through the sentiment, and points out that her daughter clearly came for more than concern over repairs. Pressed, the daughter admits she has urgent news to deliver. When she reveals it concerns the Rose Palace, her own composure breaks. She panics and grabs her mother, fearing something terrible has happened to her son at the hands of a cruel human woman. Seeing that fear, the elf realizes just how much silent suffering her daughter has endured. She calms her gently and tells her the truth is the opposite of what she fears. The elf warns her not to be shocked by what she is about to hear. Struggling to steady herself, the daughter listens as her mother begins to speak of Emil and the woman tied to him. Elsewhere, the Rose Palace stands under a dark and ominous sky. Blood begins to drip down from above, signaling violence at the palace gates. The blood spreads across the entrance, confirming a massacre has taken place there. Witnesses stare upward in shaken silence as the horror sinks in. A crowd gathers before the blood-stained gate, gripped by fear and confusion. Back in the workshop, the daughter collapses to the floor as the weight of the news overwhelms her. She apologizes to her mother and through tears says she is relieved the ordeal is finally ending. Her mother kneels and holds her, offering steady comfort instead of answers alone. Clutching at her mother's clothes, the daughter desperately asks if it is all really true. The elf answers with absolute certainty, reminding her that an elf does not lie. At last, the daughter lets herself believe it. She confesses that although she never showed it, she had lived every day as if walking over knives. She remembers being framed, blamed for assassination attempts, and forced to endure in silence while living under constant threat of death. Now she dares to hope that nightmare has truly ended. Her mother looks on with sorrow, fully seeing the depth of her pain. Even so, she confirms that the suffering is finally over. She praises her daughter for surviving alone and working so hard through it all. In another room, a powerful young man greets someone with easy confidence, remarking that he has heard of his growing fame. The newcomer, a composed officer, notes that the man arrived later than expected. He asks whether the matter was handled properly, while making clear he already knows the outcome without needing a report. The young man states that the Bacchus family is finished. He explains that everyone in the family who approved the forged receipt scheme will at minimum lose their status. Satisfied that they are receiving what they deserve, he asks whether that punishment is enough. The officer answers by offering a far more ambitious path and addresses him directly as Naven. He proposes that Naven become the new head of the Bacchus family, stunning him. When Naven questions why him, the officer points out that if the others are stripped of rank, the family needs someone capable to keep it alive. Then he reveals his real aim and asks Naven to become the force that will help him wage war against the Troyvans. The scale of that request leaves Naven momentarily speechless. He laughs at the audacity of declaring war, while realizing the officer may have been steering events toward this from the start. The officer calmly explains that the long-hidden psychological struggle beneath the surface has now been dragged into the open. Outside, the bloodied gate stands as proof that open conflict with the Troivans is about to begin. An official notice confirms that the Sky Dragon Rebellion is tied to the Troivans and a demonic cult, and that the authorities are now trying to uncover what they are planning in the north. The Troivan side realizes the latest move is so extreme it amounts to a declaration of war. Someone notes that after the incident involving Troivans and demons was exposed, public outrage made silence impossible, but he still sees another angle to the crisis. Naven Bacchus, terminally ill and usually indifferent even to war, decides this matter is finally serious enough to make him act. He calmly confirms that conclusion to himself. Naven abruptly rises, shifting from detached observer to active player. He notices an unfamiliar object and immediately senses it may matter. The other man reminds him that he already claimed he could cure Naven's illness. He backs that promise with proof, presenting both a recipe for treating ether fever and an ingredient called the ether core. He explains that although the public does not know it, ether fever is caused by disrupted mana circulation in the body. Naven realizes the ether core can repair that circulation, making the offer far more valuable than he expected. The strategist reveals he assumed Naven would only want a cure to stay alive and be controlled through that dependence, but Naven's reaction proves otherwise. He presses Naven to clarify whether he intends to seize everything at once and flee with the advantage. Instead, he argues that chasing power for its own sake creates the same corruption seen in Ragnar, and that both of them are victims of that culture. What he truly wants, he says, is not domination but a relationship built on mutual confidence. Naven distills the demand to a single word: trust. The strategist confirms it, saying any future sharing of the Eye of Revelation must come through trust rather than coercion or threats. Naven falls silent as he weighs the sincerity and implications of that proposal. Then he bluntly admits he misjudged the younger man, but dismisses his idealism as immature romanticism. Even so, he tests the offer one last time by asking whether the strategist truly wants to refuse such a tempting bargain. He drinks calmly, showing he is no longer resisting out of panic but deciding on his own terms. The pause stretches as the decision settles. The strategist watches, unsure what Naven will do next. Naven answers by drawing his sword, turning the conversation into a formal commitment. He identifies himself as Naven Bacchus, head of the Bacchus family, and begins an oath. Naven pledges himself to become Theo Ragnar's sword. Theo accepts with quiet satisfaction, recognizing that he has gained more than medicine or information. Naven asks if that vow is sufficient to secure the alliance. Theo confirms that the oath is enough, sealing their partnership. With the agreement made, the tense negotiation comes to an end. The room falls still, marking the close of one power struggle and the start of a new plan. Theo immediately turns his thoughts toward the coming war with the Troivans. He reflects that events are unfolding even faster than they did in his previous life, yet the accelerating conflict only reinforces his confidence. Because everything is proceeding smoothly, he decides to strengthen himself before the war fully erupts. His first priority is to open the treasure chest tied to his quest and claim whatever relic it contains. He commits to that course without hesitation. Reviewing his absorbed relics, he notes that the Lesser Drake and Griffin have already granted him major power. That success convinces him the next relic could push him even further. Inside the chest, he finds a ring and immediately wonders what using this relic will do. He equips it, and the system identifies it as the relic of the ancient dragon, Mima Rune Ring. The relic activates at once and teleports him into a dungeon. He arrives in a barren desert with nothing but sand, rock, and ruins in sight. Recognizing the landscape from books, he realizes he has been sent to a desert dungeon. He judges the place dangerously hot, and the system confirms he has entered the Guardian's domain with a survival condition attached. When he learns he must endure there for 72 hours, he immediately doubts his body can withstand the heat for 3 full days. He starts moving at once, trying to adapt before the environment breaks him. That urgency proves justified when the sand erupts nearby in a violent ambush. He runs as something enormous tears through the desert around him. Realizing the situation is far worse than expected, he sees the system announce the appearance of the boss, the desert worm. The gigantic worm bursts fully into view, towering over him and turning the trial into a life-or-death battle. As the monster bears down on him, Theo braces himself and calls on his power to respond. A giant sand-burrowing monster erupts from below and bears down on the hunter before he can gain any distance. He immediately channels lightning through his weapon, preparing a counterattack instead of fleeing. Using Lightning Dragon Streak, he drives a thundercharged strike straight at the creature. The attack crashes into the monster with enough force to tear through the ground around it. But the impact leaves only a shallow crater, signaling that the blow failed to do real damage. He realizes in disbelief that the beast endured a direct hit from Dragon Streak. That impossibility rattles him for a moment as he tries to understand what he is facing. The answer comes quickly as electricity begins coursing over the monster's body. He recognizes that the creature shares thunder properties, which explains why his lightning technique barely affected it. The monster immediately turns that same element against him and launches a lightning-charged assault. A massive electrified body slam tears through the rocky terrain and forces him to evade. The impact pulverizes the ground and throws up debris, showing how dangerous a direct hit would be. As the dust shifts, he notes that the monster has withdrawn underground again. That brief relief vanishes when it resurfaces right behind him, proving it can stalk him from below at will. Its next emergence detonates the earth beneath him and sends the battlefield exploding upward. He is hurled through the air and barely manages to recover while the creature keeps pressing from underground. He lands hard and braces himself, already being worn down by the relentless pattern. Breathing hard, he understands he is losing control of the fight. A quick check shows only 5 minutes have passed, yet he already doubts he can keep this up. The desert itself is draining him, since tracking and reacting to an enemy moving beneath the sand is far harder here. Meanwhile, the monster keeps attacking with the same lightning affinity that neutralizes his best dragon technique. He concludes that both elemental compatibility and terrain are stacked in the creature's favor. Then that thought sparks an idea. If the terrain is the problem, it might also be the key. A risky plan forms, and his confidence returns as he decides to try it. He reaches for a blue system interface to activate another option. In his hand appears a snowflake-shaped relic he obtained from a previous dungeon. With the monster still closing in, he weighs whether to use the relic now despite the danger. He accepts that it is a gamble, but one worth taking. He activates the relic at his ear, committing to the attempt. The system identifies it as the relic of the ancient dragon, Ice Flower Butterfly, and he orders a transfer to the third dungeon. Instead of complying, the system flashes a warning. He learns he cannot start another dungeon mission while already inside one, ruining his intended escape or repositioning plan. He recoils in frustration as the failed command leaves him exposed. Still, the relic's activation cracks open space itself, and he grimly accepts that events are no longer following his plan. He senses something far worse than a simple failure is about to emerge. A torrent of freezing power pours through the rupture, and an enormous icy presence begins to descend. The new force overwhelms the battlefield as if another world is intruding into the desert. The system confirms the disaster. The boss of the Ice Flower dungeon has appeared as two dungeons attempt to invade each other. A fairy-like ice dragon manifests from the breach, elegant, but unmistakably dangerous. Caught between the desert monster and the newly arrived boss, he can only stare at the escalation. The ice dragon turns its attention toward the scene with predatory interest. It introduces itself as the relic guardian fairy dragon and coldly remarks that selecting him has been a poor choice. The dragon gathers power and forms a vast snowflake sigil behind itself. That sigil becomes a storm of giant ice lances aimed down at the battlefield. With contempt, the dragon declares that his arrogance now has a price. He is forced into desperate evasive movement as the ice spears close in from all sides. The dragon intensifies the barrage, filling the area with converging frozen projectiles. In the middle of the onslaught, he seizes one of the ice lances and turns it into an improvised weapon to survive. He lands amid shattered ice, now armed with the stolen spear but still trapped in chaos. Shaken and furious, he admits he never imagined the situation would spiral into something this disastrous. The battered swordsman suddenly senses something wrong and snaps out of his thoughts. He recalls that after everything collapsed at the end, the battlefield turned into a struggle between monstrous forces. What should have been a clean outcome instead became a chaotic standoff involving a butterfly-like guardian. He remembers enduring this nightmare for 72 hours against a colossal relic-like beast. Realizing he should have endured longer, he regrets reaching his limit too soon. With no other option left, he prepares to force a final move. Before he can act, a new surge of power interrupts him and catches him off guard. The guardian is suddenly engulfed by violent blue and gold energy. That power compresses around it into a dense, unstable sphere. The swordsman realizes the guardian itself does not understand what is happening. Another dragon relic identifies him as an intruder and immediately demands his death. A second relic agrees, insisting that two guardians cannot coexist in the same place. He is thrown by the implication that the guardian's identity is being contested. The relics turn on the butterfly guardian as a usurper and attack it without hesitation. He understands that the two ancient dragon relics are now fighting to decide which one has priority. The grotesque relic lunges into the clash with overwhelming force. Its assault collides head-on with the guardian's defenses and tears the battlefield apart. Watching the devastation, he admits that being trapped inside that conflict would be terrifying. As he steadies his sword, he notices dark energy beginning to gather around it. He realizes the White Monarch's power, which should have been spent, is becoming usable again. That discovery makes him smile as he decides to wait just a little longer. He judges that if the relics keep tearing into each other, they will soon exhaust themselves. The guardian abruptly hardens and reshapes itself into a sharper, more lethal form. It launches straight at the opposing relic to seize the advantage first. The dragon relic senses the incoming strike too late. A massive blade-like attack crashes down and drives into the frozen ground. The guardian lands low and poised, having committed fully to close combat. The grotesque relic surges back in, trying to overwhelm it with raw ferocity. The guardian reads the opening in an instant. A burst of freezing power erupts, filling the area with ice and stopping the relic's momentum. Jagged ice spreads across the battlefield and turns the fight into a killing field. The trapped relic is pierced and ripped open as dark blood sprays through the ice. the Guardian keeps pressing, refusing to let the wounded relic recover. It drives its bladed body deeper into the relic's flesh and opens the wound wider. The attack grinds through armor and bone, steadily carving the relic apart. At last the Guardian tears free, leaving a deep, catastrophic gash behind. The dragon relic staggers, badly wounded and visibly weakened. The Guardian immediately bears down on it again, intent on finishing the kill. It slams into the relic's neck and upper body, pinning it under relentless pressure. The Guardian bites and hacks into the exposed wound to widen the fatal damage. Its claws rake through the relic's body, shredding what remains of its resistance. The full weight of the Guardian's assault drives the relic into the ground. Even so, the dragon relic glares back with stubborn hatred, not yet dead. The Guardian crushes down harder, leaving the relic mangled and nearly finished. From above, the swordsman finally moves, dropping into range as the two monsters lie spent. He gathers the restored monarch power into a concentrated blue-white strike. Choosing his target, he commits to killing one of them before either can recover. He descends in a straight line of light, bringing the attack down with decisive force. The beam-like slash cleaves through the weakened relic before it can defend itself. As he follows through, he coldly warns the survivor that fleeing will not save it. The black griffin dives at terrifying speed, driving the clash into its final exchange. The blue Guardian cries out for Griffin as the black beast surges upward with overwhelming force. A monstrous maw opens above them, turning the battlefield into a trap about to swallow everything. The attack lands in a blur, and the struggle is abruptly cut off. The surviving Guardian realizes something is wrong as dark residue begins to spread through the aftermath. The blue Guardian crashes across the frozen ground while black corruption and debris scatter around him. As the dust settles, someone approaches the fallen scene with calm purpose. Theo receives confirmation that he has cleared the sub-quest by defeating both relic beasts, and he treats it as an expected step toward the final hunt. With two Guardians down, he turns his attention to the last remaining one. The final Guardian panics and tries to stall, begging for a chance to talk instead of fighting. It reveals that this was never a proper battle but a test arranged by the ancient dragon relics to judge Theo. Theo listens and realizes this Guardian claims to be the wisest of them, existing only to test his judgment. The Guardian offers a riddle as the condition for passing its trial, pleased by the timing. Theo rejects the premise immediately, insisting he has already proven his wisdom. He reminds the Guardian that he was the one who manipulated the relics into fighting each other in the first place. Before the Guardian can recover, Griffin descends again, answering Theo's refusal with lethal force. Theo coldly declares that if the Guardian truly is wise, it should accept the outcome. The Guardian desperately tries to resume its test, but it is already too late. A pillar of power erupts in the mountains as the final Guardian is slain, and the hunt is completed. Back in his room, two open relic containers sit before Theo as the rewards of the completed trial. He reaches toward them, ready to claim what he has earned. For a moment he exhales in relief, believing he has finally secured both relics. Theo confirms to himself that he cleared both trials and is about to move on to the next step. Then a sudden warning flashes through him, and his confidence breaks. The moonlight blade lashes out as black matter rides around it, no longer staying under control. Theo recoils and calls for Griffin, realizing the danger has followed him back. A red-eyed mass of black corruption answers by recognizing him as Theo Ragnar. It lunges at him with hunger, intent on devouring his heart. Theo grabs at the spreading substance, trying to restrain it before it overtakes him. The corruption races up his arm and body despite his effort to tear it away. He realizes his earlier suppression only delayed the problem and curses himself for ignoring it. The truth becomes clear. The white moonlight blade has an endless craving for flesh. Thinking back to the battle, Theo connects the change to what happened before they returned. He concludes that the blade must have consumed the Guardian's power during the hunt. The corruption intensifies, spreading faster, as if fed by what it absorbed. Theo stares at his transformed arm in shock as the loss of control becomes undeniable. He understands the blade is now far stronger than before because it fed on both Guardians, and if this continues he will be consumed. The black mass blooms outward like a web around a central core, turning him into the center of its feeding ground. Desperate, Theo decides to swallow the creature himself before it can fully swallow him, hoping to seize control from within. The corruption wraps over his face and surges deeper as he commits to chasing the moonlight blade into itself. His red eye remains visible through the black cocoon for an instant before he disappears completely. The room is left with a suspended dark sphere, as though Theo has been sealed inside the blade's core. Inside, he jolts awake, disoriented by the sudden shift. He finds himself in a strange liquid-like void and realizes he has been drawn somewhere else entirely. A giant shadowy dragon form appears and reveals that he is inside its stomach. The Guardian explains that the thing Theo tried to swallow ended up swallowing him instead, and that it had been waiting for this chance. It warns that the creature will soon consume Theo's heart, forcing him to confront the possibility of dying inside Griffin. The Guardian mocks him as an unworthy chosen one, saying this crisis is the result of trying to wield their power without even controlling a Griffin. When Theo asks what happens if his heart is eaten, the answer is simple: he dies. The Guardians add the cruel final distinction that they themselves do not die, so only Theo stands to be lost. A dragon confirms the ancient dragon's warning, The young chosen one is exactly as expected, but if he dies here the world will again collapse into ruin. The chosen one meets that pressure with a cold, unreadable silence. When the dragons remind him that he was entrusted with a mission to oppose the nameless monarch, the reminder clearly hits him. They press the point that as a guardian against that calamity, his death would doom the world once more. Instead of accepting the burden, he mocks the guardians as reckless and self-serving, leaving them stunned. He accuses them of caring more about their own interests, like griffins, than about the world they claim to protect. That insult enrages one of the dragons, who lunges at him in fury for daring to speak that way of the ancient dragon. The attack comes with the dragon denouncing him as a fraud unworthy of invoking the ancient dragon's authority. The chosen one lets the assault crash around him and answers with contempt, saying they can simply wait for another successor if they want him gone. He goes further and tells the dragon to stop threatening him and kill him outright if that is truly what it wants. His defiance hardens into a direct challenge, refusing to be intimidated any longer. He reveals why he is so fearless. If the relic is going to destroy the world anyway, then his death changes nothing. That argument leaves the attacking dragon speechless. Even the unseen presence watching over the exchange falls into a heavy pause. The violence stops as the shattered force around them begins to settle. The dragons pull back and reassess him, acknowledging that the young chosen one has more nerve and ability than expected. One dragon openly admits it respects his confidence. The ancient dragon then intervenes and promises to open a path for him to leave this place. It explains that all they can do is create the opening. What happens after that will depend on him alone. A swirling portal forms as the dragons combine their power to open the way out. With the exit ready, they order him to enter. He answers calmly, assuring them he has no intention of hesitating. He leaps into the portal without looking back. Even as he escapes, he is already thinking about settling matters with Griffin once he is free. He emerges into another space where a single glowing orb rests on the surface of dark liquid. As he lands, someone else claims triumphantly to have finally found what they were seeking. A bird-like creature seizes the orb and decides that swallowing it will let it take over the chosen one's body. It prepares to consume the orb and make that possession complete. Before it can finish, a dragon cries out a warning to Kyo. The chosen one bursts violently out from inside the creature, tearing through its body and ruining the possession attempt. Kyo can only gasp his name in shock as the creature is ripped apart. The chosen one regains himself immediately, grim and focused despite the mess of the escape. He lands clear as the creature's remains crash away behind him. The bird-like enemy realizes too late that its plan has failed and cannot understand how he escaped from inside its stomach. It stares at him in disbelief, shaken and exposed. Facing both dragons, the chosen one bluntly asks whether they helped this enemy, and says they have no right to act proud after that. The creature starts to protest that it would have succeeded if the dragons had not interfered, but he cuts off the excuse by grabbing it. He reminds it that this is not their first encounter and dismisses its posturing as empty talk. The creature tries to bargain for release so it can explain itself. He refuses to rely on cooperation and instead points out that if the two sides keep fighting, the stronger one will simply destroy the weaker. From that logic, he proposes a more practical solution. The tension hangs as the others wait to hear what he intends. He urges them to be sensible and accept a temporary arrangement. One dragon agrees, and the chosen one recognizes that as the correct decision. Another dragon, Drake, suddenly speaks up, reminding him that there is something he has overlooked. Drake reveals familiarity with him from long ago, greeting him like someone returning after a long absence. Drake explains that when both sides are too evenly matched, guardians sometimes use a method of sharing power, and hints that other chosen ones have done the same. When the chosen one asks about those predecessors, Drake refuses to explain further for now. Instead, Drake says they will help him grow stronger. The chosen one is left facing that enormous promise as Drake says they will be watching what he becomes from here on. Someone reinforces a dark, sealed entity with layered buffs, boosting immunity, attack power, and a parasitic effect as if preparing it for use. That contained darkness suddenly surges loose, spilling through the room with violent force. A black-haired officer stands within the eruption without losing control, meeting the disturbance head-on. He braces himself against the desk, steadying the situation rather than retreating from it. Instead of panicking, he is intrigued that the supposedly dead remnants of the old dragon are still active inside him. A predatory red-eyed focus settles over him as he realizes the danger is real and usable. He draws a blade while the black energy clings to it, turning the weapon into part of the threat. The sword lowers into position, signaling that he has decided to confront whoever is provoking him. From across the office, he addresses the unseen presence as though it has finally stopped raging enough to talk. He reflects that if this power had been available earlier, he could have handled the ancient dragon even more effectively. With a hand slammed down in final resolve, he makes clear that resistance is pointless because he intends to take command of the force before him. He commits himself fully, declaring that whatever this power is, it will now be under his control. The scene shifts from the office to a snow-covered sword graveyard, where the mood turns from control to judgment. A lone masked man waits in the blizzard among countless planted swords, as if guarding the place and the verdict to come. He questions whether the black-haired officer truly means to recognize Theo Ragnar as a legitimate successor candidate. The challenge is sharpened by reminding him that Theo is not only a candidate but also a regressor, the kind he is known to despise. The officer admits that hatred openly, confirming the accusation without hesitation. The masked man presses further, tying that hatred to the officer's own bloody history of hunting and killing regressors. The officer does not deny it and accepts responsibility for those killings. He explains that this is exactly why he has come now. He intends to test Theo personally. That answer unsettles the masked man, who suddenly realizes what weapon the officer means to use. He protests that if Theo is to be officially named family successor, he must be given the proper sword, and that choice is dangerous. His alarm centers on one blade in particular, whose reputation alone makes the decision ominous. The officer dismisses the concern and insists no other sword suits this trial better. He identifies it as the Crazy Dragon, the previous family head's sword, and reminds everyone that he himself killed that former head. Elsewhere, an older superior summons Theo Ragnar and orders him to leave immediately for the sword grave. Theo is stunned when he learns the family head personally called him there. He arrives at the vast graveyard of swords, stepping into a place heavy with lineage, death, and expectation. The first step onto the frozen ground feels like crossing into a trial rather than a ceremony. Theo steels himself, though the summons clearly weighs on him. He walks deeper among the buried blades, searching for the meaning behind being called here. Almost immediately, he feels an oppressive burden and realizes the grave itself is pressing down on him. He understands that the weight comes from the resentment of the swords and the dead warriors tied to them, all bearing down on him. A hostile voice warns him not to answer lightly unless he can endure that resentment directly. Theo recognizes the truth of an old lesson from his father, finally understanding what this place was meant to teach. Then he senses a familiar presence and realizes who has come to meet him. Dropping to one knee under the pressure, Theo formally greets the family head despite the strain. The family head cuts off the ceremony and addresses him bluntly, making this a reckoning rather than a formal audience. He begins listing the losses tied to Theo's path, starting with the instructor who abandoned him. He continues with Theo's brother Axion and the execution of Rose Palace's master, forcing Theo to relive each wound. He makes clear that the indictment is not finished, and that Theo's burden is larger than those personal losses alone. The accusations widen to massacres and purges, including the destruction of the Ceres merchant group and most of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The family head drives the knife deeper by saying the dying called Theo's name at the end, tying their deaths directly to him. Theo tries to protest, but the weight of guilt and accusation chokes the words before they can become a defense. Before he can explain himself, the confrontation turns physical with a sudden, overwhelming strike. From within the storm, the family head rejects any justification and demands accountability instead. He declares that a family head must bear such blood and blame in silence, turning the lesson into a standard Theo is expected to meet. With that judgment delivered, he moves to bestow something decisive upon Theo. He presents the Crazy Dragon sword itself, making the trial concrete and irreversible. Theo is shaken by the enormity of the gesture, realizing he is being entrusted with the weapon of a family head who's slaughtered thousands, and he can barely process what comes next. Theo realizes the man before him is the very enemy his former self once drove to suicide, and the encounter immediately turns dangerous. Pressed for what he knows, Theo cautiously admits he only knows rumors that the previous Crazy Dragon family head was insane, while hiding that his own past may be tied to the truth. The older man falls silent, weighing Theo with a hostility that makes clear he already suspects more than Theo wants to reveal. A sudden intrusive voice forces Theo to confront the possibility that his forgotten past with the Crazy Dragon was not incidental but central to his life. The realization jolts him, and fear spikes as he senses the conversation has crossed into something far more personal. The older man's killing intent surfaces openly, confirming that he is no longer testing Theo with words alone. Theo feels that murderous pressure close around him before the man finally gives voice to the hatred driving him. The man declares that he despises regressors because they treat the world like something they can rewrite at will. To him, regressors are selfish fools who alter lives without bearing the weight of what they destroy. He sees them as players who think reality is just a game board they can overturn whenever the outcome displeases them. That conviction hardens into a death sentence, as he decides Theo must be killed if he is one of them. Theo understands at once that this is not intimidation, but a genuine attempt to execute him. As the man's red aura erupts, Theo realizes this ruthless father may be the very figure tied to the Crazy Dragon sword and its resentment. The man offers a brutal condition. Theo may wield the Crazy Dragon sword only if he can endure the hatred bound to it. If Theo survives that resentment, the man says he will acknowledge him. Theo hesitates, sensing that the offer hides a cost far worse than a simple trial of strength. The man explains that he would recognize only Theo the human, while erasing Theo the regressor completely. Theo demands to know what that distinction truly means. The answer is merciless. Every bond Theo formed after regressing would be wiped from existence. That would erase all the people he met, saved, and learned from in this second life. The threat lands with full force, because accepting acknowledgement would mean sacrificing the entire life Theo has rebuilt. Theo clenches his fist as the choice becomes morally impossible. he rejects the offer outright rather than abandon the people connected to his regression. The man refuses to let Theo opt out, making clear that this judgment will be imposed, not negotiated. He reminds Theo that he has sworn to kill every regressor, and Theo will not be treated as an exception. Only two paths remain: submit to being purified into a non-regressor or die as one. Even the promise of acknowledgement is framed as something Theo must earn only after his tainted past is cut away. Theo braces himself under the pressure and understands that the demand has become an ultimatum. The man admits he truly does want Theo's acknowledgement, but not enough to compromise his hatred of regressors. Theo turns away across the field of swords and reaches a final decision. If acknowledgement can only be won by betraying everything he now values, he will reject it completely. He shouts his refusal, choosing his present bonds over the approval being forced on him. The answer earns him an immediate strike, and the man attacks while condemning Theo for treating this position too lightly. As blood flies, Theo is forced to hear that reaching such a place was never supposed to come without cost. The man insists that sacrifice is the minimum price of standing where Theo stands now. Theo surges back through the pain, refusing to be broken by that logic. He launches himself upward, but the man dismisses him as still lacking the resolve and determination this path demands. Theo feels the crushing difference in power and admits to himself that the gap between them remains enormous. The man judges Theo as just another regressor ruled by emotion and reckless choices, no different from the rest he despises. Theo is driven down under that overwhelming force, battered both physically and ideologically. The man taunts him with the truth that he cannot simply rely on regression to undo failure again. In response, Theo reaches for another power, dragging blue energy into the battlefield as if forcing a new answer into existence. The man warns him not to misunderstand his motives before Theo can reduce him to a simple enemy. Theo's power spreads as the man begins to explain that his own regression and his long struggle were driven by a reason Theo has not grasped. Bleeding and furious, Theo answers that he regressed because he wanted to take responsibility and protect what had been ruined because of him. He declares that if throwing everything away is the only way to win acknowledgement, then he will stop the man here and now instead. Blue flames ignite around the countless swords, turning the graveyard of blades into fuel for Theo's resolve. Calling out that he will surpass him, Theo summons the swords into motion and makes his challenge absolute. He dives from above with a storm of empowered blades converging on the man below. The clash is about to decide everything as Theo commits fully to defying both the man's judgment and the fate being forced on him. A violent clash erupts as a dark-haired swordsman launches himself into a battlefield flooded with red energy. At the same time, his opponent calmly makes a small motion that signals complete control of the exchange. Explosions and crossing attacks tear through the air, but the larger battle only frames the duel now taking center stage. The swordsman presses in with feral determination despite his wounds, trying to break through by force. He answers with overwhelming power, drawing on a dragon-like force as he commits everything to one strike. Waiting for him is a towering man in a fur-lined cloak, unmoved and dominant. The distance between them vanishes in an instant as the attack closes. Before the blow can land, blades or force from multiple angles cut into the attacker and stop his advance cold. The impact shatters his momentum, and blood spills as he realizes he has been decisively intercepted. He is thrown down across the frozen ground while his opponent remains standing, untouched and in command. Broken and bleeding, the fallen swordsman can only stare up from defeat. The victor turns slightly, treating the outcome as settled before speaking. His approach alone carries enough weight to make the moment feel like a judgment. He admits he had expected another indirect schemer, but this man chose to confront him head-on instead. From the ground, the wounded regressor is distinguished from the others because he fought personally rather than using people as disposable tools. The victor agrees and confirms that this difference is exactly what caught his attention. A grim smile shows that he respects this defiance even as he stands over a beaten enemy. The fallen man still burns with rage and purpose, clinging to the identity of someone who wields a sword to bear responsibility and protect. That conviction only deepens the victor's interest, and he openly says so. He addresses him by name, Theo Ragnar, and formally recognizes him as the sixth successor. The declaration comes with satisfaction, as if a long-awaited candidate has finally appeared. As proof, he grants Theo the Crazy Dragon's Sword, a blade meant to mark a regressor worthy of inheritance. He notes that Theo and another regressor share the same nature but have chosen different paths, and he wants to see where Theo's path ends. That judgment is interrupted as a new light begins to descend onto Theo. Theo is engulfed in radiance, his body and senses overtaken by the transfer. A pillar of energy shoots into the sky, signaling that something far beyond a simple victory has just been set in motion. When awareness returns, Theo is lost in darkness and struggles to understand where he has been sent. The void gives way to a modern cityscape, shocking him with a place that should not belong to his world. He sees ordinary people moving through city streets, making the vision feel disturbingly real. The unfamiliar city stretches out beneath evening light, deepening his confusion. He reaches toward the scene, trying to grasp what this impossible view means. Then he sees a reflection of himself in the glass, older and eerily composed, and the sight stuns him. That reflected self begins to speak as though delivering a final message. The message warns that everything is over, ending the vision with a sense of irreversible loss. Theo jolts awake in a bed, back in a noble residence rather than the battlefield or the strange city. Disoriented and in pain, he tries to make sense of whether the vision was a dream, a memory, or a warning. A gentle voice reveals his mother at his bedside, grounding him in the present. Her warmth confirms he is home, and his shock turns into emotional disbelief at seeing her. She worries over his condition and explains that the family brought him back unconscious during the night. As others approach, Theo recalls earlier words about making his mother worry and begins connecting them to what just happened. He realizes the harsh exchange from before may have been a deliberate test rather than simple hostility. That suspicion grows as attendants announce visitors and treat his awakening like an important milestone. Captain Julius and Evelyn arrive to congratulate Theo, confirming that he has passed the family head's test. Theo is still trying to process that revelation when he learns the news has already spread outside. Beyond the residence, the city erupts with public cries that major news has broken. The announcement declares that Ragnar's sixth official successor has finally been named. Elsewhere, someone reading the report fixates on the significance of a sixth successor entering the game. In the shadows, that news is greeted with amusement, as dangerous observers welcome the newcomer. High above under a blood-red moon, another hidden figure repeats the news and weighs the meaning of this new successor. Silence follows as that figure grips the report, already treating Theo's rise as the beginning of something ominous. In a frozen wasteland, a former captain is called back to face what became of the order he left behind. A woman catches up to him and bitterly reports that after his departure, an unworthy punk was made the next successor. She blames herself for failing to crush Black Iron Cavalry early, but he tells Ian the collapse of Plum Blossom Palace's master was not her fault alone. Instead of dwelling on the past, he fixes on a name that matters now, Theo Ragnar. Deciding the matter for himself, Thorko Ragnar of the Black Iron Cavalry resolves to meet Theo personally. That decision triggers a memory of a furious instructor rejecting a student's shallow imitation and demanding something truer. In the flashback, young Banyak trains under Rendon, whose harsh guidance leaves him resentful even as he endures it. Rendon keeps correcting the form, forcing Banyak to understand that technique without essence is worthless. Though Banyak inwardly dismisses the lesson as a cheap trick, the memory still grips him. The recollection shifts into battle, where Banyak once crossed blades against a hooded enemy amid violent chaos. He remembers fighting through fire and destruction against an opponent who stood firm in the inferno. Something in the present jolts him, as if a buried connection has suddenly surfaced. He realizes the one tied to that memory may have been himself all along. The vision darkens into a grotesque image of death, suggesting the trauma behind that realization still festers. Outside a blood-soaked stronghold, the scale of the slaughter makes clear that diplomacy has already failed. With Troivan's appeal period expired, war is formally declared. Far away, the Nine Dragons Council gathers, already aware that the northern continent is moving toward open conflict. One council member mocks the meeting, but the empty seat at the table signals that the stakes are no longer routine. Others argue that the silence of a powerful family cannot delay the question of succession forever. A colder voice insists this is exactly the right moment, because a war among heirs before the larger conflict would be disastrous. The suggestion sparks outrage, but the speaker presses that dangerous variables must be eliminated before they spread. A third party cuts through the argument and forces both sides to stop. That figure decides a broader gathering of everyone involved is necessary and takes responsibility for arranging it. The council accepts that a coming event will settle what they refuse to decide in that room. Elsewhere, in a ritual ground lit by countless candles, the judgment is deferred until a test can decide it directly. Banyak, stripped to endurance and steel, continues training alone in that solemn arena. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he pushes on while carrying a burden heavier than physical strain. He lashes out and cuts down a candle flame as part of the exercise. Then he launches through the field, slicing through the candle line with relentless speed. As he moves, a voice from the sword addresses him by name. The weapons will urges him towards slaughter and theft, trying to turn his strength into greed. It tempts him to seize what he desires by force, pressing him to abandon restraint. Banyak halts in the middle of the training ground, fighting to keep control of himself. He steadies his breathing and reaches for his chest, acknowledging that the influence is still inside him. A new presence recognizes immediately that the old hatred is still weighing on him. Guardian Dragon Lodbrok appears and identifies the source as the lingering grudge of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Banyak listens in silence, already knowing the name carries a history he cannot ignore. He admits the sword's corruption has weakened over time, but it still interferes with him. He explains that the blade once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor's brother, and that connection keeps the resentment alive. Even so, he says the burden let him glimpse the Mad Dragon Emperor's realm, turning pain into insight. Lodbrok presents the sword and makes clear that the Emperor is someone she can never forget. She plants the blade down with force, grounding the conversation in that old wound. Then she reveals the reason with painful simplicity. The Mad Dragon Emperor stole her heart. Banyak, already conflicted, asks why she entrusted him with that Emperor-linked sword in the first place. Lodbrok tells him not to be impatient, warning that if he rushes ahead he will only encounter something beyond his ability to handle. Changing tone, She asks whether the arm he once lost has fully healed, and he says the high priest restored it quickly. When he wonders if her concern means she is worried about him, the question lands with awkward intimacy. She brushes it off, notes that he seems recovered, and dismisses him because someone else is waiting for him. As they part, she scolds him for repeatedly leaving chaos behind for others to clean up, and he can offer no defense. The scene shifts to Camellia Palace, where the next stage of the story is waiting. Theo realizes the person seeking him out was the one who sent a sealed message. When questioned, he hides his interest and brushes it off as idle muttering. His companion confirms the letter is an invitation, and Theo immediately understands its importance. The invitation is to a banquet at Daffodil Palace celebrating Lady Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday. The timing and extravagance strike Theo's side as suspicious, especially with turmoil already at Ragnar's doorstep. The host's camp insists the scale is deliberate because this is precisely when a grand display is needed. They explain that Troivin's betrayal has destabilized Ragnar's internal balance. With Axion's faction weakened by that betrayal, the speaker has become the sixth successor, worsening the succession struggle. Even one of the 9 dragons has lost his seat because of Ed's treason, showing how deep the damage runs. Theo concludes the banquet is not really about a birthday at all. He sees it as a political stage meant to show that Ragnar still stands strong against outside powers and to force the successors and 9 dragons to measure one another. That same logic makes Theo himself a central target of attention, and his hosts confirm it without hesitation. Realizing everyone eager to see the new heir will be there, Theo decides he must attend. He heads to Daffodil Palace, where the gathering is being held. Inside, the palace is already filled with nobles and power brokers assembled for the spectacle. As Theo arrives, the guests immediately recognize that the new heir has finally appeared. He enters under the weight of their scrutiny as the newly acknowledged young lord of Ragnar. Theo notes that the birthday celebration is only a pretext and that every eye is really judging the new heir. He understands he must make a powerful impression if he wants to establish himself here. Before he can act, someone intercepts him and points out that his arrival has already stirred the room. The man reveals he has been waiting specifically for Theo. He greets Theo with easy familiarity and deference, signaling that this meeting was planned. Theo recognizes him as Naven, surprised by how much he has changed since they last met at a wedding. Others quietly identify Naven as the lone survivor of the Bacchus family purge, now restored as family head and openly addressing Theo as Lord. Naven remarks that Theo's appearance has already made them the center of conversation and says that was exactly the effect he wanted. He then moves to the real purpose of the encounter by drawing another figure into Theo's path. Theo instantly senses the danger in the newcomer and tenses. Naven is equally strained, showing that even he feels the pressure of what he has arranged. The newcomer smoothly opens with formal courtesy and offers to introduce himself. He identifies himself as the 5th successor. Watching him, Theo realizes this rival has approached even sooner than expected. The man names himself Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. He extends a hand, presenting the meeting as a civil exchange between heirs. The hall focuses on them, aware that the former leading heir and the newly risen successor are meeting at last. Thorkel carries himself like the established contender who once stood at the front of the succession race. Theo answers as the newly elevated successor now threatening that position. Thorkel tells Theo not to be so guarded, claiming he only wanted to see for himself the one chosen as 6th heir. He adds that he is relieved Theo is not another immature fool like Axion, while still judging him as a rival. Then his tone shifts, and he reminds Theo that in Ragnar only strength earns respect. He openly questions whether the clan can truly welcome a new rival with simple goodwill. Their handshake becomes a test of force rather than a greeting. Theo answers in kind, formally naming himself Theo Ragnar of the White Dragon Squad and making clear he stands as an equal commander, not a subordinate. Thorkel laughs, recognizing that Theo has deliberately drawn a hard line between them. The pressure spikes so sharply that onlookers can barely process what is happening. Red power erupts around Thorkel as he turns the greeting into an overwhelming display of dominance. He dismisses formal etiquette as unnecessary among Ragnar and forces his killing intent directly onto Theo. With predatory confidence, Thorkel tells Theo to drop the distance and treat him as family, making the threat sound like intimacy. Theo is driven to the brink under the crushing aura, and the scene finally feels like a true Ragnar confrontation. But the balance suddenly shifts when a blue force bursts into the clash and catches Thorkel off guard. Theo seizes that opening, gripping Thorkel's hand through the blue aura and coldly accepting the invitation to call him brother. A black-haired young man accepts his brother's challenge with a fierce, confident grin. The scene shifts to a grand banquet hall where the next stage of the family's political game is about to unfold. A guest struggles with formal wear, already uncomfortable before the gathering has even begun. His companions tease him for overreacting, while the mood suggests everyone is on edge over rumors surrounding the banquet. They realize the hall is already full, meaning the important players have all arrived ahead of them. A silver-haired noble warmly welcomes them and immediately folds them into the social flow of the event. He jokes about Theo's growing fame in the West, framing him as a rising dragon whose reputation is spreading fast. Theo brushes off the exaggeration and asks after Lord Theo's whereabouts because he wants news of the White Dragon Squad. That question draws the attention of a blue-haired woman, and Theo instantly realizes he has spoken carelessly. He hurriedly apologizes to Lord Rhett, admitting this was the wrong place to bring up military matters because the banquet is a political gathering. A trembling glass hints that the atmosphere is about to change. A sudden surge of pressure sweeps across the hall, turning the room tense and alert. The disturbance is so overwhelming that everyone immediately understands only one man could be responsible. The answer comes at once. The source of this scene can only be Lord Theo. Theo and his older brother Thorkel meet in the center of the hall, their opposing forces and status colliding in full view of the crowd. Thorkel greets the moment with calm confidence, already in control of the encounter. Their confrontation becomes the focus of the entire banquet as every eye turns toward the brothers. Thorkel abruptly yields the contest and presents himself as the loser, disarming the tension before it can become open conflict. Theo rejects the performance and sees through it, accusing his brother of having deliberately let him win. Thorkel openly admits it, refusing false modesty while keeping his tone gracious. He insists his surrender was sincere, not mockery, and frames it as respect rather than humiliation. He goes further, claiming that if they had fought at the same age, Theo would have defeated him without question. Theo recognizes the compliment as unusually weighty, which makes it more suspicious than flattering. Thorkel's smile reveals he is enjoying how effectively he has seized the initiative. He publicly celebrates Theo as a magnificent younger brother, turning private rivalry into a spectacle of familial pride. Then he redirects the entire hall by calling for a toast to the new Ragnar. The crowd follows at once, repeating the toast and giving Thorkel the public response he wanted. Thorkel asks Theo how his debut as successor felt, and Theo answers politely, forced to play along. Theo finally understands that the praise was never about affection but about steering the room. By displaying his own strength first, Thorkel reinforces his authority before acknowledging Theo. And by praising his rival in front of everyone, he wins the crowd's approval while appearing generous. Theo realizes the banquet's mood, which he had hoped to control with Vivian's help, has now shifted decisively into Thorkel's favor. He concludes that Thorkel Ragnar is far more dangerous than his easygoing manner suggests. Around them, admirers and opportunists swarm Theo, treating him as a newly elevated star while others remind him of promises and ambitions tied to his rise. The gossip quickly turns personal, with nobles already discussing Theo's status and even his marriage prospects. Away from the center of attention, the upper balcony offers a quieter vantage point over the celebration. An older, one-eyed man grips the railing in frustration, unable to hide his anger. He had intended to use the brothers' clash as justification to throw Theo out, and now resents that chance being stolen from him. Watching Thorkel charm the room only deepens his disgust at the man's interference in family affairs. He condemns Thorkel as a shameless outsider who has inserted himself wherever he pleases. But his anger falters when something outside catches his attention. Looking through the window, he notices two women standing together on the terrace below. One of them, a pink-haired woman in a striking dress, laughs freely as her companion compliments her. The sight outrages him, as if her presence there is itself an offense. Outside under the night sky, the companion playfully hails her as team leader and keeps up the teasing. She tells the pink-haired woman the dress looks amazing on her, pushing praise she clearly means. When the pink-haired woman hesitates, the other doubles down and insists this is not empty flattery, calling her genuinely cute. That direct compliment leaves the pink-haired woman flustered and blushing. Embarrassed, she tries to retreat and change back into her uniform, but her companion drags her along and insists she stay dressed for the banquet. As she is being pulled away, the pink-haired woman suddenly notices something off and turns in startled confusion. Evelyn is overwhelmed by disgust and fear at the mere sight of the man confronting them. An ominous figure blocks the entrance while Aaron tries to support the wounded Evelyn on the snowy steps. The elder dragonhead demands to know why they dared force their way into his domain. Aaron steels herself to answer despite the pressure bearing down on them. As Evelyn bleeds beside her, Aaron protests that even someone of his rank cannot justify this kind of abuse. Evelyn stops her, insisting she can endure it but worrying about what will happen to her team leader if Aaron pushes further. Fighting through pain and terror, Evelyn begs Aaron not to act on her behalf. She admits she is already beginning to give in to the fear he inspires. Aaron realizes this is the first time she has ever seen her usually composed leader this frightened, as if some private trauma has resurfaced. The elder dragonhead advances, closing the distance with deliberate menace. Looming over them, he reminds Evelyn that he had already warned her never to appear before him again. He notices something unexpected and turns his attention to it. Evelyn suddenly reacts as power gathers at her arm. Aaron recognizes the force manifesting through Evelyn as the prime dragon and is stunned. In an instant, Evelyn strikes back, blasting the elder dragon head away before he can dominate them further. Her attack slams him hard into the ground. With cold clarity, Evelyn rejects the idea that humiliating her like a toy would let him return to normal life unchallenged. He answers with contempt, declaring that trash should remain beneath him. Evelyn, still shaking and crying, hears him vow that if she ever stands before him again he will tear her apart. Aaron calls out to her team leader as the confrontation leaves blood on the steps and the distance between them widens. While Eren freezes, the elder dragon head laughs that the offensive presence around Evelyn is finally fading. Eren tries to invoke the Office of Law, promising to report what happened. He mocks that threat and invites her to try. Eren warns that once Ragnar's survival of the purge becomes known, he will not escape exposure again. The snow-covered ground becomes the trigger for Evelyn's memory. The present collapses into the past as the remembered scene rushes back. Evelyn recalls that a place like this was exactly where she had once hoped to overcome her fear. Instead, she remembers herself as a child, having tried desperately to rise above the trauma. In that memory, the same man raged at her for insulting his father and threatened to tear her to shreds. He drove the lesson deeper by ordering her never to appear before him again. The memory ends with him turning away, leaving her behind in despair. Back in the present, Evelyn realizes nothing has changed since then. Still crying, she lowers her head as someone approaches from beside her. A familiar man warmly calls her name and asks where she is hurrying off to. He casually notes that she must be heading toward the banquet hall, drawing her into a different memory. Evelyn looks up through tears, caught between recognition and dread. The scene shifts to a grand banquet where nobles and officers mingle beneath bright chandeliers. Among the guests, Julius Ragnar stands at ease with other high-ranking figures, fully accepted in elite company. Their attention turns as Evelyn enters, and the room seems to close in around her. An elder counselor erupts in outrage, accusing her of ruining his daughter and disgracing the White Dragon Squad. Julius Ragnar steps forward, his fury making clear that he is the one being condemned. He strikes the elder counselor down without hesitation. The hall falls into chaos as the old man crashes away and Julius stands over the aftermath. Julius declares that he had warned them he would answer in kind. The surviving elder dragon head immediately brands Julius a traitor to Ragnar and orders him seized as a dangerous criminal. Guards rush in to surround Julius, but he remains motionless and unafraid at the center. Weapons are drawn from every side, turning the standoff into an official arrest. The Law Council formally intervenes and encircles him under its authority. A council representative announces that Captain Julius Ragnar of the White Dragon Squad is being detained for injuring the elder dragon head. Julius meets the order calmly as they demand his cooperation, with the threat of escalation hanging in the air. Julius falls silent, weighing a vow he once made. He reminds himself that in Ragnar, a sworn oath must be honored even in ruin. He recalls pledging himself 4 years earlier before the old ruling elders. That promise centered on protecting a certain child if anyone harmed her again. In that memory, he charged forward with lethal intent, ready to make the offender suffer the same fate. Back in the present, the banquet erupts with reports that the demon dragon broke an elder dragon's arm, leaving onlookers convinced an inspector cannot contain this. Julius realizes this crisis never happened in his previous life and begins searching for the reason history changed. A sudden insight strikes him. He understands the answer lies with Evelyn, and the altered course of events finally starts to make sense. His thoughts return to the moment Evelyn first reached for him. That small contact became the beginning of a different future. He recalls that Evelyn was Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate daughter, a stain on the pure blood pride Wolfgang valued above all else. Because of that, Evelyn grew up as a disgrace her father wanted hidden away. Wolfgang intended to cast her out of Ragnar entirely, but Julius recognized her potential and brought her into the White Dragon Squad, ruining Wolfgang's plan. Evelyn later rose through the ranks and even became captain of that unit. Terrified that his shame would be exposed, Wolfgang eventually tried to have his own daughter killed under the guise of an accident. The attempt left her maimed and nearly dead. In Julius's previous life, she survived only by losing her left arm, retired into seclusion, and never stood in a place like this. Now he sees this entire incident as the consequence of what he changed after regressing. If his interference created this moment, then he decides he must be the one to set it right. He hardens himself around that conclusion. With his mind made up, Julius steps forward to intervene. He advances into the center of the chaos, forcing everyone's attention onto him. An elder immediately seizes the moment to denounce the demon dragon before the assembled nobles, framing Julius's violence as contempt for Ragnar's protectors. Others pile on, calling his threat against his own blood a misuse of authority and outright treason. The accused elder fires back in outrage, exposing the hypocrisy of those condemning him. Julius cuts through the shouting and orders both sides to stop escalating. He says their feud has already turned what should have been a joyful banquet for his dear friend into a scene ruled by fear. His rebuke lands hard enough to make even the loudest voices hesitate. The elders bristle, but they are forced to listen. Julius proposes ending the dispute according to Ragnar's old custom, a dual trial. He names the tradition plainly, making his challenge official. One elder protests that Julius already injured him and insists the blame should remain solely on Julius. Julius concedes that point but argues the disturbance cannot be allowed to grow any further. Then the Lord of the Daffodil Palace arrives, freezing the room with overwhelming authority. Her entrance alone turns the floor to ice as she steps into the conflict at her daughter's birthday celebration. She demands to know what Julius thinks he is doing. The ice dragon, Neo Ragnar Tun, makes her presence and rank unmistakable. When others try to explain Julius's conduct, she dismisses the bickering as beneath her concern. Instead, she accepts Julius's proposal and orders the matter settled quickly through the boy's suggested method. She warns that this is the last mercy her patience will permit. Among the guests, some question whether a dual trial unfairly favors the elders, since even retired ones remain at inspector level, or above. But the elders privately conclude they still hold the advantage because the demon dragon should have no capable allies. The rules are laid out. Plaintiff and defendant will face each other in the final round, while the first two bouts are fought by chosen representatives. That leads the elders to consider who Julius could possibly send in his place. They mock his options, reducing Evelyn to a one-armed cripple. They sneer at Julius himself as nothing more than a ruined bastard child. Convinced his side is hopeless, they decide the match will be over before Julius ever needs to fight. With confidence restored, the elder accepts the trial, certain the first two duels will decide everything. At a formal gathering, the major players assemble while tension quietly hangs beneath the ceremony. A dark-haired man watches the room in silence, gauging the atmosphere rather than joining it. He concludes that Theo Ragnar has stirred up far more trouble than expected. Given the demon dragon's volatile temper, he sees how easily the conflict could have exploded. He reflects that the elder dragon stepped in just in time to stop the demon dragon from being politically ruined. To him, that intervention created a temporary answer every faction could live with. Amused, he decides the coming spectacle may be worth watching. Under the Law Council's supervision, the dual trial is formally opened before the crowd. The rules are declared, no mana may be used, and Ragnar law will protect whatever happens inside the trial. The arbiter presses both sides to swear that no revenge or lingering grudge will follow afterward. Both camps give their oath, binding the duel as a contained settlement. With the terms accepted, the first fighters are summoned into the arena. Theo steps forward to represent his side, calm and ready for violence. Among the spectators, concern rises immediately because Theo's condition and opponent both look dangerous. Those watching realize he is facing no ordinary challenger and question why he was matched against someone so formidable. The answer comes that his opponent is Beta, the Elder Dragon's aide and one of his finest swordsmen, though still preferable to facing the elders themselves. Before the duel begins, Beta receives a private order regarding Theo. The order is ruthless. Beta is told not to hold back, even if that means killing a successor candidate. The Elder Dragon makes clear that deaths in a dual trial can be excused, so Beta should treat Theo as expendable. He adds only one practical condition, that if possible, Beta should at least leave Theo an arm to bring back. Beta silently weighs the command and his loyalty to Theo. He apologizes inwardly, deciding that because Theo dragged him into this, he will answer by giving everything he has. Beta resolves to use the duel itself to settle the issue between them. Theo, meanwhile, reveals his own intent. He means to resolve the long-standing resentment between them here and now. He lowers into a killing stance, ready to force that resolution by the sword. For a brief instant, the arena falls into a charged stillness under the night lamps. Theo holds his ground, waiting for Beta to make the first move. Beta calmly raises a whistle to signal the true start. The moment the signal is given, Beta launches first with overwhelming speed. Theo answers by driving in just as hard, turning the opening exchange into a direct collision. The arbiter remains composed as the duel erupts exactly as expected. Beta commits his full body to the attack, trying to crush Theo before he can establish rhythm. Their blades meet head-on, and the impact proves Theo can withstand Beta's strength. The clash detonates across the arena, sending both fighters flying apart in a burst of force. Beta lands first and braces, immediately preparing to continue the assault. Without pause, he surges forward again, refusing Theo any breathing room. The speed of their movement tears up the ground as the duel races across the arena. Sparks and debris trail their path, showing how violently the fight is escalating. Steel keeps striking steel in rapid succession, either side yielding an opening. Theo turns the exchange vertical, attacking from above to break Beta's momentum. Beta is shaken to realize Theo is not being driven back at all. Theo reads the difference immediately. Despite Beta's reputation, this is what separates a true successor from a mere elite swordsman. Still, Theo notices a flaw in Beta's offense and moves to exploit it. He slips inside Beta's line, forcing the older fighter into a vulnerable position. Theo judges that Beta lacks real battlefield experience, and that this is where polished skill starts to fail. Even so, Theo chooses not to humiliate him with a brutal finish. He aims for a cleaner end, deciding to send Beta off with as little pain as possible. As Theo closes in to finish it, Beta catches a sudden opening in Theo's guard. Beta instantly understands that the gap may have been left there on purpose, but he attacks anyway. He whirls through the opening and strikes back, turning Theo's attempted mercy into a dangerous reversal. The duel resumes at full speed as Theo Ragnar closes in on his opponent across the arena. Theo realizes he only survived the last exchange because his enemy deliberately pulled back at the final moment. As dark power coils around him, Theo cannot understand why a killing blow was withheld. The answer comes from within, as a violent impulse urges him towards slaughter. The grudge-fed voice sharpens into a command to murder everyone who mocked and abandoned him. The chant escalates until it becomes an obsession to wipe out every last target of his hatred. Even while facing his opponent, Theo is briefly choked by that inner pressure. His enemy notices the openings in Theo's stance, but suspects this vulnerability may be another trap. Choosing to test him directly, the man attacks with the intent to turn Theo's own trick back on him. Their weapons collide in a burst of force. In that clash, Theo identifies the real problem as the endless murderous chant clouding his mind. He decides to silence that voice himself instead of letting it control him. The fight continues in close quarters, but Theo's focus has shifted inward as much as outward. A sudden clarity flashes through his eyes. His opponent presses the attack, expecting Theo to break. Instead, the man is thrown off balance by Theo's response. A massive pillar of power erupts from the arena floor and tears the battlefield apart. The blast forces the attacker back while Theo remains at the center of the upheaval. Nearby, a composed woman forms a hand sign as if observing or guiding the phenomenon with calm precision. She stands untouched amid the surging force, watching Theo rather than the destruction. Impressed, she judges Theo to be exceptional. She reflects that even without mana, he possesses overwhelming power. The previous attacker is left battered and sprawled in the wreckage. Theo stands over the aftermath in silence, having seized control of the moment. An official declares Theo Ragnar the winner of the first round of the duel trial. Theo's eyes still burn with dangerous energy, showing the grudge within him has not disappeared. He studies that sensation and realizes the power he just used was different from the grudge that usually interferes with him. By trusting himself to that unfamiliar state, he discovered he could unleash a completely different kind of strength. He recognizes that relying on grudge-born power is risky, but begins to believe it can be controlled. That possibility excites him, because mastering it could make him far stronger than he is now. Before he can dwell on it, the officials call both sides forward for the second round. The rules are announced. The defending side will fight consecutively, and Theo will remain on the field. An older one-eyed elder from the opposing side is named for the next round and angrily vows to kill Theo himself. The elder steps into the arena to confront him directly. He is introduced as Page Grayson, former Sword of Mystics and X-Gate Sword Master, and his side places its hopes on him. Spectators are stunned that the old man can still wield such a huge blade without mana, and some are thrilled by the matchup. Others worry because an elder entering this early suggests the opposition sees Theo as too dangerous to leave unchecked. A sharper observer concludes the elder was sent not because he might lose, but because the enemy intends to ensure Theo dies here. That suspicion hardens into certainty. This round is meant to eliminate Lord Theo at all costs. The ruined arena between them underscores how serious the next exchange will be. Before the battle truly begins, Theo casually puts a finger to his mouth, as if making up his mind. He raises one hand instead of his weapon. Then he abruptly yields the match. The elder is left completely stunned by the surrender. Theo explains that a mid-ranked examiner could never honestly defeat an elder, so continuing would only end in an obvious loss. The elder lowers his sword, the momentum of the killing intent broken. The officials award the second round to Page Grayson, while the crowd praises Theo for preserving his reputation by retreating at the right time. But the elder is shaken, realizing Theo may have anticipated this deadly setup from the start and denied them their chance. Those watching closely notice the elder's composure has been rattled in a way they have never seen before. As Theo's allies apologize for forcing him into this position, he brushes it off and tells them to watch carefully, implying he still has a plan in motion. Evelyn hesitates in silence, caught between painful memories and the choice before her. She recalls the White Dragon captain urging her not to waste her talent just because she can no longer ride a dragon. Another memory presses her to return instead and make the man who first drew her into this life answer for everything. That same voice reminds her of her old vow to become his sword, binding duty to personal loyalty. He had promised to fulfill both of her deepest wishes, making his cause feel like the answer to her life. Realizing that both men cared for her in their own ways only deepens her conflict. She condemns herself for being the one still trapped by the past. Kneeling alone, she decides she can no longer remain frozen in the role others forced on her. Back in the arena, she calls out to the captain, drawing his and his companion's attention. Her resolve hardens into a decision to cut through the knot binding her life. Evelyn steps forward and declares that she has something important to say. As the final round is called, she enters in place of the defense's original fighter. Wolfgang also takes the field, sword in hand, ready to finish the matter himself. Watching her approach, he assumes this is a desperate last gamble to save his family's standing. The court formally accepts the substitution, forcing everyone to recognize Evelyn as the new challenger. She advances without hesitation, armed and fully committed to confronting him herself. Wolfgang mocks her appearance as empty bravado and expects her to beg for mercy. Evelyn answers by making clear that he is the one who should be pleading. She levels her blade at him and openly turns the accusation back on him. Then she names him as her father before the entire court. The claim shocks Wolfgang into stunned silence. The crowd erupts, struggling to reconcile her words with the public image of the White Dragon family. As rumors spread, Wolfgang realizes old secrets and past lies are surfacing all at once. He tries to dismiss her claim as nonsense, refusing to acknowledge any bond. Evelyn coldly offers him the full story he once tried to bury. She begins with the time he nearly beat her to death. She reveals that he called her daughter only in private while publicly branding her a bastard and trying to keep her out of the White Dragon squad. She exposes the reason for that cruelty. He was hiding that she was his illegitimate child. Wolfgang explodes in rage and tries to silence her before she can say more. But even his own side can see from his panic that her accusation is true. The younger onlookers quickly grasp the hypocrisy of the man who always preached bloodline purity. Among the nobles, blame and fear spread as his allies realize the scandal they enabled has finally broken open. Wolfgang curses as the situation slips beyond his control. From the sidelines, the captain and his companion watch calmly, letting Evelyn settle this with her own will. They trust her to finish what she started instead of stepping in for her. The duel finally begins in earnest as both sides launch into motion. Evelyn meets Wolfgang head-on, taking the fight into the air with fearless aggression. Their blades collide with explosive force, turning the arena into a storm of steel and energy. Evelyn moves through the clash with a sudden, unfamiliar current of power gathering around her. The captain recognizes the technique forming and is startled by what he sees. Evelyn unleashes the Wind Thunder God technique, Dogheart, sending a violent spiral of wind across the battlefield. The elders are shaken because the move belongs to the lost sword tradition of Windstorm. Evelyn's calm expression only deepens the mystery of how she came to master a vanished art. Her attack grows into a massive vortex that overwhelms the arena and drives Wolfgang back. Observers realize she is not merely surviving against him but matching and suppressing his offense with top-tier swordsmanship. Her ally explains that this duel forbids magic, so Wolfgang's usual advantage in raw power means nothing here. He adds that, above all, Wolfgang's reputation was built on inherited blood rather than unmatched skill. Without the prestige of his pure blood lineage, Wolfgang would never have stood this high. Enraged by the insult and exposure, Wolfgang surges forward in a furious counterattack. He breaks through enough to strike Evelyn at close range, forcing a pained gasp from her as the clash turns dangerous again. Evelyn struggles for breath as her opponent keeps her under crushing pressure. The elder council head Wolfgang drives his attack in hard, warning her that carelessness will not save her. He makes it clear that he has no intention of letting her slip free from his control. Wolfgang frames the beating as correction, determined to force her back into obedience through pain. But in the middle of his assault, something in Evelyn's resistance catches him off guard. Instead of yielding, she openly invites him to continue, meeting his force head-on. Her defiance shocks him enough to break his certainty for a moment. Evelyn remembers that when she was young, Wolfgang had seemed like an overwhelming figure who ruled her world, and she feared him for it. Now that fear has weakened, because she no longer stands alone and has people she can trust. She draws strength from the companions who believe in her without reservation. Facing the memory of her former helplessness, she rejects the version of herself that used to cower before him. She declares that she is no longer the fragile girl who clung to Wolfgang for protection. With that resolve, Evelyn launches a decisive counterattack. The blow lands cleanly, leaving Wolfgang reeling and bloodied. Evelyn shouts that she has outgrown the weakness of her childhood. The onlookers realize in disbelief that Evelyn Nereville has turned the duel around. Among the spectators, tension gives way to grim recognition that the impossible may actually be happening. The impact of her victory shakes the arena itself. Word spreads in stunned disbelief that Evelyn has defeated Wolfgang. Even wounded, Wolfgang refuses to accept that outcome and claws his way back up. He insists the duel is not over and forces himself forward through sheer rage. Then he freezes as a new presence interrupts his charge. A woman identifying herself with the 9 dragons orders him to accept the result if he truly belongs to their ranks. The formal judgment is delivered. In the third duel trial, Evelyn Nereville is cleared of guilt. The verdict echoes across the arena, making her acquittal official before everyone present. Only after the ruling settles does Evelyn finally let the moment sink in. She reports in with a relieved smile, as if returning from a long and brutal test. Her allies acknowledge her success and praise her for enduring it. The weight of what she has won leaves her briefly speechless. Overcome with gratitude, she credits someone dear to her for helping her reach this point. As others move to support the injured Wolfgang, concern shifts toward his condition. But beneath that concern, Wolfgang's stare reveals that he is still consumed by hostility. Ignoring his injuries, he rises again, driven by murderous intent rather than honor. A warning rings out as he targets Evelyn once more. Wolfgang abandons all restraint and charges at her, vowing to kill her himself. Before he can reach her, a blade intercepts him and halts the attack. Wolfgang realizes another powerful opponent has stepped in against him. Theo confronts him directly, placing himself between Wolfgang and Evelyn. Theo coldly reminds Wolfgang that if he continues, losing another arm is a real possibility. He follows through with overwhelming speed, forcing Wolfgang back before he can retaliate. The surrounding crowd watches in alarm as the conflict threatens to spiral further. That escalation is cut short by news of a crisis. The Trovan family has begun its attack, and the arena is now under invasion. Amid the chaos, someone reacts with quiet satisfaction rather than fear. Theo is immediately ordered to leave the duel behind and return to the White Dragon squad because the situation has become wartime. Wolfgang sees at the interruption, furious that outside enemies would dare strike now. Even so, he keeps shouting that the duel is unfinished and tries to stop everyone from moving on. His protest dies when a far more terrifying authority appears behind him and addresses him by name. An immense ice-forged weapon manifests under the moonlight as that authority prepares to speak. Surrounded by towering blades of ice, Wolfgang is put in his place and warned not to disgrace the 9 dragons again. Still bristling, Wolfgang recognizes the speaker as the Lord Ice Dragon and realizes he is now defying not just one person, but the entire Elder Council. A woman coldly judges the fallen Elder Councilman, believing his outlook was no different from her own. The gathered men are jolted as the old order's collapse becomes undeniable before them. The Elder Councilman refuses to accept a representative who rejects defeat and drags the family toward ruin. His resistance ends with him sprawled on the frozen ground, silencing the dispute by force. One observer concludes that the struggle for control has finally been decided. Under the moonlit sky, the scene shifts away as the conflict's consequences begin to spread. The defeated elder is reduced to a pathetic symbol of greed and failed ambition. Elsewhere, Ed Troyven sits in power, already directing the next phase of the war. He is informed that Troyven has successfully seized the central plateau, and expects Castle Harmon to fall soon as well. When asked about Ragnar's forces, the report confirms that both the Lord's cavalry and the Six Pillars' private troops are concentrating at the central plateau. Troyven dismisses Ragnar's response as predictable and decides to turn it into an advantage for a larger plan. While Ragnar focuses on the plateau, Troyven reveals that the true place he intends to exploit lies elsewhere. With open confidence, he identifies that hidden target as the key to devouring his enemies. That target is the Bacchus family territory, one of the 6 Pillars' domains. Within Bacchus territory, soldiers complain that the new head of the house has become useless. They resent that he has shut himself away to drink while the family faces chaos, and they question whether he deserves his title at all. Their bitterness deepens as they note that the family's wealth, knights, vassals, and glory have all already vanished. With nothing left to defend, they see the family head's drunken isolation as almost merciful, until the talk turns to Ragnar's supposed reinforcements. The mention of reinforcements catches their attention because it sounds too good to be true. The so-called Ragnar reinforcements are mocked as freeloading drunks rather than real help. The guards explain that these men are meant to stand watch, but they spend every shift drinking themselves unconscious, proving Ragnar has effectively abandoned them. Hearing this, one listener realizes the territory's morale and discipline have already collapsed. In the nearby woods, he confirms with a subordinate that Bacchus territory is indeed at rock bottom. The subordinate judges the operation nearly complete already, since the enemy has rotted from within. A hooded commander rallies his men after hearing that the defenders are too broken to resist properly. The infiltrators move in, eager to finish the mission quickly and withdraw. One drunken guard remains oblivious, passed out in the cold. The attackers close the distance in a sudden rush before he can react. Standing over the helpless man, one assassin mocks the fact that he collapsed drunk while on duty. He condemns the guard to die with the drink he chose over his duty. The execution is swift and final. Later, an eye-patched commander rejects a request for independent authority, insisting wartime priorities leave no room for exceptions. The petitioner argues that his request is directly tied to the war and presents evidence to force the issue. The commander is shaken enough by what he sees to demand whether the report is true. The young officer confirms that Troyven's visible offensives at Castle Harmon and the Central Highlands are only a diversion. He begins rearranging the strategic picture to expose Troyven's real objective. He identifies the true targets as the floating archipelago and Bacchus territory. The commander immediately recognizes that the analysis is sound. The officer supports his case by linking Troyven to the Black Skull and recalling their role in the series' hostage crisis. From that pattern, he concludes that Black Skull and Troyven are working together. Because Black Skull originated from the Maritime League of the Floating Archipelago, the officer argues that the archipelago is the Empire's lost financial artery. The commander agrees that this would explain how Troyven has funded such a massive war effort. Given the archipelago's position, they realize it will inevitably become a direct threat if left unchecked. The officer argues that their highest priority should be securing the neglected Bacchus territory before Troyven fully exploits it. Others object that Troyven has already massed enough troops in the Central Highlands and at Castle Harmon to force an all-out war. They add that Ragnar has already committed troops there, leaving little manpower to spare and making any diversion dangerous. Even so, the officer presses for independent command so he can begin by reinforcing Bacchus territory himself. He adds that he also intends to investigate the floating archipelago as the likely source of Troyven's war finances. He makes clear that he plans to carry out this mission personally. The commander finally understands that this independent operation was the officer's true objective from the very beginning. A commander abruptly approves the request, deciding the war makes it too important to refuse. He warns Theo not to push himself too far, and Theo accepts the order without protest. Once alone with the materials, Theo turns his attention to the documents placed before him. He notes that the files Theo was given contain highly classified information. The fact that this intelligence was entrusted to him instead of the Black Dragon expert tells him something more personal is intended. Theo concludes that the transfer is only a formality, because the real message is that he is expected to act himself. That realization leaves him grimly satisfied. Trusting Theo's judgment, he becomes certain Theo has already moved ahead on his own initiative. The story cuts to that move already being set in motion as a blade flashes through the night. An assassin's attack is interrupted when liquid splashes across him instead of dealing a clean kill. The would-be killer freezes in confusion as the strike fails to unfold as expected. He realizes with disbelief that what hit him was only orange juice. His unseen opponent cheerfully confirms it. The attacker reveals himself with mocking ease and explains he does not even drink the stuff, making the humiliation deliberate. The joke ends the moment blood is drawn and the ambush turns lethal. The assassin is violently brought down before he can recover control of the fight. Nearby soldiers report that the vanguard has already been eliminated, and their captain orders the beacon lit. As they prepare the signal, one man marvels that their blades could pierce a troll, while another reminds him they have not actually tested that claim in battle. While one soldier lights the brazier, a supposedly fallen infiltrator remains close enough to strike. The hidden attacker suddenly lunges at the man tending the fire. The target senses the attack a split second too late. Another nearby soldier also catches the danger, but only in shock. A third observer recognizes the threat at the same instant. Before the assassin can finish the kill, a superior fighter cuts him down in a single decisive slash. Naven Bacchus, lord of the Bacchus family, casually warns his subordinate to be more careful and reminds him that failure would disgrace their house. Terrified, the subordinate immediately offers to begin whatever task his lord intends. Naven dismisses the panic as a joke, keeping the man off balance with easy cruelty. Then he turns serious and orders him to handle one small matter first. With a bright smile, the subordinate is told to keep the fire going while the nobles discuss something among themselves. Naven watches with quiet amusement, fully aware of the fear he is creating. The subordinate instantly backs down and insists he will tend the beacon himself. The brazier is fully lit, sending the signal into the night. Along the wall, hidden fighters respond to the beacon and ready themselves in formation. One of them moves into position atop the battlements. Looking down with a grin, Naven wonders what their lord is trying to accomplish on such a scale. Below the wall, a mass of enemy troops comes into view, revealing the size of the coming assault. The defenders realize the enemy advance is far larger than expected. An alarm is raised that Troivan's forces are invading. A commander immediately orders the Bacchus castle defended and the intruders exterminated. The battle erupts along the wall as defenders strike down the climbing attackers. Overhead, something fast approaches through the sky. A rider on a wyvern arrives, noting that the fighting has already started and that they reach the battlefield just in time. Recognizing the moment he has been waiting for, the newcomer prepares to join the conflict. He dives toward the castle, eager to meet familiar opponents again. By dawn, the siege has been repelled and the Bacchus territory stands secure. A soldier loudly reports that, by Lord Theo's command, the mission to defend Bacchus land has been completed. Theo himself appears and dryly tells the man to stop shouting so dramatically. He steps close and personally praises the soldier for doing well throughout the operation. The exhausted subordinate breaks into tears, overwhelmed that Theo acknowledged him directly. Theo explains that he came in person just in case, and now that he sees the situation for himself, he believes his presence may still be needed. A commander credits his capable men for their success, prompting admiration for where such reliable fighters were found. The younger lord explains that these men once worked under him during his apprentice inspector days and later joined the Camellia Palace Guard out of loyalty to him. Hearing that, he notes with satisfaction that the squad has clearly earned the commander's trust. The commander admits he had underestimated them at first, seeing only inexperienced intermediate inspectors with little to distinguish them. But after several missions together, their performance changed his judgment. He now sees them as rough but dependable people he can truly rely on, and the lord is pleased to hear it. With that trust established, the lord asks Naven for a favor. Now that the vassals and knights have departed, he points out that the Bacchus family's knight order still stands vacant. He proposes filling that empty order with the very men Naven has just praised. Naven repeats the idea, weighing the significance of reviving a knight order with those former inspectors. Instead of resisting, he feels a rare excitement at the prospect. The lord reads his reaction and sees that the suggestion has landed exactly as intended. Satisfied, he leaves the matter in Naven's hands and turns to go, while Naven realizes he is departing immediately. The lord explains that this visit was only a stopover and that he has another objective to pursue. That next objective is an investigation into the floating archipelago, which catches Naven off guard. Naven remarks that his lord's audacity still surprises him, even by now. When he points out that the archipelago is infamous, closed to outsiders, and nearly impossible to enter, the lord calmly implies he already has a way in. The scene shifts to the port city of Dion, where that plan begins to take shape. Someone arrives at a tavern and announces their presence at the door. Inside, a collision sparks immediate tension. A large drunk mocks the hooded newcomer for being short and tries to intimidate them. The newcomer answers with dry sarcasm and instantly drops to the man's level by smashing him with a barrel. The bully is stunned by the sudden reversal. The tavern erupts into chaos as patrons cheer, panic, and scramble around the fight. Even the staff keep working through the disorder, treating the brawl as just another night. Away from the tavern noise, a formal report is about to be summarized elsewhere. An aide presents a demand that, starting on the 15th, the floating archipelago must deliver gunpowder and steel to Troivan as tribute. The demand goes further. declaring that all of it will count merely as rental payment for the dragon's sword. Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family, explodes in anger and calls the proposal an outright threat disguised as a request. He bitterly condemns the arrangement as theft followed by extortion. Yet after venting, he recognizes that outrage changes nothing. He admits they have no real choice left. Without the dragon's sword, he knows the floating archipelago cannot survive and will eventually sink. He curses their situation and blames everything on losing that weapon in the first place. The loss leaves him feeling that his homeland has no remaining hope and is trapped at the mercy of others. His aide can only watch his despair, shaken by how desperate their position has become. Back at the tavern, the brawl escalates as more men join in and start using furniture as weapons. The hooded fighter tears through them, kicking one attacker aside while the others realize too late that they picked the wrong target. The newcomer mocks the men for starting trouble over a drink and treats the whole fight as beneath notice. At last, the hidden instigator behind the tavern confrontation reveals himself. The hooded fighter identifies him directly as Antonio Spinola, next head of the Spinola family. Antonio's guards moved to formalize the encounter, making clear this ambush was meant to test the intruder's purpose. Antonio distills the stranger's request. He wants passage to the floating archipelago and intends to board as a combatant. The stranger argues that sea monsters have been appearing more often, so his fighting skill would be useful, and since Antonio lacks manpower, the arrangement should benefit both sides. Antonio concedes the logic and admits they were indeed seeking crew. But he immediately refuses to let the stranger onto his ship. He explains that no captain would willingly take aboard a mercenary whose identity, motives, and role in the dragon sword incident remains suspicious. Antonio presses the point by asking what any sensible leader would do in his place. The stranger accepts the caution without offense and urges Antonio to move on to the real matter. He finally reveals his true interest: the armed resistance fighting to liberate the floating archipelago. A desperate man is identified as Antonio Spinola, the leader of Black Skull. A younger intruder corners him with a proposal, signaling that he came to bargain rather than kill. When Antonio challenges how an outsider could know Black Skull's secrets, the intruder makes clear that his leverage comes from what he knows, not who he is. He begins to reveal proof, drawing Antonio's full attention. The mention of the dragon sword shocks Antonio, exposing exactly what Black Skull has been hunting. Antonio immediately assumes the man serves Troyven and lashes out at the idea of being manipulated by an enemy agent. The intruder stays relaxed and uses Antonio's loss of composure to keep control of the exchange. Antonio reins himself in, realizing anger will only make him easier to handle. Even as he tries to think clearly, Antonio cannot dismiss the danger, because only someone tied to the theft should know about the dragon sword. He argues that the claim is absurd, since Troyven stole the sword, so no outsider should possess it now. The intruder counters that Troyven may have lied about having the real sword in the first place. He suggests Black Skull may have trusted a false claim and chased a decoy all along. That possibility rattles Antonio, forcing him to consider that a mistaken judgment could doom the archipelago. Sensing that fear, the intruder presses that Antonio has too much at stake to refuse hearing him out. Antonio gives in and agrees to listen, while the intruder turns the conversation to the floating archipelago's origin. He frames the matter through the old legend of the hero Kriemhild, and Antonio's reaction shows he already knows the tale. The intruder notices that familiarity and uses it to move quickly past the myth and toward its hidden truth. Antonio recounts the legend. Kriemhild defeated a sea dragon and sealed it beneath the ocean. He dismisses it as a fairy tale even while repeating it, as if trying to keep the story at a safe distance. The intruder reveals the practical reality behind the myth. The floating archipelago stays aloft because of forces rising from the sea below. Those forces come from the immense mana released by the sealed dragon deep underwater, creating the updraft that holds the islands up. The dragon sword is the mechanism that maintains that seal, acting as a medium that stabilizes the mana flow. Antonio admits that since Troyven stole the sword, those currents have become unstable, and the crisis is already underway. The intruder states the consequence plainly. Without the sword, the archipelago will sink. The threat is no abstraction, as the future he describes is total collapse into the sea. Antonio insists this is real and that countless lives across the archipelago depend on what happens next. He offers anything in exchange for the sword's return, hoping desperation and reward can secure the intruder's cooperation. The intruder rejects that solution, reasoning that returning the sword would only invite Troyven to steal it again and force him to surrender it forever. What truly matters to him is not payment but keeping permanent control over the dragon's sword. Antonio drops the bargaining posture and asks directly what the man actually wants. The intruder says money is irrelevant because he has already decided on a different price. He demands passage to the floating archipelago, claiming that is the only way to keep both the sword and the islands safe. That request stuns Antonio, who had not expected the man's goal to be entry rather than profit. Soon after, they set sail, committing to the uneasy alliance. Their ship cuts across the water toward the destination Antonio has agreed to reveal. As the archipelago comes into view, the intruder confirms that he has finally found what he was searching for. The floating archipelago appears ahead, proving that the hidden realm truly exists. They approach a busy maritime federation built across islands and sea routes, a place of wealth and movement. Its history is explained as that of a merchant federation so distinct that even the empire recognized its autonomy. But during the war, that autonomy was stripped away when Troyven occupied the region and reduced it to a supply base. By the war's end, the entire archipelago sank and disappeared from the map. The intruder reveals his real objective. For the sake of both the kingdom and the archipelago, he intends to drive Troyven out of this place. Antonio realizes the man is serious, and tests the claim by asking whether he truly means to save the archipelago. He pushes further, incredulous at the implication that the intruder can do more than delay the disaster, and might actually move the entire archipelago. The intruder answers with quiet confidence instead of hesitation. He insists it is possible, because the dragon's sword is not merely a key to the seal but an ancient relic tied to a guardian. To prove it, he recalls presenting the sword before several dragon-like beings and asking them to judge what it was. One of them immediately recognized it as a relic of an ancient dragon. When the sword reacted with power, the intruder accepted that judgment and pressed the deeper problem of why the Ragnar rejected it. The answer he received was unsettling. The relic's guardian, the dragon slayer's sword, had abandoned its duty and escaped. The guardian argues that negligence can sometimes be excused, but the one who established that precedent is the same man now under scrutiny. The man presses the issue, asking whether someone who escaped from the relic could be released again if the right price were paid. The guardian rejects that idea outright as absurd. It explains that only the exceptional man who escaped before could have survived doing so, making him a unique case. The man realizes the relic's captive must be no ordinary being, but a power great enough to keep the floating archipelago aloft through its mana alone. That leads him to a new possibility. If he can subdue that being, he might be able to move the archipelago with his own strength. A dragon confirms the theory in principle, but warns that the creature must be sealed again first and asks whether he can truly handle it. Another guardian explains that the captive may have weakened after escaping the relic, yet it remains among the strongest guardians. When challenged on whether he even has a way to reach the ocean floor, he answers with confidence that he has already planned for everything. He makes clear that his preparations cover both reaching the seabed and sealing the target once he gets there. Elsewhere, worried residents question whether a colossal statue can really hold the power needed to save their floating homeland. An older man reminds the protagonist that even after seeing the dragon slayer's sword, people still hesitate because the fate of their home is at stake. The protagonist brushes aside the doubt and tells them to focus on getting him to the destination, leaving the rest to him. A system notice identifies the side quest: obtain the dragon slayer sword Balmung, descend to the ocean floor, subdue the guardian, and prove his worth. Night settles over the harbor as the operation quietly begins. A commander briefs a gathered force that their role is simple: escort the protagonist to the statue hidden within the sky mill. The protagonist remains calm as the commander promises the rest will be handled afterward. The commander adds that the route is dangerous because the heads of the dragon statues have become abnormally active, so they will rely on their usual infiltration path. The men answer with fierce loyalty, treating the mission as a fight for the floating archipelago itself. The commander entrusts the outcome to the protagonist, who accepts the burden in silence. Among the escort, one hooded man hides a predatory smile, hinting that the mission has been compromised from within. The team approaches the massive statue complex under cover of darkness. Guards line the outer walls, forcing the infiltrators to stay cautious as they move into position. Using a concealed approach, the group slips past the perimeter and reaches an interior access point. The protagonist emerges inside and shields his eyes from the sudden light as the infiltration succeeds. A hidden hatch opens behind them, allowing the rest of the team to follow him in. Once inside, he warns that the statue's interior is so vast and maze-like that getting back out will be difficult, so everyone must proceed carefully. He draws the dragon slayer's sword, and the weapon crackles with energy in response to the place. Taking the sword for himself, he dismisses the escorts and says he can handle the mission from here. One of the younger men is stunned to realize the legendary dragon slayer sword was genuine all along. As the sword's reaction intensifies, the protagonist concludes he is getting close to the statue's core. Looking up the immense structure, he suspects the target lies higher within it. He launches himself upward through the interior, using speed and force to climb toward the source. Those left below can only stare as his possession of the real sword becomes undeniable. At that moment, a hooded escort pretends to share the others' hope for salvation while closing in on an unsuspecting companion. The traitor suddenly murders the young man from behind, revealing his allegiance through bloodshed. Casting off the pretense, the assassin declares that he will reclaim Balmung for the stolen dragon's slayer line. Above them, the protagonist lands near the statue's inner core and prepares for the next step. He reaches a chamber dominated by the enormous stone dragon structure wrapped around the central spire. Sensing that the sword's reaction peaks here, he decides this is where he must act next. Before he can proceed, the floor gives way beneath him and the chamber collapses into motion. He finds a giant sword embedded nearby and notices that unlike Balmung, it produces no reaction at all when approached. Trying to recall the exact system instructions, he pauses to think while quickly using a healing item. The assassin chooses that instant to strike, diving at him with killing intent before he can finish. The attack cuts through empty space as the protagonist vanishes from where he stood. The assassin is jolted into confusion when his ambush fails completely. Realizing he has lost sight of his target, he understands too late that the protagonist is no longer in front of him. The protagonist has already moved behind him, turning the failed ambush into a counterattack. The assassin, now wounded and panicking, cannot comprehend how his opponent got behind him so quickly. The protagonist drives the fight forward with a crushing blow that sends the assassin hurtling across the chamber. As his men rush after him through the icy stronghold, their lord insists he is unharmed and keeps pressing forward. The black-haired intruder stays calm, warning that Gray is far too dangerous to confront carelessly. Outside, the guards are jolted by a sudden noise from above. They realize something large is breaking somewhere in the compound and begin searching for the source. One guard spots the disturbance and identifies it as the Kriemhild statue. The soldiers are shaken by the impossible sight and struggle to process what they are seeing. The statue is indeed crumbling apart, confirming their worst fear. High atop the structure, the dragon-shaped monument continues to collapse into ruin. As the wall fractures around them, Antoniai's side grows anxious that the men inside are taking too long and may be deliberately stalling. A subordinate bursts in to report to Lord Antonii that Gray and the brothers who entered with him have turned on their hosts. Antonii realizes too late that Gray's group had already infiltrated deep enough to strike from within. Gray uses the chaos to break through the structure at speed, carving a path outward. He lands on the wall and keeps moving without hesitation. Seeing the enemy's plan clearly now, Gray curses them for trying to trap everyone in delay. He concludes that even if the gate opens, they will only keep pretending to negotiate while buying time. From the breached heights, he understands that the enemy has quietly seized control of Haywin District and is waiting for reinforcements. Refusing to let that happen, Gray decides to act immediately. One of the pursuing men notices too late that Gray has changed targets. Gray hurls himself straight toward a strange object hidden amid the wreckage. The object reveals itself as a sealed relic-like container marked with a web pattern. The pursuers finally understand what he is after and panic. They rush to stop him, but Gray is already charging the relic with crackling force. Gray realizes he had overthought the situation and that the answer was simpler than he assumed. A quest clue clicks into place for him. The stolen relic was meant to be returned to its original location, and the prison where the dragon was held must be that place. Following that logic, he drives straight down through the collapsing structure toward the source below. He commits fully, convinced the relic's true resting place can only be here. The relic responds violently as it is forced into position. Gray grins, certain he has found the correct trigger. His enemy can only watch in alarm as the plan slips out of his control. A massive burst of power erupts, blasting apart the area and throwing everyone back. The shockwave tears through the structure and opens a path downward. Outside, the guards hear the second, even greater collapse from above. The courtyard soldiers again scramble to identify the source as the destruction spreads. They finally understand that the colossal Kriemhild monument itself is coming apart. The realization leaves them stunned and terrified. The colossus continues collapsing, confirming that the entire stronghold is failing. Gray regains consciousness in a different place, lying in warm light instead of the frozen fortress. He sits up groggily and realizes he blacked out but somehow survived. Looking around, he recognizes the place as a relic dungeon hidden within a vast ancient forest. He concludes that he has reached the creature's lair. His summoned companions appear around him in altered, more grotesque forms, making it clear the dungeon is affecting them. They explain that they are manifesting directly through his mana here, which distorts their appearance even if it does not hinder them. One guardian is struck by the irony that a relic guardian could feel such deep longing and pity for a human. When Gray wonders if that human was Kriemhild, the spirits admit they only know fragments left behind in the creature's thoughts. Gray accepts that guess as likely true and decides to search the lair carefully since the relic itself is no longer here. Before he can proceed, a hostile presence answers with the draw of a bowstring. A skeletal archer emerges from the trees and takes aim at him. The arrow is loosed in a sudden ambush. Gray catches the incoming shot cleanly, stopping the attack before it can reach him. With a dry remark about this supposedly ownerless place, he recognizes that the lair is anything but empty. A lone intruder arrives in a place guarded by undead, immediately drawing the attention of the skeletal sentries. One of the hooded skeletons identifies him as an intruder and prepares to respond. The alarm spreads through the area as the undead recognize that someone has entered Kriemhild's domain and moved on to the giant remains they protect. Their mission becomes clear: eliminate the trespasser before he can interfere with the starved dragon's relics. The intruder quickly understands the situation and realizes the guardians are enforcing ownership tied to a human named Kriemhild. Before his companion can finish reacting, he cuts down the nearest attacker in a single clean strike. The skeleton is torn apart, but the violence only confirms that these enemies are more dangerous than ordinary undead. He initially judges the horde as numerous but manageable and assumes he only needs to wipe them out. His griffin companion warns him that this fight will not be that simple. The shattered enemy begins to reform, proving the undead here are not normal skeletons. Even dismembered, one of them calmly reclaims its weapon and rises again. The griffin explains that these are dragon fangs, undying soldiers that cannot be put down by ordinary means. The undead press in without hesitation, showing that brute force alone will not end the battle. He accepts the warning with grim humor and readies himself for a harder fight. He launches back into combat, smashing through the attackers while the swarm keeps closing around him. As he cuts a path through them, he admits they cannot afford to stay trapped in an endless battle and asks for a better solution. The Griffin advises him to target the ownership itself, pointing out that Kriemhild was human like him. The suggestion is to force Kriemhild to surrender that ownership rather than keep fighting the soldiers forever. He rejects the idea outright, arguing that a legendary hero who became this monstrous is no longer someone who can be reasoned with as human. The Griffin snaps back that trying to advise someone this stubborn is pointless. While holding the Griffin, he suddenly notices a system prompt and realizes there may be another way to resolve the problem. The message reveals that the dungeon is a gift left behind for Kriemhild, and that its ownership can be retrieved, making him question what that ownership really means. A new thought strikes him. If the Griffin itself inherited that ownership, then the key to ending this may already be in his hands. He immediately changes tactics and dives through the undead instead of trying to destroy them all. Weapons crash down around him, but he uses the chaos as cover while searching for the true target. He swings through the battlefield at high speed, maneuvering past the dragon fangs rather than wasting time on them. The system responds by activating hatchling synchronization, strengthening his link to the Griffin. Trusting his hunch, he studies how the undead move when they converge on him. Their coordinated rush reveals a pattern, as if all of them are being drawn from one hidden source. He follows that clue into the heart of the formation, where a concentrated surge of power marks the real point of control. He locates the core he was searching for and confirms he has found the answer. Seeing every dragon fang react at once convinces him that one specific bone among Kriemhild's remains is controlling the entire swarm. One of the undead notices his breakthrough too late to stop him. He unleashes a lightning-fast technique to break through the defenders in a single decisive burst. Driving straight down through the battlefield, he commits fully to the strike on the hidden relic. His follow-up attack pierces the target bone and tears it free from the remains. He lands hard but successfully escapes with the prize in hand. A new system objective appears, confirming he must collect Kriemhild's remains one by one, and the first piece has already been secured. The relic is identified as Kriemhild's third cervical bone, validating his theory about how to reclaim ownership. Satisfied, he concludes that he only needs to keep gathering the remains this way to finish the job. The scene shifts to a rain-soaked harbor at night, where another thread of the conflict is unfolding. A man arrives late to port and brushes off concern, pretending nothing important has happened. An older pilot remarks that the fog should have made things easier, hinting that a covert operation has gone wrong. The pilot suddenly realizes something is terribly off. Shock spreads as they discover the situation aboard the ship is not merely delayed but catastrophic. The deck is strewn with bodies, revealing that the passengers have been massacred. A masked figure coldly blames incompetent troops for losing the dragon-slaying sword after seizing the floating island. He dismisses the setback, insisting that it no longer matters who physically holds the weapon. His confidence rests on a larger advantage that has already shifted the balance of power. He reveals the true victory. The floating island itself is already in their hands. On a stormy night, people gather around a brightly lit building as something inside draws fearful attention. The onlookers are shaken into paralysis, unable to believe what is happening or decide how to respond. They realize the great merchant who had protected the city for years is collapsing into ruin before their eyes. Amid the destruction, a final piece of Kriemhild's remains is recovered. A dark-haired man triumphantly gathers all of Kriemhild's remains, believing he has finally completed what he came for. A system message offers him the chance to view the memories engraved in those remains, catching him off guard. He immediately accepts, seeing no reason to refuse a glimpse into the past. As the memory replay begins, he wonders what the true hero of legend was really like. The vision opens on a coast where a child runs desperately, calling for Levi. Following the trail, the child insists she is there, trying to reach Levi. She arrives at a cavern where a great sword stands embedded in stone. Treating the sword like a sleeping companion, she gently tries to wake Levi. Her touch stirs the sealed power within the blade. A dragon spirit erupts from the sword, revealing Levi's true form. The dragon introduces himself as Leviathan, guardian of the relic of the primordial dragon, and scolds the girl for her familiarity. The girl cheerfully ignores the grandeur of his title and decides to call him Levi instead. Though annoyed, Levi gives in to her nickname and complains that her constant chatter and demands for food never end. Unbothered, the girl excitedly launches into another story from her day. Levi resigns himself to listening as she rambles about village gossip. Their routine settles into an easy companionship, with the girl talking and Levi quietly enduring it. She even acts out stories and dresses up, turning the cave into her private stage while Levi watches. As time passes, she grows from a child into a young woman, but she keeps returning to Levi the same way. One night, the sword senses her approach again from above. Levi notices something different and becomes alert. He starts to complain that she never listens when told to stay away. Still expecting another harmless visit, he asks what story she has brought this time. Then he senses danger, and his mood snaps from irritation to alarm. The young woman stumbles into the cave begging Levi for help. she reveals that armed strangers suddenly appeared and attacked the villagers. Before she can finish, a blade flashes near her, confirming the attackers are already upon her. A soldier seizes her and mocks her as prey he has personally caught. He boasts that the emperor himself has come to this remote region and insists the villagers should feel honored rather than terrified. Dropping all pretense, he makes clear he intends to enjoy abusing her. Seeing Levi's relic in the cave, he recognizes Kriemhild and realizes this place holds something valuable. Levi's eye flares with murderous fury. He unleashes his power, shattering the cave floor in an explosive surge. The memory jumps to the village engulfed in fire and chaos as destruction spreads everywhere. Imperial forces drive civilians through the streets, threatening to burn anyone who does not move. One soldier turns to the disturbance, only beginning to register that something has changed. The troops freeze as a weapon or force cuts into their formation without warning. A devastating attack tears through the burning street, ripping soldiers apart before they understand what hit them. Watching this, the present-day observer is stunned by the sheer force of what Levi did. Levi descends into the massacre like a wrathful beast, fully awakened. The young woman appears with him, standing atop the monster, and holding a weapon of her own. The surviving soldiers wrongly conclude that she is controlling the creature. They decide she must die first and redirect their attack toward her. The memory shifts back to the rain-soaked present of that past, where the woman lies broken and apologizing to Levi. She blames herself, believing Levi should have chosen someone else instead of being burdened by her. Levi gently rejects her guilt, telling her the outcome was not so bad and trying to stop her from crying. She can only break down further, overwhelmed by grief as the memory reaches its painful end. Kriemhild descends through the water with calm resolve, insisting she has nothing to regret. The sea dragon Levi appears with her, and the villagers recognize Kriemhild's return in shock. As she emerges before the crowd, the village realizes she was the one who brought the dragon and that the same dragon has now saved them. Kriemhild admits she abandoned the duty expected of her, but she no longer sounds ashamed. Levi's presence steadies her, and that bond leaves her feeling peace instead of guilt. She understands that this choice was made by her own will, not by the primordial dragon's command. Remembering how she once protected Kriemhild, Levi takes comfort in having fulfilled that purpose. Elsewhere, an Imperial commander learns that the Empire's army was defeated by a savage girl who commands a sea dragon, and he refuses to accept the humiliation. He immediately orders his forces to retake his territory. Watching Levi endure despite everything, he becomes intrigued by a creature that will not die. He reasons that if the Guardian has a master, killing that master should end it. From horseback, he coldly concludes that Kriemhild must be eliminated. Levi reassures Kriemhild that as a Guardian he cannot truly die, only sink into a deeper sleep. Kriemhild decides the magic she left in the relic when she emerged should be enough to force that sleep. The commander hesitates, sensing something in her resolve. The bound captives remain at the mercy of the Imperial soldiers as the rain keeps falling. Levi quietly accepts that his time with Kriemhild is ending. Kriemhild drives the relic weapon down, releasing the stored power. She begs Levi to endure it even as the act tears at her. Levi reflects that ever since he became a ghoul, this parting may have been inevitable. He tells Kriemhild not to blame herself for protecting her people and offers her one final act of help. With tears in her eyes, she hears Levi bid her farewell with warmth rather than resentment. The relic's power surges upward as Kriemhild completes the seal. The Imperial army pauses, startled by the sudden change spreading across the battlefield. The commander first greets it with cruel satisfaction, thinking events are turning in his favor. That confidence breaks when he senses something far larger than he expected. He stares upward in confusion as the phenomenon grows beyond anyone's control. Levi's final intervention becomes a massive tidal wave racing toward the Imperial forces. The soldiers are swallowed by spiraling torrents and panic as the sea overtakes them. Kriemhild watches Levi's power wash across the battlefield one last time. In the present, a dark-haired man recounting this history concludes that this was the truth of what happened. He says the stories were wrong to call Kriemhild a hero in any simple sense. To him, she was only an unlucky girl who became entangled with a guardian. A bright presence interrupts his retelling and draws his attention. Kriemhild appears before him and recognizes him as the one Levi had been waiting for. She explains that Levi could not complete his duty himself, and had placed his hopes on this successor. Entrusting Levi's wish to him, she asks him to make Levi happy. He gently refuses, taking the relic spear into his own hand. Kriemhild is caught off guard by his answer. He says Levi already seemed happy with the life he had. The relic passes fully into his possession. Kriemhild can only stare as she realizes what his choice means. Then she accepts it with quiet relief and gratitude. Back in the present crisis, people near the collapsing area are warned not to approach because the island could give way further. Amid the confusion, someone notices a lone figure standing out on the distant rubble. The onlookers begin to hope in disbelief that the figure might be Kriemhild. Word spreads that Kriemhild has appeared again. A man stands atop the broken rock with the relic spear, hailed as Kriemhild's return and the one who can save the sinking island. The scene shifts to a vast domed chamber elsewhere. Inside, the floating archipelago's underground meeting is underway as robed figures gather to confront the crisis. Noel, the ninth of Troivin's 9 servants, gathers the clan leaders and takes control of the meeting. One of the shipping clan heads challenges his calm, warning that their plans have been disrupted. Noel traces the problem to the dragon-slaying sword that had been kept in Troyven and to the foreigner now carrying it. That outsider is being hailed by the archipelago's people as the giant-slaying legendary hero Kriemhild. The clan leader panics that if this continues, the 3 shipping clans will lose everything to him. Noel coldly reminds him that the clans handed over the dragon-slaying sword in exchange for preserving their own status. When the man tries to protest, Noel dismisses the entire uproar as beneath concern. The clan leader grabs at him in outrage, demanding that Noel understand what is at stake for the shipping clans. Noel answers with immediate violence, making it clear he will not tolerate being challenged. To him, the shipping clans are merely insects that can be crushed at will. He brands the man a traitor who would sell out his country for personal profit. Noel blames the clans for creating this crisis by trying to dominate the floating archipelago instead of following orders. He warns that without the archipelago's capital, Troyven itself would be left hollow, and greed has made them forget that. Pressing the terrified leader down, Noel forces him to face how foolish his defiance is. He threatens to wipe the clans out on the spot unless they obey him without further argument. The man is left too terrified to answer. Noel gives his final command. If they want to live, they must return the dragon-slaying sword and stop being useless. A kneeling subordinate then asks whether they truly intend to leave the sword in the foreigner's hands. Noel admits he would rather handle it himself, but says circumstances do not permit that. He reveals his chosen answer instead, one of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the hegemony dragon. Since the target has come to them, Noel decides their first priority is to restrain him before anything else. Elsewhere, the floating archipelago reels around a smoking ruin as crowds gather in unrest. The people spot Kriemhild and call out to him with desperate hope. Kriemhild realizes her reputation here is far greater than he expected. He reflects that the Kriemhild he knew was never a godlike hero, only an ordinary kind girl. He also remembers that the dragon-slaying sword was a primordial dragon artifact usable only by the Ragnars. Before he can dwell on it, the crowd begs for his help. A spokesman explains that Troyven's corruption has doomed the archipelago, and many people cannot escape. They plead with Kriemhild to save the floating archipelago, and he decides to embrace the role they need from him. He raises the dragon-slaying sword, deliberately stirring their faith. Kriemhild publicly vows that he will save the archipelago and bring them salvation. His declaration echoes over the smoking city, turning him into the center of the people's hopes. Soon after, someone approaches him claiming to have been waiting for Kriemhild. The newcomer introduces himself as Marty, the priest overseeing Kriemhild's temple. Marty offers the temple's service and allegiance to him. He leads Kriemhild toward the distant temple built apart from the city. On the way, Marty explains that the temple has been maintained for generations in expectation of Kriemhild's return. Inside, Kriemhild is shown something that immediately catches his attention. Marty presents Kriemhild's pearl, the necklace said to have belonged to Kriemhild and to serve as an enchanted key. He explains that it is the sole relic needed to reach the deep-sea dragon, and Kriemhild takes it in hand. Kriemhild pauses, sensing there is more to this meeting than simple guidance. Before proceeding, he decides to confront the priest directly. Marty unexpectedly addresses him not as Kriemhild, but as Lord Ragnar. When Kriemhild demands to know how he knows, Marty explains that the dragon-slaying sword is a private dragon artifact and only a natural-born Ragnar could awaken it. Marty says he has long guarded this place while carrying Kriemhild's lingering grief for a lost friend and her wish to save the island. Because Kriemhild has been acknowledged by Kriemhild's will, Marty says he deserves to be treated accordingly. He brings him to the top of a stairway and explains that throwing the necklace there will open a gate to the sea dragon. Marty adds that carrying the necklace will let him move underwater once the path opens. With a quiet plea, Marty entrusts the pearl to him. Kriemhild accepts the relic and the burden that comes with it, preparing to save the floating archipelago. A large crowd gathers on the bridge leading to Kriemhild's sanctuary, moving with the solemn purpose of a pilgrimage. The people pray to Kriemhild together, treating the place as sacred and seeking her protection. That devotion is abruptly shattered when a harsh command cuts through the gathering and stops everyone in place. Armed men order the crowd to scatter at once, turning the holy procession into a scene of alarm. Their leader announces that a terrorist has just infiltrated the sanctuary by pretending to be a pilgrim devoted to Kriemhild. He escalates the accusation by claiming the intruder stole the dragon-slaying sword, and soldiers move to clear the bridge immediately. The man behind the operation is revealed as Umberto Spinola, head of the Spinola shipping clan, who insists the judgment is justified. Spinola admits the crackdown may stain his name, but he values recovering the dragon-slaying sword and saving himself over public honor. He hardens that resolve into open brutality, deciding that everyone present can die if that is what it takes. With that order, the armed force prepares to wipe out all witnesses under the pretext of retrieving the stolen sword. Elsewhere, a cloaked swordsman descends a long stairway in a silent, otherworldly place. He steps into shallow, luminous water, testing the strange realm he has entered. Realizing he may have reached his destination, he studies the space as the water begins to stir around him. He takes out a pendant as if using it to confirm the place or trigger what comes next. When the pendant drops into the water, it sets off a widening vortex that transforms the still surface. The whirlpool deepens and gathers force, becoming a gateway rather than ordinary water. The portal tears fully open with a violent surge. Facing the spinning passage without hesitation, the swordsman accepts the opening before him. He plunges into the vortex, and is swallowed by the rushing current. The fall carries him into a vast underwater-like void filled with drifting light and debris. Now inside, he realizes he has crossed over but still has no idea where to go next. A sudden disturbance makes him sense that something in this realm has noticed him. He steadies himself in the empty blue expanse, searching for any clue or landmark. He concludes there must be some hidden sign or mechanism in this place, and keeps looking. Then he detects a new threat, and understands the answer may be arriving in the worst possible form. Monstrous guardians close in from every direction, surrounding him inside the watery void. Their appearance confirms that this realm is defended by sea serpent-like beasts with murderous intent. Instead of panicking, he recognizes the creatures and decides they are something he can deal with. Back at the sanctuary, the mercenaries press the civilians to leave, trying to force the bridge under military control. But the crowd begins to question the story, doubting that the supposed terrorists are real and suspecting the operation is an overreach. One young man breaks the fear and openly demands that the soldiers stop. He challenges the accusation directly, insisting the person inside is no enemy but a sacred figure tied to Kriemhild herself. Priests and devotees back him up, swearing by generations of service that the sanctuary has been honored faithfully and demanding answers from the invaders instead. The confrontation sharpens when they accuse Spinola of bringing Troivan mercenaries into ground consecrated to Kriemhild. That revelation spreads through the crowd, and people connect it to the earlier theft of the dragon sword and the losses suffered in District 3. The citizens openly accuse Spinola of colluding with Troivan interests, hoarding the dragon sword for himself, and even preparing to sell out Kriemhild. The crowd's anger turns into collective resolve as they vow to protect Lady Kriemhild themselves and refuse to let Spinola act freely. Spinola realizes the public mood has turned against him and can no longer hide his hostility. Even one of his own subordinates warns that he has gone too far and urges a retreat before the situation worsens. Instead, Spinola doubles down by invoking the Troivan mercenary corps as his answer to the uprising. He orders the mercenaries to cut down anyone blocking the way, and they begin slaughtering civilians without restraint. The bridge erupts into screams and bloodshed as the massacre starts in full view of the gathered soldiers. An associate tries to calm Spinola by warning that such naked violence will only deepen the citizens' hatred and destroy his standing. Spinola rejects the warning, arguing that reputation means nothing when death is imminent, and exposing how desperate he truly is. He reveals his fear of what awaits below the floating archipelago, believing that if they fall from power they will become prey for Troivan hunters. As the killing spreads, some mercenaries hesitate and call for withdrawal, recognizing that the operation is becoming uncontrollable. But the bridge has already descended into chaos, with armed men and civilians colliding in a widening riot. A priest refuses to retreat despite the danger and insists that the only choice now is to stand with the citizens and fight. The people answer that resolve by locking themselves in place against the mercenaries and urging one another not to yield any ground. Their resistance hardens into open revolt as the civilians are urged to strike back. A man is caught off guard as a sudden attack crashes into the confrontation. A younger fighter drives forward through the strike, forcing his way into the scene and knocking the older man's side into chaos. He moves with clear intent, closing the distance before anyone can properly react. The clash spreads across the battlefield as weapons meet and nearby fighters are thrown into immediate combat. The older leader realizes too late that his own side is losing control and denounces the interference as reckless betrayal. The attacker reveals himself as Antonio and addresses the man as his father, turning the fight into a personal reckoning. His father erupts in outrage, unable to accept that Antonio abandoned his place as heir for this rebellion. Antonio's calm confidence makes clear that he no longer accepts his father's judgment or authority. As the tension peaks, Antonio readies himself to answer the accusation with force and conviction. He openly challenges the idea that his actions are sinful at all, rejecting the moral framework used against him. Instead, he throws his father's crimes back at him, framing the true sins as treason and the slaughter of innocents. Around them, armed factions fully engage, and the conflict widens into an organized uprising. The father responds by ordering every Black Skull member present to crush the resistance. The rebels counter by focusing on stopping the tyrants and shielding civilians from the fighting. Even with morale briefly lifted, one fighter realizes they remain badly outnumbered and cannot hold the line for long. Elsewhere underwater, the protagonist is surrounded by sea serpents as the pressure of the deep closes in. He had expected danger, but the sheer number of serpents makes the situation far worse than anticipated. Remembering what happened earlier, he starts looking for a pattern instead of panicking. He notices the serpents are watching rather than attacking, suggesting restraint rather than pure hostility. That leads him to suspect the Leviathan's aura sealed inside his dragon sword is affecting their behavior. If that connection is real, he decides he may be able to use it to communicate. He reaches out and makes physical contact with one of the serpents instead of striking it. The serpent accepts him, and a system message confirms he has been recognized as a tier master and has activated a bond with the sea serpent. He realizes the process resembles how he once tamed Umbra, by receiving emotion through the dragon heart, rather than words. He begins reading the feelings the Leviathan experienced as it sank into the depths. Those emotions come through as curiosity, fear, and awe, revealing the creature's reverence toward Leviathan. From that, he concludes the serpents are drawn to Leviathan's power, and had been observing him because he carries the same aura. The realization surprises him, but it also confirms that the serpents may become allies instead of enemies. A serpent urges him to trust it, offering help rather than resistance. He accepts, promising to fix the situation if they take him to Leviathan. The serpent carries him downward at great speed toward Leviathan's location. Together they plunge deeper into the sea, descending into a far more dangerous layer of the abyss. As the pressure and mana distortion intensify, he braces himself and keeps going. He recognizes the warped mana as proof that they are getting close to Leviathan. A new system alert announces hatchling synchronization, and the change catches him completely off guard. He senses something enormous ahead, and immediately understands he has reached the source of the disturbance. The serpent circles with him before a vast shape emerging from the darkness below. Leviathan finally appears, immense and overwhelming even at a distance. He confirms this must be the true monster sleeping at the bottom of the deep sea, but something about it feels wrong. The mana flow around Leviathan is abnormal, and unlike the image preserved in Kivral's memories. His companions explain that Leviathan's condition has become dangerously unstable and far worse than expected. When he questions how serious it is, they remind him he should already sense it because he carries the same aura. That phrase makes him stop and reconsider what exactly that shared aura means. A grim possibility forms in his mind before anyone even says it aloud. He identifies the source of the corruption. Demonic influence has already taken hold of Leviathan. The truth is confirmed as Leviathan is revealed to be completely contaminated by demonic corruption. Worse, the beast has lost its reason entirely and become a mindless threat. The scene shifts to a storm-dark coast where waves crash beneath a tower perched on a cliff, signaling a new location tied to the larger conflict. Inside a damaged building, the aftermath of violence and collapse suggests negotiations or safety have already broken down. A masked figure states that although their two nations are officially at war, the conversation is proceeding under a different, more deliberate purpose. In the ruined hall, one side insists there is still private business left unresolved. The smiling man makes it clear that the matter concerns Baryon. A hooded figure, identified as the ninth vassal of Troyvin, Noel, reveals he has been waiting for this meeting. Noel cuts through the mockery and demands to know whether their agreement has been forgotten. The other man reminds him that while Ragnar was occupied, Troyvin's annexation of the archipelago was meant to stay hidden, but that plan has now been disrupted. Noel rejects any attempt to play ignorant and presses the accusation. He points to the outsider Theo Ragnar and asks whether the man is really claiming Theo failed to notice the Sixth's movements. The masked swordsman demands a direct explanation. Noel answers with force, making it clear that evasion will end their alliance. He formally declares their arrangement over. That decision shocks Theo, who realizes something impossible is happening. Theo identifies the threat as demonic sea poison and understands the creature before him has been corrupted by it. The dragon's body shows clear signs of total contamination. Its corruption is so advanced that the poison has overtaken it completely. Theo concludes that the dragon's sword is broken and the sea divine has instinctively moved to defend the archipelago. What unsettles him more is that someone managed to taint a guardian with demonic poison in the first place, implying grotesque hidden technology. The dragon confirms it can no longer distinguish friend from foe, and has become a mindless beast. Seeing no room for negotiation, Theo decides the only option is to keep his distance, and choose a target carefully. He rejects a reckless frontal attack, knowing ordinary strikes will not pierce the creature's protection. Instead, he synchronizes with his hatchling and recalls the exact point where the poison first began to spread. He locates the infected crystal embedded in the dragon's forehead. The corruption flares around that spot, confirming it as the source. Theo resolves to destroy the origin of the contamination itself. He drives his blade straight toward the crystal in the dragon's brow. The strike lands cleanly on the target. But the crystal erupts with defensive power and throws him back before he can break it. The backlash churns the water around him with violent force. Theo crashes into the stone and realizes the dragon has some kind of protective ward around the crystal. Even so, he sees that the forehead remains the key weak point. He immediately braces for the dragon's counterattack. The corrupted guardian lunges with overwhelming speed. It warns Theo that by striking its brow he has provoked it beyond escape. Theo meets the charge head-on despite the massive difference in scale. As he closes in again, he struggles to see how he can reach the target through the pressure around it. A sudden surge of hostile energy catches him off guard. The crystal opens like an eye and unleashes a concentrated blast. A torrent of destructive power tears across the battlefield toward him. Theo barely blocks and is driven back by the force. In the middle of the clash, he notices an unexpected change. A sea serpent appears and moves with a freedom impossible for Theo alone underwater. Theo recognizes the creature and understands help has arrived. With that support, he realizes the underwater restrictions that hindered him no longer define the fight. He orders a direct rush at the crystal on the dragon's brow. As they approach, he confirms the demonic miasma thickens around the forehead, making the final approach more dangerous. Even so, Theo has learned something crucial from fighting the griffin before. He hardens his resolve as the answer becomes clear to him. He activates Griffin Talon to improve his chances against a superior foe and commits to matching the monster blow for blow. He layers on Fairy Buff to resist demonic influence, and Flame Eater to amplify his attack against the poison. Then he triggers Lesser Drake Heart to draw on Draconic Force, deciding that only a Guardian's strength can defeat a Guardian. With every enhancement stacked, Theo roars and launches his decisive assault. Theo Ragnar unleashes the dragon's 5 talons as he dives with killing force. A pillar of blue power tears forward through the water toward its target. The attack slams into a towering crystal obstruction and begins to crack it apart. Theo drives through the blast, committing fully to the strike. The crystal structure gives way under the sustained impact. He pushes deeper through the collapsing barrier, refusing to slow. In the chaos, a tied lock of hair drifts free, hinting that someone has been caught in the destruction. The crystal finally explodes into fragments, opening the sealed space. Theo emerges battered and barely conscious, suspended in the aftermath. A woman appears before him in the bright water, calm and unharmed. A beam of light descends behind her, marking her as something more than an ordinary captive. Theo senses a familiar but impossible presence and freezes. The Leviathan realizes who stands before him and is stunned into silence. The woman comes into view clearly, holding a staff and meeting him gently. Theo recognizes her as Kriemhild, and can hardly believe she is here. She apologizes, then reveals that her true identity is Theo Ragnar, the Chosen One's guardian, and that she has come to deliver Kriemhild's final words. The revelation lands with quiet sorrow as she faces him with regret. Her memory carries the warmth of someone who once stood beside him without fear. That remembered kindness makes clear how much she had silently endured for his sake. The Leviathan understands at last that Kriemhild remained there all this time to protect him. The other guardians cut through the sentiment, and urge him to reach the Pelech immediately, offering the Chosen One their strength. Theo accepts the urgency but asks why their power cannot simply be given at once. The Leviathan explains that after the ancient war he abandoned the Pelech and left the archipelago, but because Theo once stopped him, his body is now linked to Theo and bound to watch him. Because of that bond, the Leviathan can now pour all remaining power into Theo. He warns that receiving it will bring unbearable pain, and may be more than a human body can withstand. Theo answers without hesitation that he will endure it. Pleased by that resolve, the Leviathan accepts him as worthy. Theo asks that the power be used to protect the people Kriemhild wanted saved. He swears to carry out that promise himself. The Leviathan thanks Theo Ragnar for giving him purpose again. In return, he declares that he can finally repay his old friend and releases his power. A vast torrent of blue energy spirals around Theo as the transfer begins. Amid the surge, a warning comes that the currents sustaining the floating archipelago are failing and the landmass will soon collapse. Theo refuses to panic and tells the Leviathan not to worry. He drops into the heart of the vortex, preparing to take the burden onto himself. Theo declares that once he inherits this strength, he will move the entire floating archipelago. Far above, the island chain hangs over the sea, its fate depending on whether he succeeds. The warning repeats that the currents are already breaking down, and time is almost gone. Theo insists that if he absorbs the power quickly enough, there is still a chance. He commits to moving the whole archipelago in its entirety after inheriting the Leviathan's strength. The power crashes into him in a concentrated burst, far more violently than expected. Theo convulses under the force, his body screaming as the energy tears through him. He realizes he had been arrogant to think he understood the scale of a guardian's power. Seeing the other guardians nearby, he understands too late that the being supporting Leviathan was on an entirely different level. The transfer swells into an overwhelming flood that dwarfs his expectations. Theo fears that at this rate his body will fail before he can use the power. Then a voice cuts through the agony and orders him to use the sword. Grasping that instruction, Theo seizes the blade and forces the power toward it. He drives downward with the sword as a conduit, trying to stabilize the torrent through action. The raging energy begins to funnel into a massive world below, signaling that Theo has started redirecting the power instead of being destroyed by it. A vast whirl of power opens in the sky, signaling that a decisive force is being summoned. The sea spirits acknowledge that the Chosen One has finally risen to the burden expected of him. As he draws on the dragon-slaying sword, the strain on the floating land becomes obvious and cries for help echo through the crisis. He raises the blade fully, committing himself to using its power despite the danger. Suspended beneath the glowing sky, he prepares to act on a scale large enough to affect the entire archipelago. He realizes Leviathan itself is answering him, and that the hardship has awakened the sword's true force. The spirits urge him not to hesitate, warning that this is his only chance to move the archipelago by wielding Leviathan's power completely. He accepts the pressure immediately, and reaches out to direct that power. His body surges through the torrent of energy as he drives the spell toward its target. When asked where he intends to send the drifting landmass, he reveals he has already chosen a destination. He fixes on the bay in northeastern Ragnar, the former resting place of the floating archipelago. The power races outward as his decision takes shape. He confirms that the Old Bay is the ideal place to return the archipelago. Elsewhere, the battle on the archipelago is still raging, with neither side yet aware of what he has set in motion. Then a colossal column of force and water erupts upward, interrupting the fight. The people on the island panic, believing Lady Kriemhild's domain is suddenly sinking. The shock spreads through the defenders as they struggle to understand the upheaval beneath their feet. Someone notices the coastline shifting and realizes this is not simple collapse. The truth becomes clear: the shoreline itself is moving. The entire archipelago begins traveling across the sea exactly as intended. Waves crash violently against the island as the landmass pushes through the water. Inside the damaged structure, water bursts in through the shattered floor, worsening the chaos around the combatants. A masked observer is stunned to realize the swordsman has rapidly absorbed the dragon-slaying sword's power. Pharrell treats the disaster lightly, and proposes ending matters quickly rather than lingering. That flippancy enrages his opponent, who refuses to let him dismiss what has happened. Pharrell admits even he did not predict the archipelago's movement, but insists his broader plan is nearly complete because the floating island has become an even better stage for the sword. His enemy declares the real objective plainly: kill him and seize the dragon-slaying sword, while accusing Pharrell of hiding behind others instead of facing him directly. Pharrell shrugs off the accusation, claiming the current situation only makes his preferred outcome easier. Outside, the soldiers finally accept that the archipelago is truly moving and that the impossible has been accomplished. A commander orders the fighting to stop, announcing that the threat of the archipelago's sinking has been removed. Relief spreads as he believes everyone on the island can now be safe. That hope is cut short when he senses a new attack before he can finish celebrating. A sudden violent strike tears through the moment and shatters the calm. Pharrell bursts into the open, moving through the soldiers with overwhelming speed and force. Ragnar intercepts him, bringing his weapon down to stop the assault before more men are cut down. He lands between Pharrell and the others, taking control of the battlefield again. The soldiers recognize Kriemhild's return and understand that the man who succeeded the sea dragon has come back to protect them. A wounded officer asks Ragnar to confirm the archipelago is truly safe now. When Ragnar assures him it will no longer sink, the man thanks him and gathers himself for one last request. Ragnar tells him to rest without worry, refusing to let the exhausted man carry any more burden. Seeing the dead and wounded around them, Ragnar makes clear he understands the price everyone has already paid. He vows to take responsibility for protecting both the floating archipelago and the people who defended it. He declares that from this point on, he will handle what remains. The soldiers, still shaken by the dragon-slaying sword's power, are ordered to stop staring and face the immediate threat. They charge Pharrell in a desperate rush, trying to overwhelm him before he can strike again. Pharrell steps through blood and mocks them for turning the place into ruin during his brief absence. Ragnar instantly realizes something catastrophic is about to happen. He throws himself into motion and orders everyone to drop flat at once. A deadly red line of power cuts across the battlefield, unleashed before the soldiers can react. The troops hit the ground as the attack tears over them, surviving only because Ragnar warned them in time. A violent surge tears across the fortress walkway, announcing that the battle has already broken through its defenses. The force barrels straight through a crowd of enemies, cutting a bloody path toward the far end of the bridge. A wave-like blast crashes over the stone, overwhelming everything in its way. When the destruction clears, the bridge is strewn with corpses, showing that the massacre has reached even the heart of the stronghold. A black-cloaked swordsman arrives through the fading surge and realizes the slaughter is far worse than expected. He sees that nobles and guards alike have been butchered, leaving almost no one standing. Advancing through the bloodshed, he condemns the pirates responsible and demands to know why they dragged his father into this disaster before even killing him. The dying old man can only stare back in shock, barely clinging to life. The swordsman recognizes the victim as his father, and the personal cost of the attack hits him at once. Despite his own grief, he orders a trusted elder to gather the survivors and evacuate them, insisting the floating archipelago still needs leadership. The elder hesitates, shaken by the burden suddenly placed on him. Wounded and breathing hard, the young warrior turns back toward the distant enemy, refusing to let the killer pass unchallenged. His opponent answers with contempt, declaring that Ragnar's descendants are nothing special and that he will erase this one like the rest. He goes further, promising to tear through the boy so completely that even his own father would not recognize him. Red power coils around the masked fighter as he prepares to finish the threat himself. The young swordsman studies him and realizes this sudden warrior can only be one of the legendary creations meant for dragon warfare. He identifies the enemy as one of Trovin's 9 vassals, artificial weapons forged by Ragnar's to rival the 9 dragons. The old legends return to him. During the Great War, those vassals were said to stand on equal footing with dragons. That realization horrifies him, because it means he is facing a completed anti-dragon weapon alone. The vassal launches first, crossing the distance in a red streak before the young man can fully brace. The speed catches him off guard. He is knocked into the air and forced onto the defensive, immediately recognizing that his enemy's movement far exceeds normal human limits. As he skids and recovers, he concludes that this really is a weapon designed specifically to counter the 9 dragons. Another crushing strike slams down and blasts apart the stone around him. Seeing the masked face up close, he understands that if this truly is a 9 vassal, a direct victory is nearly impossible. The vassal keeps pressing with relentless force, giving him no room to turn the fight. A blinding burst throws the young swordsman back again, widening the gap in power. He grits through the pain and tries to read the attack pattern instead of surrendering to panic. Even while falling, he questions how Ragnar could ever have absorbed such monstrous power. The answer comes from above. This strength was built through dragons slaying itself. Driven by fury, the young man surges back in and meets the attack head-on rather than retreating. But the clash only confirms the imbalance, because even containing that power should have been impossible for him. The vassal calmly tells him to stop resisting, warning that continued struggle will only make his suffering worse. Instead, the young swordsman counters with a sudden close-range strike. The masked warrior slips through the exchange with ease, treating the attack as trivial. He openly mocks the fight as childish play, making clear he does not yet see his opponent as a real threat. He taunts the boy for still clinging to such games at his age. That insult sharpens the young swordsman's focus, and he senses there is more behind the enemy's confidence. A violent impact follows as their clash tears through the air once more. Now that he has traded blows directly, the vassal finally understands an earlier warning from Lord Ed. He recalls being told that among Ragnar's new generation, Theo Ragnar was the one he must fear most if a direct confrontation ever became unavoidable. That warning had ended with a simple order: if the chance arose, Theo had to be killed. Accepting that judgment, the vassal unleashes a wider, deadlier sweep meant to end the fight immediately. The attack gouges out a massive crater, showing he has stopped holding back. From within his mask, he decides that if Theo is allowed to live, the boy will grow into a major variable in the coming war. He resolves to remove Theo now, while the opportunity exists. Blood falls through the air, suggesting the attempted execution has finally landed. Yet as Theo drops away, a system message appears and reminds him that his strongest support ability is still on cooldown, leaving him with almost nothing left to rely on. Even so, he refuses to accept that the battle is hopeless. Clutching his weapon, Theo decides that if he can borrow Leviathan's power just one more time before the cooldown ends, he may still create a chance to survive and strike back. From a hidden vantage, the black-haired swordsman spots 2 enemies racing across the flooded docks toward him. The harbor lies tense and exposed, moments before the clash reaches it. A red energy strike tears into the waterfront first, announcing the enemy's attack with overwhelming force. The blast rains debris across the docks, forcing the swordsman to move before he is buried. He instantly recognizes the danger and braces himself. As the attack line cuts through the pier, he sprints along the wall to escape its path. The pursuit tightens, with both enemies closing in as he races across the structure. One of them unleashes a shockwave that catches him mid-movement and throws him back. The dock explodes apart under the impact, turning the battlefield into wreckage and spray. Refusing to be pinned down, he draws on blue power through his sword and commits to a counterattack. His blade releases a sweeping surge that carves through the shattered pier and drives forward with destructive force. The strike plows across the harbor surface, scattering rubble and water in its wake. For a moment he thinks he may have created an opening. Instead, the masked opponent emerges through the smoke unharmed, wrapped in red energy and still in control. That enemy drops hard into position, ready to press the advantage rather than retreat. The swordsman realizes too late that the next move is already coming. A rain of red slashes descends from above, driving him backward under relentless pressure. The assault tears through the dock around him, leaving him trapped between collapsing footing and incoming attacks. He answers by driving blue force upward from below, trying to break the enemy's momentum. The counter erupts through the water and pier in a violent burst, forcing the attacker into the air. But the masked foe remains poised overhead, gathering red power for an even larger technique. A spiraling storm of crimson energy crashes down across the harbor, shredding what remains of the dock. The enemy coolly decides to stop playing and end the fight in earnest. Watching that power build, the swordsman understands that taking it head-on would be fatal. He resolves that if he can divert the enemy's attention for even an instant, he might survive long enough to turn things around. The masked opponent mocks that thought and offers him the chance to try. He goes further, openly inviting the swordsman to take the opening if he is capable of it. The swordsman responds by activating wyvern taming and establishing a connection with his sea serpent. He bets everything on that summoned beast and on the final seconds before his dragon sword fully stabilizes. Blue serpentine heads rise beside him, giving him a new weapon and briefly shifting the balance. The masked enemy is visibly caught off guard by the sudden summon. Using the distraction, the swordsman dashes across the broken harbor to seize initiative. He launches himself high and brings his blade down toward the enemy's position. He lands near the masked foe, forcing the duel back into close range. Breathing hard and battered, he pushes forward on sheer endurance. He tells himself he only needs to hold out a little longer, with 1 second left before the sword stabilizes. The summoned serpent fires a barrage of blue lances to pin the enemy down. The masked foe dismisses the intervention as insignificant and refuses to believe reinforcements can alter the outcome. He sweeps his weapon in contempt, calling the attempt absurd as he cuts through the pressure. Even so, his focus narrows, showing the swordsman has forced him to take this seriously for a moment. The swordsman reveals that this brief interruption was all he needed, whatever the enemy thinks of it. In response, the masked foe unleashes his full crimson power and vows to bury the swordsman in a glorious end. The swordsman locks onto that instant, waiting for the exact moment his chance arrives. The countdown reaches 0 as the dragon's sword, Strand of Fate, finally stabilizes. A presence within the weapon thanks him, entrusts him with its final power, and asks him to use it to protect himself. The enemy senses the shift too late as the swordsman moves. The sword grants him the embedded skill Nibelung, completing the power he was waiting for. Blue draconic energy surges forth, taking shape as a ferocious dragon around his attack. That dragon-charged strike collides with the enemy's weapon and overwhelms it in a burst of force. With dragon slaying unleashed, the swordsman drives the finishing blow upward through the harbor battlefield. Leviathan erupts from the sea in a violent surge, reasserting its overwhelming presence. The blonde opponent is hurled through the air, badly torn up but still in the fight. The sea crashes down with enough force to shatter the surface below. A massive whirlpool forms around the docks, turning the battlefield itself into a trap. The black-haired swordsman braces on the pier and uses the new current as part of his plan. His enemy claws upward from the water, refusing to be dragged under. Even half-collapsed, the blond man mocks the attack and insists it was not enough to finish him. As his monstrous form shows through, he declares that killing him will take far more than this, and his opponent had already expected that. The swordsman reasons that a rival of the 9 dragons would never fall so easily. He raises his blade, admitting he cannot win by raw strength alone. Instead, he drives Leviathan's power into a towering vortex that changes the entire flow of the sea. He commits to crushing his enemy by forcing him into the ocean floor. The blond man realizes too late that the current itself has become the real weapon. The whirlpool seizes the floating islands and drags the whole archipelago into motion. The swordsman pushes the attack further, determined to bury his enemy at the bottom of the sea. His opponent finally understands the danger and tries to stop what is happening. But the spiraling water keeps tightening, and the blond man can only curse as control slips away. The swordsman staggers from the strain, his body clearly paying a heavy price for forcing Leviathan this far. Around them, the city groans as the moving archipelago settles under the pressure of the current. Spent and bleeding, he collapses while telling Leviathan he has kept his promise. He admits his body is failing and he cannot make any more promises after this. Watching the islands drift, he confesses this was his first attempt at moving an entire archipelago, and he is unsure whether he calculated it perfectly. Others judge the speed to be slow enough that the islands should reach shore safely, and they acknowledge his success. Even those witnessing it firsthand struggle to comprehend that he has truly moved the whole floating archipelago. When asked why he chose this impossible method instead of simply stealing the sea dragon, the question exposes how much easier the selfish path would have been. He agrees it would have been easier, but says that would only repeat the same cycle of violence and resentment. He explains that even if peace came briefly, people would keep coveting the dragon and the Slayer's sword, whereas sinking the archipelago removes that cause of conflict. He announces that the floating archipelago will now settle in shallow waters. That new position will place it within Ragnar's northern bay and restore the region's stability. With the crisis over, he allows himself a dry joke that the archipelago may need a new name now that it no longer floats. Antonio, the veteran leader before him, is left stunned by what he has witnessed. Overcome, Antonio falls silent as the weight of the moment catches up to him. He suddenly bows and apologizes publicly, shocking everyone around them. Antonio admits that his own side bears guilt for past tragedies, including the merchant hostages and the White Dragon Squad's losses. He insists they cannot hide behind coercion from Trovian and pretend they were blameless. Accepting that guilt, he offers to take responsibility at once, no matter the cost. He goes so far as to offer everything he has, even his life, if that is the price demanded of the president of the Northern Shipping Union. Instead of punishment, the swordsman asks Antonio to keep that office and lead in earnest. Antonio is bewildered, unable to understand why he is being entrusted rather than condemned. The swordsman points out that Ragnar now lacks any merchant group capable of handling large-scale logistics after the purge. He argues that the archipelago's shipping union should fill that void, though Antonio still doubts he deserves the authority. So the swordsman turns the decision over to the gathered people and asks whether Antonio should have that right. A hand rises first, breaking the hesitation. One supporter backs Antonio because his remorse was plainly sincere. Others quickly join in, agreeing that he should be given the chance. The support spreads through the crowd as more people volunteer their trust and gratitude. Seeing the city accept reconciliation, the swordsman finally relaxes. He grips his chest, the delayed toll of his effort hitting him hard. Even so, he sets one condition: the new Northern Shipping Union must prioritize Ragnar in its resources and investment, and help secure the resettled archipelago. He seals that demand with his own name, formally staking his authority on the promise. A battered man falls silent, gathering himself before finally admitting a hard truth. He concedes that help reached him only at the very end, too late to change what had already happened. Antonio Spinola, speaking for the shipping union, formally pledges cooperation with Ragnar. The alliance is sealed with a handshake. Before witnesses, the agreement publicly binds the two sides together. Ragnar reveals that this was all leading to their arrival at a destination he has prepared. He presents the floating archipelago as its new home, turning the pact into a concrete transfer of power and refuge. Far away, the sea batters a lonely rock under the night sky, where another conflict is still unresolved. A maimed survivor claws his way up from the surf, refusing to die. The ruined dragon retainer rises in fury, consumed by pain and hatred. He drags himself onto the rock as the waves crash around him. Blaming Ragnar for everything, he swears savage revenge. A voice cuts through his rage by mocking him as an unworthy member of the Nine Dragons' force. The taunt comes from above, where someone coldly questions how the tyrant dragon could have fallen so low. Desperate, the wounded retainer tries to shift blame and begs for help, asking what his tormentor wants. The answer comes with contempt as the newcomer descends, dismissing the plea as foolish. The blindfolded man lands before him and decides to explain the truth the failed retainer was never meant to understand. He reveals that the real objective was always the floating archipelago, but only after Ragnar first conquered it. The dragon retainer realizes in horror that they were meant to seize the archipelago from Ragnar once he had done the work. The blindfolded schemer confirms it, admitting he expected the retainer to at least manage Ragnar's child as part of the plan. He twists the knife further by ridiculing him for failing at even that. Enraged and humiliated, the retainer unleashes the power of the Nine Dragons and attacks. His arm mutates into a monstrous blade of flesh and power. The blindfolded man crushes the assault with ease, knocking him down before the strike can matter. He mocks the old dragon bloodline as past its prime and says this trick might once have threatened stronger men, but not him. He names Theo Ragnar as the kind of opponent who might have struggled, making clear how far beneath him this fight is. Enjoying the imbalance, he prepares to finish the broken retainer himself. Elsewhere, troops gather on a frozen battlefield as a larger campaign moves into place. A silver-haired commander stands at the front of a disciplined force, ready to direct the next phase. Nearby, another soldier voices disgust toward the enemy dead and wounded around them. He insists that none of this will truly defeat Ragnar, because Ragnar always survives long enough to deliver the final blow. A dark, red-lit figure appears amid the bloodshed, embodying the threat they are discussing. The commander dismisses Ragnar's repeated brushes with death as tiresome predictability. When informed that the operation at the floating archipelago has failed, he immediately asks what became of Noil. The answer is grim: contact with Noil has been lost. A masked subordinate bluntly concludes that Noil, their engineered asset, has failed. He warns that losing the floating archipelago, their main distribution hub, could overturn the balance of the war. One of Trovian's 9 consecrated vassals, Ein, offers to personally clean up the mess. The commander refuses, saying the archipelago's true value has already been secured. He accepts the losses as regrettable but insists they cannot be distracted from what matters most. He orders the remaining forces to regroup at the center, treating the war itself as a diversion meant to draw attention elsewhere. He makes his followers understand that their mission has only one purpose. Everything they are doing is for a single master. That purpose is revealed as the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor. The story shifts to a peaceful port city, where politics and logistics now carry the tension. Inside an office, discussion turns to transport routes and the troubling silence from the southern merchants. Antonio sits under the weight of these unresolved problems, visibly strained by the burden. Ragnar enters and immediately recognizes how troubled Antonio is. When Ragnar asks whether his logistics network is in trouble, Antonio answers that managing the sea's uncertainty is far from simple. Then, speaking plainly, Antonio admits that despite owing Ragnar his freedom, he still fears him. A subordinate warns that conquering the floating archipelago would be effortless for his lord, with only the ruler's name changing. Even so, he admits he hesitates to say it outright and feels the sea would be safer left undisturbed. Theo receives that caution with quiet amusement rather than offense. He acknowledges the concern as a valid ruler's calculation, but makes clear he has reached the opposite conclusion. The officer is caught off guard when Theo argues that the archipelago's isolation is exactly what made it dangerous. Theo explains that lacking enemies let the region grow unchecked, and even a proper nation would have struggled to resist it in time. He concludes that national defense cannot rest on complacency alone, and that a state must prepare before disaster arrives. To prove his point, he presents a sea serpent token and implies the threat can be turned into military strength. The officer realizes Theo is thinking of creating a mounted sea serpent force modeled after Ragnar's famed White Dragon unit. Theo confirms the comparison but notes the archipelago possesses creatures akin to wyverns, making the idea practical. The officer recognizes the beasts as sea serpents and stresses that whenever they appear, they bring emergency-level destruction. His warning is immediately validated as alarms erupt outside announcing sea serpents at the docks and ordering evacuation and battle readiness. The officer panics at the timing, while Theo remains unconcerned. Ignoring the officer's plea, Theo heads out as if the crisis is an opportunity. At the docks, he reveals the serpents were not an attack at all but creatures he personally summoned. The officer is stunned that Theo deliberately called such monsters into the harbor. Theo calmly handles one of the beasts and offers to teach them how to tame sea serpents. He expands the idea into a full proposal, a Sea Dragon Knight Order for the archipelago, equivalent to Ragnar's White Dragon Squad. The officer laughs off the notion as fantasy, too absurd to ever become a real battlefield force. Theo embraces that image, naming the future unit the Kriemhild Order after an old tale of a serpent-riding hero. The officer's mockery falters when a sea serpent responds to him with unexpected familiarity. Realizing the creature accepts him, he admits Theo may have just handed him a remarkable advantage. Before the moment can settle, a messenger arrives and formally calls for Lord Theo Ragnar. Theo is informed that an important guest has come to see him. The scene shifts to a meeting place where that visit is about to become far more serious than expected. A masked woman questions Theo about how he accomplished so much in only a few days, and he brushes it off as circumstance. She rebukes him for acting without understanding that the matter had been under Black Pillar's highest secrecy. She reveals the floating archipelago was already a prime Black Pillar target because of its strategic trade and financial value. Theo instantly understands they had been investigating it in secret, and wonders why they still left the situation unresolved despite knowing its importance. Before that can be answered, a new voice cuts in and asks if Theo is truly Theo Ragnar. The newcomer says the 9 dragons' praise had raised his expectations. He immediately insults Theo as soft and unworthy of being called a man. The man introduces himself as Dante, the conquering dragon, making clear that one of the Empire's most dangerous figures has arrived. Theo dismisses formalities and invites Dante to sit, refusing to be intimidated. He addresses him directly as Lord Dante, while the masked woman apologizes for the delayed report that led to this encounter. She explains that the archipelago's rapid deterioration is what finally forced the matter into the open. Theo presses her on why Black Pillar never reported any of this earlier, confirming his suspicion that they had been investigating in secret. Dante answers instead, saying her position made disclosure difficult, then drops the pretense and decides to speak frankly. His killing intent floods the room so violently that both Theo and the woman are jolted by it. Dante unleashes his pressure like an attack and demands to know whether Theo can bear the consequences of what he has done. The force of his aura shatters the surroundings and turns the meeting into a test of survival. Pinned down by overwhelming power, Theo realizes Dante's strength far exceeds what he had imagined. In that pressure, Theo finally understands why, in his previous life, Ragnar failed to stop the colonization of the floating archipelago. He sees that this man's intervention was the decisive factor that changed history. The room is left wrecked as Dante stands at the center of the devastation, while Theo and the woman struggle to endure. Then Dante abruptly laughs it off as a joke, pretending the outburst meant nothing more than irritation over the late report. Theo, still composed, states that he had already grasped Black Pillar's movements, and that Dante knows it too. Dante admits he had been watching events from the moment Theo reached the level where Black Pillar would notice him, choosing to observe rather than interfere. He says he intended to let things play out until Theo suddenly appeared and resolved the entire crisis himself. Though Theo keeps his face calm, he is inwardly burning under Dante's scrutiny and the implications of this revelation. One of the 9 dragons, a man obsessed with authority, set his sights on rising beyond even that rank. To gain greater power, he pursued the hidden source behind the tyrant dragon's immense strength. He eventually learned that this power originated from the floating archipelago. Realizing Dante was unstable and dangerous, he decided the safest move for now was to appease him. Kahaha admits he acted beyond his station and apologizes, but also reminds Ikwaha that he was the one who first drew attention to what should have been left alone. He then greets Theo Ragnar, the 6th successor candidate, with exaggerated warmth. Praising Theo as a future talent, he tries to build a friendly relationship with him on the spot. Theo senses that Kahaha is even harder to read than before. Theo accepts the greeting politely, and Kahaha laughs off his modesty while continuing the performance. Their exchange is cut short when a subordinate arrives with new orders. She reports that the floating archipelago reconnaissance mission has ended and that all troops assigned there are to return immediately to the central front. Kahaha readily agrees, treating the mission as finished and the return as routine. But before leaving, Theo stops him to settle one crucial point. Theo asks who gave the order to abort the reconnaissance mission, ruling out the Black Dragon. Kahaha answers by naming Wretch Robert. The subordinate confirms it, and Kahaha sends a message back that Robert should come in person if he wants to question him. He makes clear that he has no intention of lowering himself for Robert's convenience. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where forces clash across the frozen plain under a storm of attacks. At the Ragnar Troiven front on the central plateau of the Blade Mountains, the fighting is already in full chaos. An armored warrior crashes into the battlefield hard enough to shock nearby soldiers. The sudden impact catches the surrounding troops completely off guard. Before they can recover, the newcomer tears through enemy lines in a violent rush. The soldiers look up as dragon riders wheel through the sky above them. Word spreads that the enemy's air force has been neutralized by the White Dragon Squad. With air superiority secured, the White Dragon Squad orders every unit to push forward. Ground forces answer the call and surge across the ice toward the enemy. Watching the aerial battle, Theo remarks that the flyers are impressive. His companion scolds him for teasing the younger soldiers again, while he casually admits he enjoys it too much to stop. Another commander reassures her that she has less reason to worry than anyone, because those troops are stronger than they look. He points out that these are the same soldiers who once fought beside Theo and have already proven themselves superior to ordinary troops. He rallies them as veterans who have survived brutal campaigns and should trust their own strength. With that, the Black Iron Cavalry is ordered to charge. One enemy soldier notices something too late. The cavalry slams into the opposing line with crushing force. Their momentum rips open the formation and drives the enemy backward. The charge rolls on in a thunder of impacts and rising dust. Later, the battlefield gives way to a camp where the aftermath of victory is being settled. The army celebrates what is being hailed as a major win. Theo is congratulated for his achievement, but he insists the credit belongs to the White Dragon squad. The commander praises Theo's humility and parts from him on warm, almost brotherly terms, promising they will drink together another time. Afterward, Theo's own companions stand in silence, taking in what just happened. The awkward pause makes it clear they are all still processing Theo's sudden rise in status. A blonde comrade finally blurts out that Theo has somehow become close with the captain of the Black Iron Cavalry, while Theo downplays it. Another companion, looming ominously behind them, presses Theo about what he plans to do next in light of the rumors. Before the teasing can go further, someone forcefully shuts it down. Theo is urged to rest after throwing himself straight back into battle, but he refuses to dwell on that and insists on hearing the state of the war first. He explains that he joined the fighting too hastily to learn the broader situation. His bespectacled ally tells him the war is generally going well, though one detail does not make sense. Even after reaching headquarters, their forces have seen no movement at all from the enemy, as if the other side is deliberately waiting for something. Theo absorbs that implication and realizes the victory may be leading into a larger trap. At first glance, the enemy's movements around the snowy mountains looked like a simple encirclement meant to trap the central force. But to someone carrying knowledge from a previous life, that pattern pointed to a completely different objective. The true target was the White Tower ruins, where a relic tied to the ancient dragon lay dormant. Near the battlefield camp, the waiting force held position in the snow as tension built. A sudden strike severed a man's head, announcing the arrival of a far more dangerous presence. One hooded successor, tired of slaughtering weak prey, complained that the expected tribute from the 9 clans still had not emerged. He dismissed the delay as boredom, identifying himself as one of the successors of Ragnar alongside the 3rd and 4th heirs. Another hooded figure mocked his bluntness while admitting he was clearly enjoying the bloodshed. Their exchange revealed the first speaker as Gizar, a swordsman once warned to restrain his reckless habits. The warning came from his old master, who appeared before them and immediately challenged whether Gizar had changed at all. Gizar greeted him with rough respect and boasted that surviving brutal punishment had only proven his worth. Even so, he dropped the swagger enough to admit this was no time for carelessness because the real threat would soon appear. When the others guessed he meant Thorkel, the master corrected them and pointed instead to the 6th successor. He made clear that this new successor was the one they truly needed to fear, not the master who trained him. That remark shifted everyone's attention to the unseen newcomer. The master then revealed the unsettling truth: the 6th successor had already reached Gisher's level. Elsewhere, Theo stood ready in the snow, prepared to move. Confident and eager, he treated the coming clash as little more than another obstacle he had already overcome in spirit. Several hours earlier, before Theo reached the battlefield, a carriage was still making its way through the frozen region. Inside, Theo confirmed that the White Tower truly housed one of the ancient dragon's relics. Remembering his previous life, he realized Troyven had also seized the White Tower region first back then, which made the pattern suspicious. He explained that guardians can roughly sense one another, and that the White Tower's guardian was no ordinary one. It was the guardian who had inherited the greatest share of the ancient dragon's power, a revelation that shocked his companions. Theo clarified that relics differ greatly in rank, power, and purpose. Some relics carry far greater authority than others, and their guardians do as well. The guardian stationed in the White Tower belonged to that highest class. That meant a being of exceptional importance was currently present in Troyven territory. Theo confirmed that conclusion without hesitation. He connected it to the Leviathan incident, and concluded that Troyven had already learned how to poison guardians and steal the ancient dragon's power. That left only one course of action. They had to secure the White Tower relic before Troyven could claim it. Back in the present, Theo reported inside the command tent that unusually large Troyven forces were concentrating around the rocky mountain. Before he could fully explain, he insisted the movement was too deliberate to be random, and that something major was happening. The captain cut him off, accusing him of overstepping and acting arrogant after becoming a successor. Theo tried to deny any disrespect and began to explain why his absence from the operation mattered. The captain's expression shifted, revealing he had already made up his mind. Instead of punishing Theo, he admitted he trusted Theo's judgment and ordered him to go. He assured Theo that the White Dragon squad would not collapse just because Theo stepped away for a while. Even so, he warned Theo to return with results, making it clear failure would not be forgiven. Theo accepted the mission with a vow that he would not let his captain down. Once near the White Tower, Theo judged that approaching openly would expose him too quickly. He rode in on his dragon mount and closed the distance under cover of the snowy night. Observing the creature, he noted that its ability to blend into darkness marked it as a rare dragon-wolf hybrid rather than a true dragon. After using the mount to reach the area, Theo thanked it, and ordered it to return to base because he had to continue alone. The beast resisted affectionately, but Theo reassured it and sent it back anyway. He then slipped off on foot and began climbing through the rocky terrain in stealth. Taking cover behind a cliff, he paused and listened before exposing himself. From concealment, he confirmed that the White Tower was under heavy guard, just as he expected. A nearby sentry sensed movement and raised the alarm, forcing Theo to remain perfectly still. As one guard moved in to investigate, Theo stayed hidden in the shadows and waited for the next opening. A patrolman moves through the snowy pass in tense silence, sensing something off. His unease spikes as he suddenly notices a disturbance nearby and readies his blade. When he checks the hiding place, he finds nothing and begins doubting himself. He dismisses the feeling as imagination, lowering his guard for a moment. That lapse is punished immediately when a flaming projectile crashes in beside him from an unseen attacker. He starts to raise the alarm about an intruder, but the attack cuts him off. The blast overwhelms the area and silences him before he can warn the others. Elsewhere, at a demonic ritual site, a cloaked young lord stands before a grotesque organic structure pulsing with power. He mocks the fallen Mad Dragon Emperor's faction for ending up in such a pitiful state. He reflects that he never expected to be handling the aftermath of that ruler's defeat or cleaning up his followers' mess. Before him, a suspended body lies sealed inside the fleshy vessel at the center of the ritual. The preserved figure appears to be the focus of the resurrection they are preparing. The young lord is sharply corrected for speaking disrespectfully. He is reminded that Ragnar still has one true master, who will eventually reclaim the throne now only temporarily occupied. An elderly subordinate reinforces that only those who recognize the rightful ruler are the true Ragnar, and warns the young lord not to forget it. The old man reports that the requested resurrection ritual is nearly complete. He explains that reviving the one in the underworld requires two things: Ragnar's body and the power of the ancient dragon. Since Ragnar's body can be obtained at any time, he identifies the real obstacle as taking the White Tower. When asked about the tower's status, he admits its divine barrier is immense and fiercely resisting demonic power. Even with the high priests fully committed, conquering the White Tower before the deadline appears impossible. That answer instantly provokes the young lord's fury. His killing intent crashes down on the speaker and the surrounding attendants like a violent wave. He declares that the ancient dragon's power is the key to resurrection, so failure is not an option. The old man is driven to the ground and hurriedly begs forgiveness, retracting his defeatism. Broken and bleeding, he survives only by submitting completely. A new report interrupts. An emergency has arisen at the White Tower. The scene shifts to the intruder's aftermath, where a nearly naked young man lies unconscious among fallen guards. The surviving soldiers identify him as the intruder and begin a full search of the surrounding area. From a hidden vantage point, someone watches the search party gather around the body. The observer quietly withdraws before being noticed. He relocates to another concealed position and surveys a wider force of torch-bearing guards combing the rocks. One guard climbs higher with a torch, bringing the search dangerously close to the hidden watcher. The watcher studies them carefully through a narrow gap, staying perfectly concealed. Perched above, a superior coldly orders his subordinate to kill only as much as necessary and use the enemy efficiently, just as Black Pillar would. He also warns the subordinate not to get distracted by personal curiosity, even if the target seems interesting. The subordinate accepts the order with a predatory grin, clearly eager for violence. Back at the ritual site, the messenger clarifies that something terrible has happened. An intruder is already inside the White Tower. The young lord is stunned by the report. He rejects it at first, since only a select few know the tower's location and it was hidden specifically to avoid detection. Then a possibility occurs to him that changes his expression completely. He suspects the intruder may be Theo Ragnar, the one person capable of finding the place. Almost immediately, he corrects himself and begins thinking several moves ahead instead. When his men propose tightening security and investigating, he stops them. He changes the plan, ordering only a minimal force to remain at the White Tower while everyone else withdraws. A subordinate protests that doing so could let the ancient dragon's power be stolen. The young lord reveals that this risk is exactly what he wants. He explains that the intruder is almost certainly Theo Ragnar. He predicts Theo will conquer the White Tower, seize the ancient dragon's power, and then come back. With that expectation, he calmly signals for his trap to be set in motion. His followers kneel and receive the order, while he prepares to let Theo succeed just long enough to use him for a larger scheme. A schemer decides that if they cannot seize the ancient dragon's power themselves, they will let another do the hard part and steal it afterward. To set that plan in motion, a cloaked superior summons Ian. A second subordinate is called forward as the order expands. A third agent joins, completing the team chosen for the job. They are commanded to kill whoever enters the tower first and bring back the target's head as proof. Meanwhile, search parties sweep the frozen ruins in confusion, trying to find the missing intruder before he reaches the tower. One officer quickly divides the soldiers, sending one group around the tower while leading another search to the south. Ian stays silent, watching the operation with growing suspicion instead of joining the urgency. From concealment, he lets the searchers run off, confirming that his deception has worked. He reflects that the enemy accepted the bait too easily, which helps him but also makes the situation feel wrong. The lack of proper identification checks and reinforcements convinces him the problem is not his disguise but the tower's unusually weak security. Looking over the tower and its sparse defenses, he concludes that someone has already made the place vulnerable. Even so, he advances toward the tower alone. As he nears the entrance, he realizes the enemy may be deliberately drawing him inside, but a system notice confirms he has found the White Tower relic. He decides the trap no longer matters because reaching the ancient dragon's power first is all that counts. At the sealed entrance, he activates his means of entry. Ian braces himself and commits to the breach. Light gathers around his hand as he forces the barrier open, refusing to be delayed. He slips through the opening, intent on claiming the ancient dragon's power before anyone else can. The tower acknowledges his entry into the White Tower relic. Inside, the doorway closes behind him, cutting him off from the outside world. The entrance seals with a violent crash, making his infiltration irreversible. Outside, two followers of the mastermind arrive and note that the ancient dragon's relic really was hidden here, just as their master said. One of them laughs in anticipation, eager to see what the so-called Chosen One will do. The other coolly questions whether that title means anything, hinting that the Chosen One may not be so exceptional. They agree that his motives do not matter. They only need a convenient excuse tied to his presence here. One proposes returning to prepare the stage before he comes back out, but the other refuses. Instead, he decides to wait outside the tower so he can witness the outcome personally. His curiosity turns cruel as he anticipates the Chosen One's reaction. He openly savors the thought of seeing the face Ian will make when everything collapses on him. Inside the tower, a burst of overwhelming light engulfs Ian as he is transported deeper within. He steadies himself after the sudden transition, irritated but alert. When the light fades, he finds himself in a vast inner chamber unlike what he expected. Assuming the ancient dragon's guardian must be near, he tightens his guard and prepares for a deadly confrontation. He imagines a massive, savage beast waiting in the shadows beyond the doorway. What answers him is a small, eerie creature emerging from the darkness, instantly shattering that expectation. Ian freezes, unsure whether to treat the absurd sight as a threat. The tiny guardian excitedly recognizes him as the Chosen One and greets him with relief. It hurriedly explains that intruders recently tried to contaminate the place with demonic spirit poison, and that someone named Hambiel stopped them. Ian is left baffled, unable to reconcile this frantic little being with the guardian he expected. He questions whether this ridiculous creature could really be the guardian who inherited the ancient dragon's greatest power. The guardian protests that appearances are misleading and insists Ian should not judge it so quickly. To prove the point, several fierce spirit beasts gather around it, showing that it commands far more than its body suggests. Ian realizes the other guardian's fear may have been justified, and the creature abruptly remembers to introduce itself. It names itself Hepatoglycus, the guardian responsible for maintaining the gate that connects this world to the Pantheon. The mention of the Pantheon catches Ian off guard, and he asks what it means. Hepatoglycus explains that the Pantheon is the realm where the gods reside. It adds that the ancient dragon once had many duties, and one of them involved the fragmented remains of the god's power. Protecting the gate between the Pantheon and the surface was one of the ancient dragon's central roles. Hepatoglycus finally reveals that it was the ancient dragon's most loyal subordinate, and the steward entrusted with preserving that divine power. Karato asks whether gods are real, admitting he has only known of them as figures from ancient texts. The small creature hesitates just long enough to make Karato wonder if he has addressed it correctly. When Karato uses its full name, Karatosuchus, the creature confirms that he has recognized it. The guardian is delighted simply to be properly identified, which immediately marks it as unlike the being Karato met before. Karato notes that difference to himself, regains focus, and presses the real question about whether gods truly exist. Karatosuchus answers with certainty and hints that the truth should already feel familiar to him. It points him toward the strange messages only he can see, and that clue jolts Karato into a realization. The guardian confirms he has finally reached the right conclusion. A flood of memories and system messages makes Karato understand that the divine connection has been guiding him all along, and that this is where his trial truly begins. Startled by the revelation, Karato is left reeling in place. Elsewhere, the story shifts to the RAGNAR council chamber at the central plateau, where a wartime meeting is underway. A masked commander opens the briefing by reminding the council that they are gathered at the front because the war demands immediate attention. The assembled leaders listen as the military situation is formally laid out before them. The commander explains that the war has worsened since the appearance of the Trionian Nine Pillars, forcing the council itself to directly oversee operations. He tries to keep the meeting focused on the urgent war briefing and postpones side discussions. Gale Dragon refuses to let that happen, insisting that another matter is just as important as the war itself. He authorizes someone outside to enter and present that matter immediately. A woman enters, apologizes for interrupting the council, and makes clear that what she brings cannot wait. She produces a RAGNAR uniform as evidence, instantly drawing the room's full attention. She declares that she personally witnessed Theo Ragnar's betrayal and that the uniform is proof of it. The accusation lands with the weight of formal evidence placed before the council. One council member seizes on the discarded uniform as obvious proof that Theo abandoned his duty in the middle of war. The chamber erupts into agitation as the accusation against Theo spreads through the room. A one-eyed elder bitterly condemns Theo as a reckless child. Even so, the accusation unsettles him enough to make him wonder what Theo has really done. Back in the tower, Karato stands frozen as the implications of the Guardian's words sink in. He pieces it together, and concludes that the blue system window visible only to him must have been a message from a god. Karato Sukus confirms that this is true, though it admits it cannot explain the full mechanism itself. Karato asks whether all chosen ones can see such messages, and learns that he alone among them has that privilege, deepening the mystery of why he was singled out. The Guardian begins to answer why Karato is different. But whatever truth it tries to reveal is cut off, and Karato is struck by the sense that the answer is being forcibly blocked. The Guardian realizes the information is being filtered and turns the moment into a test of how much Karato already understands. When Karato asks for the truth directly, the Guardian's demeanor turns ominous, as if it has been waiting for that exact request. The tower itself responds violently, hurling Karato back and making the encounter feel like the threshold of something far more dangerous. From above, the Guardian asks whether he truly wants the truth and prepares to offer it in another form. It declares that, as one of the chosen, Karato will be granted the trials of the Pantheon. Karato repeats the name in disbelief as a system notice confirms that the Guardian has formally proposed the trials to him. The Guardian explains that the trials are meant to force him into his own soul and uncover his true self by tracing the buried paths of his past. It warns that this journey reaches beyond ordinary subconscious memory into another world hidden inside him. Failure would trap him in that inner realm forever. But if he overcomes the fear of facing the truth, he may gain a chance to stand on equal footing with the gods. The promise and the risk leave Karato shaken. The Guardian adds that the tower contains 12 floors in total and challenges him to decide whether he will begin. A system prompt appears, asking if he will enter the first floor of the trials of the Pantheon. Karato lowers his hand instead of answering immediately, refusing to be rushed by the choice. Resolve replaces hesitation as he decides to confront this on his own terms. He reaches toward the blue portal rather than the floating prompt. Ignoring the formal invitation, Karato walks straight toward the breach in the tower wall and the opening beyond it. With his weapon touching the glowing edge, he demands the truth before he goes any further. Facing the Guardian across the radiant void, Karato lists the answers he wants, from the unnamed monarch and the Great War to whether the ruby will break out again. Above all, he demands to know why he is the chosen one. The black-haired swordsman steels himself as he enters the trial with full focus. He is transported into the first floor of the tower's trial space, a ruined arena suspended in a surreal void. The system explains that to enter the subconscious world, he must suppress his conscious mind and open the way inward. A strange black substance begins spreading across the stone floor, signaling the trial's mechanism activating. The substance rises into shape, and he immediately realizes something unexpected is forming before him. The mass completes itself into a humanoid figure crouched on the ground, born from his own subconscious. He understands that this must be the consciousness the system mentioned, though it looks nothing like what he expected. Before he can think further, a blade flashes toward him with killing intent. He barely twists aside and counters, recognizing that his opponent attacks without hesitation or warning. As he regains his footing, he notes that this enemy fights like an assassin, striking first and speaking never. Then a deeper realization hits him, and the truth of the trial becomes clear. The system confirms that this being exists to guard the door to his subconscious by forcing him to destroy himself. The white-haired opponent stands revealed as his own reflected self, assigned one purpose: eliminate him. The two versions of the same man face each other across the circular arena, locked into an unavoidable duel. He realizes his enemy is himself, and after the initial shock, he sees one advantage: at least this is a foe he can understand. He decides that fighting a version of himself is better than facing an unknown enemy with no information. Acting on that thought, he unleashes a powerful opening attack before his double can seize control. His counterpart meets the assault head-on, drawing on the same techniques with frightening ease. A lightning dragon breath attack erupts through the arena as his double mirrors his own combat style. The exchange explodes into repeated clashes, proving that his opponent can reproduce his abilities almost perfectly. He is thrown off by how completely his own power is being turned back against him. The mirrored attacks surge toward him from every direction, forcing him onto the defensive. He raises his sword and gathers energy, trying to stop the incoming barrage before it overwhelms him. The clash intensifies into a blinding release of power. He answers with Dragon's 5 claws, sending multiple cutting arcs to break through the pressure. The arena floor is torn open by the force of the exchange, leaving deep gouges between them. For a brief moment he thinks he has bought himself breathing room. But his focus sharpens again when he senses the danger has not passed. A grim smile crosses his face as he prepares for the next move, realizing the fight is only getting more serious. Across the shattered ground, his double remains poised and untouched enough to continue pressing him. The white-haired self coolly concludes that he has grown much stronger over time. The ruined trench between them becomes proof that neither side can afford to underestimate the other. The black-haired swordsman steadies himself again, trying to recover before the next attack lands. A sudden shift in the air warns him that his opponent has already changed position. He braces as the white-haired version reveals he has something more to show. The distance between them becomes a killing lane as the double prepares another technique. With calm confidence, the white-haired self repeats that his accumulated strength now surpasses what the original expected. He whips into motion, drawing his blade through a fluid setup for a larger finishing sequence. Power floods the sword as the attack builds beyond the scale of their earlier exchanges. Combining Dragon's 5 claws with Dragon Flash, he sends a devastating storm of intersecting strikes downward. The black-haired swordsman is forced to meet the descending blast head-on as the arena erupts around him. When the attack passes, he realizes his double has vanished from sight instead of remaining in front of him. He turns too late, and catches the movement above, where the white-haired self has taken the high ground. The realization hits him at once. The real killing blow is coming from overhead. From above, the double launches Dragon's 5 claws again, driving the attack straight down at him. The sky fills with crossing blades of energy as a reckless finishing strike traps him beneath a descending net of destruction. The barrage crashes into the ground in a violent explosion, tearing apart the arena where he stood. He bursts out of the debris at the last instant, having survived by charging through the aftermath instead of retreating. Using that opening, he closes the distance and slams into his double at close range before another technique can be formed. The fight shifts into a brutal melee, with both versions of the swordsman trading rapid, direct blows at point-blank range. The duel erupts with a violent clash as the black-haired fighter meets his mirror opponent head-on. Their blades grind together, confirming that neither side can overpower the other by force alone. As he fights, the black-haired man realizes his opponent truly copies him, down to his sword style and smallest habits. He notes the copy even handles combat exactly as he would, avoiding lesser attacks and answering major techniques with matching force. Even so, something about the exchange feels off to him as the battle continues across the shattered arena. He identifies the flaw. Unlike himself, this duplicate never seems to tire, which should be impossible. That inconsistency makes him stop and reconsider what kind of enemy he is really facing. He concludes that if the copy is perfect in every other way, then its endless stamina must be the key weakness to exploit. Realizing the copy has not been pressing him without pause, he understands it has been giving him room to think and decides to use that opening. He unleashes a blinding burst of power to break the deadlock and force the fight into a new phase. The explosion tears through the arena, burying the battlefield in smoke and debris. From within the blast, his sword shoots upward charged with energy, turning the chaos into a trap. The white-haired copy looks up too late as the attack descends from above. The original closes in beneath the falling blade, combining angles the copy did not anticipate. He catches the duplicate off guard and seizes the initiative at the exact moment the copy thought it still understood him. He explains that the copy failed because it assumed he would rely on a familiar finishing move, especially the moonlight blade technique. Instead, he cuts the copy down with a different strike, proving he can surpass the pattern being imitated. As the duplicate dissolves, it acknowledges the lesson in defeat. Even a perfect imitation can be undone by growth. With the trial complete, the victor is recognized for defeating his past self and clearing the first floor of the Pantheon. A new prompt offers him entry to the second floor, placing the next challenge immediately before him. Bruised but smiling, he chooses to continue rather than stop now. He steps into the light and commits himself to seeing the trials through to the end. Elsewhere, an older commander mocks the idea that Ragnar would abandon his mission and discard his uniform unless something extraordinary had happened. A formal council gathers to examine the report and decide how to respond to the apparent betrayal. One officer presses for confirmation that Theo Ragnar truly abandoned his assignment and headed toward Troyan. A witness confirms she personally saw Theo leave the enemy camp of his own will. She adds that the military uniform she recovered should be enough to prove the claim. Even with that evidence, another member struggles to believe Theo would act that way. Attention turns to Alias, with suspicion that Theo may have confided something to him. Alias answers with smug confidence that Theo trusted him more than the others, though he admits he did not expect trouble on this scale. He frames the situation as a serious but manageable complication rather than a complete loss of control. Still, he accepts responsibility and is warned to return with results instead of excuses. Someone answers with a firm promise not to fail the mission. Theo then appears through telepathic contact, calm and self-assured despite being the subject of the meeting. He tells Alias he has urgent information to share before anything else, catching him off guard. Theo reveals that the 3rd and 4th lines of the Legion are currently under the command of Gizard Ragnar and Axion Ragnar. The scene shifts to the military encampment those forces now occupy. From concealment, Theo notes that 2 watchers have been tailing him. Alias is startled when he realizes Theo means the twins. Theo confirms they have shadowed him ever since he returned from the archipelago because they likely want to strip him of his position. Rather than avoid them, he intends to turn their scheme against them. He asks Alias to feed the twins false information and simply play along with whatever they propose. Alias starts to dismiss the danger, but Theo's name alone is enough to remind everyone how dangerous his insolence can be. One observer notes that Theo seems to have enough influence to overturn the entire balance of power, especially with Axion Ragnar's support. The witness from earlier openly says that having the demon dragon on Theo's side is deeply reassuring. Another officer argues for immediate action and urges the council to form a pursuit squad at once. A masked strategist counters that Theo's departure is certain, but the demon dragon's ignorance suggests this may be part of Theo's own design. He decides to support the demon dragon's judgment for now, especially since the Black Pillar has independently confirmed Theo's departure. The council accepts the physical evidence while also ordering the Black Pillar to organize a pursuit squad immediately. Privately, the masked man concludes that the situation is far more tangled than it appears, but Theo is still the one orchestrating it. A black-haired challenger enters the next trial with calm confidence, expecting little trouble. He is transferred into the second floor of the Pantheon and initially treats it as just another obstacle. That confidence falters when he recognizes the place and realizes the trial has dragged him into something deeply personal. He finds himself in the Burning Rose Palace, the site of the worst trauma of his previous life. The trial announces that the path forward lies through his own subconscious. Before he can fully process it, a familiar voice greets him like prey that has wandered back into reach. The trial makes its purpose explicit by manifesting his trauma as hooded figures and declaring that this buried wound is blocking his way. One of the apparitions mocks him with cruel familiarity, proving the memory is not passive but actively hostile. The system states that he must overcome the trauma that once haunted him if he wants to advance. Instead of shrinking from it, he smiles, almost amused that the Pantheon thinks this old pain can still challenge him. He embraces the confrontation, deciding this trial is absurd because he has already outgrown the fear it is trying to weaponize. Facing the figures from his past, he dismisses them as relics of a time when they truly had power over him. One of the phantoms lashes out with the same contempt that once broke him, but now it only confirms how small they are. He answers with a casual thanks and cuts them down before they can matter. With overwhelming force, he tears through the illusion in a single decisive strike. The surviving image of his former tormentor can only stare as the old dynamic collapses. He stands over the shattered memory, no longer victim but executioner of the fear that defined him. Declaring that he has already killed this version of himself once, he clears the trauma trial and is sent onward. As he moves to the next stage, unseen observers continue watching his progress through the Pantheon. A small guardian is impressed that the challenger may actually be capable of reaching the Pantheon's heights. Another voice teases that such expectations are unusually high, hinting that the man is no ordinary participant. The answer comes in a title that frames him as the god of causality. His victories begin to stack rapidly as multiple higher floor trials are reported complete in quick succession. By the time the notices stop, he has already broken through the 10th floor. He realizes the time needed to clear each floor is shrinking and wonders whether the trials have become easier since the beginning. As he enters the 11th floor, he briefly addresses Karatoyuki, refusing to believe this is where that companion's story ends. A guardian immediately warns him that the real challenge starts now. The 11th trial reveals a primordial cave that symbolizes birth, and he is told he must climb back through it. He assumes the task is simply to follow the path upward, though the cave's atmosphere feels fundamentally different from the earlier floors. The silence and emptiness around him suggest the trial is preparing something more abstract than a physical battle. As he advances, the system explains that reaching the origin means returning to the nothingness before birth. It adds that every sense gained after birth will be stripped away one by one, catching him off guard. The first loss is smell, and he struggles to grasp what it means to have a sense vanish entirely. He keeps moving through the water, testing himself as the cave begins erasing his connection to the world. A sudden shift in perception alerts him that another piece of reality has just been severed. He realizes the cave's fishy odor has disappeared completely, confirming the trial is truly deleting his senses rather than dulling them. Next, his hearing is taken, cutting him off from all sound. Then touch disappears as well, leaving him horrified that 4 of his 5 senses are already gone. When sight is erased too, the world loses all form and he is plunged into total void. The system confirms that all 5 senses are blocked and even his mana is restricted, making ordinary navigation impossible. Adrift in nothingness, he understands that surviving this condition itself is the true trial of the 11th floor. He recalls a past ordeal involving his father's psychic sword and wonders if the same method of breaking through inwardly can save him now. Unable to rely on perception, he calls out to his contracted guardians for help. He keeps summoning them by name, trying every ally he has. But no answer comes, and isolation stretches until even his sense of self begins to thin. He realizes his consciousness is scattering as his senses vanish, meaning he may lose his mind before he finds the exit. With the guardian silent, he concludes that the only answer left must be found within himself. At that moment, his companions finally appear nearby in the cave, shouting for him to stop dragging his feet and get up. One of them grimly admits their calls are not reaching him at all. They understand the problem clearly now. Not only are his senses sealed, but his mana is blocked too, so no matter how loudly they call, he cannot perceive them. As Theo lies on the cave floor, a hidden voice explains that long isolation and repeated rejection eventually awaken a deeper terror. That fear is named as the primal dread of being abandoned by the very world one belongs to. The speaker reveals that this cave is where the line between life and death blurs, and predicts that Theo's consciousness will break apart here. If that happens, Theo will become no different from a dead man. The creature judging him admits it had hoped the chosen one would resist longer, but now dismisses him as another disappointment. Just as the execution seems certain, another presence begins to answer from within the darkness. That presence repeats itself with growing force, as if confirming it has found something important. Theo stirs and reaches out, vowing to reclaim every fragment of himself. A violent surge of red power erupts from him so suddenly that the onlookers are caught off guard. The energy tears through the cave, and the Guardians realize the situation has abruptly changed. One of them understands that the madness planted by the Dragon Emperor in the Pantheon's trial has finally burst free now that Theo's suppression has collapsed. The others can only watch in alarm as that buried force fully manifests. Yet instead of losing himself, Theo uses the madness itself to bind his scattered consciousness back together. Within that inner struggle, Theo confronts the will of the being called Theo Ragnar. The entity offers him a bargain, promising the power to overcome his crisis if Theo accepts its terms. Its demand is absolute: seize destruction, cast everything aside, and devote all of it to the being behind the offer. The true price is revealed as the sacrifice of the world itself. Theo answers by striking into the offer rather than taking the hand extended to him. He rejects the contract outright, refusing to buy survival through surrender. The being protests that refusal is pointless because its power has already been placed inside him. Theo turns that logic around, calmly asserting control over the power now flowing through him. The entity realizes too late that the strength it granted is no longer under its command. Theo declares that he is returning every bit of that power instead of being bound by it, enraging the being that tried to deceive him. He dismisses the tantrum with cold contempt, framing his refusal as the only kindness his grandfather figure will ever receive from him. Defeated and furious, the Red Presence brands Theo selfish and vows not to forget this betrayal. As the force withdraws, system messages confirm that Theo's self-awareness has expanded, his senses and mana have returned, and he has overcome the trial of the 11th floor. Breathing again in his own body, Theo admits that invoking the Dragon Emperor's madness was reckless, but he is relieved it worked. Before he can recover, a familiar cry of Chosen One snaps his attention elsewhere. The small dragon-like companions rush toward him all at once, overwhelming him with their sudden return. They pile onto him so forcefully that he can only protest in confusion. Their complaints reveal relief rather than hostility. They feared he would vanish into madness and leave them behind. Theo is left speechless as he realizes how deeply they were worried about him. A bright opening appears ahead in the cave, signaling the next stage of the trial. Theo pushes himself up, ready to move on. With his companions gathered around him, he recognizes that this must be the final floor. The system confirms it, announcing his entry into the 12th floor of the Trials of the Pantheon. He steps through and arrives barefoot in an entirely different place. Instead of another battlefield, he finds himself inside what looks like an ordinary bedroom. Though he has never seen it before, the room feels strangely familiar, as if tied to a memory he cannot place. Drawn to a standing mirror, he reaches toward it to investigate. Seeing a blue-haired figure reflected there, Theo demands to know why the same person keeps appearing before him. The vision destabilizes before any answer can come. The system interrupts to declare the 12th floor trial cleared, credits him with defeating the relic of the ancient dragon White Tower, and grants entry to the Pantheon as his reward. The false room vanishes beneath him as the trial space gives way to something far larger. Theo emerges into a vast star-filled realm, and takes in where he has been sent. Ahead stands the monumental gate of the Pantheon, and the system confirms that he has finally reached it. A further reward is announced. His Thunder Gate has been enhanced for conquering White Tower's relic. Before Theo can process it all, a familiar voice greets him and notes that he has at last arrived. He turns in shock to find his companion Lodbrok waiting for him in the celestial place. Still stunned, Theo asks how Lodbrok got here when she was supposed to be unable to leave the nest. Lodbrok reveals that the figure before Theo is only a spiritual projection, not her true body. She explains that Theo's Thunder God title has been enhanced, allowing her to appear through his connection to the Dragon Clan and hear their thoughts from anywhere. Lodbrok notes that the same force that strengthened Theo's title has also rapidly elevated his status, bringing him to the Pantheon far sooner than expected. She makes clear that reaching this place took extraordinary effort on Theo's part. Theo downplays it, and frames everything he did as simply fulfilling his duty to his companion. Lodbrok teases him for staying so composed and fearless even after all he has endured. As she examines the structure around them, she begins testing it directly. That contact leads her to suspect the Pantheon has already noticed Theo's arrival. The realization hits her at once. Something monstrous begins breaking through the space around them. Lodbrok urgently orders Theo to leave her side as a barrier forms, while Theo is left trying to understand the new threat. She identifies the intruding being as the unnamed monarch. The creature erupts in a chorus of pain, rage, and childish malice, lashing out at everything around it. Theo realizes this thing is not the same as the dragons he knows, even if it resembles them in some ways. When he demands an explanation, Lodbrok calls the beings outer gods and prepares to defend them. She refuses to explain further, and insists they must escape immediately. Even while trying to stay calm, Lodbrok shows real strain as the danger closes in. A burst of light tears open a path through the corrupted space. Lodbrok turns toward a radiant gate at the top of a stairway, recognizing a new presence has intervened. A man addresses Lodbrok familiarly, making it clear they know each other from long ago. Startled, Lodbrok whirls toward the speaker. She recognizes him as Sigurd. Theo immediately understands that this must be the legendary figure tied to the Ragnar clan. The truth settles in that the man before them is the founder of the Ragnar clan. At the same time, the outer god's agony and hatred intensify, drawing Theo's attention back to the threat. The creature fixates on Sigurd with murderous familiarity, and Theo is shocked that Sigurd can still move after taking such a blow. The monster's fury narrows completely onto Sigurd as if recognizing an old enemy. Sigurd calmly raises a hand and prepares a counterattack without losing composure. His power slices cleanly through the abomination. The attack blasts open the corrupted mass and clears the way toward the distant gate. Sigurd tells Theo that he has finally arrived, as though this meeting was long anticipated. Standing amid the warped realm and its watching entities, Sigurd invites Theo to ask what he wants, promising only limited answers. Theo asks about the man he saw at the trial and in his dreams, desperate to know who he is. After a pause, Sigurd identifies Theo by the name Theo Ragnar and says he has returned. But Sigurd immediately questions whether the one standing here is truly the same person who once returned, shaking Theo even further. Confused and alarmed, Theo demands to know what Sigurd means. Sigurd refuses to explain fully yet, implying there are truths Theo is not ready to hear. Instead, he places a hand against Theo and begins sending him away by force. A rain of radiant blades descends, suppressing the surrounding horrors as Sigurd acts. The warped beings scream under the pressure of Sigurd's power while he holds the realm at bay. Sigurd says Theo will understand only after truly setting foot in this place one day, and until then the answers must wait. Lodbrok furiously calls after him, accusing him of leaving without explaining anything once again. Before she can stop him, another presence reaches in and seizes the situation. Lodbrok looks up in alarm as she realizes who has intervened. A towering pale being appears, and Lodbrok identifies it as the god of causality. Sigurd apologizes to Lodbrok and says Theo is not meant to be in this place yet. With that, he withdraws through the gate as it begins to close. Lodbrok can only watch and shout after Sigurd as the door seals them apart. In the aftermath, a single cosmic eye opens and a system message warns that the god of causality has noticed Theo. Theo is left stunned, realizing he has drawn the attention of something far beyond his understanding. At the top of the tower, he is formally recognized for clearing the 77th floor and reaching a new threshold. A horned woman explains that the monsters he has faced so far were only lesser beings compared to the true threat called the unnamed monarch. She warns that such beings are the enemies he will have to confront from now on, forcing him to grasp how much larger his path has become. She reveals that these monsters exist outside the laws governing the world and seek endlessly to destroy it. Before sending him on, she urges him to keep moving forward and grow stronger. Her final charge is that all of this power must be used to protect the world he loves. The tower rewards him with the right to wield nirvana and ownership of the relic of the ancient dragon, the White Tower. Dragonization activates, and he is told that the Eye of Void has also received the blessing of causality. With the rewards granted, the tower sends him onward with a promise that his true journey is only beginning. He returns to the tower's inner hall, where the Guardian greets him as the Chosen One. The Guardian immediately notices that he has come back carrying new abilities. When he asks what that means, he begins to realize his body has already changed. He sees himself transformed into a draconic form and is briefly stunned by the result. Testing the new body, he starts to understand that this change is tied directly to the power he just received. The system confirms that dragonization is active, and he identifies the transformation as its effect. The Guardian explains that the dragon relics he collected have massively amplified his dragon blood talent. He feels the difference immediately, sensing that his physical strength, stamina, and durability have all been reborn at a higher level. His mana has also changed, flowing so naturally through him that controlling and accumulating it now feels effortless. As the draconic shell recedes under his control, he confirms that he can now switch the transformation freely. With that understood, he turns his attention to the other reward, Nirvana, and chooses to activate it. Nirvana begins expanding his mental domain, and he calmly submits to the process. Once it settles in, he realizes the ability gives him a sense of dominion over the surrounding area, as if the space itself rests in his grasp. He judges the power promising but admits he will need practice before he can use it properly in battle. That new awareness leads him back to the pantheon and the old legends of founders, thunder, and gods, which now feel less like myth and more like hidden history. He recognizes that answers exist there, but also that he is still too far from the truth to understand them yet. From that, he reaches a troubling possibility. To solve these mysteries, he may have to ascend into the pantheon as a god himself. One question especially haunts him: why the god of causality stood among his ancestors in that place. He reinterprets Ragnar itself as more than a northern kingdom, seeing it instead as a force created to defend the world from outer gods. The Guardian confirms that protecting the world is the duty of the Ragnar bloodline and treats that burden as an honorable sacrifice. He then wonders whether the chosen successors are being raised so one of them can become a god of causality and continue that war. Pursuing another lead, he asks about the mysterious man he saw in the strange world tied to the 12th floor trial. The Guardian admits ignorance about the man's identity, though it confirms that world was indeed connected to his trial. He accepts that even the Guardian lacks key knowledge, which only deepens the mystery surrounding what he witnessed. Left with fragments instead of answers, he keeps circling back to the same unresolved question about that unknown place. The Guardian announces that it has told him all it can and prepares to leave. Before departing, it warns him that unwelcome guests are waiting outside the tower. Rather than being alarmed, he reveals he expected to be followed. He decides it would be discourteous to keep his pursuers waiting and heads out to meet them himself. Outside, the White Tower stands in the snowy mountains as the confrontation he anticipated finally arrives. He steps into the open with a sword in hand, ready to face whoever came after him. A man waiting there mocks him for taking so long to emerge. The stranger taunts him further, framing the meeting as an older brother being forced to wait on his younger sibling. The threat sharpens as the man readies his weapon and presses the insult. He recognizes the attacker as Theo, making the family connection unmistakable. Theo leans into the provocation, addressing him with open contempt as his little brother. He answers with cold politeness, apologizing for the delay and naming him properly as Brother Jazard. That response catches Theo's interest, since almost no one who recognizes him survives long enough for it to matter. He explains that he knows Theo from a previous life, where he saw him once at the friendly sparring match between influential successors. In that memory, Theo was dismissed as no match for the top contenders, and he had asked others to tell him more about the man. What he learned began with a harsh truth: even among successors, they were far from equals. A victorious swordsman looms over a fallen opponent and reflects that power always leaves a vacancy for someone to fill. He admits he had hoped Axion's successor would be worthy, but dismisses the man before him as too weak to even handle a sword properly. The defeated fighter realizes this man is Axion's formidable elder brother, the expert who once crushed Axion in the past. Instead of hostility, the black-haired man casually thanks him, claiming they are fellow successors and that the other has come at just the right time. He pushes the provocation further by saying the swordsman came all this way to rescue him, leaving the other baffled. That absurd claim finally snaps the swordsman's composure. Killing intent floods the battlefield as the two square off in earnest. The black-haired man mocks the new successor's attitude and prepares to reveal what he has really arranged. Before the swordsman can process it, the black-haired man moves. He lunges in and openly states that he came here to kill his opponent. The swordsman blocks, and the attacker drops the earlier act, admitting he always knew this meeting would end in an attempt on his life. He guesses the traces he left behind were what led the swordsman here, and the reaction confirms it. Still trading blows, he reasons that Troyvin's forces must already be closing in on the White Tower, making this place impossible to escape alone. He reveals that was exactly why he used his older twin siblings as bait. By discarding the uniform while fleeing, he expected pursuit to follow the trail straight to him. The swordsman realizes the trap was obvious in hindsight, while the black-haired man smugly celebrates that his gamble worked. He clarifies that the only part he did not expect was the successor arriving alone before the rest. Using that opening, he drives a fierce attack that sends the swordsman hurtling away. The clash tears across the snowy ruins and blasts the fight outward from the tower. The black-haired man is unsurprised, having already assumed the situation would unfold this way. The swordsman dives back in, demanding to know what the point of all this is. He answers with ruthless certainty that once his opponent hits the ground, everything will be over. Even so, he admits he never expected this successor to be someone who could be reasoned with. He reflects that the successors of the mighty Ragnar clan are all driven by unshakable personal convictions, with only one exception. He declares that he is no different and commits fully to his own resolve. The swordsman counters from above with a crushing strike. The impact detonates the ground and sends debris erupting into the air. As the dust billows, both fighters brace for whoever that disturbance has brought. The swordsman curses the sudden interruption, while the black-haired man falls silent and watches. From the smoke, a new arrival complains that the timing ruined a chance to eliminate both men at once. The black-haired man immediately understands that stronger enemies have arrived earlier than expected. A masked woman identifies him as Theo Ragnar, confirming she knows exactly who he is. She notes that he deliberately withdrew his own forces, but takes offense at the idea that he thought he could handle Troyvin's 9 pillars alone. A towering armored man steps forward beside her, reinforcing the threat. The woman is introduced as Dre, the third of Troyvin's 9 pillars. Her companion is revealed as Zvi, the 7th of the 9 pillars. Dre relishes the luck of finding 2 Ragnar descendants in one place and sees the encounter as a gift. Theo recognizes the implication at once. 2 of the 9 pillars, created to rival the 9 dragons, have come personally. Dre coldly decides that both Ragnar men will serve as sacrifices for some greater purpose, and Theo is unsettled by that word. Zvi reminds Dre that Dren ordered them to keep their target alive, but she brushes off his concern because they can kill the others anyway. She adds that if she had known she would be fighting with him, she would have preferred to come alone, exposing the friction between the 2 pillars. Despite the bickering, both begin releasing overwhelming power. Theo and the swordsman instinctively separate, while Theo studies the newcomers from a distance. He judges their mana to be overwhelming, but notices they are not truly coordinated and decides that weakness may be exploitable. Dre attacks first, claiming priority over the kill. She descends in a blur and unleashes a storm of slashes before Theo can properly react. Theo is cut repeatedly and realizes she is far faster than expected. As he endures the barrage, he calculates that she delivered more than 30 strikes in an instant, with the final blow aimed to take his neck. Dre laughs off his survival, admitting she had indeed intended to decapitate him on that last strike. Then she mentions someone named Noel who is supposedly bound on the islands, and Theo is jolted into wondering whether she means the man he once met at the floating archipelago. The swordsman coldly dismisses his earlier defeat, insisting he only failed because he held back and that the woman's survival was a deliberate mercy, not a true loss. The masked woman rushes him with mocking flirtation, treating the fight like a game while another fighter watches from the side. She launches a lethal opening strike, aiming to take his head at once as the swordsman braces for her charge. Their weapons meet in a violent clash, stopping her first attempt before it can finish him. She immediately multiplies her assault through a dark assassination technique, surrounding him with converging afterimages or clones. The swarm unleashes a barrage of flying dark slashes, trying to overwhelm him from every direction. A white-haired masked man clicks his tongue, dissatisfied as he moves in with his own blade. He tears up the battlefield with a rising earthen path, forcing a direct lane between himself and the swordsman. The woman taunts the swordsman by revealing she expected him to be easier to kill because of his connection to the newcomer. Perched above the upheaval, she needles them further, implying their relationship is closer than expected. The white-haired fighter snaps back possessively, warning her not to touch his prey unless she wants him to kill her first. She laughs off the tension, saying she has no interest in a three-way struggle and wants the two men left alone. Without waiting, she dives away from the swordsman and redirects herself toward the white-haired man instead. He realizes too late that she has switched targets and is already on top of him. Her sudden strike crashes down, forcing him into a desperate defense under the rain of attacks. She lands and immediately resets her stance, while another masked observer watches with a predatory grin. That observer focuses sharply, tracking the exchange for an opening. His armored fist tightens, signaling that he is about to interfere directly. He seizes the white-haired man from behind and mocks him as dead weight, accusing him of getting in the way. The white-haired fighter curses him, but the masked brute answers that if he dies here, at least he will stop being a burden. Watching the chaos, the swordsman judges the situation dangerous because both enemies are erratic and hard to predict. He also recognizes that his own side is hardly more coordinated, with everyone acting on impulse. The white-haired man, enraged, prepares to retaliate despite the insult and interference. Both sides escalate at once, dark assassination arts colliding with a counter of heavenly daggers. The white-haired fighter takes command of the split, declaring that he will handle the larger masked brute himself. The woman delights in his anger, amused that she has provoked him so thoroughly. She promises his death with open relish, savoring the fight. Then she surges back toward the swordsman in a blur, black tendrils of motion swallowing the distance. The swordsman recognizes that the duel with her has resumed and steadies himself for another exchange. She closes in intimately, inviting him to continue where they left off as if this were a private dance. He studies her approach and realizes her confidence comes from extraordinary speed. She attacks in a rapid series of passes, forcing him to defend against strikes that come almost faster than he can read. As he weathers the pressure, he admits that high-speed opponents are far more troublesome than simple bruisers. Her blades carve a storm of red lines around him, each aimed with killing precision rather than brute force. He concludes that her speed surpasses even his previous benchmark and that she is deliberately targeting vital points. Instead of trying to outrun her, he forms a counterplan, expose a vital spot on purpose and bait her instincts. The woman locks onto the apparent opening exactly as he expected. She lunges for the baited weak point, and he confirms that her body reacts automatically to such chances. At that instant he unleashes Dragon's Claw, turning the trap into an attack. She realizes too late that he has reversed the flow of the exchange. His follow-up, Black Lightning, erupts through the ground and space around her in crackling blue arcs. The lightning blades coil around her from multiple angles, cutting off escape and forcing her into the center of the trap. Even while caught, she quickly analyzes the technique, understanding that the sword's lightning property is what makes ordinary dodging useless. That realization hits her hard as she sees the attack's true nature. The blue strikes smash through the terrain around her, battering her position and hemming in her movement. She survives by letting the destruction itself restrict her options in a controlled way, judging the damage painful but manageable. Still, she calls the result disappointing, as though he has failed to impress her enough. She answers with a fresh technique, sending red energy lances stabbing across the shattered battlefield. As the crimson barrage multiplies, she dismisses his previous attack as far too weak to stop her. The red assault detonates across the mountainside, blasting the area apart and driving the fight into another violent escalation. A masked observer notes that Drev has not fully mastered his power yet, but he is already drawing out Black Dragon's strength. He identifies the Watcher as Troivan 9-pillar Ion and finds Drev's use of Dry Spirit Block despite his countering ability unexpectedly interesting. Seeing the change in Drev, someone realizes a decisive transformation is beginning. Ion watches with growing interest, convinced the fight is finally becoming worth his attention. Drev closes in instead of keeping his distance, deciding to exploit the opening before his opponent can settle. His opponent rushes forward as well, declaring that he hates making a waiting woman wait and forcing the clash head-on. A massive blue dragon form surges into the exchange, shocking the attacker with its sudden appearance. The dragonized power erupts upward and hurls the fight into a far more dangerous scale. The opponent recognizes that this new form is something entirely different from before. Drev confirms the obvious dodge with a grin, and the observer realizes this is the dragonization the Lord once mentioned. The masked fighter presses him, demanding to know whether he has truly become the Black Dragon himself. Their escalating power tears through the battlefield and leaves the ground exploding around them. Amid the destruction, the masked fighter accuses Drev's side of being descendants of Ragnar, and suspects they have been conducting their own forbidden experiments. Rather than deny it, Drev revels in the violence, and admits the battle has finally reached a pace he enjoys. He launches forward with crackling force, promising that the fight is only going to become more intense. His speed and power spike so sharply that his opponent is caught off guard. Drev drives the assault through a storm of lightning-fast movement, forcing the masked fighter backward. Both fighters grin through the pressure, each recognizing that the other is dangerous enough to be exciting. From a distance, Ion watches the explosive exchange and openly admires what he is seeing. He concludes that dragonization has pushed Drev beyond merely matching his opponent's speed and into outright dominance. Reflecting on the fight, Ion judges that in this state Drev may already surpass the current 9 pillars. To him, that overwhelming danger only makes Drev more fascinating. The masked fighter abruptly appears over Drev, shifting from defense to a lethal counterattack. Realizing how dangerous Drev has become, she decides she can no longer hold back. After locking down his movement, she commits to ending the battle with a single empowered strike. Her red attack detonates across the battlefield with enough force to obliterate the area. Even as the dust rises, Ion praises Drev for exceeding expectations and begins judging him as a possible successor. He notes that Drev is fighting like someone worthy of inheritance, with skills far beyond what can be dismissed. Another combatant drops into the battlefield from above, targeting Drev in the middle of the chaos. The newcomer arrives smiling, eager to join the fight. A hulking, monstrous ally of Drev answers that arrival with a feral roar. Watching this shift, Ion decides the newcomer has chosen the wrong opponent. The beast moves instantly, its killing intent flashing before anyone can react. The newcomer swings in with confidence, but the monstrous fighter meets him at once with brutal speed. The attacker is stunned to realize his strike was actually avoided despite the monster's huge body. He can barely process that something so massive moved that cleanly around his attack. The monster's counter sends force ripping across the battlefield in a violent rush. Still calmly reading his book, Ion dismisses the challenger as inadequate and remarks that his own artificial body is only operating at 20% of its intended capacity. He takes genuine pleasure in discovering so many flaws left to refine in his creation. The blue-haired fighter lands atop a pillar, trying to reset himself and reassess the threat. But as he steadies his breathing, he admits the enemy is far stronger than he imagined. He recalls hearing that the 9 pillars were merely imitations built to rival the 9 dragons, and now that claim feels terrifyingly real. The realization hits him that he may not even be a match for an imitation. Even so, he tightens his grip on his weapon and refuses to give in. He abandons pride, deciding that if raw strength is not enough, he will win by any method available. With that resolve, he prepares to use every trick he knows. He unleashes Dark Assassination Technique, Dark Orchid, surrounding the battlefield with twisting black strikes. The technique crashes down in a violent barrage, engulfing the monstrous opponent in layered impacts. When the attack clears, the monster is still standing and holding firm, barely shaken. He mocks the effort as pathetic, making it clear the assault accomplished almost nothing. The armored general tears through the assassin's chain trap, refusing to be contained and making clear he is still far from beaten. The web of chains is cut apart as he forces his way through the technique instead of being immobilized by it. Even with blades and chains closing in, the general endures the assault and keeps advancing through the restraint. The assassin's heaven's net surrounds the battlefield, but the general stands inside it without losing control of the fight. Wrapped in chains, the armored general glares back with confidence rather than fear. He mocks the attack as a cheap trick and dismisses the idea that something this simple could stop him. The assassin calmly agrees, revealing that the trap was never meant to defeat the general himself. He drops the real point of the move. The general was only a distraction, not the true target. As the general realizes too late, the chains above bring down the surrounding rock and debris. He understands the trick only as the collapse crashes onto him. The impact buries the area in a violent explosion of shattered stone and dust. From the settling wreckage, a white-haired dragonized fighter arrives, composed and untouched. He steps into the ruined battlefield and faces the battered assassin directly. The assassin, badly injured and bound by crackling restraints, taunts him with flirtation while promising to repay the earlier favor in full. The newcomer ignores the provocation and instead checks whether Gizzard has finished off the general yet. Before he gets an answer, movement from the rubble signals that the general is still alive. The armored general rises from the debris, proving the collapse failed to put him down. The assassin immediately launches back into the air to resume the attack. The general tracks him with a predatory grin, ready for the next exchange. A rapid clash follows as the assassin darts in with sweeping strikes and the general meets him head-on. The general gathers force in his hand, preparing a heavier counterattack. The assassin realizes ordinary hits are useless and concludes he needs a decisive strike strong enough to pierce that armor. Before he can act on that thought, the dragonized newcomer dives into the battle at high speed. He lands between them in a burst of force, abruptly interrupting the duel. With a faint smile, he announces that he has come to help. The assassin bristles at the interference, while also recognizing this dragonized fighter as the chosen one. The newcomer coolly tells him their reckoning can wait until after they deal with the traitors. He takes command of the situation and insists they focus on the enemy first, despite the assassin's refusal to be ordered around. He warns that carelessness will get the assassin killed, stressing that this opponent is far more dangerous than the one he faced before. The warning lands as both of them measure the armored general and the threat he still represents. Elsewhere, a mounted force blocks the road as a lone rider approaches under the night sky. The rider invokes Ragnar's sacred law and declares that he is there to arrest Theo on suspicion of treason. He addresses Theo with regret, insisting he cannot believe Theo has truly abandoned their side. Even so, he argues that Theo's current actions amount to defying their father's will and the family's rules. He warns that if Theo resists arrest, the law permits lethal force. He goes further and authorizes summary execution, vowing not to let Theo continue. With that, he orders the Black Iron Cavalry to charge. The cavalry surges forward across the frozen ground. The soldiers hesitate in confusion, openly questioning whether Theo could truly be a traitor and demanding clarity from their leader. Their captain cuts through the uncertainty and orders them to move out when ready. Evelyn protests fiercely, calling the accusation against Theo absurd and reminding the captain that Theo left on this mission without objection. The captain silences her doubts, saying the dragon squad has always survived by trusting their comrades. As a signal streaks across the moonlit sky, he frames the choice as simple loyalty to one another. Evelyn steadies herself and accepts his judgment, affirming her faith in young Lord Theo. The troops rally behind the captain's order and commit themselves to following him. Under the cold full moon, the conflict spreads across the mountains. Far away, another warrior notices the signal in the sky and senses that something has changed. His hooded subordinate asks what is wrong, and he admits the situation is becoming deeply irritating. He reasons that no man would destroy an ancient dragon's arm merely to save one subordinate, so the official explanation makes no sense. The hooded subordinate agrees, and together they conclude that their enemies are hiding a larger plan. A trapped fighter forces his hand through the ice and admits there is no avoiding what comes next. He breaks free and resolves to handle this battle himself. His ally is ordered to deal with the traitors first, while the enemy warns that this opponent cannot be treated like the others. The white-haired warrior makes clear that a single lapse will mean death, underscoring how dangerous this duel is. The dark-haired fighter insists the plan is still sound and tries to reassert control. Instead, he erupts in anger at being commanded and rejects taking orders from anyone. He claims the next fight is his alone, and tells the others to stay back and watch. Amused, the white-haired enemy accepts that this man may be a worthy successor and agrees to wait. The challenger gathers his power, preparing a direct assault. He launches forward across the frozen ground with explosive speed. Using a dark assassination technique, he closes the distance in a blur. He unleashes dark heavenly daggers, sending a storm of attacks down on his target. The barrage crashes into the white-haired warrior in a violent burst, but the target meets the assault head-on, cutting through the attack instead of yielding. A rapid exchange follows as blades and force collide in a dense flurry. When the clash clears, both men remain standing apart, the ground around them torn up. The white-haired warrior decides the opening exchange is over and claims the initiative. He dives in from above with overwhelming speed, pressing the attack immediately. The dark-haired fighter is shocked that someone of that size can move so fast. Realizing a frontal contest is too dangerous, he focuses on deflecting rather than matching the blows. He keeps parrying under heavy pressure, knowing he cannot survive by defending forever. He waits for the instant his opponent's stance slips, planning to counter the moment an opening appears. That chance never comes, and another crushing strike drives him back. He realizes the white-haired warrior can now break his dragon-forged weapons and warns himself not to get careless just because he blocked one hit. Watching calmly, the white-haired warrior decides this duel is taking longer than expected and turns his attention toward the captured pillar nearby. Up close, he becomes intrigued by the captive's unusual condition. A masked figure appears beside the restrained woman and analyzes her technique as a machine that uses continuous mana flow to bind a target and amplify force. The newcomer concludes she is likely a pillar as well. He introduces himself to Theo Ragnar as Ion, the ninth pillar of Troyvin, and dismisses the fight as something beyond simple strength. Ion explains that Ragnar's mana is alien and overwhelming, and that even 30% of the black dragon's power should have been enough to kill him. The white-haired warrior presses him to explain what that percentage means. Ian answers directly and reveals the existence of the 9-Pillar Project. The project created modified humans meant to rival Ragnar's 9 dragons. He clarifies that the percentages measure the power level granted to each test subject. He identifies Dre as a 3rd-generation subject who received 30% of the black dragon's power, then notes that the captive woman must have exceeded that level because she defeated him. Ian coldly mocks Dre for thinking 30% was enough to challenge Ragnar. He produces a vial of red fluid, preparing to push the experiment further. Before he can use it, the captive woman's chains lash out and stop him. Still restrained and badly wounded, she begs Ian to stop and insists she can keep fighting if she gets free. Ian answers by triggering a violent backlash inside her body. As she transforms into a monstrous state, she can only ask why he would do this. The mutation detonates in a massive burst of blood and dark energy, startling Ragnar. Ragnar recognizes it as a manhole backflow explosion, a technique refined from backflow methods. Ian reveals the sample he intended to use contained exactly 40% of the black dragon's power. He boasts that his side has already recreated the original 9 dragons' power, and can now manufacture artificial dragons. He invites Theo Ragnar to join him, claiming that with Ragnar's body and his technology they could surpass the family that cast Ragnar aside. Before the offer can settle, a huge impact descends from above. Dre crashes down in ruined condition, his body broken by the battle. The dark-haired fighter laughs at how pathetic even these so-called pillars are. Ian dryly agrees that, given Dre's current state, there is little room to argue. As the experiment appears to end, a dark force stirs again instead of dying out. Theo Ragnar orders Vi to stop pretending to be finished and end the matter quickly. The monstrous subject surges back with feral violence, proving it is still very much alive. Its recovery shocks the onlookers, who had assumed Gizzard had already exhausted it. Before anyone can adjust, the revived enemy lunges back into the fight at full speed. The sudden counterattack lands hard enough to draw a cry of pain. Theo coldly declares that his original goal was to kill Mjolnir and seize the ancient dragon's power, but for now he will settle for ending this clash and withdrawing. That retreat makes no sense to his enemies, because even a weakened Gizzard should not have been so easy to overcome. In the middle of that confusion, a new arrival announces that outsiders have entered the battlefield. The intruder appears holding the battered Gizzard, turning the situation into something far more complicated. At the same time, another rider charges in from above, signaling the arrival of armed reinforcements. The newcomers descend decisively, taking control of the field before either side can react. The mysterious figure reminds Theo to seriously consider the offer made earlier, then departs into the chaos. Realizing Gizzard is being taken away, one of his allies desperately tries to stop it, but the enemy escapes through a violent opening in the ground, leaving only the aftermath behind. With Captain Thorkel now present, Theo immediately demands a pursuit squad and identifies himself. Instead of helping, Captain Alias abruptly places Theo under arrest for treason. As mounted troops pour into the area, Theo finds himself surrounded by his own side. More aerial units gather overhead, making it clear this is an organized military intervention. Alias's presence confirms that the accusation is official, not a misunderstanding. Theo, still half-naked and battle-worn, questions whether this is really the moment for such a move. Nearby, Axion and the hooded woman watch the confrontation unfold from a distance. The woman notes that Gizzard is gone and begins to suspect the 9 Pillars intervention changed the outcome. Axion presses her for an explanation of what exactly has happened. She concludes that the 9 Pillars interfered and disrupted whatever plan had been unfolding. Looking at the tunnel left behind, she admits Gizzard likely was not truly defeated and may have been taken in the worst possible scenario. That possibility amuses Axion rather than alarming him. The woman catches his reaction at once and realizes he is not taking this as a setback. Axion openly welcomes the chaos, deciding to use it to crush the insult against him completely. Alias repeats the arrest order, making clear he intends to carry it through. Theo rejects the idea of arrest in wartime and argues that if he is to be judged, it should be by execution-worthy proof, not politics. He insists he can explain everything later, but says a more urgent crisis now takes priority. Alias cannot believe Theo is trying to deflect the charge with talk of something more important. Theo answers with open fury, demanding to know what could matter more than treason in Alias's eyes. Before the confrontation can explode, someone physically restrains Theo. Captain Thorkel steps between them and halts the clash by force. Thorkel backs Theo, warning Alias not to force a treason case with such weak evidence. He points to the fallen body of a pillar as proof that the situation is not as simple as Alias claims. Axion mocks the idea that a single corpse could settle the matter. Thorkel refuses to let Theo be dragged away and tells Alias to stop pushing the issue. He warns that if Alias insists on this nonsense, he will personally answer him in the ancient dragon's stead. Axion, rather than backing down, says he is being perfectly reasonable and invites the challenge. Theo cuts through both men's posturing and orders them to stop wasting time. He reveals the real emergency. Brother Gizzard was defeated and captured by the Tronium Pillars, and they must pursue immediately. That revelation jolts the hooded woman, who argues that if Gizzard was taken by the enemy, they should already be moving after him, not debating treason. Others quickly support her, calling the accusation against Theo a flimsy excuse based on appearances rather than facts. Theo agrees to face formal charges later, but insists that rescuing Gizzard, the family's successor, must come first. The pink-haired woman bluntly frames the treason dispute as political maneuvering and says even the Gale Dragon would put a disciple's safety above that. Even those still wary of Theo begin to accept that saving Gizzard has to take priority over internal conflict. Axion erupts in rage at that shift in momentum, furious to hear the argument turn against him. A hooded woman falters as the confrontation around her turns deadly serious. The black-haired man, battered and tense, braces himself for whatever comes next. His opponent cuts him off, accusing him of talking too much instead of proving himself. The threat escalates into an immediate challenge, with the warning that failure will mean death on the spot. Rather than answer the provocation, the black-haired man goes still and chooses restraint. The aggressor mistakes that silence for surrender and presses harder, convinced he has already broken him. The black-haired man dismisses the taunt and prepares to act on his own priorities. A sudden surge of power interrupts the standoff and catches the challenger off guard. Theo reveals that clearing his own name no longer matters as much as saving a fellow Ragnar warrior. The black-haired man realizes Theo is abandoning the duel for a different objective. Theo points out that this pointless fight is costing them the chance to rescue his brother Gizzard. The hooded woman supports that urgency and pushes the others to focus on the rescue instead. Theo forces the issue by asking what truly deserves protection, Ragnar itself, or the throne. He goes further and accuses his enemy of being so obsessed with power that he would even discard his own disciple. That accusation leaves the older warrior shaken as Theo steps away with growing confidence. Watching Theo's resolve harden, the onlookers realize he may be about to do something unprecedented. A vast force sweeps across the battlefield, drawing every eye toward Theo's next move. The surrounding soldiers are stunned as the disturbance becomes impossible to ignore. Something massive begins to emerge from the snow under Theo's command. Even those who doubted him are forced to admit his promise was real, though they can barely accept what they are seeing. The shape rises further, revealing scales and the body of a dragon. Shock spreads through the crowd as the impossible takes form before them. The dragon fully manifests, breathing life into an ancient legend. One witness identifies Theo as the legendary descendant of the ancient dragon, the figure destined to lead Ragnar. The old commander can only recoil, unable to reconcile Theo with the myth he is now fulfilling. More dragon guardians answer Theo's call, proving this is not a single fluke but true authority. Theo admits he never meant to defeat the Gale Dragon head-on and had only used a partial manifestation to buy time. He explains that his current strength is too limited for a full fight, but enough to bring the guardians forth. His enemy understands the implication. Theo is using legend and spectacle to shift the balance of power rather than win by force. Theo confirms that direct combat was never his real aim. Instead, he intends to silence the Gale Dragon politically by forcing everyone present to reconsider who deserves loyalty. The summoned dragon's presence gives that plan overwhelming symbolic weight. With multiple guardians looming behind him, Theo appears as the very embodiment of the ancient prophecy. The soldiers begin hailing him as Lord Theo Ragnar, the true guardian who will lead Ragnar. Their faith rapidly consolidates around him, and the logic becomes self-reinforcing. A true descendant would naturally place Ragnar above personal ambition. Theo sees the momentum turning and realizes this public shift can help him secure support for rescuing Gizzard. The Gale Dragon refuses to let that narrative stand and rejects it outright. He lashes out violently, trying to smash through the illusion of legitimacy Theo has created. The attack tears through the space in a furious burst, but it fails to break Theo's composure. Theo remains calm and unreadable, letting the failed outburst expose his opponent instead. The surrounding warriors are outraged that the Gale Dragon would strike at a guardian in front of everyone. He answers with contempt, insisting Theo's summoned guardians are only tricks and that no illusion can wash away his disgrace. Then he turns on the crowd as well, condemning them all for being weak enough to waver. He argues that their belief in old legends has made them easy prey for Theo's deception. Still raging, he mocks the very idea of a dragon descendant who can command guardians, treating it as childish nonsense. But in the middle of that denial, something makes him hesitate. A sudden hush falls over the battlefield, and the crowd's attention shifts away from his rant. The black-haired man, silent until now, finally steps forward with cold resolve. His first words cut through the chaos by questioning how the Gale Dragon could dismiss the guardians as mere lizards. An eye-patched officer follows immediately, declaring that the Gale Dragon has crossed the line. Theo coldly thanks Gale Dragon, making it clear he believes his opponent has handed him an advantage. Gale Dragon realizes too late that Theo has turned the situation to his own benefit. As the two sides face each other in the snow, the confrontation draws the full attention of the gathered Ragnar warriors. Theo declares that Gale Dragon has brought ruin on himself by insulting the Ragnar clan's legends. The accusation spreads through the watching warriors, framing Gale Dragon's actions as an offense against the clan itself. Though he inwardly dismisses their pride in old legends, Gale Dragon decides he cannot retreat now and must overpower them instead. The clan's fighters harden their resolve, ready to answer his defiance with force. Their elders reach the same conclusion, and the pressure on Gale Dragon intensifies. Theo invites Gale Dragon to prove himself directly if he truly thinks Ragnar's legends are overrated. Provoked, Gale Dragon unleashes a violent red attack meant to crush Theo outright. Theo braces as the strike rushes toward him with overwhelming force. Before the blow can land, a far greater power descends and interrupts the clash. The surrounding warriors immediately recognize the terrifying presence and freeze in alarm. A colossal red aura engulfs the battlefield, forcing both combatants to stop. An unseen authority rebukes them for turning their weapons on each other instead of the enemy. Theo is jolted into silence by the force behind that command. Gale Dragon is equally shaken, realizing someone far above them has intervened. The rebuke continues, condemning both men for aiming at each other's throats despite their duty. A sword planted at the center of the field becomes the focus of the descending authority. The power erupts outward, announcing the arrival of the clan's true ruler. The family head manifests through that overwhelming crimson presence. He condemns the idea of trusting the front lines to men petty enough to fight among themselves. The entire clan drops into formal submission and greets the family head. Gale Dragon immediately bows and tries to justify himself by claiming he was only punishing a traitor. He points to Theo as the disgrace of Ragnar, accusing him of wearing enemy clothes and dragging the clan's name through the mud. He presses for immediate execution, hoping to turn the family head's judgment against Theo. Instead, the family head dismisses Gale Dragon as a barking dog that has forgotten its place. He reminds Gale Dragon that a subordinate has no right to bare his fangs while his master stands before him. The warning crushes Gale Dragon down instantly, leaving him choking under the pressure. The family head demands a proper explanation for the chaos. A black-haired captain named Thorkel steps forward, apologizes for speaking out, and reports that the 4th squad captain, Gizzard, was kidnapped during recon. He urges the clan to stop bickering and authorize a pursuit squad at once, while Theo recognizes him as his brother. The family head's silence and rising aura make it clear that Thorkel's intervention has changed the direction of the hearing. He invokes the clan's brutal creed that the weak deserve death, forcing both Theo and Thorkel to confront that logic. Thorkel rejects it in this case, insisting that before Gizzard is a loser, he is still his brother and one of their own blood. When challenged, Thorkel stands firm and says the family head is seeing the matter wrongly. The family head looms over them and warns that Ragnar is not a place for sentimental talk about family. Thorkel is shaken, but he does not back down from the threat in front of him. Theo suddenly supports the rescue, arguing that Gizzard must be saved, but not out of familial affection. He explains that if they abandon Gizzard now, the clan's enemies will take it as proof that Ragnar can be humiliated without consequence. Theo argues that Ragnar must inspire a fear even greater than death in anyone who dares touch one of their warriors. The kidnapped Gizzard is shown listening, as Theo's reasoning centers on punishing those who seize the Ragnar fighter without permission. The watching warriors begin to understand that Theo is reframing the rescue as a matter of clan dominance, not compassion. Theo drives the point home. The enemy must be made to fear even looking down on Ragnar again. Gale Dragon protests that Theo is twisting the issue and insists the real problem is the suspicion of treason. The family head silences him with a single command and reaches for the sword that marks his authority. As he grips the weapon, he mocks the way Ragnar's honor is being invoked in this dispute. With the blade in hand, the family head reasserts complete control over everyone present. Theo faces him directly, knowing the judgment is now turning toward power and succession as much as discipline. The family head cuts to the heart of it by accusing Theo of speaking like a man who already sees himself as Ragnar's next leader. Theo holds himself together under pressure, but the strain shows in the tear at the edge of his composure. Nearby, someone tightens their grip on a weapon, signaling that the standoff is about to turn. The older commander dismisses Theo's explanation with cold amusement, making clear he is not persuaded. Theo realizes the situation has shifted against him and braces for what comes next. The commander immediately orders Gudrid Ragnar to be retrieved, treating Theo's presence as a matter for formal judgment. The force moves at once, the order setting the frozen battlefield into motion. Before Theo can be taken away, the commander singles him out by name and stops him. He tells Theo to remain, revealing that he intends a private discussion instead of a simple arrest. Theo is caught off guard, unable to tell why he is being separated from the others. As the others pull back, a mounted captain and his group watch from a distance, sensing that something unusual is unfolding. The captain hesitates, uncertain whether to intervene or trust the commander's intent. Elsewhere, in a ritual site wrapped in living red tendrils and firelight, a darker plan is already underway. A wounded subordinate apologizes to his young lord, knowing he has failed an important mission. The young lord reminds him that he was ordered to bring back both Theo and the relic needed for the crazy dragon emperor's resurrection. The subordinate explains that Ragnar's main force arrived first, forcing him to abandon Theo and save only himself. The young lord admits he was unwilling to kill someone as interesting as Theo, then reveals he has prepared a substitute instead. That substitute is Gudrid Ragnar, battered and unconscious at the young lord's feet. Gudrid stirs weakly, showing he is still alive and can still be used. The young lord rejects the idea that Gudrid's body alone is enough, insisting the ritual also requires the ancient relic tied to him. When another follower suggests using a different relic, the discussion turns to the dragon sword. They explain that among the 5 heavenly relics, the dragon sword is supreme, but it cannot serve as a sacrifice because the crazy dragon emperor will need it to face Kyle. Annoyed, the young lord snaps that if they wanted to complain, they should have brought the proper relic in the first place. The exchange is cut short by urgent news that Ragnar's main force is attacking. The young lord is stunned and demands confirmation, realizing the threat is immediate. He learns the enemy is charging through the front lines at reckless speed, as if they are desperate to recover their successor. That makes no sense to him, because the Ragnar clan should never risk itself for a mere prisoner under the law of strength. The wounded subordinate laughs through the pain and warns him that he has gravely underestimated the man behind Ragnar. With growing dread, he realizes the true danger is Master Axion. He concludes that once Axion arrives, everyone there will die, and that the supposed heir may be the very beast Axion chose. The old priest calmly accepts the implication and treats discovery of the site as only a matter of time. Even with their demonic barrier, he admits they cannot hold this place forever and suggests abandoning it to prepare the ritual elsewhere. The young lord cuts him off, because the resurrection must happen in the northern territories no matter the risk. He refuses to retreat, arguing that if they lose this land now, they may never regain it, and that the crazy dragon emperor's return cannot be delayed any longer. After a brief silence, he settles on a ruthless answer. He orders Ian to bring Gudrid and declares that Gudrid will be used as a sacrifice together with the dragon sword. Gudrid wakes just enough to understand that he is being offered up, but Red Binding sees him before he can resist. The priest praises the decision and urges them to complete the ritual before the Ragnar forces break through. The ritual structure begins to respond, creaking awake under the surge of power. The red tendrils tighten around Gudrid and haul him fully into the sacrificial process. Suspended before the grotesque core of the ritual, Gudrid becomes the center of the resurrection ceremony. The young lord, eyes blazing, proclaims that the resurrection will happen here and now. Using Gudrid's body and the relic, he declares the return of the crazy dragon emperor. At that moment, a brilliant spear of power tears across the night toward the tower. The attack fractures space itself around the projectile, showing force far beyond ordinary swordsmanship. The tower and surrounding structure are smashed apart by the impact. The commander and Theo find themselves in a shattered, impossible realm where ruins float in a cosmic void. The commander explains that they are inside a rift in space-time, a place he created for a private conversation. A horned woman clarifies that it is literally a gap between time and space, leaving Theo incredulous at the absurdity of it. She adds that he did more than split space-time. He formed a room inside the rupture, proving a level of swordsmanship beyond reason. Theo can only conclude that whatever this man is, he has surpassed anything that still feels human. A new presence cuts into the exchange and demands to know whether the private talk is over. An older man reveals he deliberately brought his son here in secret, and warns a ghost from the old era not to interfere. He identifies the hidden observer as the guardian dragon and forces it into view. At the same time, the Thunder Gate is forcibly shut and Lodbrok is cut off, leaving its controller reeling. She realizes someone has even disrupted her Thunder Gate, and recognizes the intruder as something monstrous. The feat shocks her further, because blocking that power means he had seen this confrontation coming far in advance. The father turns back to his son, no longer hiding what he intends to say. He asks Theo the question he has carried for years, whether his son ever resented him. Theo is caught off guard, unable to answer immediately. The father admits the heart of his guilt lies in abandoning Theo and his mother. He confesses that by living under the law of the strong, he let his family and bloodline tear each other apart. Theo can only stare as the weight of that admission sinks in. Instead of denying it, Theo falls into a strained silence. Across the ruined battlefield, that silence stretches between father and son. The father accepts Theo's honesty and values that he is not retreating into a false answer. He begins explaining what it truly means to stand as head of the Ragnar family. To him, that role demanded the resolve to bear the hatred of the world if necessary. He frames it as sacrificing the few for the many, the brutal belief that the family head must protect the world at any cost. Then he strips away the noble excuse and admits the truth. He called returners vermin and slaughtered his own kin under the pretense of duty. He even killed his own father, the Dragon Emperor, after deciding the old ruler had gone mad. He also purged the returners within the clan, convincing himself that staining his hands was how he protected home and family. For years, he believed this bloody path was how he safeguarded the world. But that path led him to power so great it began to pull him beyond the human realm. The memory of that turning point hangs heavily as Theo listens. Theo realizes the power his father is revealing comes from the pantheon itself. The father stands within that divine force, making clear how far beyond ordinary strength he has gone. Golden chains descend as the manifestation of that higher power takes shape. He explains that once he wielded such transcendent power, a grand calling began dragging him toward a larger battlefield beyond this world. Yet he could not abandon the clan behind him, so he chose to seal his own power instead of answering that summons. He reveals the cost of that choice. The more of his true strength he unveils, the tighter the chains of fate bind him. That is why he ruled through fear, believing terror was necessary to keep the family from collapsing without his sword. In his own eyes, he had to become a monster to preserve everything under his control. Having laid bare that burden, he asks Theo whether he can break those shackles and inherit that weight. Theo answers first with another long silence. The father admits he himself is uncertain, because he no longer knows whether the path he chose was ever truly right. As Nirvana expands the mental realm around them, he says the burden split his life in two directions, the clan and world on one side, and the higher calling on the other. Theo gathers himself, his resolve hardening. He declares he will take responsibility for everything himself. More than that, he vows to become a family head who surpasses his father. The father bursts into laughter, astonished that his son would answer so boldly without hesitation. But the laughter turns approving as he admits Theo's answer has always been consistent and decides not to leave just yet. Instead, he sets a condition. Theo must prove this conviction is real by enduring the weapon of fate rather than merely speaking bravely. Theo accepts under his father's watchful gaze. The challenge is made explicit. Theo must prove he is worthy to become Ragnar's true master. Elsewhere, a mounted group races across the snow, confused that their quarry seems to have vanished. Their captain realizes the distance makes no sense, because Troiven's main camp should not have appeared this soon even at full speed. A sudden suspicion hits him, and he orders everyone to stop at once. As his men react, he curses himself for not understanding the situation sooner. He leads them toward a narrow rocky passage, where the truth of the disappearance may finally be waiting. A spear-bearing warrior arrives at a cavern where dark vortices churn overhead, signaling that something unnatural has already been set in motion. He realizes the enemy has hidden the site behind a mirage barrier created by the demonic cult. As the barrier is cut through, the concealed ritual ground is exposed and the others grasp that they have found a protected operation. The captain immediately recognizes Troiven's involvement and understands they have uncovered one of the enemy's secret works. Beyond the illusion lies a ruined altar of flesh and blood, making clear that a large-scale forbidden rite was being carried out here. The investigators begin identifying the corpse at the center of the ritual. The result shocks them. The dead man is confirmed to be Lord Gizzard Ragnar. One of the hooded women refuses to accept it, insisting Gizzard could not possibly be dead. Ignoring warnings that the examination is incomplete, she rushes toward the body in panic. Her grief turns violent as she threatens everyone around her if they try to stop her. The others hold back, recognizing that forcing the issue will only worsen the situation. She drops beside the corpse, confronted with the reality that Gizzard truly lies dead before her. All she can do is repeat his name, unable to process the loss. A veteran examiner notes that the death is recent, and that arriving only a little earlier might have changed everything, while another tries to ease the captain's guilt. The captain steadies himself and turns from grief to analysis. He concludes that the remains are evidence of a demonic resurrection ritual, and that Gizzard's body had been used as a vessel for relic energy. That realization leads him to a far more dangerous possibility. The group falls silent as the implication spreads across the ritual ground. While one subordinate blames herself for failing to rescue Gizzard in time, her master cuts her off so he can think through the consequences. She is left in tears, crushed by guilt and helplessness. Nearby, the ritual pit and the sword-like relic embedded within it suggest the resurrection was tied to a greater power than a single corpse. The master's silence hardens into certainty. He lets out a grim laugh, realizing Troiven may have achieved something far beyond a simple assassination. He acknowledges with bitter admiration that Troiven's scheme was far more ambitious than expected. Elsewhere, two powerful figures stand before a cracked, glowing seal as the truth of the ritual begins to surface. One of them senses an overwhelming presence, and immediately understands that something monstrous has returned. The older man confirms it with cruel satisfaction. Even decapitation was not enough to keep the target dead. The younger man braces himself as the pressure of that revived existence bears down on him. Addressed as Theo, he is forced to answer his father and acknowledge the gravity of what he has just heard. His father coldly reminds him that decisive trials always arrive sooner than anyone expects. The revelation becomes explicit. The crazy dragon emperor has been resurrected. With that, the true purpose behind Troiven's war is laid bare. The conflict was started to restore the previous family head, the feared crazy dragon emperor, to life. Even without direct confirmation from Ragnar himself, the ritual site provided enough proof that the resurrection succeeded. Ragnar had anticipated that Troiven would try to exploit the revived emperor's power and prepared to stop them through war. His fallen banner becomes a symbol of the struggle he left behind. Even so, Troiven drove the campaign hard enough to seize most of the territory and push its enemies to collapse. But as the war dragged on, uncertainty remained over the resurrected emperor's whereabouts. A month later, frustration erupts because the crazy dragon emperor still has not appeared. At a war council, the commanders admit that although the resurrection was meant to turn the tide, they still have no trace of him. One faction fears the enemy's retreat is bait, and suspects a trap behind their sudden losses. A scarred elder dismisses those concerns and mocks the so-called 9 dragons for being ruled by anxiety. He argues that even if the old emperor has returned, he is just an old man and no longer worth fearing. He presses the point, saying their current victories matter more than chasing rumors about whether the emperor is active. A woman counters that the battlefield results are exactly why they should be thinking further ahead. She accuses him of being dangerously short-sighted. She explains that the crazy dragon emperor's specialty is mental domination through madness, a power that can destroy an army from within once he starts using it in earnest. She warns that the 9 dragons have already begun drifting from Ragnar's principles and that one of them may already be under the emperor's influence. The elder takes it as a personal accusation tied to his support for Theo and fires back with open hostility. Before the argument can escalate further, someone slams the table and forcefully brings the council to order. An enemy commander declares that the decisive moment has arrived for Ragnar. He argues that once Troyvin's capital falls, the war will effectively be over. With victory seemingly certain, he sees only one course left. He orders an immediate assault on the capital to finish Troyvin. Elsewhere, Ragnar's camp prepares under a cold sunset as the army settles before the final push. The soldiers speak of the last assault coming in 3 days and believe the long war is finally ending. The camp loosens with relief, and the mood briefly turns celebratory. Friends tease each other about hurrying home and even about what to wear for the victory ceremony. The joking goes too far when one insult touches a dress made lovingly by a mother. The offender immediately backtracks, and the group slips into easy banter instead of conflict. Their laughter continues, but Theo remains apart, watching the scene with unease. Though Ragnar is winning, Theo cannot believe the war should be ending this smoothly. He wonders whether his own interference has forced events onto a different path than the future he once knew. He rejects that simple explanation, because Troyvin would not have resorted to reviving the crazy dragon emperor if it were truly beaten. Theo realizes he has already altered too much to trust the future he remembers. He concludes that when events go too well, hidden variables are usually being missed. As he decides he needs to consult someone, Thorkel approaches and pulls him from his thoughts. Theo voices his suspicion that Troyvin is retreating far too quickly to be natural. Thorkel needles him by joking that only a traitor would worry so much about the enemy. He quickly reveals he is teasing, reassures Theo that he trusts him, and thanks him for saving Gizard before. Theo brushes off the gratitude and tells Thorkel not to burden himself with this war. Thorkel insists Ragnar will not collapse the way Gizard did, even after losing a major figure. He argues that as long as Ragnar's internal bonds remain strong, the nation will not fall into disorder. Theo accepts the point and acknowledges that Ragnar is sturdier than he feared. Thorkel's words leave Theo quietly considering him in a new light. Theo stops him and asks one question that matters more than strategy. He asks what kind of Ragnar Thorkel truly wants, and whether saving Gizard was really about family honor. Thorkel answers by rejecting the old Ragnar built on the law of the strong. He admits his ideal may sound naive, but he wants something different from a kingdom ruled by fear. What he wants is a Ragnar where people can stand together openly and share life as equals. He defines that vision as an order based on trust, where people can safely entrust themselves to one another. Theo recognizes the sincerity and value in that answer. Satisfied for the moment, he tells Thorkel to rest until they march in 3 days. After they part, Theo reflects on Thorkel Ragnar as someone important to his future choices. He remembers that in another life they were rivals for the family headship, but now sees Thorkel as a uniquely reliable ally who shares a broader view. Before he can dwell on it, Halkus calls out to him. Halkus tries to drag him into a long overdue drink, but Theo apologizes and turns him down. He leaves at once, saying he has somewhere urgent to be, despite Halkus's disbelief. Mounting his dragon, Theo reveals that he intends to check on the future himself. He travels to a snowy forest and river, searching for the hidden cause behind his unease. As he recalls Thorkel's words about trust, Theo mocks the idea even while testing it against his own instincts. Then he notices something unexpected and immediately focuses. In the freezing river, he spots an exhausted old man trying desperately to cross alone. The current surges around the man, making the crossing impossible. The old man begins to lose his footing and strength against the water. Theo intervenes at the last instant, and catches him before he is swept away. Holding him steady, Theo explains that the current is too strong and the bridge route would take days longer. The old man recognizes him as a Ragnar soldier and begs for help, saying he must reach the other side immediately. He reveals that his sick grandson is waiting for him across the river, making the urgency painfully personal. Hearing that, Theo falls silent as the encounter begins to feel like the clue he was searching for. An old man insists the young lord ride on his back, overriding the younger man's disbelief with simple determination. He carries him swiftly across the freezing water, pushing forward through the current without hesitation. As they move, the old man fondly recalls how his grandson and son once smiled at him, and he is comforted by seeing the young lord still close to his own family. To him, family is not complicated at all. It is nothing more than sharing warmth with one another. He gently assumes the young lord must also have such a family, only to touch a wound he did not mean to expose. That thought drags the young lord into a darker memory, where someone once coldly rejected any notion of family within their clan. In that memory, he was taught that his clan was a place of ruthless hierarchy, not affection or belonging. So when he hears the word family now, he can only admit that he does not really know what it means. The old man answers him with quiet sympathy rather than judgment. Wanting to offer what little warmth he can, the old man invites him to dinner at his home just across the river and asks for a chance to repay his kindness. The young lord declines lightly, trying to brush the offer aside without making the old man feel rejected. Even so, the old man reaches out and rests a hand on him with sincere affection. He praises the young lord as someone dependable and warm, speaking from the comfort he felt while being carried. But the praise only sharpens the young lord's unease, because beneath that warmth he senses something cold and wrong. He realizes the old man's words are no longer innocent gratitude but the lonely fixation of someone who has mistaken him for a replacement for the family he lost. The old man's tone shifts completely as he prepares to act on that obsession. Still carrying him through the water, he closes in as if the young lord already belongs to him. Then his body erupts with sinister power as he commands the young lord to come with him. The scene cuts away into the dark forest surrounding the northern domain. Far out in the snowy borderlands of the Leonhardt territory, another thread of the story approaches its destination. A hidden stronghold known as the Ghost Castle emerges beyond the trees, its true nature concealed behind a barrier. Only at midnight, when that barrier weakens, does the castle finally reveal itself. This is the secluded retreat of the former family head, Hilda, and someone arrives from the sky just as it becomes visible. The newcomer, a black-haired man riding a wyvern, notes with satisfaction that he has made it in time. He sends his mount Umbra onward and heads straight for the castle. The wyvern cuts through the snowy air as he descends toward the grounds. After landing, he approaches the entrance and remarks that for a place called the Ghost Castle, it is surprisingly well kept. He walks in without hesitation, treating the place less like a mystery and more like a challenge. In fact, he admits he is looking forward to meeting whatever kind of person Hilda turns out to be. From what he saw at the nomination ceremony, he judged her to be more curious and approachable than dangerous. Even if that impression is wrong, he tells himself he has no real choice but to continue. Still, a flicker of caution crosses his face as he senses something off. He pushes the heavy doors open and enters, resigned to facing whatever awaits inside. The interior is grand and silent, with long halls and statues that make the emptiness feel deliberate. He proceeds deeper into the castle, maintaining a confident pace. Then he notices a figure ahead and instinctively slows, trying to make sense of what he is seeing. As he looks closer, another presence appears above and behind, turning the quiet hall into a trap of shifting images. A bead of sweat forms as his confidence gives way to alarm. What shocks him most is the realization that the figure before him is a woman. The castle around him abruptly gives way to a snowy village scene, and the impossible transition leaves him stunned. He can only stare at the false landscape and wonder what kind of phenomenon he has stepped into. A second version of himself appears back-to-back with him amid violet distortions, confirming that reality itself is being manipulated. He identifies the phenomenon as illusion magic. Reasoning quickly, he concludes that Hilda herself must be showing him this vision for some purpose. The illusion suddenly turns violent, throwing him into the middle of a battlefield memory. War erupts around him, and he is forced through scenes of chaos and slaughter, as if reliving someone else's past. Before he can fully process it, a dark-haired woman lunges at him from within the vision. He reacts on instinct and unleashes a blue strike to intercept her attack. Only afterward does he realize her presence was so overwhelming that his body responded as if the illusion were real. That reaction confirms his growing suspicion that the woman behind this vision is exactly who he feared she might be. The story opens by naming the fallen woman as Hilda Ragnar, the former head of her family, already marked by blood and ruin. As he faces the aftermath, the man wonders whether what he is seeing now is the final shape of Hilda's past lives. His thoughts carry him back to a formal hall where power was once intact and Hilda still sat at the center of authority. On that throne, she held herself with calm control, projecting the confidence of someone no one dared challenge. She appeared composed and untouchable, every gesture reinforcing her dominance over the room. Even in silence, Hilda ruled the space as if judgment itself belonged to her. That control broke when she suddenly seized her weapon, acting on a decision she had already made. The memory jumps to the result. A massacre spread across the hall, with Hilda at the center of the bloodshed. She ended that scene impaled by multiple blades, collapsed but not yet erased from memory. A younger man stood before her then, witnessing her defeat at close range. The recollection shifts again as the present-day observer moves through snow, pulled deeper into the chain of events. He sees Hilda's dying body left behind in the snow while another version of her runs ahead, as though one life has ended and another has already begun. From that pattern, he realizes he is finally understanding something she once hinted at. He remembers Hilda recognizing him immediately as another returner, someone who had also lived through repeated timelines. She dismissed his deception with ease, making clear that whatever he had been before, his performance fooled no one. Hilda then revealed that she too was a regressor, though all of her allotted lives had already run out. What he has witnessed so far, he concludes, are not random visions but fragments from the regressor Hilda's many lives. He begins to suspect that each time a regressor dies at a fixed point, they may be forced to repeat that same stretch of fate again and again. Another life surfaces, one set in a nightmare landscape of snow, severed heads, and a distant burning city. In that life, Hilda sat in luxury with a glass in hand, as if trying to preserve composure in the middle of collapse. She drank with weary elegance, carrying the air of someone who had already accepted a tragic end. Then fear broke through her calm, as she sensed death arriving before she could react. The attack came instantly, shattering the moment in a burst of violence. A man struck from behind the throne, and Hilda was stabbed before she could defend herself. Dying, she asked her attacker why he would betray her like this despite their bond. He apologized, but insisted too many people had died because of her to let her continue. Through tears and rage, he confessed that more than the deaths, he could no longer endure looking into her blood-soaked eyes. Hilda accepted the killing with bitter tenderness, telling him to go first because she would follow soon enough. But even in death, her mind turned cold, and she realized she had underestimated him all this time. She vowed that if there were a next time, she would break his spirit so completely he would never again meet her gaze. The man carried out the execution, while her final resolve hardened into vengeance. Watching these memories, the present-day observer is shaken by how personal and relentless her cycles of death have been. The fragments pile up into a pattern of betrayal, murder, and repeated endings, each life twisting Hilda further. His attention returns to a blank mirror-like surface, as if searching for the truth hidden behind the visions. He concludes that no matter how many times Hilda repeated her life, every ending led back to betrayal and ruin. That realization leaves him asking what could possibly have driven her into this endless collapse. He presses the question further, trying to identify the true cause. The answer he fears is that the repetition itself may have destroyed her sanity. If endless regressions broke Hilda and others like her, he realizes the same fate could eventually claim him unless he stops repeating as well. That thought lands with chilling intimacy, because he may be walking the same path they did. Before he can dwell on it, a familiar voice returns and greets him as though resuming an old conversation. He turns toward the source, recognizing that someone has deliberately reconstructed this illusion to confront him. He moves through the hall toward the throne, following the lingering trace of that power. There Hilda waits again, seated in command and asking with amused confidence whether he enjoyed what she showed him. He answers with formal courtesy, addressing her by name and title as the former head of the family. He recalls that they had only met briefly during the nomination ceremony, but that brief encounter had already exposed her as a fellow regressor he could not ignore. Hilda brushes aside the formality, reminding him that they have already uncovered each other's deepest secret. With a casual snap, she exerts control over the illusion around them. The hall shifts as she remarks that it has been a long time, forcing him to face her across the altered space. He stands alert within the warped throne room, now fully aware that his confrontation with Hilda is no longer about the past alone, but about what repeated lives have made of them both. A tense stillness settles over a grand hall as someone approaches for a private meeting. The host invites her guests to sit and share a meal while they talk. The young man follows with formal caution, already wary of what kind of audience he has entered. That caution turns to shock when he recognizes someone he never expected to see here. An old attendant identifies him as the Ascendant Dragon and greets him by name, confirming rumors tied to his return. Theo realizes the whispers were true after all. Before him sits Lady Hilda, the woman said to keep the Ascendant Dragon as her servant. Theo holds his silence, measuring the danger behind this invitation. Hilda treats his hesitation as suspicion over poison rather than fear. She assures him the food is safe, and her attendant notes that anyone who has watched this continent long enough would know she keeps Theo close. Hilda casually confirms that regression is real and reveals she has repeated her life many times, though this cycle will be her last. Theo absorbs the revelation without giving away more than his unease. Hilda notes that he had already suspected the truth and presses him with the unsettling question of whether he wants to know how many lives he has left. She admits there is no exact way to count regressions, only a growing intuition that comes with repeating them. Theo accepts the explanation, understanding that the system offers no precise answer. He reasons that a vague sense is all a regressor can rely on when concrete information is unavailable. With that settled, Hilda invites his real question, and Theo turns the conversation to his father. As he cuts into his meal, Theo explains that his father recently began to resemble the Ascendants. That detail jolts Hilda into alarm, because it points toward a forbidden possibility. She demands to know whether Theo has somehow seen the Pantheon itself. Theo is caught off guard by the force of her reaction. Hilda nearly loses control at the idea that someone like him could have reached such knowledge. Her fury rises enough that violence seems imminent. Her attendant intervenes at once, urging calm and dismissing Theo as too ignorant to grasp the true weight of the Pantheon. The outburst recedes before it fully breaks the room apart. Hilda reins herself in, swallowing her anger and restoring her composure. She accepts her attendant's warning and resumes the conversation as if she had merely overreacted. Returning to the point, she confirms that Theo's father does indeed bear the look of the Ascendants. She explains that Kyle has already drawn the Pantheon's attention by force, enough that he can no longer remain an ordinary being of this world. Theo immediately concludes that his father must be close to ascension. Hilda corrects him, not yet, but any further interference in worldly affairs will push him closer. For now, Kyle is holding back and watching from the sidelines while his descendants and subordinates slaughter one another. When the attendant warns that such talk is dangerous, Hilda dismisses the risk and openly reveals that Kyle intends to kill his own grandmother before ascending. That confession confirms Theo's suspicions. He pieces together that his father cannot move freely amid the current chaos because acting directly would endanger his ascension. That also explains why Theo had been sent into seclusion after returning from the past. If Kyle had stepped in himself, his enemies would have fled even faster. Even so, Theo did not come merely to learn this much. He signals that he is done with preliminaries and ready for the true purpose of the meeting. Hilda agrees to drop the small talk. She proposes they move on to the real course of business. She frames Theo as an inexperienced regressor, but still one of her kind, and begins offering what he actually came for. A hidden serving piece transforms, revealing that this meal was also a test and a delivery. Theo focuses on the prize, Hilda's preserved records from before his regression, one of the few surviving sources about her time in the Black Pillar. Those records are introduced as Hilda's parchment, a prophetic archive sold only to those who fed her greed. It contains knowledge so precise it borders on divine foresight, though Theo once doubted it. Now that Hilda has openly admitted she is a regressor too, he no longer doubts the archive is genuine. He understands the parchment as a collection of information gathered across Hilda's many repeated lives, and with his original plans ruined by the Mad Emperor's return, that knowledge has become crucial. To Theo, this archive is now the single most important thing he can obtain. He reflects that it holds answers about the future beyond the Black Tower, truths he once had to sacrifice countless lives to uncover, and which would otherwise remain only fragments. Hilda reveals one final catch. The parchment records only matters concerning the magical empress, Cassandra, meaning she had already anticipated exactly what Theo came seeking. Theo immediately understands the offer comes with a price. Hilda drops any pretense of friendliness and makes clear that, as fellow regressors, they can speak plainly. She proposes that Theo become her disciple and reveal everything he knows about his current cycle. In return, she promises to personally shape him into something extraordinary, but Theo refuses at once. Hilda presses him, offended that he would reject her word. Theo answers that he does trust her to keep her promise. What he rejects is being dragged into her schemes for power. Hilda tries to deny any political involvement by claiming she stepped down as family head long ago. Theo counters that she still influences the present through the new head she controls from behind the scenes. Seeing her past lives did not make him feel kinship with her, only suspicion. He realizes her hunger for power is no different from the madness of the Dragon Emperor he despises. Hilda silently swirls her wine as his judgment lands. She admits she has misread the situation and used the wrong approach from the start. She reminds him that this is Ragnar, where only strength matters. The room itself begins to shift into a hostile domain, and Theo realizes the negotiation is over. Hilda gives him one final chance to submit. She offers to spare his life if he yields. Her demand remains unchanged: become her disciple and surrender all knowledge. When Theo still resists, black liquid figures rise around him to restrain and overwhelm him. Theo had expected force, but not for Hilda to deploy a glass domain immediately. As the copies press in, he realizes the trap is far more dangerous than he anticipated. Outside the domain, the distorted sphere enclosing the room remains intact while Hilda waits confidently. She boasts that she always gets what she wants, even if she has to break it first. She dismisses any hope that Theo can keep himself beyond her reach. Still seated before the domain, she calmly asks Farrell how much time has passed. Farrell reports that only 1 minute has gone by in the outside world. Hilda concludes that far more time has passed for Theo inside, and assumes his spirit should be breaking by now. Instead, a violent crack suddenly tears through the glass domain. Both Hilda and Farrell are caught off guard by the impossible breach. A surge of blue power erupts from within, blasting through the false world. Theo's abilities activate together, sharply boosting his will and endurance. Empowered, he cuts through the clinging shadows with renewed force. Even so, the domain's black substance keeps latching onto him and trying to drag him down. Theo answers with a storm of sword strikes that tears apart the surrounding constructs. Hilda's shadow forms are shredded and collapse back into liquid. He clears space around himself, turning the tide inside the trap. For the first time, Theo feels he has reached the level needed to fight back properly. He drives his power upward and forces a visible fracture into the ceiling of the domain. Theo knows he can only open a crack at his current strength, so he has to use it before it seals. The shadows rush him again as he kneels amid the wreckage, trying to stop his escape. Desperate, he calls on Umbra for help. A beam of light pours through the crack, giving Umbra a path to intervene. Umbra's presence begins to manifest through Theo's outstretched hand. The shadow dragon fully answers the summons and forces itself through the opening. Its body surges upward through the breach, breaking the domain's control. The crack widens under the pressure of Umbra's arrival. Umbra's head emerges into the collapsing space. The breach expands further as Theo's escape route stabilizes. Theo aims for the weak point and commits to breaking out completely. His attack pierces through the domain's outer shell from the inside. The damaged barrier starts to split apart. Watching from outside, Hilda asks Farrell if he saw what just appeared. Farrell confirms it was the demonic shadow dragon Theo had mentioned, and Hilda is intrigued that Theo was raising such a creature. Farrell asks whether he should pursue, but Hilda dismisses the idea, assuming the beast will abandon Theo to save itself. What truly interests her is that Theo managed to crack her glass domain at all. She compares him to Robert, who once needed far longer to escape the same technique, and realizes Theo's claims about the Pantheon may have been true. Rather than let him go, she decides to torment him a little longer. Farrell quietly agrees, though he recognizes the cruelty in her impulse. He reflects that Hilda's worst habits are resurfacing even though Theo has already reached his limit. To Farrell, Theo is still just a young swordsman, successor or not. He knows Hilda's centuries of accumulated experience make the match fundamentally unfair. Even so, he cannot help pitying another promising talent being crushed before it can bloom. When Hilda calls him, Farrell immediately presents himself to obey. Hilda ends the meal, notes that more guests have arrived, and orders Farrell to stay back while she greets them herself. Farrell hesitates, clearly uneasy with leaving her alone. But he submits to her command. At that moment, a devastating strike crashes into the chamber from above. Hilda instantly recognizes the intruder. Robert appears and addresses her as the Grand Matriarch after a long absence. He accuses her of using the same old technique again. With a gesture, he shatters the remaining structure of the glass domain. Standing amid the wreckage, Robert tells her to stop playing games. Inside the ruined chamber, the black residue spills away from Theo's body. Theo, barely alive, admits he truly thought he was going to die this time. Even exhausted, he acknowledges that he held on better than expected. He thanks Umbra for saving his life. Theo reveals that he had long known the black dragon was following him, because the creature made its presence too obvious. He guessed it was a watcher sent by his father while he was under suspicion of treason, but the dragon's behavior felt more like protection than surveillance. What surprises him is that the black dragon himself came in person. Theo offers Robert an exit as well, but Robert refuses and says Theo should at least manage his own escape. Robert unleashes a massive attack to open the way. The blast tears through the chamber with overwhelming force. Hilda bitterly complains that all she wanted was a meal with her great-grandson and resents everyone interfering. She mocks the situation by asking whether her grandson came all this way because he wanted to join them. Theo rejects the pretense and points out that trapping someone for over an hour is no invitation to dine. Robert orders Theo to run on his signal, and Theo agrees. Before leaving, Theo tells Umbra there is one more task he needs done. Umbra waits for the command. Hilda slams down with force, trying to stop them before they can move. Robert creates the opening and shouts for Theo to go. He repeats the order with urgency as the attack closes in. Theo launches himself through the collapsing battlefield toward freedom. Robert and Hilda clash in midair while Theo slips past them. The three separate in a blur as Theo commits fully to the escape. Robert intercepts Hilda's sword and prevents her from cutting Theo down. Hilda rages at Robert for obstructing her, but he tells her to stop. Robert's silence makes clear he has no intention of yielding. He judges that even without the power to regress anymore, Hilda is still ruled by greed. To him, she sees the world only as something to seize and break if necessary. While Robert holds her off, Theo races for the exit. He reaches the window before Hilda can turn back to him. Theo crashes through the glass and escapes into the night. He lands outside amid falling shards and snow, finally beyond the chamber. As he falls, he calls for Umbra again. Umbra catches him in full dragon form and carries him away from the estate. They vanish into the snowy sky before anyone can stop them. Back inside, the broken window frames their escape route. Hilda clicks her tongue in irritation as Robert remains behind her. She decides to rest instead of pursuing and orders Farrell to clean up the damage. Farrell asks if she truly intends to let them go. Rather than answer directly, Hilda notices something missing from the table. She realizes Theo has outplayed her one last time. The item he stole is the very scroll she had set out, and she is stunned that he took that too. The story shifts to the Priamus East slums of the Edda Empire. A quiet, snow-covered neighborhood comes into view. Inside one house, a little girl wakes her mother from sleep. The mother gently asks whether her daughter had another frightening dream. The girl admits it was the worst one yet. Her mother comforts her and stays close while the child struggles to explain. The girl says that in the dream, bad people killed her mother. The mother carefully asks whether those same people also harmed Cassandra. The child says they did not kill her, only bound her tightly. The mother accepts the answer calmly and keeps soothing her. She insists she will not die simply because her daughter dreamed it. She warns Cassandra not to let the dream consume her, and reminds her that none of it would be her fault. Then she asks whose side she is always on, guiding the girl back to trust. Cassandra remembers the answer and settles down again under her mother's reassurance. Outside the room, Theo silently listens while holding the stolen scroll. He watches Umbra disappear back into the night after bringing him here. Left alone in the snow, Theo approaches with the scroll in hand. He confirms that this slum is where Cassandra Edda, the Empire's true heir and future magic empress, is living. Seeing her in person, he is struck that the future empress is really here. He reflects on the empire that should have protected her. The Edda Empire is the greatest nation on the continent and the homeland of the Ragnar clan. Its imperial family unified the continent because of a hereditary gift unique to their bloodline. That gift is foresight, the power to glimpse the future. But that power has faded over generations. Theo believes the imperial family grew dependent on foresight and became disastrously incompetent as a result. Now Cassandra is the Empire's only remaining possessor of true foresight, yet she is forced to live in poverty. Theo decides that if he finds and protects her early, she will become an invaluable ally in the future. He identifies the exact house where she is staying. He notes bitterly that she did not even know her own status until the imperial family finally detected her. Then a sudden realization stops him cold as he questions whether her foresight was truly weak at this age. His eyes widen as he senses something is wrong. He draws his sword in an instant. The smell of blood reaches him from inside the house. Theo bursts into the building and finds the upper floor eerily empty. With no ambush in sight, he realizes the danger came earlier than it should have, before anyone was supposed to know Cassandra's identity. Voices from above reveal intruders already inside, and Theo understands the real threat is waiting on the floor over his head. Theo waits in silence, sensing something wrong before revealing himself. From hiding, he finds a cabin full of armed Troivans and villagers, with at least one body already on the floor. A closer look confirms the scene is a massacre, not a simple raid. Theo briefly suspects the imperial family may have moved first, but he doubts it. Deciding this is either their style nor the right timing, he prepares to force answers out of the killers instead. The armored commander remains seated and composed, unaware that Theo has chosen him as the source of the truth. Theo steps in and unleashes a sudden blade technique charge with energy through the room. The commander is caught completely off guard by the attack. As the Troivans demand to know who dared interrupt them, Theo's strike is already cutting through their formation. His slashes tear across the cabin before they can organize a defense. The commander is hit hard and driven back in pain. The attack shreds the room and leaves the Troivans reeling at a power they do not understand. Even while wounded, they try to reassert themselves by invoking their identity and demanding recognition. Theo welcomes that, because learning exactly who they are was his goal from the start. The commander recognizes him as Theo Ragnar, and is stunned that a frontline figure is here in person. Theo realizes they know both him and the broader war situation, confirming this is no random band. The commander identifies his enemies as Troivans and reacts with alarm at being exposed so quickly. Theo names them correctly, and the commander admits the discovery is inconvenient but not unwelcome. Instead of retreating, the man reveals himself as Act, the eighth pillar of Troivan, and treats killing Theo as an unexpected prize. Act launches himself upward, intent on taking Theo's head immediately. He commits fully to the charge, driving a brutal attack straight at Theo. The clash lands, but Act suddenly coughs blood in the middle of his assault. Theo instantly understands that someone of Act's rank should not be in this condition. Blood spills to the floor, proving Act is already badly compromised. Even so, Act grabs Theo and smashes him down with raw force. Act praises Theo's strength while showing that his own body is mutating into something monstrous. He decides to finish the fight by taking Theo with him in a suicidal rush. Act realizes the same corruption that struck the Azure Peak squad has reached him too, but he sees one advantage. With both Theo and Cassandra here, Troivan can recover Cassandra soon. Theo recognizes the pattern and condemns Troivan for resorting to self-destruction whenever they lose control of a situation. That accusation jolts Act for a split second. Theo uses the opening to shift the battle, summoning spectral force around them as Act charges again. A brilliant slash cuts through the momentum of Act's attack and sends the fight outside the cabin. As he turns the reversal on him, Theo coldly rejects Act's attempt to drag him into death. Act is severed and thrown away, his last gamble ending in blood. Theo lands amid the wreckage, having blasted a path through the wall and ended the threat. With the battle over, he walks back inside, already shifting from combat to the aftermath. He gently covers a dead woman's body, acknowledging the loss he failed to prevent. Theo realizes Hilda's warning never mentioned Troivan targeting Cassandra, meaning the situation changed beyond what he expected. He concludes that the resurrected crazy dragon emperor has introduced a new variable into events. Seeing the covered corpse, Theo blames himself for arriving too late to stop this death. Then a child's confused plea breaks through his guilt, as Cassandra asks what happened to her mother. Theo studies her and suddenly understands the truth of her condition. Cassandra is blind, despite being the girl said to see the future, and she only wants reassurance that her mother is safe. The irony hits Theo hard, and he hesitates over whether to tell her the truth immediately. Before he can choose his words, Cassandra calmly reaches the conclusion herself and asks if her mother is already dead. Theo is shaken that she arrived at it so directly. Cassandra explains that she already witnessed this outcome in a dream, because her visions always unfold exactly as seen. But she also reveals a contradiction. In that dream she was taken away by evil men, whereas in reality Theo appeared and saved her. Realizing this difference, Cassandra asks the question forming in her mind. She wonders if Theo has the power to change the future, leaving him stunned by what that would mean. A new mission begins: find and protect the child destined to become the future princess. That charge is framed against a grave in the snow, suggesting the mission is tied to a death that could not be prevented. A black-haired successor arrives at the burial site with the child Cassandra and a dragon, carrying the weight of failure. Cassandra bitterly challenges him, implying that if he truly had the power to alter fate, this tragedy should never have happened. She presses the point further, asking why he could not have reached them just a little earlier. Her quiet accusation makes clear that his lateness is what she cannot forgive. He can only apologize and admit he did not realize their enemies would move so quickly. Before the exchange can continue, Cassandra suddenly loses consciousness. He catches her in alarm as her body gives out completely. Panicking, he calls for her to wake while the dragon closes in, equally alert to the crisis. He struggles to understand the collapse because she had not suffered any obvious physical injury. A small winged companion explains that Cassandra is utterly exhausted, and with her mental trauma added in, collapse was unavoidable. The fairy warns that a child of any species is fragile and danger, and urges him to act immediately. Accepting that urgency, he mounts the dragon with Cassandra in his arms and rushes to get her help. They leave the grave behind, turning from mourning to survival. As they travel, he reflects that he meant to return at once but now has no choice except to seek aid nearby. He decides the closest Ragnar base is their best option and hopes they will understand once he explains. The dragon carries them over a snowbound settlement toward that refuge. Their destination is revealed as the Ragnar Direct protected area known as the Tulip Garden. Cassandra is laid in bed, still feverish and unconscious. A local caretaker begins treating her with medicine and close attention. The woman tending Cassandra notices the visitor's presence and turns to address him. Outside the cabin, he waits tensely amid the vast flower fields, keeping watch while Cassandra is cared for. When the door opens, he immediately focuses on Cassandra's condition. The caretaker reassures him that the girl is not in serious danger and only needs sleep after taking medicine. With Cassandra stable, the woman shifts the conversation to the stranger who brought her here. She identifies herself as Tulip Garden Union leader Ian Leaper and bluntly demands to know who the child is and why he has brought trouble to her doorstep. He apologizes for asking help while keeping secrets, but insists he still cannot reveal Cassandra's identity. Ian dismisses that as typical successor arrogance, seeing him as another powerful noble who expects obedience without explanation. Still, she gets to the practical issue and confirms that Troyven is the force pursuing the girl, while he believes they will not send a large army. She checks the likely direction of attack through her scope and is appalled that he has dragged Troyven toward Primrose and her people. Looking out over the grounds, she rejects any assumption that he is ignorant of where he stands. Her reaction sharpens when she realizes he may understand this place better than expected. He reveals that the Tulip Garden's public image is false, and that it is actually a mausoleum for the clan's saints. That knowledge leaves Ian briefly stunned into silence. She rebukes him for speaking so casually about a sacred place tied to the Saint Puxid Gula, especially as someone who should know its significance. Then her anger softens into self-awareness, as if she recognizes she is not entirely innocent either. She cuts off that thought and tells him to ignore her mood and focus on the girl instead. He confirms he has now received proof supporting Ian's account, easing some of her suspicion. Watching the sleeping Cassandra, he concludes that a child hunted so relentlessly cannot be ordinary, and thanks Ian for helping her. Ian is caught off guard when he offers a formal apology instead of more entitlement. He explains that the emergency forced him to intrude abruptly on the clan's holy mausoleum and apologizes with proper respect. That sincerity visibly changes Ian's impression of him. She admits a polite successor is rare, notes that he has more decency than another one she knows, and realizes someone else must already be nearby. Ian complains that this other successor is a reckless nuisance who has parked herself in the protected area and become her latest headache. When she says the intruder is another successor just like him, he is jolted by the possibility of who it might be. A violent impact from above interrupts them before the thought can settle. A red-haired warrior drops onto the roof with a polearm, announcing herself through force alone. She greets the black-haired successor as her little brother, confirming a personal connection. The newcomer is identified as the second successor, Ragnar, and she arrives ready for a fight. A black-haired swordsman arrives with a cold, controlled presence, immediately shifting the balance of the scene. Above him, an ally recognizes the timing as ideal and prepares to intervene. She takes responsibility for protecting the girl and orders the others to settle their family conflict away from her. The black-haired man accepts that challenge with a dangerous smile, making clear he intends to engage. His red-haired opponent answers with savage confidence and signals that this meeting will begin with violence. The confrontation erupts hard enough to shatter the ground at once. The red-haired fighter launches upward and drives a blazing attack straight down at him. The impact detonates in a burst of fire and force, threatening everything nearby. Enjoying the clash, the attacker proposes moving the fight elsewhere. The swordsman agrees only because innocent people would otherwise be caught in the crossfire. He surges forward through the wreckage, forcing the battle away from the bystanders. The red-haired woman casually admits she nearly forgot about the civilians because she was too eager to fight. Her amusement shows she treats the danger around her as trivial. She attacks again in a sweeping rush, pressing him before he can fully reset. As the air twists around her assault, she declares that if they are relocating the fight, she will choose the landing point. The swordsman identifies her as Ragnar, the Black Death God's second successor, and realizes she is even more unrestrained than rumored. He reacts instantly and brings up a defensive artifact to meet her next strike. Ray answers by pouring even more power into her weapon, determined to overwhelm his guard. Elsewhere on the Frisia Great Snowy Plain, a relic alert reports that an ancient dragon-grade Grim has appeared again on the occupied Ragnar front. At the frontline camp, two soldiers collide in the confusion. What should have been a minor bump turns into an insult-laced argument between already frayed men. One of them snaps and demands the insult be repeated. His fury sharpens into something unnatural as he mocks the other man's senses and loses control. The snowy camp remains deceptively calm for a moment before the disturbance spreads. Nearby officers hear the shouting, and while one treats it like entertainment, another is already annoyed by the immaturity around him. A blonde commander arrives and is alarmed by how badly order is breaking down. The quarrel escalates into open brawling as soldiers start attacking each other instead of the enemy. The blonde officer tries to stop the chaos, furious that his own side is turning on itself. Before he can restore control, a wave of violent red energy or fire crashes through the camp. The surrounding troops are horrified that everything is spiraling into madness. They shout the obvious truth that this self-destruction is happening in the middle of an active war. A woman steps through the flames and condemns them for slaughtering comrades while the enemy still stands, warning that if they insist on acting like cowards she will deal with them herself. The blonde officer identifies her as Ayan Sosori, vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, the Fire Goblin. He hopes her authority will end the disorder now that someone powerful has intervened. But the bespectacled woman with him goes silent, sensing something far more dangerous than a simple mutiny. Through her lens she perceives the same spiraling madness in a soldier's eye, confirming an abnormal influence at work. She immediately reaches for a weapon, ready to respond to the hidden threat. Her urgency sharpens as she commits to action without waiting for further proof. When the blonde officer tries to calm her, she remains fixed on what she has seen and cannot dismiss it. Across the camp, commanders gather under Ragnar banners while smoke and unrest continue to spread. Senior officers conclude that too many troops are being consumed by a contagious madness for the army to function properly. They warn that if the Dragon Emperor's madness spreads any further, reaching the Trojan main castle will become impossible, so they decide to pull the troops back from the front for now. One commander protests that they were only days away from the decisive push on Trojan and asks if they are truly abandoning the war. The leadership clarifies that only elite soldiers who can withstand the madness will remain, while all lower-ranked and even many high-level swordsmen are withdrawn and the entire operation is reassessed. Another officer grimly notes that if even elite troops cannot endure for long, the so-called Mad God has broken their momentum completely. The black-haired swordsman reflects bitterly on how disastrously events have turned. His thoughts turn to the source of the crisis, a monstrous red corruption and mechanical ruin spreading through the battlefield. That nightmare now engulfs the castle itself, showing how far the calamity has advanced. By the time he returns, he realizes the entire landscape of the war has already been transformed beyond recognition. Back in the duel, Rei repeats her demand to move the fight elsewhere, keeping the pressure and initiative firmly in her hands. The black-haired fighter opens by warning that he intends to fight without restraint and does not want anyone else caught in the clash. He lunges at the pink-haired woman, but she meets his advance head-on instead of yielding ground. She suddenly remembers there are onlookers nearby and admits she got so excited for the duel that she forgot about them. Rather than backing off, she treats that oversight with amused confidence. In an instant, she changes the flow of battle and catches him off guard with a violent counter. She whips up a spiraling force around them and decides to drag the fight away from everyone else. The vortex carries both combatants high into the air, removing the danger from the bystanders below. As he steadies himself midair, he judges her to be as fast as Yuskard yet far more destructive, and realizes she still has not shown everything she can do. She presses him with delight, noting that he still has the will to fight burning in his eyes. Their weapons collide in midair as either side gives an inch. She reveals that what she really wants is to see whether his skill can restore the fighting spirit she sees in him. The exchange turns into a rapid aerial melee, with both of them chaining attacks and counters at extreme speed. She flips through the air and keeps her momentum, refusing to let the pressure drop. The two continue tumbling through the sky, each trying to seize control of the rhythm. Enjoying herself more, she concludes that the stories about him were true after all. Satisfied, she decides to escalate the duel. A blazing ring of power forms around her, signaling a far deadlier technique. She gathers multiple fiery, scythe-like discs and prepares to unleash them all at once. With open excitement, she sends the attack at him. The burning discs rain down toward him from several directions at once. He reacts instantly, cutting through the incoming barrage with precise blue-edged strikes. In the middle of defending himself, he realizes the true danger is not the frontal assault. He understands too late that the discs he deflected are now circling back around him. She stands at the center of the pattern, calmly controlling the trap she has built. She confirms his realization and tells him he noticed the setup too late. The redirected attack detonates across the battlefield, turning the area into a storm of fire and destruction. He survives the blast, but the scale of the attack clearly surprises him. The force tears through the ground and leaves a massive scar where the strike lands. The flames spiral upward into a towering inferno, showing how overwhelming her power is. From within that chaos, a concentrated blue force suddenly pierces through the fire. She is impressed rather than alarmed when she sees him break her attack. A huge blue slash surges toward her, forcing her to take his counter seriously. She praises the attack as respectable even while preparing to answer it. The two close distance again, returning immediately to close quarters combat. Now on the offensive, he declares that it is his turn to press the attack. She welcomes the challenge and urges him to come at her with everything he has. His strike crashes down hard enough to blast apart the ground below. As dust and debris rise, she regains her footing and readies her weapon again. Before the duel can continue, masked fighters suddenly surround them and interrupt the match. One of the newcomers accuses the black-haired man of daring to attack Lady Ray. They declare that harming her carries a price. The group identifies itself as the Grim Reaper Squad and vows to punish him for that offense. Their leader is cut off before he can finish, stunned by how badly he has misread the situation. Ray rebukes them, saying they have ruined things and that the man they targeted is far stronger than they are. She apologizes to him for her subordinates, explaining that they were only trying to help but are far too overeager. He accepts the apology and remarks that if their interruption had lasted any longer, one of them would have been the first to fall. Ray brushes off his warning, says his praise sounds better in person, and cheerfully suggests they get a drink later after admitting she enjoyed the fight. He agrees, while privately concluding that Ray's strength and techniques are on a completely different level and that he would need far more preparation to face her seriously. Even so, he cannot understand why someone ranked above Ray could have spoken with such confidence. As Ray drags her embarrassed squad away and orders them to make up for their mistake with a feast, the black-haired man is left behind, still thinking over what he has learned. He reflects that unlike her siblings, the Dragon Relic's current holder is straightforward and likable, which only makes what he plans to do feel more uncomfortable. From the aura around the scythe, he confirms it is the relic of the ancient dragon and realizes the situation is exactly what he feared. As he faces the group, he decides stealing it would be easier if they were openly hostile, and he is left unsure how to proceed against people who have shown him kindness. Elsewhere, a sickly blonde boy lies asleep in a cabin, still recovering. He slowly wakes in confusion, not yet fully aware of where he is. A woman checks on him, and he quietly admits he does feel a little better. She tells him he must be hungry after being ill and goes to prepare food so he can regain his strength. A full meal is set before him, confronting him with more care and abundance than he seems used to. The smell alone overwhelms him, making the food feel almost unreal. Still weak and unfamiliar with such treatment, he hesitantly reaches toward the hot dish with his bare hand. She stops him at once, startled that he would try to eat like that. Calling him a kid, she explains the food is too hot and matter-of-factly begins cutting it up and feeding him herself. Under her insistence, he obediently opens his mouth and lets her take care of him. While he eats, she decides to change his clothes afterward and casually offers to mend the ones he has been wearing. When she mentions that his mother made those clothes for him, the remark hits a deeply personal wound. She notices the emotional shift immediately as his composure starts to break. He thanks her through tears, and she brushes it off with rough affection, telling him to stop crying. Remembering the missing drinks, she steps away for a moment and tells him not to force himself to clean up because she will return right away. Left alone at the table, he watches the doorway and the untouched room around him in uneasy silence. He reflects that this kindness feels strange, because he had already seen this scene in a dream long before it happened. What unsettles him more is that details from those future dreams keep coming true, something that has never happened before. Compared with the endless nightmares that once filled his life, this new kind of dream feels fundamentally different. Sitting in the quiet cabin, he realizes that right now is the very moment his dream had shown him. The door opens, and someone enters with a presence that immediately feels wrong. Assuming the caretaker has returned, he greets the newcomer with relieved innocence. But the approaching footsteps carry none of the warmth he expected. He senses the danger too late, and fear replaces his brief relief. Unsure and alarmed, he asks who the woman is. The intruder introduces herself as Troyven Ninepillar, Sex, and mockingly demands to be addressed as Big Sister instead of Lady. The boy is stunned by the sudden appearance of a named enemy in the middle of his refuge. Before he can react, she closes the distance and violently strikes him, repeating that he should call her Big Sister. He is slammed face first onto the table, instantly overpowered. Looking down at him, she coolly questions what exactly she has stumbled into. She grabs him by the head and drags him across the bed as a dark, liquid-like presence begins rising nearby. A monstrous black and white entity erupts into the room, and she notes, with contempt, that capturing the boy had been far too easy. Outside, the mountain above the cabin begins to give way, turning the attack into a larger disaster. The collapsing slope smashes into the house, tearing the cabin apart in an avalanche of snow, rock, and timber. Inside the wreckage, blood splashes across the floor, showing how violently the impact and struggle have escalated. For a moment, the destruction whites out everything. Sex lands amid the ruined interior, wounded but still standing with her blade ready. Facing the towering creature, she realizes a true monster has appeared to protect the boy. She cannot place where such a beast came from, which means the situation has moved beyond her prior intelligence. As the creature's power churns through the wreckage, she judges the commotion dangerous because there was no report of anything like this. Even so, she steadies herself instead of retreating. She concludes there is no time to hesitate, especially since the monster's behavior makes it clear the boy is its priority. Her decision is immediate: kill the creature, secure the child, and leave before the chaos draws more attention. The beast answers with a ferocious roar and surges forward. Their clash sends force ripping across the snowy mountainside, carving through the landscape around the ruined cabin. Sex meets the charge head-on, cutting into the monster with enough confidence to hold her ground against its overwhelming size. As the battle locks in, she dismisses the creature as mere spectacle and insists it lacks the substance to defeat her. A shrill cry cuts through the chaos as the fight reaches a breaking point. A wounded enemy lunges in with a blade, determined to strike before he falls. Theo intercepts the attack in midair and turns the clash back on his opponent. The attacker recognizes Theo Ragnar at once and reveals he has long heard of him, making clear this ambush was never random. Theo unleashes a violent counter that overwhelms the man with crackling force. The enemy screams as Theo's power tears through him. With the threat broken, Theo's summoned beast Umbra looms protectively over Cassandra and the child he is carrying. Theo thanks Umbra for guarding Cassandra, trying to steady the situation after the attack. But he suddenly notices the enemy is attempting one last move. Theo realizes the man is not trying to kill him directly, but to trigger another backflow explosion. Instead of a suicidal blast, red smoke erupts upward as a signal flare. The dying attacker mocks Theo's surprise and reveals he chose a flare because even if he was ready to die, he refused to do it pointlessly. As Theo finishes him off, the man's warning has already been sent. Far away across the flower fields, the red flare becomes visible to anyone watching the area. A hidden observer confirms the signal through a scope. A young scout reports to her teacher that their target has been found. The teacher notes that even a high-level stealth artifact could not keep Theo hidden forever, but the failure still yielded useful information. Declaring the experiment complete, the teacher decides it is time to act. Troivan's elite cavalry answers the order and advances in force. Their approach closes in on Theo's position as the flare smoke still hangs over the ruined village. Ray sees the signal and demands to know what has happened. She orders the Grim Reaper squad to secure the area, but one of her men warns that may no longer matter. Ray spots the incoming force and immediately understands the scale of the threat. Across the fields, a mass of riders surges toward them through the flowers. Theo recognizes them as Troivan's elite cavalry and knows they are far too dangerous to dismiss. He reaches Ray safely, but both realize the real mystery is how such a large force arrived here at all. Theo says he can handle soldiers like these, yet the way they appeared so quickly makes no sense. Ray agrees and points out that sentries should have been guarding the garden, so they must have been eliminated before they could report anything. That confirms Theo's unease that something deeper is wrong with this operation. Elsewhere, a woman reflects that Cassandra's foresight is a prize valuable enough to justify extraordinary measures. She reasons that even without Cassandra, Troivan's regressor emperor should not have had enough future knowledge to deploy such a force so precisely. The only conclusion she reaches is that Cassandra matters to them far more than expected. Watching events unfold, Theo silently questions what Troivan is truly planning. He hardens himself, holding the child closer as the danger becomes clearer. Ray's subordinates warn that the cavalry will be on them almost immediately and press her for orders. The enemy commander gives a simple command to erase everyone in the way. Theo stops Ray from meeting them head-on and insists the real priority is protecting the child. He explains that if they fight directly, the girl could be taken in the confusion, and in the worst case the enemy may be here specifically for her. Ray is stunned and demands to know who this child really is, wondering if she is tied to the Emperor himself. Theo hesitates, unable or unwilling to answer. His silence only deepens everyone's confusion. The disbelief around him turns into a grim realization that the situation is even worse than it looked. Ray immediately orders her squad to scatter and hide rather than die protecting a secret they do not understand. Left with no good options, she admits the crisis has spiraled beyond control. Someone inside the nearby house suddenly grabs the door and throws it open. The interruption draws everyone's attention just as Theo curses the enemy closing in. A battered woman rushes out, checks on the Union leader, and angrily demands to know what Theo has brought to their doorstep. She snaps at the child to stop staring and get inside immediately. Inside the house, the damage and bloodstains show that the place has already been hit hard. The empty, snow-dusted room becomes the only refuge left as the enemy bears down on them. In a ruined, dust-choked room, something hidden beneath a draped bed begins to draw attention. A concealed hatch under the hanging cloth reveals that this place was built with secrets in mind. The group descends into an old underground structure thick with neglect and age. As they enter the torchlit corridors, one of them is struck by how unexpected and ominous the place feels. Their guide identifies it as the mausoleum where Ragnar's saints were buried, demanding proper respect for the dead. The black-haired man apologizes for the danger they were dragged into, admitting the situation spiraled beyond what he expected. The woman brushes off his apology, reminding him she accepted the risks and only asks that he keep the child safe. She explains that Troivan should not know this mausoleum exists, and even if they found the entrance, its maze-like design should keep them from tracking the group. She leads them toward the innermost chamber, saying the tomb of the 299 will be the safest refuge, which makes the others realize this is the resting place they had heard of. The black-haired man recognizes the name at once, the martyr squad of the 299. He recalls them as Ragnar's elite who gave their lives to stop the monstrous tide that once swept across the continent. Reaching a vast inner hall, he understands that this is where those legendary dead were finally laid to rest. Their guide announces their arrival at the mausoleum dedicated to the 299 heroes of Ragnar. Inside, the chamber opens around a radiant central structure that dominates the room. The black-haired man admits the place does seem secure. The woman adds that no one could have found the route here without a gravekeeper to lead them. That sense of safety is broken when a system message suddenly reports a singularity and forcibly activates hatchling synchronization. The black-haired man is caught off guard, trying to make sense of why the skill triggered on its own. At the same time, a hooded spirit notices him and realizes he may be different from any living visitor they have seen before. The man senses a presence around him and concludes that whoever is there can see him as well. As they move deeper beneath the garden above, he praises the woman for maintaining such a hidden sanctuary for so long. She answers simply that preserving this place is her duty. When pressed, she dodges the emotional weight of her own words and keeps the group moving. She decides to check the exit herself and tells the others to stay put until she confirms it is safe. The red-haired woman agrees to remain behind and keep watch. Left in the chamber, the black-haired man steadies the child in his arms while staying alert. He reassures the child that they only need to wait there and rest until the all-clear comes. Meanwhile, the unseen dead marvel that someone so young has opened the Thunder Gate and wonder if he can truly perceive them. The answer comes quickly when he addresses the spirits directly, proving he can hear them and leaving the dead astonished. One spirit apologizes for the other's excitement, explaining that it has been ages since any living person could communicate with them. The speaker introduces himself as Doma Ragnar, vice commander of the Martyr Squad. When Doma asks why he came, the black-haired man explains that enemies overran the garden above, so he followed the Union leader's advice and sought shelter here. Doma is startled to hear of another enemy incursion, though he bitterly notes that such disaster would suit their old commander's fate. The black-haired man politely asks permission to remain in the resting place with the child for a while. Doma grants it warmly, saying the dead welcome the company after so much loneliness. But Doma adds that before they settle in, there is something he wants the young man to examine. Though confused, the black-haired man agrees, and Doma hints that this matter may help pass the time and perhaps trouble him as well. Doma leads him toward the towering column of light at the center of the mausoleum. The radiant barrier parts enough to reveal what lies protected within. The black-haired man freezes in shock at the sight. Inside the light stands a coffin, impossibly placed at the heart of the memorial. Doma explains that when the visitor first arrived, they deliberately let him assume the chamber honored only the 299, because the truth points to a problem. He reveals there is one more tomb here, belonging to their squad's master and first hero. The moment Doma tries to speak that lord's name, the black-haired man is struck by violent pain before the name can be heard. As he collapses coughing, Doma confirms this backlash happens every time they attempt it. Doma says the reaction proves their lord's records were not merely forgotten but consumed by an outer god, and even the coffin itself bears only a flower instead of a name. The black-haired man realizes this means the being still exists somewhere in the pantheon, hidden beyond ordinary memory and speech. He struggles to understand how a person can be so thoroughly erased that even hearing or saying the name becomes impossible, and Doma explains that this is the work of an unnamed monarch. According to Doma, their lord delved too deeply into that forbidden realm and was ultimately swallowed by it, losing even his name. After that fall, every trace of their lord was stripped from the world, leaving only the dead to remember that someone had once stood above the 299. The dead had almost all faded from the world, leaving only bloodline-bound remnants of a forgotten lord behind. A surviving soul explains that these lingering spirits remain only to honor their erased master, and that duty is nearly over. He warns that if even they vanish, no one will remain who remembers that lord at all. So he asks the living man to preserve their lord's memory, insisting the request is possible because the man already carries a connection to him. The request becomes a charge. He is to inherit the lord's swordsmanship and stand as the official successor. When he points out that all records were erased, the spirit clarifies that broken traces of the art still survive inside their memories, and they can pass those on. He realizes this means reconstructing the lost style from fragments, though he doubts he has any proper guide to follow. The souls panic at his hesitation, begging him to accept because their time is running out and this may be their last chance. Their desperation turns into outright pleading, leaving him startled by how badly they need his answer. As more voices pile on with promises, warnings, and emotional pressure, he can only think that the dead are far more intense than expected. He admits the situation is urgent, but says he cannot stay indefinitely while the surface remains unsafe and his allies still need confirmation. The spirits briefly sound resigned, as if they may have no choice if he refuses them. That resignation instantly turns into a threat to trap his soul there forever with the power of the place, though they also claim to understand his position. Unmoved by the bluff, he says he cannot waste too much time here because no one knows when he will be able to leave. The hooded soul immediately backs down, gratefully promising to teach him every secret and insight their lord once revealed to them. He accepts in principle, deciding that if he can at least witness the all-shattering sword, the trip will be worth it, even if the title sounds absurdly grand. When he questions whether a sword with that name can truly cut outer gods, the spirit answers that such a title fits a weapon meant for exactly that purpose. The explanation grows stranger. The sword was forged to kill beings beyond the world, and because of that it is not a sword for cutting ordinary things at all. The spirit cautions that before dreaming of its ultimate target, he must first figure out whether he can even learn a blade that ignores normal matter. That impossible idea jolts him into a deeper realization as he focuses on what such a weapon would actually mean. A sudden burst of power interrupts the lesson, and he senses that something significant may be happening elsewhere. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman watches in flat disbelief, caught in an awkward duty she clearly never wanted. She sits guard over a sleeping blonde child, already irritated by being left with this responsibility. The man had asked her to watch over Cassandra only briefly, but to her that promise already feels suspicious. She curses him under her breath, convinced his idea of a moment cannot be trusted. Her suspicion proves right when he disappears into solitary training instead of returning promptly. Though she understands his urge to fight and improve, she still resents being stuck alone with a child. When someone asks whether she has ever cared for a kid before, the question cuts close to home by invoking her own bloodline and childhood. She snaps back that this is Ragnar, where strength rules and weak children receive no special kindness, then awkwardly apologizes for the harshness. Before the moment can settle, the child suddenly stirs and startles her. She alerts the others that Cassandra has awakened. Trying to sound casual, she asks the girl how she feels, but the child rises in an unsettling way. Cassandra opens glowing eyes and immediately recognizes Ragnar, as if recalling a memory far older than this meeting. She adds that Ray used to be kind, leaving Ray shaken by the impossible familiarity. As the tension spikes, Ray instinctively grips her weapon. Standing over the child, she demands to know who Cassandra really is. Far away, the story shifts to a snowbound kingdom overshadowed by a castle under a blood-red sky and writhing corruption. At the Troyven main castle, dark energy coils around the stronghold like a living omen. A subordinate reports to his father that enemy forces are retreating because the crazy dragon emperor's madness has thrown them into chaos. Another man praises the emperor's overwhelming power, noting that his mere presence can rout a fortified army. The speaker is Granada Troyven, head of the family, and he boasts that such dominance was achieved without effort. Granada reverently concludes that his master stands above all others. In the throne room, that devotion becomes open worship as he hails his lord as the one true monarch destined to rule the continent. The object of that worship appears as a monstrous, corrupted figure bound up in the same dark power filling the castle. Granada contrasts this terrifying ruler with Kyle, condemning Kyle as a coward who hid among weaklings instead of facing things directly. He savors that insult with open contempt. Turning practical, Granada asks whether the child has been secured, and is told she was captured despite minor trouble during transport. He immediately suspects Theo Ragnar was responsible for that interference. His subordinate confirms he has already sent Ian and the Azure Music Squad, vowing they will recover both the relic and the child. Granada decides the setback is actually an opportunity and orders them to seize not only the child but the boy as well. A man submits himself completely to his master's will, entering a frenzied state of devotion. Theo answers with a blinding sword movement, drawing on a technique that overwhelms the eye. The watching elders are stunned by how advanced his talent already is, especially after so little formal training. Even so, several of them sense that his swordsmanship is still missing something essential. They agree that despite clear flaws, he has at least developed a foundation worthy of the sword he carries. Rather than defend himself, Theo calmly asks them to identify his shortcomings so he can correct them. The elders all start offering conflicting judgments at once, forcing Theo to stop them before the advice becomes useless noise. As he listens, he realizes they are clinging to old doctrines and trying to force his style into their own rigid interpretations. One elder restores order and explains that their disagreement comes from trying to fit Theo into many different schools at once. He tells Theo that all those schools ultimately leave behind only one true inheritance. That inheritance is the manual of their lord. The group regains its composure and admits that Theo's brilliance made them lose sight of the real issue. The elder rebukes the others for letting personal ambition distract them from recognizing the sword's true path. If the weapon truly belongs to their lord, then only one style can properly restore it. That style is identified as the one-strike style, leaving Theo trying to understand how a single form could be enough. He questions how an entire tradition of swordsmanship could be rebuilt from just one style instead of many. The elder insists it is possible precisely because this is their lord's sword, and its nature is different from ordinary weapons. He explains that the all-shattering sword embodies a single slash so absolute that it can split the world itself. To grasp it, Theo must imagine every line and every point of force converging into one perfect trajectory. The elder continues that if Theo can gather all those lines into a single plane, he will begin to perceive the sword's true picture. That image is the essence of their lord's blade, and only by completing it can Theo reach the final meaning of the strike. If he succeeds, he will gain a cut so refined that it can pierce anything without needing to cleave through it. Theo raises the sword and concentrates, trying to assemble that impossible image in his mind. A realization hits him as he sees that all supreme sword arts are terrifyingly alike at their core. He connects his father's single strike, the techniques of other masters, and his own experience into one underlying principle. What once seemed like separate methods now appears to him as different streams flowing toward the same end. He understands that the peak of swordsmanship is a single final destination shared by all true masters. Acting on that insight, Theo unleashes a new slash shaped by that unified understanding. The strike passes through space itself, affecting only the target while leaving the surroundings untouched. The elders are shaken as they realize he has already grasped the key to the technique after only a few words. Theo steadies himself, sweating from the strain and from the weight of what he has just touched. The elder praises his sudden enlightenment and asks Theo what he himself felt in that moment. Theo says he can sense the meaning hidden in the manual, even if he cannot yet fully define it. That answer excites the elders, but Theo immediately tempers their hopes by admitting he still cannot restore the sword completely. He explains that their guidance helped, yet the memories inside the blade remain fragmented and only let him reach this partial result. The elder agrees that Theo has reproduced the form of their Lord's manual, but not its full power, likely because his enlightenment is still incomplete. When Theo reacts to that judgment, the elder reassures him that there is no need to force the rest and that his own path will reveal itself soon enough. The elders thank Theo sincerely, believing his effort has brought their Lord's sword back to life once more. They formally express their gratitude, treating his achievement as a meaningful restoration rather than a mere exercise. Theo is left bewildered by the sudden reverence, unable to see why everyone is making such a fuss over what he considers a modest breakthrough. That confusion is cut short when someone urgently reports that the child left in their care, Cassandra, is in danger. Theo moves at once, abandoning the discussion the moment he hears her name. He arrives to find Lady Ray cornered in an alley with armed companions and a child nearby. Theo seizes Ray from behind and demands an explanation, making clear that he sees her as the threat. Ray protests that she has no idea what happened while he was away and insists this situation is not what it looks like. Before the confrontation can escalate, Theo hears a familiar voice that has apparently been waiting for him. A white-haired youth holding crackling blue power identifies himself as Ragnar and says he has something important to tell Theo. Ragnar explains that what follows is a story no one else would believe, and asks Theo to hear it somewhere more private. Theo pauses, wary and unsettled, trying to judge whether this strange interruption is another threat or the answer to a larger mystery. The moment hangs in tense silence as the scene shifts away from the alley's immediate chaos. At a quiet grave, Cassandra chooses the cemetery as the safest place to speak, while her companion worries they may still be overheard. The hooded elder admits he selected this place but still feels awkward intruding on a private exchange, leaving Cassandra to insist this is the only place where they can talk freely. The blonde child apologizes for forcing the meeting, taking responsibility for asking them to move here. When the child asks whether the elder can see them, both listeners are startled, and Cassandra realizes this is nothing like the Cassandra he knows. The child explains they have some talent for magic, and the elder quickly accepts that this strange contact is possible. The elder is charmed by the child's appearance, and Cassandra can only react in embarrassed disbelief. Cassandra asks for privacy, and the elder good-naturedly agrees to step back from the conversation. Left alone, Cassandra demands the child's identity, and the answer comes back that this speaker is also Cassandra, but not the one from this world. That impossible claim makes Cassandra suspect a far greater truth. The child confirms his guess. The speaker is the magical empress. She clarifies that this is not possession or regression, but a different kind of contact entirely. She reveals that she is using magic to borrow the body of this timeline's young Cassandra so she can speak across timelines. Cassandra struggles to grasp the idea of multiple timelines, while she notes that he is following surprisingly well. She simplifies it by saying that the future Cassandra is communicating with the present one through the body of a past Cassandra. Cassandra connects this to the Imperial family's vision talent and realizes she has somehow linked future and past. She explains that the family power has been misunderstood. It is not the future reaching backward, but the future self speaking to the past self. The true answer, she says, is simpler than prophecy, and Cassandra finally accepts that correction. She then reveals why she is doing this. She is trying to restore fragments of erased timelines, events that were turned into things that never happened. When Cassandra questions that phrase, she asks whether he really believes this moment exists only once, and answers that it does not. In this world, she says, time repeats endlessly. Yet every cycle reaches the same conclusion. That conclusion is always the destruction of the world. After the end, time begins again from the start. Behind that cycle lurks a monstrous force watching through countless eyes. She names the cause of both the ending and the reset, the unnamed monarch. The world itself is structured so that whenever the unnamed monarch brings about the end, time returns to the beginning. That reset happens in ruined timelines, in better ones, and even in the current one. As she tightens her hand, her tone turns from explanation to accusation. She says no one in any timeline could stop the world's destruction, except for one anomaly. That anomaly was someone so insignificant in every other timeline that she had never even noticed him before now. She identifies Cassandra as that exception, the one whose discovery of Trojan schemes accelerated the war. She reminds him that he even changed fate enough to save the Imperial Empress. In another timeline, she says, he rescued her when she had been captured and was about to be executed. Cassandra asks why every side has been obsessed with him, and she admits she cannot fully explain it, only that he keeps mattering in ways he should not. She traces it to the Book of Forbidden Time, an artifact only someone with the vision talent can master. Through that book, she says, he was meant to witness the resurrection of the Dragon Emperor. Cassandra then asks why Trojan would want to revive the unnamed monarch and how that connects to the Empress's madness. She says she is still piecing it together, but believes Trojan's true desire was to grant the Dragon Emperor's final wish after his resurrection. That wish was to be chosen by the unnamed monarch, and by being chosen, he would ascend as a god. Cassandra realizes that this is why every timeline's enemies have hunted him. She corrects him. That is not just why they pursued him, but why they began the Great War with the demonic cult at all. Their real goal, she says, was always to assist the unnamed monarch in destroying the world. Before she can continue, the elder abruptly interrupts. He apologizes for intruding but demands to know why the Dragon Emperor's resurrection and helping the unnamed monarch destroy the world are suddenly being discussed as if they were established facts. Cassandra tries to summarize by saying Trojan betrayed them and war has already broken out, which shocks the elder. The elder can barely process it and begins to object. He reveals the source of his disbelief. Just a few days earlier, he and Trojan had been standing here talking peacefully. That claim is immediately undercut as the nearby house is shown shattered, as if struck by sudden violence. An overwhelming force crashes down toward the ruined building, turning the memory into a scene of catastrophic impact. A man arrives at a ruined, snow-covered site and decides he has finally reached the place he was looking for. As he steps inside, he immediately curses the useless map that led him there. His advance carries him deeper into the structure. A warning bell is triggered, announcing an intruder. A young woman hears the alarm and realizes something is wrong. She rushes off in panic to deliver the news. She finds two people in hiding and urgently warns them that enemies are approaching. She reveals that the Troivan forces have discovered the entrance and will flood in at any moment. Pushing for immediate escape, she is unsettled by how strangely calm the black-haired man remains. Resigned to a drastic turn, she steels herself for what comes next. Before she can continue, a blade suddenly cuts into the moment and catches her off guard. She reacts instantly, drawing her weapon and meeting the attack head-on. Her counter sends force crashing through the floor as the clash erupts violently. The black-haired man recognizes that she defended herself with exceptional speed and skill. The young woman answers his praise by accusing him of being Union leader Iodi. He coldly turns the accusation back on her and questions when she started betraying Ragnar. The charge shocks her, and she is left momentarily speechless. The red-haired woman cannot follow the accusation and demands to know what betrayal he means. The accused woman bitterly rejects the idea that she is the traitor and insists something about this whole journey has been wrong. She points out that he led them from a supposedly secure hideout to this isolated place in a way that now looks like deliberate entrapment. She concludes that he intended from the beginning to hand them over. He dismisses her claim, but she counters by invoking her family's long guardianship of the mausoleum. Declaring herself the head of the Lemire family, she takes his suspicion as a personal insult after dedicating her life to this duty. He presses harder, asking whether she plans to keep lying, and names the bloodline he believes she truly belongs to, Ragnar. The red-haired woman is stunned and demands an explanation for that name. The accuser claims she is no mere branch relative but a legitimate direct descendant of the forgotten family head, and challenges her to admit it. He explains that he had long suspected she was far from ordinary. His reasoning is that although the forgotten family's history was erased, the coffin of its head was preserved with unusual care. He adds that the original master escaped death itself, meaning his bloodline must have survived through his own flesh and descendants. From that, he concludes that only the master's true descendant could fit the evidence. He identifies that lost line as the forgotten head of Ragnar, a family later reduced to the role of gravekeepers. Unable to endure any more, she lunges at him in fury and tries to silence him by force. Their weapons collide again as she drives a fierce assault straight at him. In the clash, she denounces him as a mere branch family upstart with no right to speak of her bloodline. The duel tightens into a close, grinding contest of blades. Watching from elsewhere, a silver-haired observer reflects that the truth behind this bloodline is deeply tragic. He recounts that centuries ago the master vanished, but his body and blood remained behind, while his child was too young to inherit the family's full legacy. With even the father's memory erased from the world, that child was stripped of his place as heir. From that dispossession, the Lemire family began, while Ragnar endured only as a line of gravekeepers. Back in the fight, the black-haired man tells her she is lashing out because his words struck the truth she wanted hidden. She answers by throwing herself into an even more reckless attack. Her rage peaks as she refuses to be looked down on by him. He calmly shifts his grip and footing, preparing a precise response. She realizes too late that he has changed the flow of the battle. He whips his weapon through a powerful counter that tears control away from her attack. A surge of blue force detonates from the exchange and races across the hall. The blast blooms into a blinding wave that engulfs the area. When the light clears, the destructive force has been redirected away from him and spread across the chamber instead. Hidden onlookers note that he did not merely block her strike but minimized the collateral damage, proof of startling growth in a short time. They conclude that at this rate, he could become one of the strongest fighters even within Ragnar itself. A woman is alarmed that her opponent knows a sword technique supposedly taught only to great keepers, linking him directly to the place they are standing in. The man refuses to explain himself plainly, mocking the idea that she would believe any claim about learning it from the long-dead Maturk squad and implying the truth is buried with the tomb's past. Their confrontation shifts deeper into the Gravekeeper's domain, revealing a hidden stone passage within the tomb. As footsteps echo inside, someone notes that the web-covered entrance made the place seem abandoned, but that impression was false. A white-haired intruder confirms the interior is still being maintained and realizes they are likely walking into a prepared reception from the tomb's keepers. Rather than retreat, he advances with anticipation, eager to meet whatever force is waiting to confront them in the depths.